Chapter 1. The Wild Child. Beneath the blazing sun, in the bustling city of Luochuan, where the streets thronged with people and towering buildings soared, there lay a remote mountainous region, a secluded forest scarcely touched by human presence beyond the mountains. There was only more mountain. An elderly man clad in coarse linen led a young man, whose tattered garments could not conceal his striking features, as they swiftly navigated through the dense thicket. "Grandfather, it seems you're not quite up to par. Look, I am about to surpass you," exclaimed the youth, holding a wild rabbit in one hand while running and playfully mocking the elderly figure trailing behind him. "How dare you speak to your grandfather like that? I am merely aging, not incapable," the elder retorted, his face betraying displeasure as he gasped for breath while keeping pace. "I have toiled for 20 years to raise you, imparting every ounce of the ancestral skills of the Han family, and now you mock this old man. Had I known you would turn out this way, I might as well have left you in these deep woods to fend for yourself and become a true wild child. That would have spared me much worry." In the midst of their banter, they soon arrived at a thatched cottage. The youth casually tossed the rabbit aside and assisted the elder to a stone table in front of the cottage. Pouring tea into an empty cup before the elder, he continued his jest with an ironic tone. "Grandfather, you misunderstand me. Though you have raised me like a wild child, occasionally abandoning me in the wilderness for survival training, I have never forgotten your kindness and guidance. I, Lin Yun, vow to provide you with a better life and care for you in your old age." With a sharp slap to the back of the youth's head, the elder scolded, "Where did you learn to speak like that? You are sounding more and more like your mother. I assure you, my actions were all for your benefit." Rubbing the back of his head, the youth sat beside the elder, a frown replacing his previous cheerfulness. "My mother? What kind of person is she? Why have you never spoken to my parents throughout my life? Could you please share some tales about them now that I am 20 years old and grown?" The once optimistic youth's expression shifted to one of profound yearning as he gazed at the elder with anticipation. "Alas, it is not that I do not wish to tell you, but your father and mother," the elder, clearly reluctant to delve into the matter, abruptly stood from the stone bench and retreated into the thatched cottage, his demeanor heavy with sorrow. This very action, however, only intensified the youth's curiosity as he stood, intending to follow the elder into the cottage and press for answers. However, just as he reached the doorstep, the old man emerged once more, this time clutching a small, dust-covered package. "Very well. Since you are so eager to know, I shall share with you, my dear grandson. Upon reflection, you are now an adult and certainly have the right to learn certain truths about your own existence." The elder settled back onto the stone bench, gazing at the approaching youth, his tone imbued with a sense of relief. "Wonderful. Grandfather, do you realize that I have awaited this moment for nearly 2 decades? I have perpetually envisioned the faces of my parents, fantasizing about their sudden presence beside me." Lin Yun sat beside the elder, fully prepared and brimming with anticipation to listen intently. Observing this, the old man paused for a moment, contemplating. "Yuner, what I am about to reveal may disappoint you, or it may leave you utterly despondent. Are you truly prepared for this?" Yes, I am ready. No matter what you tell me next, I shall face it with composure." Lin Yun nodded vigorously, his heart a tempest of excitement and complexity as he steeled himself to listen. After a moment of introspection, the elder lifted his teacup and took a sip, then began. "This tale begins with our Han family, a secluded clan of martial artists. Your mother, named Han Xiao, was remarkably intelligent and eager to learn, the only daughter of me, Han Yifu. Over 20 years ago, desiring to escape the confines of this mountainous isolation, she stealthily left our ancestral home. Shortly after descending the mountain, she met a young gentleman from Luochuan city who was engaged in commerce your father, Lin Jingtian. After spending some time together, they contemplated marriage. However, your grandfather disapproved of your mother as a suitable match for his son, believing she was unworthy and that Lin Jingtian should wed someone of equal standing to the Lin family. Ultimately, your grandfather could not deter your father, proposing that if Lin Jingtian could elevate the Lin family status in Luochuan city to the top 3 within 3 years, he would consent to the union. Remarkably, your father accomplished this feat in under 2 years. Yet even more astonishing was the fact that your parents were with child before their marriage. Without your grandfather's knowledge, they welcomed you into the world. Alas, their joy was short-lived. On the eve of their wedding, as they prepared to disclose your existence to the Lin family, they tragically perished in a car accident, leaving behind an infant in desperate need of care. So had it not been for Han Shio's foresight in writing to inform me of your existence, you would have truly become an abandoned child. With a long-buried secret finally unearthed, Han Yifu appeared notably lighter. However, Lin Yun remained in a state of shock, his mind swirling with an abundance of unanswered questions. Could it be that my mother anticipated an impending incident before it occurred, which is why she specifically notified you? Someone so close to her? Han Yifu nodded, retrieving the dusty package once more and placing it upon the stone table, carefully unwrapping it. What you suggest is perhaps plausible. In addition to writing the letter, your mother also sent along these significant items. They are heirlooms left to you by your parents. Lin Yun gazed at the package resting on the stone table and discovered within it a bracelet, a jade pendant, and an envelope inscribed prominently with the words Fund Trust. Chapter 2. Descent from the mountain. Upon witnessing Lin Yun's somewhat dazed expression, Han Yifu once again produced the envelope from years past and began to recount its contents. The letter revealed that your parents had arranged a betrothal for you, and this bracelet serves as the token of your engagement. The jade pendant, on the other hand, is the proof of your recognition by the Lin family. Moreover, they had set aside a substantial sum of money for you prior to your birth, which is managed by a trust company, allowing you to access it freely upon reaching adulthood. What? An arranged marriage? Lin Yun exclaimed in shock. They really thought of everything. Not only have they deprived me of a single day of parental love, but they have also meticulously planned my entire future. They even went so far as to decide on my betrothal. Absolutely not. I can accept everything else, but I simply cannot agree to this engagement. Who knows if the other party might be unattractive or even physically challenged. You child, you haven't even seen the person and already speak ill of them. An yi fushi de dientli. What if the young lady turns out to be a stunning beauty? Wouldn't you be the fortunate one? Han Yifu, with a reassuring tone, continued. Let me tell you, your parents mentioned in the letter that your fiancée, Yi, is the daughter of your father's closest friend. Although she is 3 years your senior, she was exceptionally charming and delightful back then. Oh my, how could she be 3 years older than me? Lin Yun protested. If I were to marry an older woman, my future would surely be doomed. Immediately, Lin Yun stood up, clutching his head in frustration. Observing his distress, Han Yifu approached with a light-hearted demeanor, patting Lin Yun on the shoulder. All right, stop overthinking it. Take this opportunity to pack your belongings. We shall depart tomorrow. Go meet your charming fiancé, Yi. What? Tomorrow? Lin Yun exclaimed incredulously. Grandfather, do you no longer want me? Are you so eager for me to leave? If it weren't for the fact that you, this troublesome child, are my own grandson, I would have long since left to wander the world. Han Yifu expressed with a hint of exasperation. After all these years of toil and care in raising you, do you think it has been easy for me? Now that you have finally come of age, I wish to enjoy my later years. I refuse to waste them here. Though my age is considerable, there are still many things I yearn to do. Very well then, I shall begin packing my things immediately. Tomorrow, I will venture into the world to see the places where my parents once labored and to meet my betrothed and that so-called grandfather. While Lin Yun feigned reluctance, his heart brimmed with anticipation for the outside world. The thought of leaving this desolate mountain, where not even a bird would venture, dispelled all the shadows that had lingered in his mind. As Lin Yun made his way toward the thatched cottage, Han Yifu once again solemnly warned, Listen here, you brat. I hope you do not squander the effort I have invested in your upbringing. Once you descend from this mountain, if you fail to achieve something noteworthy, do not expect me to recognize you. All right, I understand. You truly worry too much. Take care of yourself, would you? At your age, instead of staying comfortably at home, you insist on wandering the world like a young adventurer. Lin Yun muttered impatiently as he gathered the dusty package left by his parents from the stone table, hurrying back into the house. You rascal, are you itching for trouble again? Han Yifu exclaimed as he grabbed a stick, ready to chase after him for a good thrashing. However, just as he stood up and took a few steps, he hesitated and halted his advance. Alas, it seems I truly am aging. I can no longer muster the strength to discipline him. That little brat has grown up. I can no longer manage him. Everything I could do for you has been done. The path ahead is now in your own hands. The following morning, Lin Yun had already packed his belongings early and was preparing to bid farewell to his grandfather. Upon reaching the room, he discovered it was empty. He touched the blanket on the bed, only to find it cold, indicating no one had slept there the previous night. Where has that old man gone? Wasn't it agreed that he would see me off today? Could it be that he couldn't bear to watch me leave in his presence and has hidden away? Lin Yun wandered around the thatched cottage but found no trace of Han Yifu. After waiting a while, he shrugged, hoisted an old backpack onto his shoulders, and decided to leave. Forget it. I won't wait any longer. That old man is definitely avoiding me. I should just set off. However, as Lin Yun walked several dozen meters away from the cottage, he suddenly stopped, turned around, and called out loudly toward the thatched house. Grandfather, I am truly leaving. Please take care of yourself. When I manage to achieve something out there, I will return to bring you to enjoy a life of ease. His voice echoed, but after glancing around and receiving no response, he turned away, shouldered his backpack, and strode forward. Although the mountains stretched endlessly before him, they posed no challenge for Lin Yun, who had grown up navigating treacherous terrains. Dressed in his only unpatched t-shirt and worn-out canvas shoes, he moved swiftly through the vast mountain ranges. Time passed quickly, and soon it was afternoon. At that moment, Lin Yun found himself atop a long-distance bus heading to Luochuan City. While he was on the bus, he was not inside the cabin, but rather on the actual roof. As the bus rolled into Luochuan City, it attracted the attention of many onlookers. However, the driver remained oblivious to the curious crowd and continued to drive leisurely forward. Even Lin Yun, lounging on the roof, paid no mind to those who had gathered to gawk at him, instead relishing the scenic views along the way. As the bus entered Luochuan City, the landscape transformed into towering skyscrapers and speeding cars. Lin Yun immediately rose from his semi-reclined position, exclaiming in astonishment, "Is this truly the place where my parents once spent their time? No wonder my mother was willing to sneak away and face my grandfather's scolding rather than remain in the mountains. Had I known the outside world was so fascinating, I would have left that desolate wilderness much sooner." However, at that moment, a series of urgent sirens approached from the distance, and soon, the bus was intercepted by the traffic police. Chapter 3. The Yang siblings. As the bus came to a halt, several young traffic officers emerged from their patrol car. Among them, a strikingly attractive female officer, with a well-proportioned figure and delicate features, approached the driver with an imposing demeanor. She declared loudly, "Please present your driver's license and vehicle registration. I suspect you are involved in reckless driving and will need to penalize you." "Officer, I haven't done anything wrong. I've been driving according to the traffic regulations all along. How can this be considered reckless driving?" The plump driver, bewildered and frightened, hurriedly retrieved his documents and exited the vehicle. "Done nothing, you say? Then how is it that there is someone on top of your vehicle? Are you not aware that this manner of driving is perilous? If anything were to happen, would you be able to take responsibility?" The female officer pointed at Lin Yun, who was standing atop the bus. The driver, half convinced, looked in the direction she indicated and, upon seeing Lin Yun, felt his legs weaken with fright. He quickly exclaimed to the female officer, "This is a misunderstanding. Officer, I had no idea this young man suddenly appeared on my roof. If I had known someone was up there, I wouldn't have dared to continue driving." Meanwhile, observing this scene from atop the bus, Lin Yun suddenly transformed into what he perceived as a champion of justice and leaped down. "Hey, miss, while you appear quite fetching, your manner of speaking is quite unreasonable. There is no need to trouble this driver. He genuinely had no knowledge of my presence. I jumped up there myself, hoping to catch a ride to Luochuan City. However, I find it perplexing that, without any incident occurring, you would immediately seek to penalize him. If standing up there is not permitted, I shall simply descend. There is truly no need to impose a punishment on him." Yet, Lin Yun's peculiar remarks sparked the ire of one of the male officers standing beside the female officer. Before she could respond, he stepped forward, scrutinizing Lin Yun from head to toe. Upon observing his simple attire, he sneered and shouted, "You country bumpkin, what gives you the right to interject in our conversation? I assure you that penalizing him is only the first step. You shall not escape unscathed either. And one more thing, do not go around calling attractive women miss. Address them as Captain Yang. Who do you think you are?" However, Being labeled a country bumpkin did not incite Lin Yun's anger. Instead, he furrowed his brow, displaying curiosity about the man's identity. Huh, to be called a country bumpkin and yet not even know who I am. How accurate that assessment is. Since you wish to inquire about my identity, I shall oblige you. Listen closely. I am the second young master of the Yang family, and I also serve as the deputy captain of the traffic enforcement team in Luochuan City, Yangfeng. Upon hearing this self-introduction, Lin Yun merely nodded slightly, seemingly unimpressed, and remarked, "Oh, so you are the second young master of the Yang family. The deputy captain of the traffic team, Yangfeng? However, I have never heard of you. What exactly is that? You country bumpkin, do not be so arrogant. Soon, you shall learn what kind of person I, Yangfeng, truly am in Luochuan." Yangfeng, infuriated, felt a surge of anger. No one in Luochuan had ever dared to disregard him in such a manner. Yet, as soon as he uttered these words, laughter erupted from the crowd. Realizing the reaction, Yangfeng's temper flared even more, and he gritted his teeth, intent on teaching Lin Yun a lesson. However, he had barely taken 2 steps forward when a sharp clap resounded off the back of his head. The female officer swiftly extended her hand and struck the furious Yangfeng, exclaiming loudly, "Yangfeng, do you think I am invisible? As a public servant, who permits you to act violently and speak so disrespectfully, apologize to this young man at once." "What? Yang Jiao, are you out of your mind? I am your own brother. It is one thing for you not to stand by me, but to demand that I apologize to this country bumpkin? Does he even deserve an apology?" The officer named Yangfeng glared at his sister, Yang Jiao, while rubbing the back of his head. However, before Yang Jiao could respond, Lin Yun stepped forward, acting as a mediator. Let it go. I shall not stoop to his level over such a trivial matter. That said, I must commend you, sister, for your fairness. You deserve a round of applause." Nonetheless, Lin Yun's awkward choice of words only served to further irritate Yang Jiao. "Kid, I've been trying very hard to keep my temper in check, but your repeated references to me in that manner. Do you truly believe it is appropriate? Huh? What is wrong with calling you little lady? I was complimenting you," Lin Yun replied, furrowing his brow in confusion as he looked at Yang Jiao. "Who would cherish your kind of praise? You seem younger than I am. Either call me sister or Officer Yang. In any case, do not refer to me as little lady again," Yang Jiao said with evident disdain. Noticing Lin Yun's somewhat rustic appearance, she surmised that he must have encountered some difficulties, leading him to evade fare and climb atop the vehicle to reach Luochuan. Suddenly feeling a surge of compassion, she inquired, "What is your name? Why have you come to Luochuan? If you're facing any troubles, please tell me. Perhaps I can assist you. My name is Lin Yun. I am not currently in any trouble. I have come here in search of my fiancé," Lin Yun stated, glancing at Yang Jiao, who seemed genuinely decent. Thus, he revealed the purpose of his visit. "Fiancé? Ha ha ha. With a fiancé like you, who would marry a pauper that can't even afford a train ticket? Don't be so ridiculous." Yangfeng couldn't help but mock. However, despite Lin Yun's remarkable patience, he could no longer endure Yangfeng's incessant taunts. In an instant, he appeared right in front of Yangfeng. Upon witnessing this, Yangfeng's expression changed dramatically, and he immediately became defensive. "What do you want, country bumpkin? I've trained before. Do you really think you could take me on?" Yet, before Yangfeng could finish his sentence, Lin Yun seized his collar and forcefully slammed him to the ground, offering him no chance for resistance whatsoever. "I warn you, if you dare to speak disrespectfully to me again, next time it won't be as simple as being thrown to the ground." Lin Yun emanated an aura that demanded respect. Seeing her brother, who had undergone military training, completely powerless before Lin Yun, Yang Jiao was utterly stunned. She forgot that her brother, Yangfeng, was still sprawled on the ground, gazing at Lin Yun like a starstruck admirer. Chapter 4. Journey to the fiancé's home. "Cease. What are you doing? Are you daydreaming again? Why are you just standing there staring at that menace? Hurry and help me up." Yangfeng, still on the ground, noticed his sister not only failing to assist him, but also gazing at his adversary with admiration. He was instantly filled with indignation. However, the fall had effectively quelled his anger. He could hardly dare to meet Lin Yun's gaze. Once Yang Jiao regained her composure, She approached Lin Yun with a beaming smile and then squatted down to help her disheveled brother to his feet. You must be Lin Yun, right? My brother was ignorant and offended you. Please don't hold it against him. Rest assured, I merely gave your thoughtless brother a minor lesson, hoping he learns not to look down on others. If I truly wanted to pursue matters further, his fate would be far worse. Lin Yun glanced casually at Yang Feng, who instinctively shuffled behind Yang Jiao, fearful of receiving another beating. You said your name is Lin Yun, correct? I'm Yang Jiao. I truly appreciate your leniency towards my brother. Now, it seems we have made an acquaintance. I know quite a few people in Luochuan City, so if you need assistance, feel free to ask. I will surely help. Yang Jiao's demeanor underwent a complete transformation, starkly contrasting her earlier arrogance as the head of the Luochuan City traffic team. Furthermore, even Yang Feng, having witnessed Lin Yun's prowess, no longer dared to treat him with disrespect, resembling a mouse hiding from a cat, remaining firmly behind Yang Jiao. Noticing this, Lin Yun furrowed his brow, contemplating the fact that he was about to seek out his betrothed. Yet he only knew her name and nothing about her family's whereabouts. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yun inquired, "Are you saying you are quite familiar with Luochuan City? I happen to have a matter I wish to discuss with you. Do you know where Yi Anren resides?" Yi Anren? Which Yi Anren are you referring to? What do you need her for? Are you acquainted with her? Upon hearing Lin Yun mention Yi Anren, Yang Jiao immediately associated the name with her only close friend, also named Yi Anren, and promptly bombarded Lin Yun with questions. To be honest, I do not know her personally. I only know her name, Yi Anren, and she's the fiancé I have come to seek. Oh, by the way, her father seems to be named Yi Yun. Beyond that, I am utterly unaware. Lin Yun instantly recalled a letter left by his mother for his grandfather, which mentioned the name of his future father-in-law. Upon hearing the name Yi Yun, Yang Jiao gasped. What a coincidence! My friend's father is also named Yi Yun. However, I see that you, Lin Yun, appear to be around the same age as my brother, merely in your 20s. My friend, however, like myself, is 23. How could she possibly be the fiancé you speak of? Indeed, my fiancé is 3 years my senior. Since all the conditions align, it must be her. Please, take me to meet her. Without hesitation, Lin Yun grasped Yang Jiao's hand, intent on having her lead him to his long-desired fiancée. Yet Yang Jiao nearly fainted from his sudden action, internally exclaiming, "Oh my, this is my first time. I have never held hands with another man, and now I find myself grasped by the man who claims to be my friend's betrothed." However, she mused, Lin Yun's hand was surprisingly gentle, devoid of any roughness. Observing his sister being held by the man who had just assaulted him, Yang Feng, despite his fear, mustered the courage to step forward. "Hey, what do you think you're doing? How can you just hold a girl's hand like that? Let go. You dare claim Anren is your fiancé? If she knew of your disgraceful behavior, she would surely skin you alive." Upon hearing Yang Feng's words, Lin Yun looked down and realized he was indeed holding Yang Jiao's hand. In a flurry, he released it. "Jiao, I apologize. This was indeed a rash act on my part. Please forgive me. I was merely overwhelmed with excitement upon learning of my fiancé's whereabouts and inadvertently offended you. I hope you will not take it to heart. Not at all. I bear you no ill will. Allow me to take you to find Anren and see if she is indeed the fiancé you speak of." In a short while, Lin Yun followed Yang Jiao and her brother into an official vehicle, which drove away from the bus and headed straight for Yi Anren's residence. Meanwhile, the portly bus driver received only a warning and faced no further consequences. Thus, the vehicle, carrying the trio, soon arrived at a villa district, but upon reaching the entrance, it unexpectedly came to a halt, not proceeding further into the premises. Yang Jiao promptly beckoned Lin Yun to disembark, saying, "Let us alight here. We shall walk in shortly. Along the way, I can enlighten you about the Yi family. Otherwise, should you inadvertently utter something inappropriate that might offend them, I would be unable to assist you. Is the Yi family particularly difficult to deal with? And what of Yi Anren? What is her appearance like? Is she physically sound?" Upon hearing Lin Yun's inquiries, Yang Feng beside them nearly burst into laughter, stifling the urge to chuckle due to Lin Yun's intimidating demeanor. Yang Jiao, however, was less restrained, shooting him an irritated glance. What are you saying? Anren is renowned as the most beautiful woman in Luochuan city. The line of suitors for her extends far beyond the city limits. How can you be concerned about her looks? Perhaps you should reflect on whether you are worthy of her affection. It is precisely because I worry about your tactlessness that I suggested you accompany me inside to learn about the Yi family. If it weren't for your audacious risk of climbing atop the car to seek your fiancé, Yi, I wouldn't bother to assist you. Lin Yun frowned immediately. I climbed onto the roof for the view. Besides, I do not perceive it as dangerous. I have engaged in far more perilous activities. All right, I shall not argue with you further. You are simply a stubborn one. Yang Jiao continued. I've been close friends with Anren since childhood. Yet she has never mentioned having a fiancé. I know her character too well. Do not be surprised if she casts you out. Chapter 5. Yi Anren Lin Yun exclaimed in astonishment. No way. Could she possibly have a violent streak? Enough of your ramblings. You shall find out when you meet her. Yang Jiao replied. I must inform you that although Uncle Yi appears to be in charge, it is Anren who truly holds the reins within the family. Since you are determined to meet her, may fortune smile upon you. With that, Yang Jiao disregarded Lin Yun's contemplation and, with a sly smile, led him briskly toward Yi Anren's residence. Before long, the trio arrived at the entrance of an elegant villa. Just as Yang Jiao prepared to ring the doorbell, Lin Yun's expression shifted to one of unprecedented anxiety. The door soon swung open, revealing a graceful young woman emerging from within. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yun rushed ahead of the Yang siblings, approaching the woman and excitedly exclaiming, Wife, I have finally met you. However, this bold move startled the young woman, who recoiled in alarm and shouted, Who are you? Are you out of your mind? In response, Yang Jiao swiftly intervened, pulling Lin Yun back and awkwardly apologizing to the woman. Aunt Ling, apologize? This lad is quite clueless and mistook you for someone else. Oh, it's Jiao. Who is this lad? How can he be so ill-mannered as to call someone wife? You nearly gave me a fright. I thought a madman had come to my door. The young woman glared at Yang Jiao, her expression filled with exasperation. Yang Jiao merely offered a shy smile to the young woman before swiftly pulling Lin Yun back, admonishing him with a disapproving tone. Lin Yun, you are mistaken. This is not Anren. She is Aunt Ling, the housekeeper of the family. Oh, I thought she was my fiancé, Anren, since I saw a woman coming out, Lin Yun said, equally embarrassed as he rubbed his forehead and lowered his gaze in shame. Witnessing this scene, Yang Feng, who stood nearby, could no longer contain himself and burst into raucous laughter. Ha! Oh my, this is too funny. I'm dying of laughter. Seeing Yang Feng audaciously mock him, Lin Yun shot a cold glare in his direction, making a fist gesture as a warning. At this, Yang Feng's boisterous laughter abruptly ceased. However, it was the housekeeper's shrill cry that prompted a man and a woman to hurriedly exit the villa. A young woman clad in a white shirt and tight jeans brandished a kitchen knife, accompanied by a middle-aged man with a bushy beard as they rushed toward the entrance. Loudly inquiring, Aunt Ling, what happened? Having learned from his previous misunderstanding, Lin Yun refrained from rushing forward this time, instead glancing at Yang Jiao, hoping for introduction. Yet, upon seeing the newcomers, Yang Jiao did not introduce them, but instead greeted them with a warm smile. Uncle Yi and ran. It's nothing, just a misunderstanding. We mistook someone. Upon hearing Anren's name from Yang Jiao, Lin Yun turned his gaze toward the young woman, and to his astonishment, he found himself captivated, silently reflecting. Indeed, as the old man said, she is truly stunning. What a treasure of a fiancé, When Yi Anren spotted Yang Jiao, she was equally surprised and rushed forward to grasp her hand. Oh, Jiao, what brings you here today? When I heard Aunt Ling calling out, I thought someone dared to cause trouble at the Yi residence. You gave me quite a scare. Following closely, Yi Tsungyuan, upon recognizing the familiar faces of Yang Jiao and her brother, politely suggested, since it's just a misunderstanding, let us not linger here. Come inside and sit down. Then, upon noticing Lin Yun, Yi Tsungyuan paused, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Who is this? He seems so familiar. yet I can't quite place him. Perceptive as ever. Lin Yun sensed the intense scrutiny directed at him and quickly shifted his gaze from Yi Anren to Yi Tsangyin, bowing respectfully. Uncle Yi, greetings. I am. Before he could finish, Yang Jiaozhou interjected. Uncle Yi, this is a friend of mine. Let us head inside to talk. Oh, yes, yes. It's not appropriate to converse here. Let us go inside and sit down. Yi Tsangyin glanced at Lin Yun once more, and without further contemplation, led several individuals into the living room. As they settled around the tea table, Aunt Ling, the housekeeper, promptly poured each person a cup of tea. When she approached Lin Yun, however, she became notably cautious, afraid that he might act erratically again. Sensing the housekeeper's unease, Lin Yun instinctively touched his forehead, feeling embarrassed and lowering his gaze. Observing this, Yang Jiao stepped in to mediate, addressing Lin Yun. All right, it was merely a misunderstanding. Now that the misunderstanding has been cleared, we should discuss the matter concerning you and Anran. The matter concerning me? Yi Anran looked at Lin Yun with confusion. Though he appeared ordinary, his features were rather handsome. She then turned to Yang Jiao and asked, Jiao, did you just say he has a matter with me? But I don't even know him. What could our matter possibly be? Yang Jiao did not directly clarify to Yi Anran. Instead, she cast a meaningful glance at Lin Yun, urging, what are you hesitating for? You were so excited to see him earlier. Now that you have, why the reluctance? Upon hearing Yang Jiao's cryptic words, the father-daughter duo of Yi Tsangyin shifted their attention to Lin Yun, who was still contemplating how to articulate his thoughts. After a moment of reflection, Lin Yun finally mustered the courage to stand, bow deeply to Yi Tsangyin, and earnestly declare, Greetings, esteemed father-in-law. I am Lin Yun, your future son-in-law. Bang! At this proclamation, the room fell into a profound silence. Yang Jiao immediately clutched her head in exasperation, murmuring in a tone only she could hear, is this lad genuinely inept at conversation, or is he merely pretending? Who speaks so directly, addressing someone as father-in-law upon first meeting? Once Yi Anran regained her composure, she was visibly displeased. Rising abruptly and disregarding her image, she pointed an accusatory finger at Lin Yun and scolded, You little brat, are you looking for trouble? How dare you come to my home and take advantage of me? If you call my father father-in-law, then what does that make me to you? Chapter 6, Misunderstanding. Lin Yun grinned broadly and replied, Indeed, you, Yi Anran, are to be my future fiancé. You must truly be courting disaster. As she spoke, Yi Anran entirely abandoned any semblance of a demure demeanor, seizing a nearby feather duster and swinging it toward Lin Yun. Fortunately, Lin Yun had trained since childhood. He reacted swiftly and dodged her strike with a nimble sidestep. He then shouted at Yi Anran, are you attempting to commit murder against your betrothed? I am indeed your fiancé. You can verify this with my esteemed father-in-law. You dare utter such nonsense again? Yi Anran's fury escalated as she glared at Lin Yun, raising the feather duster once more to unleash her wrath. However, just as she was about to advance, a large hand suddenly rested upon her shoulder, accompanied by a deep voice that stated, Anran, cease this at once. This young man, claiming to be Lin Yun, may very well be your fiancé. What? Yi Anran turned her head in disbelief toward her father, Yi Tsangyin, her anger palpable. Dad, the young man is spouting nonsense, tarnishing my daughter's reputation. And yet you are joining in the ruckus. Alas, Yi Tsangyin sighed, saying, Father is not speaking frivolously. You indeed haven't fiancé. This is my fault for never mentioning it to you over the years. What on earth is going on? Father, please clarify. The more I hear, the more confused I become. Very well. Today, I shall reveal the secrets that have been hidden for 20 years. Yi Tsangyin promptly took Yi Anran's hand and returned to the sofa, deep in thought as he spoke to her. I once had a brother-in-arms named Lin Jingtian, whom you may refer to as Uncle Lin. We often gathered together, sharing drinks and confiding in one another. Even after your birth, he found his beloved, and he would bring his fiancée, Yi, to our home to visit us from time to time. Each time they came, they would bring you various toys. Curiously, you were especially fond of them. Upon seeing them, you would cry and clamor for their embrace. Over time, they grew to cherish you as if you were their own daughter. Until 20 years ago, when they had a son, we made a decision to betroth you both as children. What? A betrothal? Yi Anren exclaimed, her mouth agape in astonishment. But from what you say, Uncle Lin's son must be younger than I. Moreover, how is it that I have never met Uncle Lin, nor have I heard you speak of him? Indeed, that is because it is a sorrowful tale I wish to forget. Yi Yuan's expression grew grave as he continued. Your Uncle Lin became a father out of wedlock due to family circumstances. Tragically, just the day before they were to announce the birth of their child to his family, they met with a fatal accident, both losing their lives. When I arrived, even the infant in the cradle had mysteriously vanished without a trace. Father-in-law, yes, 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 I am that very infant. Lin Yun stepped forward excitedly, proclaiming, I was taken away by my grandfather. However, Yi Yuan did not immediately heed Lin Yun's claims, reminded of those painful memories. He choked back his emotions and continued. Had it not been for this young man named Lin Yun mentioning it, I might have forgotten about it altogether. Now that he has brought it up, I might as well share it with you, for you would eventually learn the truth. After hearing Yi Yuan's narrative, Yi Anren stood there, momentarily unable to process the information, until she gradually regained her composure and suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. With wide eyes, she fixed her gaze on Lin Yun and demanded, Young man, surely you heard what my father just recounted. The infant betrothed to me has long since disappeared. After all these years, who knows if they were taken by wild dogs? Now you come forth claiming to be that lost infant. What proof do you have to substantiate your claim? Indeed, young man, do you possess any evidence to demonstrate that you are that missing child? Yi Yuan also cast a skeptical glance at Lin Yun. Faced with their inquiries, Lin Yun was momentarily taken aback. After pondering for a moment, he promptly declared, I have evidence. Just wait, I shall retrieve it for you. He then placed his backpack on the table and rummaged through it, producing a tattered small bundle. Behold, this is the token that can prove my identity. As Lin Yun waved a bracelet he was intimately familiar with before him, Yi Anren swiftly snatched it away, exclaiming furiously, How do you possess my bracelet? I wondered why it suddenly went missing a few days ago. It turns out you little rascal stole it. Hey, what are you saying? This is a keepsake from my parents. They told me that once I presented this bracelet to you, you would naturally recognize my identity. Lin Yun retorted. Moreover, I only just arrived here from my grandfather's house today, and your bracelet went missing days ago. That has nothing to do with me. If you wish to feign ignorance regarding this engagement, you could simply say so without resorting to this charade. At that moment, Yang Jiao cautiously stepped forward, interrupting their exchange. Anren, let me speak. I can attest to this. He indeed arrived in Luochuan city only today. He is not lying. Jiao, whose friend are you? Anyway, how can you support him? Yi Anren retorted angrily. Even if you saw him arrive today, how do we know he isn't deliberately fabricating this fade of arriving in Luochuan city today? Yi Anren glared at Yang Jiao with indignation. After being rebuked, Yang Jiao retreated, closing her mouth in fear of inciting her best friend's anger once more. Just then, Yi Tsung, witnessing their ongoing dispute, suddenly exclaimed, Enough! Let us settle this. To ascertain whether the bracelet Lin Yun presents is indeed the one Anren lost, we need only examine the engraving on the inner circle of the bracelet. The truth will be revealed. I recall that my brother's wife prepared 2 bracelets. One engraved with Ran was meant for Anren, while the other, inscribed with Yun, was designated for Anren's fiancé. Chapter 7, A Blow. Yi Anren exclaimed in astonishment, Father, the bracelet I frequently wear. Could it truly be that so-called betrothal token? Then what else could it be? I refrained from telling you earlier because you were still young, and I had lost track of your fiancé. Now that this young man claiming to be Lin Yun stands before you, we must acknowledge this engagement. If his identity is false, then it is fortunate. However, should he indeed be your fiancé, we must abide by the promise made years ago. Yi Anren did not respond, but instead seized the bracelet to scrutinize it closely, her mind fervently praying, Heaven, please grant me protection. May the inner side of this bracelet not bear the inscription Yun. If there must be an engraving, let it be Ran. Reality, however, stands in stark contrast to one's expectations. That which one fervently wishes to avoid unexpectedly materializes before one's very eyes. Upon examining the bracelet, a small inscription was indeed discernible along its inner circle. Yet, the character inscribed was not the coveted Ran that had occupied her thoughts. Rather, it was a detestable character, Yun. The moment this character confronted her, Yi Anren resembled a wilted eggplant, standing frozen in place, rendered speechless. Noticing Yi Anren's peculiar state after her inspection of the bracelet, Yi Tsungyuan hastily inquired, "Anren, what did you see? Do share." However, before she could utter a word, Lin Yun stepped forth with a cheerful demeanor and addressed Yi Tsung, "Dear father-in-law, please do not press my wife for answers. It is quite evident from her expression. She has seen the bracelet inscribed with my name, Yun, rather than the lost one bearing Ran. Oh, could it be that you are indeed the son of my long-lost brother? Pray tell, what caused your sudden disappearance back then? And how have you managed to survive all these years? Yes, esteemed father-in-law, I am Lin Yun, your future son-in-law. Before the unfortunate incident involving my parents, my mother had an inexplicable premonition and wrote a letter to my grandfather, meticulously arranging for my future. Thankfully, he took me in and raised me, only revealing these truths to me yesterday. I have come to understand my lineage, and I am aware that a fiancé awaits my return. Thus, I hastened from my grandfather's side without delay, hoping Anren would not resent my prolonged absence. After this heartfelt revelation, Yi Tsungyuan clasped Lin Yun's hand with fervor, his excitement palpable as he exclaimed, "It is not too late. Your return is perfectly timed. Lin Yun, it is I, Yibo, who failed in my duties, allowing you to suffer in solitude all these years. But rest assured, now that you have returned, I shall choose an auspicious day for you and Anren to wed, to honor the spirits of the Lin couple." Upon hearing the prospect of a swift marriage, Lin Yun nearly shouted with joy, nodding fervently as he feigned modesty. "Indeed, indeed. I shall defer to your arrangements regarding my union with Anren." Yet, at that moment, Yi Anren, regaining her composure, approached Lin Yun with a look of disdain. Scrutinizing the rather unrefined and younger man before her, she declared, "What do you mean, good? Do you truly believe you are worthy to be my husband? Let me be clear, to be my spouse, one must possess extraordinary qualities, at the very least, the capability to wield influence in Luochuan City. You, on the other hand, appear to be nothing more than a brazen, impoverished man devoid of any assets. Tell me, what do you possess now? If I were to marry you, would you be able to provide for me, or do you expect me to support you instead?" After being struck by Yi Anren's words, Lin Yun felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. He lowered his head to observe his incongruous attire and reflected on the fact that he lacked even a semblance of a proper home. To this day, he was still sharing a humble thatched cottage in the mountains with his grandfather. In contrast, he gazed at the luxurious villa where Yi Anren resided, along with what Yang Jiaojiao had shared, that Yi Anren was a formidable career woman who had successfully propelled her family's business to great heights through her own endeavors. After a moment of silence, Lin Yun lifted his head once more, his gaze resolute and earnest as he addressed Yi Anren. "Anren, do not be misled by my current circumstances. Should we wed, I am determined to strive and build a career to support you. Unnecessary, I, Anren, possess the capability to sustain myself. I shall never yield to a mere marriage contract," she retorted fiercely. "Moreover, I can clearly inform you that someone like you is not at all to my taste. If I were to marry a younger brother with nothing to my name, how would the people of Luochuan view me? Would they not perceive you as my kept man? If you truly possess the ability," she continued, "then make a name for yourself in Luochuan, and perhaps I will reconsider this marriage proposal. Until then, all discussions are off the table. Even if others see me as your kept man, I would not mind. I am indifferent to the opinions of others," Lin Yun replied. "Your thick skin may not be an issue, but have you considered my feelings?" Yi Anren shot back, her voice rising in anger. In that instant, Lin Yun found himself at a loss for words, fumbling for a response, but unable to articulate anything meaningful. At that moment, Yi Tsungyuan approached and interjected, "Anren, are you not placing me in a difficult position? Your marriage was a mutual agreement between your Uncle Lin and me years ago. How will I face the Lin couple in the afterlife if you suddenly withdraw? Father, you need not concern yourself with this matter. I have already made my position clear to Lin Yun. If he genuinely wishes to pursue this marriage, he must establish himself in Luochuan and earn my respect through his accomplishments. Otherwise, there is nothing to discuss, because I have already stated that the man I, Yi Anren, intend to marry is not a nameless individual, but a man of great stature. Sighing deeply, Yi Tsangyan turned to Lin Yun and lamented, Lin Yun, what are we to do? It is not that Yi uncle is unwilling to acknowledge your marriage, but Anren's temperament is simply such. Chapter 8, A Promise Made. Yi uncle, do not blame yourself. I hold no grievances against you or Anren. I have come to realize that I was indeed too impulsive. A girl as exceptional as Anren is not someone I am worthy of at this moment. I understand her inability to accept me. It would be a challenge for any girl to embrace a man she has just met, especially one whose circumstances fall short of her own. Following this incident, Lin Yun did not succumb to despair. Rather, he unexpectedly exhibited an unprecedented aura of maturity and confidence, declaring, Rest assured, I, Lin Yun, hereby make a promise to you all. I shall establish a remarkable endeavor in Luochuan city that will leave you in awe, and I will ensure that Iran comes to recognize and accept me anew. When that time arrives, I shall host a grand wedding that will draw the entire city of Luochuan to celebrate. I will make Iran willingly and splendidly marry me. Truly, I am worthy of being Jing Tian's son. I hope that in my lifetime, you can fulfill your words and not disappoint this old man. Yi Tsangyan immediately patted Lin Yun on the shoulder, gazing at him with admiration. Observing the transformation of Lin Yun from his previously carefree demeanor to one of newfound maturity, Yi Anren furrowed her brow and scrutinized him for a while before slowly responding, Very well. It is settled then. If you can indeed achieve something that impresses me, I, Yi Anren, would not mind getting to know you again and attempting to accept you, this younger man. Let's wait and see. This bracelet was given to me by my parents. You can now return it to me. After uttering these words, Lin Yun disregarded Yi Anren's reaction and directly retrieved the bracelet from her hand, placing it back into his backpack. Once he had finished organizing his belongings, he silently headed toward the gate of the Yi residence. The Yang siblings, who had remained silent until this point, began to feel a twinge of sympathy for Lin Yun as the situation unfolded. They promptly addressed Yi Anren and her companion, Uncle Yi Anren. Since there seems to be nothing more to discuss here, we shall take our leave. I will visit your home again when I have the time. Without waiting for Yi Anren's response, the siblings rushed to follow Lin Yun's departing figure. Lin Yun, where are you going? Upon hearing Yang Jiao's call, Lin Yun paused, turning to her with a smile. Thank you both for guiding me today. We shall part ways here. I must find a place to settle down in Luochuan city and prepare for what lies ahead. You are new to Luochuan and unfamiliar with the area. Why not let me help you find a place to stay? Wouldn't that be too much trouble for you? Not all. It's no trouble whatsoever. Just bring your things and follow me. As she spoke, Yang Jiao disregarded Lin Yun's consent and pulled him into the official vehicle parked at the entrance of the villa district. Yang Feng took on the role of the driver, and under Yang Jiao's direction, they swiftly arrived at a modest residential community. Upon realizing that they had come to the very community where he resided, Yang Feng gazed at his sister in astonishment and asked, Sister, why have you brought Lin Yun to our neighborhood? I recall there are no vacant houses available for rent here. Who told you I was bringing him here to find a place to stay? I intend to invite him to reside with us temporarily, allowing him to save on rent while also enabling us to assist him more conveniently in times of need. Ah, sharing the same roof with us? Indeed. Do you harbor any objections? Let me remind you, this house is mine, and technically, you are merely a guest here. Should you dare to voice any dissent, I would not hesitate to evict you. Yang Jiao, brimming with pride, cast a look at Yang Feng that brooked no argument. Upon receiving such a threat, Yang Feng trembled slightly, feeling as if he were restrained by blood ties, and immediately suppressed any further objections, sealing his lips in silence. Observing this, Lin Yun, feeling somewhat embarrassed, addressed Yang Jiao, saying, Sister Jiao, would it be inappropriate for me to suddenly move in with you? After all, we have only recently become acquainted. What could possibly be inappropriate? You are the fiancé of my closest friend, and you are of the same age as my brother. I have long considered you as a brother, she replied confidently. Rest assured, my house is quite spacious. With just the three of us, it will be entirely convenient. I have no reservations. Why should you? Just the three of us? What about your parents? Don't they live with you? You might not be aware, but my parents have no shortage of housing. They are engaged in business, and in this city of Luochuan, they conduct quite a substantial trade. They expect that Yang Feng and I will take over the family business. However, both of us have no desire to be entangled in the sordidness of money. So we moved out against their wishes. Lin Yun nodded, seemingly understanding why Yang Jiao and her brother chose not to live with their parents. He then said, "In that case, I shall not impose for long. However, please rest assured that once I am settled, I will move out as soon as possible." "Not at all. Stay as long as you wish. Aside from me, no one dares to evict you. Should anyone harbor ill intentions towards you, I will not let them off lightly." Yang Jiao sot athir glanja et Yang Feng. Perceiving that her words were aimed at him, Yang Feng quickly changed his expression, smiling broadly as he stepped forward to take Lin Yun's backpack, warmly declaring, "Yes, Lin Yun, feel free to stay here as long as you like. No one will interfere with you." The siblings then enthusiastically ushered Lin Yun into Yang Jiao's home, observing the spacious three-bedroom apartment. While it may not rival the opulence of Yi Anren's villa, it was nonetheless filled with the essence of life. Lin Yun stood frozen, feeling somewhat awkward, as this was his first visit to a home inhabited by a girl. Noticing his discomfort, Yang Jiao promptly patted Lin Yun on the shoulder, saying, "What are you standing there for? I must inform you, I have not hired any maids to attend to you. You will need to manage everything yourself." Understood. I do not require any maid. I can manage on my own." "Very well then. Come with me. I have a vacant room that will be yours from now on." Yang Jiao promptly led Lin Yun to one of the unoccupied chambers. "All right. After a long day, I believe you must be weary. It's best for you to rest early. Starting today, this room is yours, and mine is directly opposite yours. The room next to you belongs to Yang Feng. From now on, we shall truly be cohabiting under the same roof. Should you have any questions or uncertainties, feel free to approach me or Yang Feng. If you find yourself with free time in the next few days, you can explore the surroundings. Yang Feng and I have our duties to attend to, so we won't be able to accompany you." Noticing Lin Yun's rather shabby appearance, Yang Jiao retrieved several new outfits from Yang Feng's room and handed them to Lin Yun, saying, "I see your figure is quite similar to Yang Feng's. Please change out of those clothes." As the saying goes, a person is judged by their attire. If you wish to make a name for yourself in Luochuan, you must first enhance your image. Otherwise, you will be looked down upon wherever you go, making it difficult to accomplish anything. "Here, take these new clothes." "Okay, I understand. Thank you, Sister Jiao," Lin Yun responded. "Sister, these are my clothes. How can you just give them away without my consent?" Yang Feng interjected, exasperated. "Can't you be a bit more magnanimous? What is wrong with lending a few of your outfits? If you're reluctant, I can give you money to buy new ones." The nature of this situation is entirely different. He was cut off by a fierce glare that silenced him. Watching his hard-earned, newly purchased clothes being unceremoniously given away felt like a bitter pill to swallow for Yang Feng. However, oblivious to Yang Feng's distress, Yang Jiao continued her warm-hearted conversation with Lin Yun. "By the way, I also have an old mobile phone that you can use. It contains my and Yang Feng's numbers, so you can reach out to us anytime you need assistance." As Lin Yun observed the genuine warmth and thoughtfulness emanating from Yang Jiao, he felt an unprecedented emotion swell within him. Overcome with gratitude, he impulsively embraced her, exclaiming, "Sister Jiao, you are so kind to me. I will surely repay your kindness in the future." Yet, in that moment of embrace, Yang Jiao trembled slightly, her cheeks flushing with a sudden shyness. Yang Feng, witnessing his sister being embraced so brazenly, was infuriated and pulled them apart, exclaiming, "Lin Yun, you ingrate! How could you take advantage of my sister, who has shown you such kindness? Do you not understand the propriety of maintaining distance between the sexes?" She has never held hands or been embraced by another man before. And now you have claimed both in one day. How will she face her future brother-in-law after this? Realizing the impropriety of his actions, Lin Yun immediately bowed apologetically to Yang Jiaojiao, saying, "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to, Sister Jiaojiao. I grew up in the mountains with my grandfather, who never imparted to me the wisdom of the propriety between men and women. I hope you won't hold it against me." Lin Yun, do not heed Yang Feng's nonsensical remarks. It is perfectly fine. I will not blame you. So, do not take it to heart. Yang Jiaojiao's complexion instantly returned to its natural hue, yet her mind lingered on the moment when Lin Yun held her tightly, leaving her with an insatiable yearning. After a brief pause, she continued, "All right, we shall not disturb your rest any longer. Yang Feng and I have official business to attend to, so you may enjoy your solitude at home." Yes, that is fine, Jiao. You both may go. There is no need to keep me company." Subsequently, Yang Jiao and Yang Feng departed to fulfill their duties, leaving Lin Yun alone in the empty room. After refreshing himself and trimming his hair with scissors, he donned a stylish new outfit, transforming his appearance entirely, radiating a vibrant and handsome aura. Not only did his looks undergo a dramatic transformation, but his entire demeanor also elevated to new heights. Upon closer inspection, he rivaled the privileged young Master Yang Feng, accustomed to a life of luxury. Having tidied himself, Lin Yun did not choose to rest. Instead, he sat alone on the living room sofa, lost in thought, reflecting on the events of the day. He recalled the words of his fiancée, Yi Anren, who stated that unless he achieved something significant in Luochuan, there was little chance of her honoring their engagement. However, he found himself in this unfamiliar Luochuan, utterly alone, pondering how he might swiftly establish a career. After much contemplation, Lin Yun suddenly remembered that he had a grandfather he had never met. Perhaps he could seek him out with the jade pendant to obtain his assistance, thus expediting his goals. Yet, the thought of this grandfather, who had once looked down upon his mother and interfered in his parents' relationship, ultimately leading to their demise, filled him with disdain. He felt no urgency to seek recognition from someone who might regard him with the same contempt. With this notion dismissed, he recalled his parents' letter, which mentioned a sum of money they had left for him. Indeed, since they indicated that they had set aside funds for him, he could utilize this money as his initial capital to establish himself in Luochuan. With newfound determination, Lin Yun sprang from the sofa and hurried back to his room. He retrieved the letter from his backpack, which bore the words "Trust Fund" inscribed upon it. Sitting at the edge of his bed, he scrutinized the document closely, only to find that much of the content eluded his understanding. However, upon reaching the final page, he discovered a striking line, the name of the fund manager, Zhang Mingyu, along with his contact information. Upon glancing at the contact information belonging to a certain Zhang Mingyu, Lin Yun hesitated for a moment, pondering whether he should reach out to inquire. After all, this name and contact number were the only comprehensible elements within the document. The rest comprised esoteric jargon that he could scarcely decipher regarding the disbursement of funds. Chapter 10. Young Master? After much deliberation, Lin Yun ultimately picked up the phone that Yang Jiaojiao had entrusted to him and meticulously entered the digits from the document, one by one. With a heart full of trepidation, he dialed the number. However, after attempting to connect without success, a wave of resignation washed over him. He tossed the phone aside and slumped onto the sofa, raking his fingers through his hair in frustration, muttering incessantly, "Ah, this is maddening. How on earth am I to establish a career in this bustling city of Luochuan?" After a brief silence, Lin Yun abruptly stood from the sofa, murmuring to himself, "Forget it, I shan't dwell on this. Since I cannot conjure up any suitable endeavors at the moment, I might as well venture outside to explore the splendor of this metropolitan marvel." However, just as he reached the door, ready to step outside, the phone he had carelessly discarded began to vibrate with an urgent buzz. Lin Yun halted mid-step, turned, and picked up the phone. How curious. Who could be calling now? Could it be Jiao? Upon pressing the answer button, a middle-aged man's voice resonated through the receiver. "Is this young Master Lin? Young Master? What young Master?" Lin Yun questioned, bewildered. "I am Lin, but I am no young master." "You say your surname is Lin?" "That is indeed correct." For this number is known to but one individual, and you have just dialed it. I called your number? Lin Yun began to ponder, recalling that he had indeed attempted to make a call, albeit unsuccessfully. Realization struck him as he exclaimed, "Could it be that you are the fund manager Zhang Mingyu mentioned in the document?" "Indeed, young Master Lin. I have awaited your call for a full 20 years, and at long last, it has come." "Awaited me?" "Yes. Where are you currently? Shall we meet to discuss matters?" Lin Yun fell silent for a moment, contemplating the situation. Even if the caller turned out to be a fraud, he had nothing to lose, for he was devoid of any possessions worth deceiving. Thus, it would be prudent to meet this individual, inquire about the unexpected title of young master, and seek clarity regarding the funds his mother had left him. Resolute in his decision, Lin Yun acquiesced to the meeting proposal, and after receiving the rendezvous details, he promptly exited his residential complex, hailing a taxi. As the taxi navigated through the streets, Lin Yun soon arrived at the entrance of CF. Once the vehicle came to a halt, the driver approached the rear door with a respectful demeanor, opening it and stating, "Sir, your fare is 30 yuan. Would you prefer to pay via WeChat or in cash?" "What?" Lin Yun was momentarily taken aback, patting his pockets only to discover that he had no money on him. It wasn't that he had forgotten to bring cash. Rather, he simply had none to carry. As for the driver's mention of WeChat Pay, Lin Yun was utterly perplexed, having no familiarity with the term. In a state of embarrassment, he turned to the driver and said, "Master, please hold on for a moment. I will call someone to pay the fare." The driver, utterly speechless, pondered to himself, "This young man appears well-dressed, yet he cannot even produce 30 yuan. Could he be facing some difficulties?" Nevertheless, the driver maintained a cheerful demeanor, replying to Lin Yun, "No rush, no rush. Please make your call. I will wait." Without hesitation, Lin Yun retrieved his old mobile phone and located the soul call record from earlier, dialing the number without a second thought. Upon the call connecting, Lin Yun, devoid of any embarrassment, stated, "I have arrived at the CF you mentioned. Please come out and pay the fare." Upon hearing that Lin Yun could not even afford the fare, a middle-aged man hurriedly descended from the second floor of the CF. The moment he laid eyes on Lin Yun at the entrance, he was rendered speechless, muttering, "So strikingly similar. Truly remarkable." However, observing the well-groomed middle-aged man before him, Lin Yun, with a hint of confusion, inquired, "You are Zhang Mingyu, the person I spoke to on the phone, correct?" "Yes, yes, indeed, young Master Lin. I am Zhang Mingyu. Where have you been all these years? I had no news of you, and I thought you." Zhang Mingyu approached, bowing respectfully as he spoke. Yet, Lin Yun was bewildered by Zhang Mingyu's demeanor and quickly interjected, "Please, first assist me with the fare. As for this young master business, let's discuss that in a quieter place." "Ah, yes. Indeed, this is not the place for such conversation. I will pay the fare immediately, and then I shall take you to a more tranquil location for a detailed discussion." Upon overhearing their exchange, the driver suddenly realized, muttering to himself, "Oh, so it is the heir of a wealthy family come to reconnect with relatives. No wonder he cannot even manage 30 yuan." Unfazed by the driver's expression, Zhang Mingyu produced a 100 yuan note and handed it to the driver, saying, "You need not return the excess. Your willingness to bring my young master here despite his financial predicament is appreciated, so consider this a token of gratitude." "Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss." The driver, receiving the bill, was even more exhilarated than Zhang Mingyu had been upon meeting Lin Yun, bowing deeply twice in gratitude. Ignoring the driver's fervent thanks, Zhang Mingyu led Lin Yun into the CF, guiding him to a serene and elegant second floor. As Lin Yun gazed at the desolate second floor, he instinctively began to survey his surroundings. Observing this, Zhang Mingyu, with a beaming smile, promptly invited Lin Yun to take a seat at a nearby table, saying, "Young master, you need not worry about any outsiders. I have reserved the entire second floor. No one will interrupt our conversation from now on." "Reserved it? I wonder how much that must have cost," Lin Yun replied with curiosity, fixing his gaze on Zhang Mingyu. "Are you quite wealthy?" Zhang Mingyu appeared somewhat awkward at this inquiry, unsure of how to respond. After a moment of contemplation, he solemnly stated, "Let me put it this way. My wealth is at your disposal. If used judiciously, It would last several lifetimes. Chapter 11. The legendary deeds of my parents, however. Lin Yun's brow suddenly furrowed, deepening his confusion. What do you mean by my money is your money? And what is this about it lasting several lifetimes? Furthermore, why do you suddenly refer to me as young master? Please clarify, as your words are only adding to my bewilderment. I merely wish to withdraw the funds my mother bequeathed to me. Why complicate matters so? With that, Lin Yun produced an envelope marked with the words trust fund and tossed it to Zhang Mingyu, saying here, "This is the primary reason for my visit. Please refrain from discussing anything unrelated." Chuckling, Zhang Mingyu opened the envelope, verified its contents, and then replied with a cheerful demeanor, "Young master, everything I previously mentioned is indeed pertinent to you. Since it seems you are struggling to comprehend, allow me to elucidate further." Zhang Mingyu lifted a cup of coffee from the table, took a sip, and after a moment of reflection, placed it back down, with a voice tinged with melancholy. He continued, "The reason I say my money is your money is due to the profound gratitude I owe your parents, Lin Jingtian and Han Xiu. They have been like rebirth parents to me, and all that I possess today is a result of their generosity. I once promised them that I, Zhang Mingyu, would follow them throughout my life. Even when they are no longer present, I shall treat their descendants with the same respect and care. And you are their only son, so it is only fitting that I address you as young master." "You mean to say you knew my parents? What kind of people were they?" Lin Yun exclaimed, his eyes wide with excitement as he stood up. "More than just knowing them, I fought alongside your parents in the fierce battles of the business world in Luochuan. The struggles we faced were nothing short of brutal. I believe that anyone who rose to prominence in this city over the past 20 years would tremble at the mere mention of Lin Jingtian and Han Xiu. Were they truly that formidable? Indeed, they were among the most capable individuals I have ever encountered. In less than 2 years, they transformed the Lin family from an obscure, humble clan into one of the top 3 families in all of Luochuan. Since the Lin family has attained its current status, it is entirely due to the efforts of my parents. Why did my grandfather and the others not accept my mother earlier, allowing them to marry openly? If that had been the case, my parents would not have faced an unplanned pregnancy, and the subsequent accident could have been avoided, sparing me from losing them and spending 2 decades in the remote mountains with my grandfather." As Lin Yun spoke, his agitation grew, and his eyes reflected an immense resentment towards the Lin family. Observing this, Zhang Mingyu stepped forward and gently patted Lin Yun's shoulder, saying, "Alas, as for your grandfather and the Lin family's thoughts, I am at a loss to understand, and thus I cannot offer you counsel. However, one thing you must acknowledge is that even if the accident had not occurred, some other misfortune would have befallen them." Lin Yun furrowed his brow, perplexed, and asked, "What do you mean by that? Are you suggesting that my parents' accident was indeed orchestrated by someone?" "There is indeed a possibility. I have been investigating this matter for years, but I have yet to find conclusive evidence to identify who instigated that driver. As the very driver who collided with your parents also met with an unusual incident shortly thereafter. Moreover, your parents had offended numerous individuals, each of whom would have relished the prospect of something happening to them." Lin Yun clenched his teeth, his fists tightening as he inquired, "Are those who wished ill upon my parents still in Luochuan?" "They are indeed, almost all of them." "Then I shall go confront them and settle the score." "Young master, please do not act impulsively. They are all prominent figures in Luochuan now. You cannot simply approach them. Furthermore, even if you were to meet them, what could you accomplish? We lack sufficient evidence to prove that your parents' death is connected to them. Not only that, but the majority of them place great importance on their own safety, often hiring skilled individuals to protect themselves. Thus, even if you went, you would not be able to reach them." "That may not be the case," Lin Yun retorted with disdain in his eyes. "I have not wasted the past 20 years spent with my grandfather in the wilderness. I refuse to believe that those hired to protect them can deter me. Young master, heed my advice. Bravery without strategy is not true courage. Even if you wish to confront them, it is crucial to wait until you are powerful enough to stand on equal footing or surpass them before settling the score one by one." Lin Yun glared at Zhang Mingyu, his face filled with resentment as he shouted, "Then tell me, how can I rapidly become strong enough to be their equal or superior?" You must understand how difficult it is for someone with nothing like me to quickly rise. Zhang Mingyu suddenly chuckled and replied, Young master, do not fret. Am I not here to support you? Moreover, the sum your mother left you is sufficient to overshadow the majority of the wealthy and influential families in Luochuan. Do they truly leave me such a considerable amount? Why would I deceive you? Zhang Mingyu suddenly tore open the envelope and extracted the documents within, pointing to a line of numbers for Lin Yun to observe. Look, count the zeros for yourself. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s. Lin Yun immediately began to tally the digits, only to exclaim in astonishment, No way. 50 billion. How can there be so much? And that's merely the principal. If we consider the returns over the past 20 years, it must now exceed at least 100 billion. 100 billion. Such an enormous sum. How shall we utilize this wealth? Young master, do not be too hasty. To withdraw these funds, you must personally sign for the release. However, within the next couple of days, I will swiftly devise a plan for you on how to best utilize this money for your consideration. Once the plan is ready, we shall spring into action. It will undoubtedly allow the force you build to make a resounding impact throughout Luochuan City. Very well. Once you have a feasible plan, do inform me immediately. At that point, we shall commence settling accounts with all those who oppose my parents. Chapter 12. A serendipitous encounter in the park. I also wish to demonstrate to my fiancée that I am not the useless and destitute individual she perceives me to be. Did she not state that I must accomplish something significant to earn her admiration before she would honor our engagement? I shall indeed establish an enterprise worthy of her respect. Let's see what she will say then. Fiancé, Zhang Mingyu suddenly seemed to recall something. Young master, are you referring to Yi Anren of the Yi family? Indeed. What of it, Uncle Zhang? Do you know her? Zhang Mingyu's expression turned somewhat peculiar as he replied, Young master, you may not be aware, but the 100 billion assets your mother left you may not even catch Yi Anren's eye. As far as I know, the Yi family's assets are nearing 1 trillion. Moreover, their current stature is entirely attributed to Yi Anren's years of hard work. She is renowned in the Luochuan business community as a formidable woman. At such a young age, she possesses an extraordinary vision and determination. If you truly manage to take her as your wife, it would indeed be a blessing. She would undoubtedly become your wise partner. Ha! Lin Yun awkwardly scratched his head and chuckled. Uncle Zhang, discussing this seems rather premature. You do not realize that Yi Anren currently doesn't even spare me a glance. If it weren't for Uncle Ye's intervention, she would have even considered breaking off our engagement. Breaking off the engagement? Has she done so yet? Oh, not yet. She merely set a condition. I must achieve something remarkable in Luochuan that would catch her attention before she will reconsider our engagement. Otherwise, she won't even deign to look my way. Is that so? After pondering for a moment, Zhang Mingyu reassured him, Young master, fret not. As the saying goes, a tiger father does not beget a dog son. Your parents are exceptional individuals. You are certainly no ordinary person. I firmly believe that in the near future, you will command respect in Luochuan and accomplish a monumental feat. At the very least, you are no longer devoid of resources. You have me by your side, diligently assisting you in the substantial fortune left by your parents as a starting capital. You should boldly seize this opportunity. Indeed, Lin Yun nodded solemnly and declared, I will certainly succeed. With that, he said, I shall return now to make the necessary preparations. Should you have any questions, do not hesitate to contact me. Shortly after Zhang Mingyu departed, Lin Yun lingered in the CF alone for a while, contemplating his next steps. He glanced at the dark coffee on the table and, driven by curiosity, he lifted the cup and took a sip. However, the moment the bitter liquid touched his palate, Lin Yun's expression morphed into one of disbelief. Ugh, what is this ghastly concoction? Why is it so bitter? Are these people out of their minds, spending money to endure such suffering? Sighing, he mused, I truly cannot comprehend this bunch down the mountain. Isn't this akin to forcing oneself to endure hardship? Deciding it best to leave, Lin Yun hastily exited the CAF. Lacking funds, he retraced his steps back. Fortunately, his exceptional memory and stamina rendered the journey effortless. As he neared his residence and noticed it was still early evening, he pondered that perhaps Yang Jiaojiao and her brother had yet to return. Unsure of what to do upon his return, he opted to stroll through a nearby park, observing a group of elderly men and women leisurely dancing and strolling. Lin Yun felt a pang of reflection. These city dwellers truly know how to enjoy life. They spend their days well-fed with nothing to do but wander aimlessly. How different from the elderly in the countryside, who toil endlessly from dawn till dusk. Such is the disparity of fate. Just as Lin Yun was lost in thought, a frantic voice suddenly echoed from a corner of the garden. "Old Yang, what has happened to you? Please don't scare me." Narrowing his eyes, Lin Yun looked over to see an elderly woman sitting on the ground, desperately shaking an unconscious old man while calling out loudly. Without hesitation, Lin Yun approached, crouched down, and inquired, "What has happened to this old man? Is he your husband?" The elderly woman's expression shifted to one of embarrassment as she quickly replied, "No, he is not my husband. He is merely a friend. Young man, I implore you, please call for an ambulance. We were just sharing a simple embrace." And suddenly his heart began racing, and he couldn't catch his breath. Upon hearing her words, Lin Yun instantly grasped the situation, his eyes widening in astonishment as he regarded the pair. How should I address your predicament? At your age, why are you sneaking into the park for such antics?" The elderly woman, in a flurry of desperation, grasped Lin Yun's arm. "I beg you, please help me. Old Yang cannot come to harm. If anything happens to him, his family will surely blame me." Lin Yun sighed, grasping the old man's hand to check his pulse. "Consider yourselves fortunate to have encountered me. Had it been someone else, even if you called for an ambulance now, it would be too late." You possess medical knowledge? Are you a doctor?" "While I cannot claim the title of doctor, I do possess some understanding of the craft." After taking the pulse, Lin Yun released the old man's hand and turned to the elderly woman, advising, "This man clearly suffers from heart disease. You must refrain from allowing him to engage in reckless behavior. His frail body cannot withstand any further strain." Yes, we shall not dare again. Young man, I implore you, please awaken him quickly." "Very well. I shall administer a few acupuncture needles." As he spoke, Lin Yun retrieved a pouch filled with silver needles from his possession, laying it open on the ground. He selected a needle and inserted it into the old man's chest, targeting the heart region. With the rhythmic manipulation of the needle by Lin Yun's fingers, the old man gradually regained consciousness. Upon Lin Yun withdrawing the needle, the elderly man opened his eyes, gazing at the two with a look of bewilderment. Seeing this, the elderly woman quickly assisted the old man to his feet. Patting him as she exclaimed, "Mr. Yang, you have finally awakened. You truly frightened me this time. I shall never again accompany you to this park for such foolishness. Had it not been for this young man's timely intervention, you might not have witnessed the sunrise tomorrow." Chapter 13. Gratitude. What? I was saved by this young man? Indeed, given your condition just now, even an ambulance would have been of no help. Upon realizing he owed his life to the young man before him, Mr. Yang's eyes widened in admiration as he fervently grasped Lin Yun's hand, saying, "Young man, I cannot thank you enough for saving my life. However, my heart condition is notoriously difficult to recover from without prompt medication. I am curious as to what method you employed to awaken me, without any drugs?" As Lin Yun tidied up the silver needles, he replied, "Your ailment is not particularly challenging to treat. I merely needed to administer a few acupuncture needles, and you would be restored. If you doubt my words, feel free to check your heart. See if there remains any discomfort." The old man touched his chest and was astonished to find a significant difference. Even with the slightest emotional excitement, he felt no discomfort whatsoever. Realizing that the affliction that had plagued him for years had vanished, he gazed at Lin Yun with wide eyes and exclaimed, "Miraculous healer! I never would have imagined such youth could possess such profound medical skill. You cannot fathom the number of esteemed physicians I have consulted, all of whom could do naught but shake their heads in despair, merely prescribing medication to delay my episodes. Yet you, with a mere few acupuncture sessions, have completely eradicated my malady. I am at a loss as to how to express my gratitude for your life-saving intervention. Let gratitude be set aside. I exerted little effort, merely acting on impulse. Do not dwell on it too much." After a brief pause, Lin Yun awkwardly continued. However, at your age, it is prudent to exercise some restraint. Your health is of utmost importance. Upon hearing this, the old man felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, suddenly recalling the indecorous behavior he had just exhibited with the elderly woman beside him. He hastily explained, "Divine Doctor, you misunderstand. This lady was my beloved in my youth. But due to familial circumstances, we were forced apart. We have not seen each other for many years, and we only recently re-established contact. Moreover, both our spouses have long since passed away, so in a moment of excitement, I could not restrain myself. Unfortunately, I suffer from a heart condition, and such stimulation led to the scene you just witnessed. Fortunately, heaven has sent you, this divine physician. Otherwise, I would surely be reporting to the underworld." "Ah, I see. In that case, I shall not intrude upon your reunion any longer. Please continue." "Wait a moment, divine benefactor." Seeing Lin Yun turn to leave, the old man quickly stepped forward, grasping Lin Yun's arm. "You saved my life today, and I have yet to properly express my gratitude. I do not even know your name. How can you simply walk away? There's no need for gratitude. It was merely a trifling matter. As for my name, you need not trouble yourself to remember it. Just consider this event as if it had never occurred. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." "That won't do," the old man insisted, gripping Lin Yun's arm more firmly. "Though you view it as a trivial act, you have cured a malady that has plagued me for years, a tremendous kindness to my family and me. I cannot simply ignore this. I must know your name, or you must accompany me home so that I may properly reward you." All right, I will tell you, but only because you insist. My name is Lin Yun," he replied, his tone tinged with impatience. "Why must you be so stubborn? I have already said there is no need for any reward." "So your name is Lin Yun. What a splendid name." The old man finally released Lin Yun's arm and continued, "I am Yang Xiaotian. From now on, should you ever have need of anything, you may come to the Yang residence in Luochuan City, and my entire family will do our utmost to fulfill your requests." "Very well, we shall discuss it when the need arises," Lin Yun replied. However, the old man wore a look of satisfaction as he remarked, "Divine benefactor, you seem to be about the same age as my grandson. I wonder if you'd be open to dating someone a bit older? Coincidentally, I have a granddaughter who is quite lovely, though her temperament can be a bit wild. Still, I believe you two would make a fine match. Would you like me to introduce you?" At this, Lin Yun was taken aback, quickly clasping his hands together and bowing to the old man. "Thank you for your kind offer, but I have yet to settle matters with my own fiancé. I simply do not have the time to meet your granddaughter." "Well then, if there is nothing else, I truly must take my leave." Seeing that the old man was no longer pulling him back, Lin Yun turned and swiftly exited the park, making his way back to the home of Yang Jiao, where he was temporarily staying. Upon returning home, Lin Yun discovered that Yang Jiao and her brother had yet to arrive. At that moment, however, his stomach began to grumble insistently. After a brief hesitation, Lin Yun displayed no semblance of restraint. He strode directly to the refrigerator and began rummaging through its contents. As he beheld the assortment of seafood that he had never encountered in the mountains, he could not help but exclaim, "My heavens, where are all these? These siblings truly know how to indulge." After searching for a while, he realized there were no vegetables, not even a single egg in sight. It appeared that he would have to make do with these offerings for the evening. Subsequently, Lin Yun fetched a basin larger than his own face, extracting all the seafood from the refrigerator. However, upon entering the kitchen, he was dismayed to find there was neither a stove nor any firewood to cook with. Observing this, Lin Yun could not help but vent his frustration. "How can I even begin to express my thoughts about these two? Do they eat everything raw, without cooking? Upon my return, I must have a serious conversation with them. This habit of eating uncooked food cannot continue." It seemed that it was up to him, the chef, to create a makeshift stove for them. As he pondered, Lin Yun promptly procured an iron bucket and made a few haphazard cuts. He then scavenged a substantial stack of paper from various rooms, and, after some experimentation, finally managed to ignite a fire for cooking. In no time, he poured the entire basin of seafood into a pot and let it simmer. However, just as the tantalizing aroma began to waft through the air, various alarms throughout the house erupted. accompanied by the blaring sirens of a fire truck outside. Just as Lin Yun contemplated stepping out of the kitchen to investigate the commotion, a sudden barrage of frantic knocking resounded at the door, coupled with the voices of Yang Jiao and her brother. Lin Yun, why is the door locked? Open up quickly. What is happening at home? Is there a fire? Hearing Yang Jiao's voice, Lin Yun abandoned the pot and dashed to the foyer to unlock the door. Chapter 14. The farce. In the instant the door swung open, the siblings stumbled in, nearly collapsing. As they barreled toward him, Lin Yun instinctively disregarded the spatula in his hand and swiftly maneuvered to shield Yang Jiao, who was clad in a snug white shirt, from falling. He enveloped her protectively against his chest, stunned by the softness of her form leaning against him. Lin Yun found himself momentarily frozen, while Yang Jiao, feeling the strength of his chest, blushed and momentarily forgot her urgent reason for returning. However, at that moment, Yang Feng, having tumbled unceremoniously, glanced at the pair entwined together and erupted in anger. What are you two doing? Lin Yun, let go of my sister. At Yang Feng's furious shout, the two snapped back to reality, as though jolted by electricity. And no, my apologies, Jiao. I merely caught you in a moment of peril. I hope you can forgive my impulsiveness. And no worries, I know you meant no harm. Yang Jiao lowered her head, speaking while playfully tossing her long, lustrous black hair. After a brief silence, she quickly recovered from the earlier awkward situation and, wearing an expression of urgency, asked Lin Yun, by the way, Lin Yun, what's going on at home? Why is there smoke everywhere? If it weren't for the neighbor calling to ask me, I wouldn't have known anything was amiss. Oh, so you rushed back for this? I thought something serious had happened. A fire at home isn't a big deal? With wide eyes full of questions, Yang Jiao gazed at Lin Yun. However, Lin Yun furrowed his brow, slightly perplexed. A fire? Who told you there was a fire? You must have misunderstood. If there were a fire, could I stand here so calmly? I am cooking. Suddenly, panic struck him. Oh no, the pot is out of water. As soon as he uttered those words, Lin Yun remembered the pot simmering on the stove and, disregarding the confusion of the two, hurriedly dashed toward the kitchen. The two quickly followed suit. Upon entering the chaotic kitchen, Yang Jiao was taken aback, rendered speechless by her anger. Conversely, Yang Feng could no longer contain himself and shouted, Lin Yun, what are you doing? Who told you to cook here? Lin Yun shot him a sharp glance, a frown creasing his forehead. What do you mean by that? If I weren't cooking here, would you prefer that I eat raw food like you? There is no stove here, so I had to create a makeshift fire to cook. You country bumpkin. Yang Feng could no longer endure it. Furious, he went to the gas stove and turned the knob, causing a burst of flames to erupt instantly. In the future, if you have any questions, just ask us, all right? Don't take matters into your own hands. Seeing this, Lin Yun was momentarily stunned, awkwardly scratching his head and casting a sidelong glance at the two, murmuring under his breath, so this is how city folks cook. I thought everyone ate raw food. Observing this farcical scene, Yang Jiao suppressed her emotions and patted Yang Feng's shoulder. Yang Feng, hurry downstairs and explain the situation to the neighbors and the fire department. After Yang Feng left, Lin Yun felt a twinge of guilt as he turned to Yang Jiao. Sister Jiao, I'm really sorry. I've been so accustomed to mountain life that I haven't yet adapted to the ways of the city. I always thought cooking just meant using firewood or burning whatever could be burned. I didn't realize you city folks had such advanced methods. A simple twist could ignite a flame for cooking. It's fine. You'll get used to it gradually. But remember, if you have any uncertainties in the future, just come to me. Please don't take matters into your own hands recklessly, as it could lead to trouble. Okay. I'll remember that. Yes, just remember. Since everything is fine now, let us taste your cooking tonight. I'm a bit hungry too. Jiao, you should wait outside for a moment. I just have one last dish to prepare. It will be ready soon. After Yang Feng explained the situation to the firefighters and neighbors and returned home, a large pot of aromatic seafood stew was swiftly served at the dining table by Lin Yun. The sight of the unfamiliar seafood preparation, coupled with its enticing aroma, captivated not only Yang Jiao, but also made Yang Feng forget all about the chaotic mishaps caused by Lin Yun's haphazard cooking. Without a second thought, The trio began to indulge in the feast. Once they had satisfied their appetites, the siblings gave Lin Yun a thumbs up in unison. Lin Yun, I never expected your culinary skills to be so outstanding, exclaimed Yang Jiajiao. Indeed, even my sister, who is notoriously picky, finds your cooking delightful. I believe you could open a small restaurant here in Luochuan. Right, Lin Yun? What are your plans moving forward? Anren mentioned that if you don't achieve something noteworthy, she won't recognize your engagement. As for Yang Feng's suggestion of opening a small restaurant, he added, let's not even discuss whether you have a capital. I doubt that even if you did open a restaurant, Anren would hold you in high regard. After all, she is a formidable woman managing a fortune in the billions. To earn her respect, you must possess comparable strength. Otherwise, it will be challenging for her to honor this engagement. I know her character all too well. Jiajiao, you need not worry about that. I have everything under control. Let us focus on enjoying our meal and drinks. The rest will unfold in due course. I am confident that I, Lin Yun, will achieve remarkable success in Luochuan and earn Anren's admiration. That's the spirit. I love your ambition. A man should always be driven, Yang Jiajiao declared, taking a hefty swig from the bottle. Observing this, Lin Yun and Yang Feng followed suit, drinking deeply from their bottles as well. As they continued to alternate their toasts, all three appeared pleasantly intoxicated, completely oblivious to their surroundings. When the table's drinks began to dwindle, Yang Feng was the first to unsteadily rise, his intoxication evident. Ignoring the states of Yang Jiajiao and Lin Yun, he declared, the drinks are finished. It's time to lie down and rest. I won't concern myself with you two any longer. I am heading to my room to sleep. Chapter 15. This is my first time. Go on, go on. Yang Jiajiao, in a state between wakefulness and drunkenness, called out to Yang Feng as he approached his room. You think you can outdrink me with that little capacity? Even if you're drunk, I won't be. Lin Yun, let us continue drinking. We should finish the remaining drinks on the table before resting. All right, Jiajiao, I will accompany you until the end. Splendid. Don't worry. If you get so drunk that you can't move, I will help you to your room and make sure you don't spend the night here in the living room. Jiajiao, you say that, but who knows who will get drunk first? The two, already in a fog of inebriation, became increasingly disoriented after several more rounds of toasting. The two individuals, with their eyes slightly squinted and hazy, supported each other as they staggered toward Lin Yun's room. In a daze, Lin Yun murmured, Sister Jiajiao, you are truly kind to me. If only Anren were as good as you. You little rascal, should you marry Anren in the future, beware. If I find you treating her poorly, Sister Jiajiao will not hesitate to deal with you. Upon entering the room, the door suddenly slammed shut with a loud bang. Whether it was deliberate or accidental, or perhaps influenced by the effects of alcohol, the pair did not emerge from the room for the entire night. Not until the following morning. Ah, what are you doing in my bed, Lin Yun? Exclaimed the flustered and feminine Yang Jiajiao as she kicked Lin Yun, who was clad only in his oversized shorts, off the bed. Wrapping herself tightly in a blanket, she looked at him in alarm. Lin Yun, suddenly finding himself on the floor, furrowed his brow and surveyed his surroundings. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke with indignation, Sister Jiajiao. Shouldn't I be the one asking you that? This is my room. How did you end up on my bed? Is that so? I seem to recall you insisting that I stay last night. What? You took advantage of my support and threw me onto the bed. All right. No more arguing. Turn your head away. Yang Jiajiao appeared to realize the awkwardness of the situation, her eyes darting around as she hurriedly began to dress. After she stepped off the bed and approached Lin Yun, she pointed a finger at him in a mock threat. Listen here, you little brat. I warn you. You'd best not speak of last night to anyone. We shall pretend it never happened. I want to hold you accountable, and you mustn't hold me accountable either. Sister Jiajiao, how can you simply wipe your mouth and deny everything? This was my first time. What is all this noise about? Keep it down. If others find out, it will be disastrous. And by the way, what do you mean your first time? Is mine not a first as well? I warn you, don't take advantage and then pretend to be innocent. If you dare leak this, our affair will not end well. With that, she stormed out, leaving Lin Yun standing dumbfounded by the bed, gazing at the disheveled room and the faint stain of blood on the sheets. After a long while, Lin Yun finally cried out in guilt, Anren, I am so sorry. I failed to keep my promise to you, But I, Lin Yun, swear that I will cherish you even more in order to make amends for this transgression. When he finally gathered his thoughts and stepped out of the room, he had been wrestling with how to face Yang Jiao, only to discover that both she and her brother had already left for work. What kind of person is Yang Jiao? How could you be so cold-hearted? After such an incident, she could still act nonchalantly and head to work. Am I truly devoid of any allure in her eyes? Shouldn't she have taken a leave to stay home and discuss the subsequent matters with me? As Lin Yun pondered over why Yang Jiao had chosen to go to work instead of staying to accompany him, an enthusiastic call from Zhang Mingyu abruptly interrupted his thoughts. Young master, our first phase of the plan has been successfully realized. First phase of the plan? What is that? It's not something I can explain over the phone. You should come in person to witness it. Where are you? I'll send someone to pick you up. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Yun relayed his address to Zhang Mingyu. Without delay, Zhang Mingyu drove directly to Lin Yun's neighborhood. As Lin Yun descended from the building, Zhang Mingyu eagerly approached him, exclaiming, "Young master, let us go. I'll take you to a place." "Zhang uncle, is there some good news? You seem quite joyful," Lin Yun remarked. "Indeed, it's a tremendous piece of news. Just follow me, and you'll see everything." "All right then. Since I have no pressing matters at the moment, I shall accompany you." Thus, filled with curiosity, Lin Yun climbed into Zhang Mingyu's car, and they sped away. Upon arriving at a spacious plaza, Zhang Mingyu was the first to exit the vehicle. He hurried to Lin Yun's door, helping him out, and then pointed to the most prominent building adjacent to the square. "Young master, what do you think of this building?" Lin Yun squinted slightly and replied, "Zhang uncle, what precisely are you trying to convey? Are you merely bringing me to admire the grandeur of this building? Regardless of how magnificent it is, it has no bearing on me. I believe we should return and strategize on how to make an impact in Luochuan City. Please be patient, young master." Zhang Mingyu was ready to divulge the details. "I brought you here to discuss this very matter, and it is indeed related to this building." "Oh, is that so? Please elaborate." Lin Yun's eyes brightened with interest. "What connection does this building have with the matters I mentioned? Did you perhaps purchase this building?" "Young master, the original owner of this building is named Yuan Jiao, a remarkably generous individual with exceptional skills. He built his empire solely through hard work, amassing a fortune worth hundreds of billions, with holdings in various sectors, including healthcare, hospitality, and real estate. However, due to being ensnared in a scheme that led to poor management, he accrued a substantial amount of high-interest debt. Consequently, he is looking to sell all of his assets in one package for a price of 100 billion. This very building served as his former headquarters. Are you suggesting we take over all of his assets?" "Precisely. That is exactly my intention. By doing so, we not only seize a remarkable opportunity, but also circumvent a multitude of complications. Once we acquire this place, we merely need to rebrand it to commence operations directly." Chapter 16, Yunxiao Group. "I just wonder, young master, what are your thoughts on this proposal? Is it feasible?" Lin Yun furrowed his brows, lost in thought for a moment. He realized that Zhang Mingyu's suggestion was not entirely implausible. They could simply change the name and proceed with the business. "Very well. Shall we speak directly with the original owner?" he inquired. "Indeed, I have already arranged a meeting. He is waiting for us upstairs in the building," Zhang Mingyu responded. "All right then, lead the way. Let's ascend to meet him." Lin Yun expressed a genuine curiosity to encounter the individual who had amassed a fortune of hundreds of billions through sheer effort. The two entered the building and, guided by the receptionist, swiftly ascended the elevator to Yuan Jiao's office. Upon entering, they were greeted by a robust man with a weathered visage, whose gaze appeared somewhat vacant. Zhang Mingyu wasted no time in formality and approached him with familiarity, exclaiming, "Yuan Jiao, look who I have brought along." "Mingyu, what brings you here?" The burly man, his face etched with concern, rose from his chair, a puzzled expression crossing his features as he looked at Zhang Mingyu. "Who did you say you brought?" "You'll see for yourself." Zhang Mingyu gestured toward Lin Yun, who stood at the office entrance. Yuan Jiao followed his gaze, and in that instant, he froze momentarily. Why does this young man evoke such a sense of familiarity? Ah, he resembles Brother Lin from years ago. Yes, indeed. This is Lin Yun, the son of Brother Lin and Sister Han. Is it possible? Wasn't Brother Lin's son reported missing? Yuan Jiu exclaimed, astonishment etched across his face. Rest assured, there is no mistake. This young master Lin Yun is indeed the son of Brother Lin. Zhang Mingyu affirmed, his eyes resolute as he patted the still-dazed Yuan Jiu on the back. At that moment, Lin Yun approached with curiosity. Uncle Zhang, is this not the person you arranged to meet? Yuan Jiu? Yes, yes. Zhang Mingyu replied with a cheerful demeanor. Young master, come here. Allow me to introduce you. Yuan Jiu, like myself, has always been by your father's side. The achievements we have today are entirely due to your father's support. Oh, I see. Hello, Uncle Yuan. I am Lin Yun. You honor me too greatly, young master. How could I, Yuan Jiu, be worthy of such respect? Yuan Jiu replied humbly. Enough of this formality. You two, let us swiftly sit down and discuss the matter of transferring your assets to young Master Lin. Zhang Mingyu interjected. Transferring to young Master Lin? Mingyu, are you saying the one interested in my assets is indeed young Master Lin? Yuan Jiu asked, his excitement palpable. Absolutely. Then if it is young Master Lin who is taking over, I shall accept nothing in return. I am willing to donate my entire estate to young Master Lin. My current standing is entirely due to Brother Lin's efforts, and it is only fitting that I return everything to its rightful owner. I only hope that young Master Lin can lead us once more, as Brother Lin did, to create a new era of glory in Luochuan City. Very well, Yuan Jiu. I knew I had not misjudged you. You, like me, have not forgotten the kindness that Brother Lin once bestowed upon us. Coincidentally, over the years, I have accumulated some wealth, possessing nearly 100 billion in private assets, and I am willing to offer it all for your discretion, young Master Lin. Yuan Jiu and I shall once again follow you, as we did in the past, wholeheartedly assisting you. Upon hearing their impassioned declarations, Lin Yun found himself momentarily taken aback, gazing intently at the two. Uncle Zhang, Uncle Yuan, do you truly believe that I can lead you to dominate the entire Luochuan business realm, just as my father once did? Are you not afraid of ending up with nothing? The two exchanged glances, then burst into hearty laughter, looking at Lin Yun and saying, what is there to fear? We already have nothing. Besides, as the saying goes, a tiger's father does not raise a dog. I refuse to believe you are truly so inept. We have faith in you. Go forth boldly and pursue your ambitions. I, Uncle Zhang, believe in you. Indeed, perhaps young Master Lin shall even surpass the brilliance of Brother Lin's past. With that, it was settled. Henceforth, Mingyu and I would be your most capable assistants, dedicated to supporting you. Since you both hold me in such high regard, I shall not refuse your trust. I, Lin Yun, hereby promise you that I shall not betray your expectations. I will strive to accomplish something in Luochuan that will shake the very foundations of the city. Excellent. Such ambition. Zhang Mingxian clapped Lin Yun on the shoulder. Now, what name do you intend to give to the industries under Yuan Jiu's purview? Yes, young master. The industries I oversee can no longer bear their original names. You should rename them. A new name can signify a fresh start, marking the first step of our grand endeavor. After pondering for a moment, Lin Yun murmured, our ultimate goal is to soar to the heavens, looking down upon all family powers. If that is the case, we shall call it the Yunxiao Group. Yunxiao Group. Splendid. Such a powerful name. May our Yunxiao Group ascend to the skies, just as its name suggests. Upon confirming the name, both Zhang Mingyu and Yuan Jiu displayed long-awaited smiles. However, at that moment, Yuan Jiu suddenly appeared anxious and said, young master, are you aware that all the industries under our Yunxiao Group are currently in a less than ideal state? Many are struggling to remain profitable, and some are even incurring losses. Which area do you think we should focus on to salvage the situation? Hearing about the current plight of the Yunxiao Group, the confidence that had just filled the room was suddenly doused with cold water. After a moment of solitary reflection, Lin Yun recalled, I remember Uncle Zhang mentioning that our Yunxiao Group has a pharmaceutical sector, correct? Indeed, young master. We possess what was once the largest pharmaceutical factory in Luochuan, alongside pharmacies scattered across the region. However, in recent years, the competition in the pharmaceutical industry has become exceedingly fierce, and we have not developed any effective medications. leaving us in a passive position, merely surviving on previously low-margin products. Has the pharmaceutical factory truly fallen to such a state? Lin Yun was momentarily taken aback into silence. Then, a sudden thought struck him. Not only had he trained in martial arts under his grandfather, but he had also acquired the family's secret medical knowledge. Perhaps he could devise a new type of medication to save the struggling pharmaceutical company. Chapter 17. The Arrival of Yi Anren. Perhaps I have a way to revive our pharmaceutical factory. Is what you say true, Lin Xiao? Have you already thought of a solution? Yuan Jiu exclaimed, gripping Lin Yun's hand with excitement. After all, this factory was his brainchild, akin to a child he desperately wished to breathe life into, yet felt powerless due to his limited capabilities. Yes, indeed. However, I will need some time. I will inform you once I am prepared. Moreover, our Yunxiao group has inherited 100 billion in cash from my parents, with an additional 100 billion invested by Uncle Zhang. With this influx of capital, even if I do not immediately discover a way to restore the factory to its former glory, I am confident that all industries under Yunxiao Group can quickly revitalize, avoiding the current state of semi-operation. Indeed, with the cash flow we now possess, all previously encountered issues will cease to be problematic. Our foremost objective is to expand and strengthen Yunxiao Group. Encouraged by Lin Yun's words, both men felt a renewed clarity. Observing their enthusiasm, Lin Yun suddenly devised a plan. Uncle Zhang, Uncle Yuan, I shall delegate the daily management of Yunxiao Group to you both. Uncle Zhang will serve as the vice president, while Uncle Yuan shall take on the role of general manager. As for myself, I will assume the role of a hands-off proprietor, remaining in the background, yet ready to step forward when necessary. My primary responsibility will be to oversee the future development of our various industries. For instance, I will now begin contemplating how I can utilize my medical knowledge to research a rapidly effective drug, ensuring that our Yunxiao pharmaceutical once again reigns supreme in Luochuan city. Excellent. We shall follow your arrangements, Lin Xiao. Very well, if there's nothing else. I shall take my leave for now. However, just as Lin Yun prepared to depart, the phone on Yuan Jiu's desk rang, causing him to halt curiously. Yuan Jiu promptly answered the call on speakerphone, and the receptionist's voice came through. Boss, there's a young lady downstairs claiming to be Yi Anren from Yi Group. She says she wishes to visit you and has something to discuss. Should I let her come up? Yeah, Yuan Jiu pondered thoughtfully. Isn't she the renowned businesswoman from Luochuan? But I am not well acquainted with her. Why would she seek me out? Upon realizing it was his wife, Lin Yun turned back toward Yuan Jiu and said, Uncle Yuan, why not let her come up? I am curious to know what she wants. Lin Xiao, do you actually know Yi Anren? Lin Yun cleared his throat twice, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he said, Perhaps you too are unaware, but Yi Anren has been betrothed to me since childhood. To be precise, she is my fiancée Yi. Ah, so this renowned woman of prowess is indeed your fiancée Yi? Both individuals widened their eyes, gazing at Lin Yun in disbelief. However, Lin Yun sighed and continued, Although she is my nominal fiancée, it appears that she does not currently acknowledge me. Nevertheless, I am confident that one day I shall earn her respect and win her heart willingly. Since she is your fiancée Yi, I shall summon her at once. Yes, but when she arrives, please refrain from mentioning my acquisition of Yunxiao Group. If she inquires about my presence here, simply state that I am a distant relative seeking refuge with you. Understood. Both Mingyu and I will know what to say. I shall not reveal your identity as the president of Yunxiao Group for the time being. Then I shall send for her immediately. In just a brief moment, Yuan Jiu's assistant promptly ushered Yi Anren into the room. Observing Yi Anren, clad in professional attire that accentuated her feminine allure, Lin Yun instinctively rose from the sofa, eager to greet her. However, upon seeing Lin Yun unexpectedly present, Yi Anren was momentarily taken aback, disregarding her greeting to Yuan Jiu as she directed a peculiar expression towards Lin Yun. Lin Yun, how did you end up here at Boss Yuan's? Have you been tracking my schedule and thus came here to wait for me? Dear, you misunderstand. Am I that sort of person? How could I possibly spy on your itinerary? I am here to discuss matters with Uncle Yuan, not for the reasons you assume. Silence. Who permitted you to address me in that manner? Are you being cheeky? You are indeed my fiancé. If I do not call you dear, then what should I call you? Let me make this clear. You are unworthy of being my man. What gives you the right to claim such a title, based on a mere scrap of paper? In Luochuan, I am a person of stature. If word got out that I married you, people would say, I am maintaining a toy boy. I may have no shame, but I still possess dignity. I care not. In any case, it is a matter of parental arrangement and matchmaking. Yi Anren, I am determined to marry you in this lifetime. Besides, I will ensure that you come to know me gradually. Very well. I shall await your efforts. Should you truly manage to impress me one day, accepting this marriage contract may not be out of the question. Yi Anren was utterly speechless, exasperated by their exchange. Observing the two at odds, Yuan Jiu hurriedly interjected. Both of you, allow me to interject. Since you are bound by a marriage contract, why not attempt to spend some time together to see if you are compatible? You have only just met and have yet to truly know one another. Let us avoid hasty conclusions. Boss Yuan, your words are quite easy to say. If you were a woman, I believe you would not be so quick to judge. If you were a woman and suddenly discovered that you were betrothed to a man whom you had never met, who possessed nothing and was inferior to you in every aspect, would you accept it? I believe that not just myself, but every woman in the world would find it utterly unacceptable. Upon hearing Yi Anren's words, Yuan Jiu was rendered speechless, for it was indeed the truth. Every woman aspires for her partner to be superior and formidable, and it is inconceivable to seek a man who is lesser. However, she could not disclose that Lin Yun was the president of Yunshao Group, as he had instructed her not to reveal his identity to the public just yet. Thus, Yuan Jiu could only manage an awkward smile and say, then let you both decide this matter for yourselves. Although Lin Yun is a distant relative of mine, it would be inappropriate for me to interfere in your relationship. Chapter 18. The stronger the drink, the more intoxicating it becomes. Lin Yun is your boss Yuan's relative? Indeed. Did Lin Yun not mention it to you? He is preparing to come to me for assistance. Well, I thought he had specially inquired about my itinerary and had come here to entangle himself. Yi Anren glanced at Lin Yun with a hint of embarrassment but did not dwell on it. Seeing her reaction, Yuan Jiu promptly asked, May I inquire what brings Miss Yi to my establishment? Oh, it's like this. I have heard that you intend to sell all your assets, and I thought perhaps we could explore collaboration, allowing Yez Group to finance the acquisition. About that, Miss Yi, I fear you have arrived too late. I have changed my mind and no longer wish to sell these assets. Oh, why is that, Boss Yuan? Weren't you in urgent need of funds? Why the sudden change? Yuan Jiu smiled knowingly and replied, Haha, Miss Yi, you are unaware that my brother Zhang Mingyu, along with a mysterious individual, is planning to invest in our group. Now, all of my assets will belong to that enigmatic person. Furthermore, the group will be renamed Yunshao Group, with me assuming the role of general manager, while Mingyu will take on the position of vice president. Mysterious individual? Yi Anren regarded Yuan Jiu with suspicion. Who could this person be that you both would willingly subordinate yourselves to him? May I ask if I am acquainted with this individual? Ms. Igrike, Yuyist. I would certainly be reluctant to subordinate myself to anyone, but to serve under our Yunshao Group's president. We do so with full consent and willingness. As for the identity of our new president, I am unable to disclose that, as he prefers to remain low-key. I hope you understand. Very well, in that case, I shall refrain from further inquiries. It is a pity that we could not collaborate this time. Rest assured, Miss Yi, I anticipate that we shall have ample opportunities for collaboration in the future. Your Yez Pharmaceuticals and my Yunshao Pharmaceuticals, along with the Li family's Li Pharmaceuticals, are poised to create a triad of competition in Luochuan. Although the Li family is prominent in Luochuan, surpassing us both, our focus will be entirely on the pharmaceutical sector moving forward. So be prepared. Boss Yuan, you have revealed your group's future plans to me, a rival. Aren't you afraid of inciting your president's ire? Yi Anren gazed incredulously at Yuan Jiu. Ha, not at all. Yuan Jiu replied with a sudden laugh. I find you far more agreeable than that Li family. Besides, even if our president were to learn of this, I am certain he would not hold it against me. Yi Anren nodded, still perplexed. Well, thank you for the warning, Boss Yuan. I shall prepare in advance. as I have no intention of relinquishing the market share that Yi Pharmaceuticals currently holds. As she turned to leave, Yi Anren shot a cold glare at Lin Yun, stating icily, "If you wish for me to acknowledge that marriage contract, you must put in some serious effort. Otherwise, no amount of pleading will suffice. I will withdraw from that agreement." Watching Yi Anren's indifferent departure, Lin Yun felt a pang of sorrow. Observing this scene, Zhang Mingyu and Yuan Jiu approached, teasingly saying, "Lin Xiao, the formidable reputation of Miss Anren is well known throughout Luochuan. Are you truly certain you wish to take her as your wife? If you succeed in winning her over, be prepared for her to dominate you." Unfazed by their banter, Lin Yun replied, "You need not worry about that. I possess a peculiar quirk. The more elusive something is, the more I desire it. It's akin to how only the strongest liquor can truly intoxicate. I refuse to believe that I cannot conquer a mere Yanran. One day, I shall have her kneeling before me, singing my praises. Ha ha ha, what a spirit. No wonder you are the son of Lindigo." However, just as Lin Yun prepared to depart, an old mobile phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Without glancing, he answered it, only to hear a frantic voice on the other end. "Lin Yun, where are you? Since you have some free time, could you assist me with a favor?" Recognizing the voice of Yang Jiao, with whom he had shared a night of passion, Lin Yun replied without hesitation, Jiao, what do you need my help with? Just come here, and I'll explain everything when you arrive. You know the traffic department in Luochuan, right? Just head there, and I'll be waiting for you." After hanging up, Lin Yun turned to Zhang Mingyu, feeling somewhat awkward. "Uncle Zhang, could you lend me some money? I find myself completely broke without even taxi fare." "Oh dear, how could I have forgotten that you're out of funds? Allow me to get you some pocket money." Zhang Mingyu promptly retrieved a credit card from his bag and handed it to Lin Yun. "Here, Lin Xiao, take this card. You can use it for all your expenses. Everything will be covered by our Yin Xiao group, whether it's a few dollars or billions, as long as it falls within our group's capacity. Feel free to use it without hesitation." Lin Yun graciously accepted the card, tucking it away, and before departing, reassured them, "Rest easy, both of you. I shall not accept this card in vain. I am resolutely confident that I shall swiftly develop new pharmaceuticals for our Yunxiao Pharmaceutical Company. I possess ample assurance that once our new drug is unveiled to the world, it shall annihilate all competing pharmaceutical firms without a trace. We shall once again ascend to the pinnacle of Luochuan Pharmaceutical. Excellent. We eagerly await your creation, young Master Lin, to elevate our enterprise to the zenith of Luochuan City." After departing from Yinxiao Group, Lin Yun promptly summoned a vehicle to head towards the traffic team where Yang Jiao was stationed. Upon arrival, he observed Yang Jiao, Yang Feng, and several uniformed individuals waiting expectantly at the entrance. In the presence of Yang Jiao, Lin Yun felt somewhat ill at ease, akin to harboring a guilty secret, as he averted his gaze and inquired, "Sister Jiao, Yang Feng, what is the urgent matter that necessitated my presence?" However, Yang Jiao refrained from elaborating and, without hesitation, took Lin Yun's hand and led him into an official vehicle, with Yang Feng closely following. As the vehicle set in motion, Yang Jiao finally released Lin Yun's hand and addressed him. "The reason I summoned you today is that I genuinely require your assistance, and this matter is imperative that only you can handle." Chapter 19. The Perpetrator. What exactly is the issue? "Sister Jiao, why the air of mystery?" Lin Yun questioned, perplexed. With a sudden sigh, Yang Jiao replied, "Today, a traffic accident occurred in Luochuan. A Maybach ran a red light and injured a mother and daughter. However, the perpetrator did not stop. Instead, he chose to flee. When our officers located the culprit, they were unable to apprehend him and were even injured by one of his bodyguards, who is exceptionally skilled. It is truly a challenge to subdue him. Yet, I have witnessed your prowess. With a single move, you could easily subdue Yang Feng, who is considered the most capable in our traffic team. Thus, I thought to enlist your help in capturing this perpetrator." "I see. I initially assumed something dire had befallen you. Given your urgency," Lin Yun responded. "What are you saying? As the captain of the traffic team, capturing the perpetrator is indeed my responsibility. How could it not be my affair? This is my concern as well. If you assist me in apprehending the perpetrator, it would be tantamount to me owing you a favor. Very well, I shall lend my assistance. During their conversation, the vehicle carrying Lin Yun and his companions swiftly arrived at the entrance of Five-Star Hotel. They promptly disembarked, and one of the team members who had seen the perpetrator, upon spotting the Maybach parked at the entrance, exclaimed to Yang Jiao, Captain Yang, "The scoundrel has indeed not fled. His vehicle remains." However, observing this scene, Lin Yun began to ponder. This perpetrator possesses a remarkable audacity. How can he be so brazen? Not only did he cause harm, but he also brazenly took up residence in a hotel, emboldened by his bodyguard's prowess. Does he truly believe he is untouchable? Indeed, what is most infuriating is precisely this. He relies on his formidable bodyguard, thinking that our traffic team is powerless against him. As Lin Yun observed the infuriated Yang Jiao before him, an unexpected urge to alleviate her troubles surged within him. Without conscious thought, he stepped forward, placing his hand upon her shoulder, and reassured her, "Do not worry. I shall take care of this matter shortly. I will surely apprehend the culprit." "Well then, the responsibility lies with you," she replied. "Hey, Lin Yun, what are you doing? Please be mindful of your actions," Yang Feng exclaimed, noticing Lin Yun's hand boldly resting on his sister's shoulder, and to his astonishment, she showed no signs of resistance, allowing his behavior to continue. The utterly confused Yang Feng interjected, "Sister, this scoundrel Lin Yun is taking advantage of you. How can you permit such audacity?" However, Yang Jiao merely shot him a glare, retorting fiercely, "Mind your own business. If you could capture the culprit, I would gladly allow him to rest his hand on my shoulder too. But can you?" "You." Yang Feng was left speechless, his anger rendering him momentarily mute. Lin Yun, sensing his inappropriate behavior, though Yang Jiao did not seem to mind, instinctively withdrew his hand and said, "All right, enough chit-chat. Quickly take me to the perpetrator. I am eager to see what extraordinary prowess that bodyguard possesses to render your entire traffic team powerless against him. Follow me." He is currently in a presidential suite at this hotel. The group then followed the officer directly to the presidential suite. Upon arriving at the suite's door, everyone halted abruptly. At Yang Jiao's signal, the officer boldly approached the door and knocked with a series of sharp raps. As the door swung open, a tall and imposing man emerged, glaring menacingly at the group and bellowing, "Are you seeking death? Who allowed you to disturb my young master's rest?" Upon seeing the man's formidable appearance, several officers froze, instinctively stepping back. "Captain, this is the bodyguard of the perpetrator. He is ruthless. We have all suffered at his hands." Yang Jiao and Yang Feng exchanged glances, both feeling a twinge of apprehension in the face of the intimidating figure. Yet as the leader, Yang Jiao steeled her resolve and took a few bold steps forward, declaring fiercely, "Hand over the hit-and-run offender. Otherwise, do not blame us for being uncivilized." In response to her fierce reprimand, the man scrutinized Yang Jiao with a lecherous grin, saying, "You're quite the pretty little thing, yet your words betray your ignorance. If you have the courage, why not go in and find my young master yourself? He happens to be resting and could use some warmth. You dare to insult the captain of this team. You must be tired of living." Yang Jiao exclaimed, rushing forward to deliver a side kick at the man. However, despite landing a strike on his chest, it felt as though she had kicked a solid wall. The man remained unyielding, still wearing that smirk as he regarded Yang Jiao with an unsettling gaze. At that moment, upon witnessing her sister enter the fray, Yang Feng could no longer contain his trepidation towards the burly man beside him. He shouted, "Sister, I'm coming to assist you." He could hardly believe that this man possessed such sinister capabilities. However, before Yang Feng could even approach the brute, a massive fist struck squarely against his chest, sending him hurtling backward and crashing heavily to the ground. Simultaneously, the man seized Yang Jiao's leg as she attempted to kick him, a smirk playing on his lips as he said, "Fear not, little lady. I, Hulu, never lay a hand on women, but when it comes to men, I show no mercy. Did you not say you were searching for my young master? I shall take you to him, and while I'm at it, ensure you warm his bed." Witnessing his sister being captured, Yang Feng suddenly shouted at Lin Yun. Lin Yun, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and rescue my sister. You better not hesitate now, or I won't be kind to you afterward. No sooner had he spoken than Lin Yun emerged from behind a few individuals, his expression impassive, a glint of cold fury in his eyes as he addressed the man. If you wish to live, release her at once. Kneel before me and bow 3 times. Huh, am I hearing this correctly? You can't be serious. You must have a few screws loose. The man erupted into laughter, mocking Lin Yun, but his demeanor swiftly darkened as he continued. You fool. You could have remained hidden and avoided any trouble. But now that you dare to openly provoke me, you have only yourself to blame for the consequences. Chapter 20. Betrayal from Within. With that, the man dragged Yang Jiao toward Lin Yun, exuding confidence that he could easily dispose of him, even with one hand tied behind his back. Yet, before the brute could close the distance, Lin Yun swiftly swung his hand and delivered a resounding slap across the man's face. Caught off guard by the inexplicable blow, the man halted, his expression frozen in disbelief as he murmured, How? How could you possibly strike me? I didn't even sense your attack. This is impossible, absolutely impossible. You are merely an ordinary person. You cannot achieve this. Could this be an illusion? Yes. It must be a hallucination. In that moment, rage consumed him. He carelessly tossed Yang Jiao aside, sending her crashing next to Yang Feng, freed from her interference. The man clenched his fists and charged at Lin Yun with all his might. Lin Yun, be careful, Yang Jiao warned, just as the astonishing spectacle unfolded before the eyes of all present. Instead of throwing a punch, the man suddenly collapsed to his knees before Lin Yun, pleading, Senior, spare me. I realize my mistakes. Witnessing this dramatic turn of events, everyone, including Lin Yun, stood in stunned silence. Initially, Lin Yun had intended to teach this reckless brute a lesson, yet now he found himself equally perplexed by the unfolding situation. As Lin Yun was about to inquire about the sudden act of kneeling and begging for mercy, an irate voice resonated from within the room, accompanied by the sound of footsteps approaching. Lu, who dares to disturb my rest with such ruckus? Teach them a lesson and drive them away. However, upon seeing the figure emerge from the room, both Yang Jiao and Yang Feng exclaimed in unison, Li Jie, is it truly you, the perpetrator? Oh, isn't this the esteemed young lady and second young master of the Yang family? Instead of remaining at home to inherit your family's vast fortune, you come meddling in my affairs? What we do is none of your business. Yet you, the one who caused the accident, have the audacity to flee the scene. Are you not afraid of the legal repercussions that would bring disgrace upon your family? Ha ha! It is indeed my first time hearing someone mention the law in my presence. Tell me, are you two truly foolish or merely feigning ignorance? Does the law hold any sway over the Li family? If they are unaware, that is one thing. But do you truly believe you can intimidate me with legal threats? Let me inform you, in this city of Luochuan, the Li family is the law. So what if I hit someone? They are not dead. A little compensation will suffice. Moreover, even if they were to perish, they brought it upon themselves for not being watchful. I never imagined that the young master of the Li family would remain so consistently overbearing and lawless. Flattery will get you nowhere. If you have no business here, I suggest you leave at once. It was clear from the outset that you could do nothing to me. A mere traffic captain, thinking he could come here to interrogate me, is utterly laughable. Just as Li Jie intended to locate his bodyguard, Lu, to expel Yang Jiao and her companions, he was met with an unbelievable sight. Lu, what are you doing? You are my bodyguard. How can you kneel before someone else? Who is that lad before you? Why are you bowing to him? Young master, please do not speak recklessly. If you say the wrong thing, I cannot guarantee your safety. Lu hastily rose from the ground and rushed to Li Jie's side, fervently advising him against speaking out of turn. With a sharp slap, Li Jie struck Lu across the face. You traitorous wretch! Do you even remember who your master is? How dare you defend that brat in my presence? Do you wish to be expelled from the Li family? Young master, why are you hitting me? I have always been loyal to you. I say this for your own good. That person is indeed peculiar and not someone we can afford to offend. Please heed my advice and let us leave quickly. Do not provoke him. Just wait until I return home. I will inform your master to discipline you properly. As my bodyguard, you disobey my orders and even speak in favor of outsiders. Li Jie was left momentarily speechless in his fury. Yet, just as Lu was about to forcibly drag him away, Lin Yun interjected once more, "Halt. You harm my friend, and you think you can simply walk away without offering an explanation?" However, at this moment, Li Jie forcefully shrugged off Lu's grasp, halting abruptly to point an accusing finger at Lin Yun, exclaiming, "You insolent brat! Are you truly so audacious as to disregard my authority? If it weren't for the fact that I brought only this treacherous bodyguard Lu with me today, I would have ensured your demise. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Young master, I implore you, do not provoke him further. We should leave at once." Lu urged. "Lu, what is it that you fear from this boy? You are, after all, a practitioner of genuine martial arts. Why should you be intimidated by such a brash youth? Young master, I shall explain everything upon our return. Let us depart." Thus, under Lu's firm insistence, Li Jie exited the hotel. Witnessing their departure, Lin Yun felt a surge of frustration and was tempted to confront them, seeking to provide some accountability to Yang Jiao and Yang Feng. However, before he could advance, Yang Jiao suddenly intervened, grasping his arm and saying, "Lin Yun, let it go. I believe it is best if we all refrain from pursuing this matter any further. We cannot afford to offend Li Jie at this moment. It is wiser to let it rest. After all, we have only sustained minor injuries, and there is no need to escalate the situation. See, they're also leaving, letting the matter die down. Jiao, what has happened to you today? Why do you seem to transform in the presence of this Li Jie? You even dismiss his hit-and-run incident. Lin Yun, please heed my advice just this once. I will clarify everything when we return home." Sighing in resignation, Lin Yun decided to stand aside, no longer pursuing the issue of Lu's assault on the two, nor mentioning Li Jie's reckless behavior. He merely watched as Lu led Li Jie away. "Let's not dwell on this matter any longer. It is best we disperse and return home," Yang Jiao urged, leading her brother and the others to leave. However, noticing Lin Yun's lingering dissatisfaction, she leaned closer and whispered, "For now, let us consider this incident forgotten, as if it never occurred. I promise to explain everything thoroughly once we are home." Chapter 21. The First Family. Upon hearing Yang Jiao's assurance of a forthcoming explanation at home, Lin Yun finally followed the group back to the traffic team. Once Yang Jiao and her brother concluded their shifts and returned home together, Lin Yun sank into the sofa, enveloped in gloom. Observing his discontent, Yang Jiao approached and sat beside him, saying, "Lin Yun, do you understand why I urge you not to confront Li Jie?" Lin Yun retorted irritably, "How could I possibly know? Who knows if you are merely sparing him due to some old acquaintance? What nonsense are you speaking? I'm not acquainted with him at all." "Oh, Lin Yun, I can attest to that. My sister and that Li Jie are certainly not old friends." Suddenly, Lin Yun raised his head, questioning Yang Jiao. "You were the one who called upon me for assistance, and you are also the one who advised me to spare them. If he is not your old acquaintance, then please provide me with a reason why I cannot confront him." After a moment of silence, Yang Jiao finally articulated, word by word, "Because Li Jie is a member of the Li family from Luochuan City. The Li family currently stands as the foremost family in Luochuan." "Yes, indeed." Lin Yun, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "In what regard are they first?" The answer was clear. In terms of wealth, martial prowess, and influence, they reign supreme. Even the Zhou and Lin families, both among the trillion-dollar clans, must yield to them. Should we dare to act against them today, not only would we suffer the consequences, but the entire transportation team, and even my own Yang family, would be implicated. Is the Li family truly that formidable, able to do as they please? You may think so, but the reputation of the premier family in Luochuan is not mere bluster. Consider this. If you were to impulsively confront them today, the Li family would certainly retaliate without mercy. Lin Yun fell into a sudden silence, not out of relief for abstaining from attacking Li Jie, but rather pondering why Li Jie's bodyguard, had seemed so fearful of him. He had merely delivered a swift slap, faster than the average person, and emitted a vague aura of menace as Hu Lu approached him. Beyond that, he had not engaged in any physical confrontation. He hadn't even shifted his position. Could it be that Hu Lu was not an ordinary individual, capable of sensing his strength through that mere aura of killing intent? Yet, Lin Yun dismissed this notion, deeming it implausible. If Hu Lu truly could discern his power, then he must possess considerable strength himself. However, he had chosen to kneel and beg for mercy, which was perplexing. Noticing Lin Yun's sudden distraction, Yang Jiao quickly nudged him, saying, "Lin Yun, I'm talking to you. Why are you daydreaming?" "Oh, nothing. I was just contemplating a few matters." "What were you saying earlier?" Say. What a big-headed fool you are." "Enough of that. In any case, I advise you to remain low-key when encountering members of the Li family. Avoid provoking them at all costs, and strive to endure when necessary. Otherwise, no one will be able to protect you. Nevertheless, I want to express my gratitude for today. Had you not intervened to scare off Hu Lu, we might have ended up injured. Well then, let us put today's events behind us. I'm going to buy some ingredients to prepare a meal." With that, Yang Jiao stood up and departed the sofa, taking Yang Feng with her to the market below. However, Lin Yun paid little heed to her words. He regarded the Li family with indifference. As long as they did not provoke him, he had no intention of stirring trouble. But should they dare to challenge him in the future, they would certainly witness his true capabilities. Meanwhile, in a courtyard belonging to the Li family, Hu Lu knelt before an elderly figure, pleading desperately, "Master, please spare me this once. My failure to obey the young master's command to forcibly bring him back was solely for his safety. I genuinely sense that young man's strength. It is akin to yours, a formidable chi-refining expert, capable of transforming chi into power. Otherwise, how could I, with my body-refining strength, have been struck unexpectedly? If I speak falsely, may I face divine retribution." Old M.O., Hu Lu's words are evidently nonsensical. That lad is nothing more than an utterly ordinary youth. How could he possibly possess the prowess akin to yours? Old M.O., it is clear that your esteemed disciple is merely fabricating excuses to disregard my orders. Nevertheless, young master, do not dwell too much on this. After all, you have not sustained any harm, so let us let this matter rest for now. As for whether that individual is truly as Hu Lu described, I cannot ascertain at this moment, and should refrain from making hasty judgments. In due time, should we encounter him, the truth will inevitably come to light. However, remember, our Huaxia is a land of hidden talents and extraordinary individuals. Despite the unparalleled standing of the Li family in Luochuan City, one must always exercise caution when venturing out. Hu Lu, you may rise. For this occasion, I shall tentatively place my trust in your words. Remember, next time you must not defy the young master's wishes. Your mission is solely to obey Master Jia's every command and ensure his safety. Everything else is of no concern to you. Thank you, Master, I understand. In that case, you may leave first. The elder known as Old M.O. rose directly, choosing to retreat to his chamber without further engaging in the quarrel between the two. Once the elder departed, Li Jie cast a furious glance at Hu Lu, yet ultimately refrained from taking action against him, for he was Old M.O.'s disciple, not merely an ordinary servant of the Li family. Just then, the two siblings returned from their grocery shopping, and upon entering, Yang Feng suddenly appeared with a grimace, hastily collapsing onto the sofa while lamenting, "Oh dear, it hurts so much." Upon witnessing this, Yang Jiao dropped the vegetables she was holding and rushed over in a panic, inquiring, "Yang Feng, what is the matter with you? What happened? Were you injured by Hu Lu?" Lin Yun, equally perplexed, stepped forward. Thus, the two watched anxiously as Yang Feng lay half-reclined on the sofa, moaning. After a considerable time, Yang Feng finally sheepishly replied, "No, this has nothing to do with Hu Lu. I'm suffering from a stomach ache." "A stomach ache?" Yang Jiao was momentarily at a loss for words. "You've had that chronic issue with your stomach, and it still hasn't improved? Just a few days ago, you mentioned the same thing. Haven't you taken any medicine?" "My stomach issues are not so easily resolved. The medications available merely address the symptoms without tackling the root cause. While they may provide temporary relief, the pain inevitably returns." Chapter 22. demonstrating medical skills again. Is there truly no other method to eradicate this stomach ailment entirely? I have consulted a physician, and aside from cultivating good habits to nurture the stomach, other medications merely treat the symptoms without curing the underlying problem. Moreover, I am not alone in suffering from this. An overwhelming majority of young people in today's society have irregular lifestyles, making stomach ailments a common affliction. Indeed, it seems there are so many afflicted by stomach issues. If any pharmaceutical company were to develop a definitive cure for stomach ailments, they would undoubtedly reap enormous profits. Sister, cease your futile speculations. If developing such remedies were indeed so straightforward, they would have been realized long before your musings. Enough of this chatter. Please assist me in locating some painkillers within the room, for I am truly suffering. Witnessing her younger brother in such distress, Yang Jiaoju momentarily set aside thoughts of who might create a cure for gastric ailments and hurried into Yang Feng's room to search for pain relief. Listening to the conversation between the siblings, Lin Yun, initially uncertain about which direction to take for the development of a new drug under the auspices of Yinshao Pharmaceutical, suddenly conceived the idea of focusing on gastric diseases, given the substantial population afflicted by such conditions. Moreover, the market currently lacks a definitive cure for these ailments, presenting ample opportunity for growth. With this realization, Lin Yun, eager to express gratitude to Yang Feng for the inspiration, approached him and declared, I shall assist you in curing your gastric affliction. What? Lin Yun, do not jest. I am in no mood for humor. I am genuinely unwell. Yet, disregarding Yang Feng's protests, Lin Yun swiftly tore open his shirt. This unexpected action startled Yang Feng, who exclaimed, Stop! Lin Yun, you weirdo! Why are you undressing me? I must inform you, I have no interest in men. This is inappropriate. Sister, come quickly to my aid. Despite Yang Feng's vigorous resistance, Lin Yun showed no signs of relenting, stripping him of his shirt entirely. Hearing Yang Feng's cries, Yang Jiaojiao rushed out of the room, only to be met with the shocking sight of Lin Yun disrobing her brother. Stop, Lin Yun! How could you behave this way? I cannot believe you are capable of such actions. You have truly disappointed me. Perplexed by their bewildering accusations, Lin Yun retorted, What are you two suggesting? I have no interest in men. If you lack interest, then why are you undressing Yang Feng? Is this not perverse behavior? I am merely attempting to cure his gastric ailment. Enough of this misunderstanding. Unfazed by their objections, Lin Yun withdrew a packet of silver needles and hastily extracted one, aiming it at Yang Feng's abdomen. However, as the needle penetrated Yang Feng's body, he instantly ceased his struggles, suddenly feeling a significant alleviation of the pain he had been enduring. Observing Lin Yun's earnestness in administering acupuncture, he felt his prior resistance wane. Realizing he had misjudged Lin Yun's intentions, with an awkward expression, he addressed Lin Yun. So, you truly intend to heal me? But how do you possess such medical knowledge? Do not speak. Lin Yun replied sharply, casting a disapproving glance at Yang Feng. Once I have cured your gastric ailment, you may express your gratitude in any manner you wish. But for now, you must comply and remain still. Upon witnessing Lin Yun skillfully performing acupuncture on Yang Feng, not only did Yang Feng remain speechless, but even Yang Jiao beside him was utterly taken aback, realizing her previous misjudgment of Lin Yun's actions. Feeling deeply ashamed, she lowered her head, awaiting Lin Yun's pronouncement. After approximately 10 minutes, Lin Yun finally withdrew the silver needles from Yang Feng's abdomen one by one, and then slowly addressed him. Your stomach has been completely restored. However, you must continue to pay attention to your diet and lifestyle habits. Now, please dress yourself and take a moment to feel the change. Yang Feng hastily donned his clothes, rising from the sofa to carefully assess his abdomen. To his astonishment, the pain he had previously endured had vanished entirely. Even the faint discomfort that lingered during moments of calm was gone. His expression reflected disbelief as he gazed at Lin Yun. How did you accomplish this? This is simply miraculous. I never imagined that not only were you exceptionally strong, but you also possess the ability to heal, especially a condition that no one else has managed to remedy so swiftly. I truly did not anticipate that you are a hidden medical prodigy. Upon hearing Yang Feng declare his complete recovery thanks to Lin Yun's treatment, Yang Jiao, feeling somewhat embarrassed, stepped forward and grasped Lin Yun's hand, expressing her profound remorse. Lin Yun, I sincerely apologize for misunderstanding you earlier. However, with such remarkable medical skills, where did you acquire this knowledge? At your young age, you rival the experts in the largest hospitals. No, you surpass those so-called experts by far. Just a few needles, and you have completely cured Yang Feng's ailment. Truly, traditional Chinese medicine is vast and profound. As the two praised him, Lin Yun felt somewhat helpless. Jiao Yang Feng, there is no need for such flattery. Although I'm still young, I must confess that both my strength and my medical expertise were cultivated from a very young age under the guidance of my grandfather. The reason I am oblivious to the outside world is that I spent 20 long years deep within the mountains. You began learning at such a young age? So you must have toiled day and night in the mountains. Yang Jiao exclaimed. Indeed, Lin Yun, you must have endured great hardships. Yet, I have heard you mention being a member of the Lin family, a lineage as formidable as the Li family here in Luochuan. Why not seek their assistance and recognition? Yang Jiao looked at Lin Yun with sympathy. It's all right. The struggles I faced in my youth were worthwhile. Now that I have descended from the mountains, I intend to reclaim everything that rightfully belongs to me. As for the Lin family, I have no desire to return for recognition. Even if I were to consider it, I would first need to possess the strength that compels them to bow before me before I return. The reasons for this, I prefer not to elaborate on. Chapter 23, The 13 Ghost Needles. As for now, I possess but a singular ambition, to swiftly establish an enterprise of my own and fulfill the wishes left behind by my parents, ultimately bringing Yi Anren into my life as my bride. Excellent. I wholeheartedly support you. From this moment forth, I, Lin Yun, shall recognize you as my brother. Should you not take offense, it would please me greatly if you could also take my sister as your wife, making me your brother-in-law. Given your remarkable prowess and medical expertise, I have complete faith in entrusting my sister to you. However, it was precisely Yang Feng's unexpected remark that caused both Yang Jiao and Lin Yun to recall the events of that fateful evening, resulting in a sudden flush of embarrassment on their faces. Why are your reactions so pronounced? Could it be that you both harbor such sentiments? You cheeky rascal. Are you seeking a fight? Coughing awkwardly, Lin Yun hastily deflected, saying, These matters are still far off. We shall discuss them when the time comes. What are you saying? Do you genuinely believe you possess the fortune to have two women serve you as one? Let me enlighten you. Do not even entertain such thoughts. Since you are my dear friend Anren's fiancé, you must strive diligently to win her affection and secure her hand in marriage as soon as possible. As for me, a young man like you is hardly my sister's type. I advise you to completely abandon that notion. Even if we may have had some misunderstandings in the past, they were merely accidents. It would be best if you ceased dwelling on it. We are all adults here. Do not expect me to take responsibility for you. Listening to their conversation, Yang Feng stood in stunned silence, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at Yang Jiao. Sister, did I hear correctly? You and Lin Yun truly shared something? When did this occur? How was I unaware of such a matter? Yet, as Yang Jiao revealed her thoughts, Yang Feng's interjection made her sense something amiss. Unfortunately, it was too late for explanations. She took a direct approach, sternly admonishing him. Your sister's affairs are none of your concern. Go prepare dinner at once. With that, she retreated to her room, leaving Yang Feng and Lin Yun exchanging bewildered glances. After a brief moment, Yang Feng suddenly grasped Lin Yun's hand, a sympathetic expression gracing his features as he consoled. Brother Lin Yun, I never imagined you would find yourself in such a predicament, ensnared by my sister's lecherous ways. It is one thing to have been involved, but for her to evade responsibility is quite another. Fear not, for in light of your healing my stomach ailment, I, Yang Feng, shall wholeheartedly support you in any future difficulties. Even if it means confronting my sister to compel her to take responsibility, I shall not hesitate. You, my brother-in-law, are certainty in my eyes. With a resounding slap, Lin Yun struck his forehead in disapproval, stating, Yang Feng, mind your own business. What concern is it of yours regarding my relationship with Jiao Jiao? I warn you, now that you are aware, keep this from Anren, or I shall ensure you regret it. What are you doing, Lin Yun? I regard you as a brother. I would willingly offer my own sister to you. And yet you turn around and accuse me of meddling. It is one thing for one person to blame me for meddling, but for both of you to do so is utterly intolerable. If that is the case, I shall no longer concern myself with your matters. You are free to take responsibility for whomever you choose. Everything is now irrelevant to me. Since you are aware that it does not pertain to you, why are you not hastening to prepare the meal? Why linger here? Why should I be the one to cook? Merely because I have just remedied your gastric ailment. As soon as Lin Yun finished speaking, he did not spare a glance at Yang Feng, but instead, with an air of authority, rose and retreated to his room, awaiting Yang Feng to prepare the meal. In the living room now remained only Yang Feng, who gritted his teeth, glaring at the rooms of the two individuals and the heap of groceries he had just purchased. Ultimately, as his stomach growled with hunger, he reluctantly resigned himself to the task of cooking. After dinner, in the stillness of the night, Lin Yun sat alone on his bed, gazing out at the enchanting nocturnal landscape. As he looked, he suddenly recalled the Yunxiao Pharmaceutical Company under the Yunxiao Group, which was in dire need of a groundbreaking new medication to reclaim its lost market share. Reflecting on Yang Feng's gastro troubles earlier that day, Lin Yun promptly retrieved an ancient tome from his possession and began to examine it closely. The book he was perusing was none other than the 13 Needles of the Ghost Gate, a medical manuscript he had fortuitously discovered in a cave during his childhood. It contained not only long-lost acupuncture techniques, but also numerous prescriptions for various ailments. While he could eradicate patients' symptoms through acupuncture, it would be impractical to treat each individual personally. Thus, it became imperative to locate a formula for mass production. After a brief search, Lin Yun swiftly uncovered a prescription specifically targeting gastric disorders. Without a moment's hesitation, he took up pen and paper to record the medicinal ingredients outlined within. Once the prescription was transcribed, he promptly called Zhang Mingyu, instructing him to prepare the necessary materials in advance so that they could head to the pharmaceutical factory for experimentation the following day. Upon concluding the call, Lin Yun did not rest, but continued to delve into the 13 Needles of the Ghost Gate. The next morning, aware that Lin Yun would be visiting the factory, Zhang Mingyu and Yuan Jiao had arrived early, eagerly awaiting his presence. Furthermore, the factory's executives, having learned of the president of the Yunxiao Group's impending visit, were eager to catch a glimpse of the new leader and had meticulously arranged a welcoming ceremony. However, as time passed and Lin Yun failed to appear, the executives began to whisper among themselves. How unreliable is this new president? Wasn't it stated that he would arrive this morning? It is already 11 o'clock, yet he remains absent. Surely he hasn't altered his plans? That seems unlikely. Perhaps he was delayed by unforeseen circumstances. Let's exercise a bit more patience, they conjectured, engaging in ceaseless discussions. Initially composed, Zhang Mingyu and Yuan Jiao began to exhibit signs of unease upon overhearing the discussions of those around them. Yuan Jiao promptly turned to Zhang Mingyu and suggested, Brother Mingyu, perhaps you should make a call to inquire about the situation. What has happened to young Master Lin? Why has he not arrived yet? After a brief moment of hesitation, Zhang Mingyu ultimately decided to reach for his phone and dialed Lin Yun. Chapter 24, An Ordeal. The phone rang, ring. At that moment, Lin Yun, still enveloped in slumber, stirred slightly at the sound of his phone. With his eyes barely open, he fumbled around on the bed until he grasped the device and answered. Before he could utter a word, Zhang Mingyu's urgent voice came through, Young Master Lin. Why are you still not here? The executives from the pharmaceutical company are growing increasingly impatient. Upon hearing Zhang Mingyu's words, Lin Yun jolted awake. Quickly expressing a hint of apology, I apologize, Uncle Zhang. I was preoccupied with other matters last night and ended up sleeping in. Please wait a moment. I will be there shortly. After hastily ending the call, Lin Yun sprang from his bed, made a quick effort to tidy himself, and hurriedly descended to hail a taxi to the pharmaceutical company. Thanks to the taxi driver's swift driving, Lin Yun arrived at the entrance of the pharmaceutical company in just over 10 minutes. as he stepped out of the vehicle and stood before the grand entrance adorned with the inscription Yunxiao Pharmaceutical. He couldn't help but marvel at the impressive facility that spanned over 10,000 square meters. This was once the largest pharmaceutical company in Luochuan City, truly living up to its reputation. Just as he was about to enter through the gates, an aged voice called out, "Hey, young man, stop. Who gave you permission to barge in here? This is Yunxiao Pharmaceutical, and unauthorized personnel are not allowed entry." Lin Yun halted and looked around to see 3 or 4 security personnel approaching him, with the speaker being an elderly man appearing to be in his 50s or 60s. In response, Lin Yun adopted a polite demeanor and explained, "I apologize, esteemed security officers. I have an important matter to attend to inside. I kindly request your permission to enter." Just as the elder was about to respond, the lead young security officer interjected brusquely, "Who do you think you are? You can't just waltz in here. Do you not realize that this is Yunxiao Pharmaceutical? This isn't a park where you can stroll about as you please." Lin Yun turned back to the young security officer and clarified, "I have an appointment with someone inside. They are waiting for me. That's not going to happen. You need to leave immediately. We have distinguished guests arriving today. Our vice president, general manager, and numerous executives are all inside. If something were to happen due to your indiscretion, we would be held accountable. I strongly advise you to leave at once." As he spoke, another security personnel pushed Lin Yun back. Nonetheless, Lin Yun remained calm, understanding that the security officers were simply fulfilling their responsibilities. With patience, I continued to address the group of security guards, saying, "Why are you being so obstinate? If I had no business here, I would certainly not intrude upon someone else's office space. I am here by appointment with Zhang Mingyu and Yuan Jiucai from your company. Please allow me to enter. If that is not feasible, at least you could inform them that a person named Lin Yun is waiting at the factory gate. They will surely instruct you to let me in." "What? Am I hearing correctly?" The leading young security guard suddenly sneered with disdain, exclaiming, "You claim to have an appointment with Zhang Mingyu and Yuan Jiucai? Nonsense. Do you realize that these two are our company's vice president and general manager? With your shabby appearance, you think you could possibly have arranged a meeting with them? What are you thinking? If you were wise, you would leave at once. If you persist in your foolishness, do not blame me for being impolite. Brother, if you truly do not believe me, then why not go inside and announce my presence or make a phone call? There is no need to jump to conclusions. Unbelievable. You think you are worthy of having me announce your presence? What a joke. If you know what is good for you, just leave." As he spoke, he and another young guard attempted to force Lin Yun out. Observing this, the older security guard, who had initially tried to persuade Lin Yun, quickly stepped forward and grasped the hand of the leading guard, saying, "Captain, wait. Perhaps we should go inside and announce this. If what the young man claims is true, we may face repercussions from the leaders inside if we simply expel him." Upon feeling the older guard's restraint, the leading guard's expression changed, and he bellowed, "Old Wang, do you no longer wish to work here? You dare to interfere with my authority. If it weren't for your family depending on you, I would have dismissed you long ago. If you dare meddle in my affairs again, I will not hesitate to fire you." The old man was taken aback, quickly releasing his grip, his face reflecting helplessness and a hint of guilt as he looked at Lin Yun. Lin Yun's eyes narrowed, emitting a cold glint as he glared at the young security captain, angrily stating, "It appears you are the one who does not wish to remain here. You refuse to listen to reason and instead wait for me to lose my temper. I never would have guessed you had a temper. Too bad, though. Your anger means nothing to me, although I am merely a small security captain. If you wish to enter, you must abide by my rules." "Very well. Since you wish to assert your authority over me, let us see if you truly possess the ability to do so. If you refuse to make the call, I shall." Lin Yun promptly retrieved his phone and dialed Zhang Mingyu's number. Meanwhile, Zhang Mingyu, who was anxiously waiting for Lin Yun's arrival, heard his phone ring and quickly answered upon seeing Lin Yun's name flash on the screen. "Young Master Lin, where are you? Have you arrived yet?" However, on the other end of the line came Lin Yun's icy response. "I've already arrived, but I am being impeded at the entrance of the pharmaceutical factory, being made to endure unnecessary obstacles. If you wish to see me, you had better come out quickly." "What? Such a thing has happened? Young Master Lin, please wait a moment. We will be right out." After Zhang Mingyu abruptly hung up the phone, Disregarding Yuan Jio's bewildered expression, he immediately addressed the high-ranking executives of the pharmaceutical company. The security at your facility certainly wields considerable authority. Even our group's president is subjected to their unreasonable obstruction. What? Is this true? Such a thing exists. Shall we step outside and ascertain the truth together? Zhang Mingyu exclaimed, his displeasure evident as he strode towards the entrance of the pharmaceutical plant. Witnessing this, the others hastily followed in his wake. Having concluded his call, the head of security suddenly burst into laughter, remarking, you must be an actor, the way you imitate so convincingly. If one did not know better, they would think you truly were a prominent figure. Good thing it's me. If it were someone else, they would undoubtedly believe you. Chapter 25. The new group president. However, in response to the head of security's mockery, Lin Yun chose to ignore him, fixating instead on him with a chilling glare. The head of security, feeling the weight of Lin Yun's gaze, grew perturbed and retorted, "You little brat, are you addicted to this? Dare to look at me with such eyes. Do you believe I could easily put you in your place? You scoundrel, who do you think you can intimidate with such threats?" A commanding voice suddenly resonated. The head of security, momentarily taken aback, reflexively began to reply, "I meant to say that I would." Yet mid-sentence he realized the source of the voice and abruptly ceased, turning his head curiously towards the commotion behind him. A throng of individuals was hastily emerging from the factory, with none other than Zhang Mingyu, the vice president of Yunxiao Group, leading the charge. Observing the arrival of these distinguished figures, the head of security promptly approached, bowing respectfully to Zhang Mingyu. "Mr. Zhang, what brings you out here? Is the esteemed individual you mentioned about to arrive? Rest assured, we will ensure that no unwelcome guests disrupt your meeting." As soon as he finished speaking, the head of security, disregarding Zhang Mingyu's presence, turned aggressively toward Lin Yun, bellowing, "You heard that, right? Our vice president and general manager have stated that the esteemed guest will be arriving shortly. If you do not vacate this area, do not blame me for taking action to remove you." However, upon recognizing Lin Yun standing at the entrance of the factory, Zhang Mingyu rushed forward, shoving the head of security aside and shouting, "Who gave you the audacity to speak to young Master Lin in such a manner? Have you lost your senses? It seems you're no longer interested in keeping your job." The head of security, still reeling from the abrupt turn of events, stammered, "Mr. Zhang, what is the matter? I was merely attempting to escort this individual who is trying to infiltrate our facility away. I have done nothing wrong." With a resounding slap, Zhang Mingyu struck the head of security across the face, his fury palpable as he exclaimed, "You dare to attempt to remove young Master Lin? Do you even comprehend who he is? Mr. Zhang, who is this Lin shall you speak of? I am unfamiliar with anyone by that name. All I know is that this young man attempted to intrude upon our factory premises, and I was fortunate enough to intercept him in time. Rascal, open your eyes wide and behold. The person before you is none other than Lin Xiao. He is the newly appointed president of our Yunxiao Group." Upon hearing the vice president of the group point to an ordinary young man and declare him to be the president, the staff of the pharmaceutical factory rubbed their eyes in disbelief, whispering amongst themselves, "Is this possible? He is so young and already the president of our group. Surely, there must be some mistake." The head of security, equally skeptical, interjected, "Mr. Zhang, you must not be deceived by this lad. He is merely a common impoverished individual. How could he possibly be the new president of our group? At this juncture, you dare to voice dissent? Do you not trust the words of Zhang Mingyu? Do you wish to question the legitimacy of my position as vice president as well? Of course not. I wouldn't he dare." The head of security hastily bowed in explanation. "Mr. Zhang, even if you return to Ash, we would still recognize you. You. Very well. Today, I have witnessed the attitude of your pharmaceutical factory security." Zhang Mingyu, incensed, turned abruptly and shouted into the crowd, "Is the head of the pharmaceutical factory present? Step forward immediately." At that moment, a middle-aged man trembling with apprehension emerged, cautiously stating, "Mr. Zhang, I am Lu Dazhuang, the current head of the pharmaceutical factory." Glaring at Lu Dazhuang, who was far from portly, Zhang Mingyu remarked caustically, "No wonder our pharmaceutical factory has been struggling. It is overseen by a band of short-sighted and arrogant gatekeepers. I hereby command you, in my capacity as Vice President of Yunxiao Group, to dismiss all of these security personnel at once, ensuring they are never permitted to enter any of our companies again. Such individuals are unworthy of employment within our group. Lu Dazhuang promptly replied, "Understood, Mr. Zhang. I will terminate them all immediately. Furthermore, I will blacklist them within our group, ensuring they can never work for us again." Upon hearing of their imminent dismissal, the head of security and the other guards who had targeted Lin Yun fell to their knees, pleading desperately, "Mr. Zhang, we beseech you, please do not fire us. We are the sole providers for our families, with elderly relatives and children depending on our meager salaries." Even the elderly security guard, who had initially shown Lin Yun some courtesy and attempted to defend him, suddenly knelt and implored, "Mr. Zhang, you are magnanimous. Please spare us this once. I truly need this job to support my family of 6 or 7. As Lu Dazhuang observed the security guards before him pleading for mercy, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of sympathy for them. Although you have all been loyal employees of our pharmaceutical company through its rise and fall, your actions today are indeed inexcusable. You have no one to blame but yourselves for not being more discerning. Now, quickly gather your belongings and leave." "Hold on." At that moment, Lin Yun, who had been silent until then, slowly entered through the factory's main gate. "Let us forego the termination. After all, their actions stem from a desire to fulfill their duties. However, their attitude towards work certainly warrants improvement. When faced with the unfamiliar, it will be prudent to ascertain the facts before making hasty decisions. They must not presume that just because someone seems different, they are not worthy of respect. They should take a page from Uncle Wang, the security guard. I believe the position of security captain would be well suited for Uncle Wang. As for the others, a light reprimand will suffice as a form of punishment." Uncle Wang stared at Lin Yun in disbelief. "What? You want me to be the security captain? Is that not to your liking? Of course I am willing. Thank you, esteemed president, for your magnanimity and for promoting me to the position of security captain. I will ensure that our factory gates are well guarded." Chapter 26. Testing the medicine. Seeing the joy radiating from the elderly guard, Lin Yun couldn't help but smile in return. After all, this little old guard had never looked down on him. A security personnel like Uncle Wang, who treats everyone with respect, is essential to maintaining the company's good image. With the matter settled, Lin Yun bypassed the pleasantries with the pharmaceutical executives and turned directly to Zhang Mingyu and Yuan Jiao. "Uncle Zhang, Uncle Yuan, have you prepared the medicinal materials I requested?" "Young master, everything is ready, and we have merely been awaiting your arrival." "Very well. Let us not linger here any longer. We must proceed with the important matters at hand." As soon as he finished speaking, the two immediately led Lin Yun into the factory workshop. Lu Dazhuang followed closely behind, entering the laboratory alongside them, leaving the executives and security guards in a state of astonishment. None could have anticipated that the newly appointed president of the group would be a young man barely in his 20s. Upon entering the laboratory, Lu Dazhuang promptly presented the prepared medicinal materials to Lin Yun. Meanwhile, Zhang Mingyu inquired with a hint of confusion, "What purpose do you intend for these materials?" "Oh, as I mentioned earlier, I plan to develop a medicine that is nearly non-existent in the market. These materials are essential for my forthcoming pharmaceutical innovation." "What? Young Master Lin, is that truly the case? You possess knowledge of medicine and can develop pharmaceuticals? I thought you were merely jesting. Whether it is true or not will soon be revealed when you test the medicine." Noticing their serious expressions, Yuan Jiao eagerly chimed in, "What type of treatment does this medicine provide, young Master Lin? In preparation, I would like to gather some patients with relevant ailments." Lin Yun pondered for a moment before speaking directly. "Please find me more patients suffering from gastric diseases." "What? Patients with gastric diseases? Surely I did not mishear. There are indeed numerous medications on the market targeting gastric issues, but a cure that delivers immediate results is non-existent. Are you intending to develop a miraculous remedy that can instantly cure gastric ailments?" Yuan Jiao looked at Lin Yun in astonishment. "Indeed, what I aim to develop is a medication specifically for gastric patients. This medicine not only promises swift results, but also guarantees a complete cure, ensuring that once ingested, the ailment will not recur. If that is the case, we need not seek patients outside. Our pharmaceutical company harbors a multitude of gastric disease sufferers. Yes, yes. To my knowledge, several security guards at the entrance frequently take leave due to gastric flare-ups. Not only them, but I myself am also a gastric patient. Lu Dazhuang suddenly interjected, sharing his experience. Upon noticing Lu Dazhuang's enthusiasm, Lin Yun immediately instructed, "Since we have patients readily available, please gather them. Once I have prepared the final product, you can all partake in the trial." "Very well. I shall fetch all the gastric patients from our company promptly." Watching Lu Dazhuang excitedly depart to find people, Lin Yun did not hesitate to lift the tray filled with medicinal materials and address Zhang Mingyu and Yuan Jiu. "Let us begin our preparations." Thus, the three entered a dedicated small laboratory for sample development. Upon arriving at the compact laboratory, Lin Yun meticulously prepared the ingredients according to the required proportions, subsequently placing them into the grinder to be pulverized into a fine powder. Yet, this was merely the initial step. Following the instructions found in the 13 ghost needles, Lin Yun proceeded methodically to form the mixture into pellet-shaped pills, marking the completion of his task. Under the watchful eyes of his companions, Lin Yun executed each step with precision, adhering to the documented procedures. Approximately 2 hours later, he took a deep breath and retrieved a container filled with a dozen rounded dark pills. Observing this, Yuan Jiu eagerly inquired, "Lin Xiao, has the task been completed?" "Indeed." Lin Yun nodded, appearing somewhat fatigued. "Yes, this is the final product. You may summon the patients for a trial." "Excellent. I shall fetch the patients Lu Dazhuang has gathered." However, just as Yuan Jiu was about to push open the laboratory door to exit, he found a line of over a dozen individuals of varying ages waiting outside. Leading them was Lu Dazhuang, accompanied by the newly appointed head of security, Old Wang, and several other security personnel, along with other high-ranking executives from the pharmaceutical company. Seeing the eager crowd outside the door, Yuan Jiu cheerfully announced, "You have arrived just in time. Lin Xiao's new medication has been completed, and shortly, each of you will receive one to try its effects." Zhang Mingyu emerged, carrying a handful of pills, closely following Lin Yun. As he prepared to distribute the pills, coincidentally, there were exactly 15 individuals present, allowing him to allocate one pill to each person. However, upon receiving their pills, the group led by Lu Dazhuang hesitated, none daring to be the first to swallow the unfamiliar medication, each waiting for the others to take the plunge first, fearful of the potential consequences that might ensue. Observing the expressions of doubt etched on their faces, Lin Yun patiently addressed the assembly, assuring them, "Rest assured, you need not worry about taking this medication. I firmly believe that it will alleviate the gastric issues that have been troubling you." Should my assurances not suffice, I, Lin Yun, as the CEO of our corporation, guarantee that if any adverse effects arise from consuming this medication, we will assume full responsibility and provide ample compensation for any harm caused. Despite Lin Yun's earnest promise, the crowd remained reluctant to take the first step. In that moment of uncertainty, a security captain named Old Wang stepped forward, bowing slightly to Lin Yun. "Mr. Lin," he began, "despite our earlier behavior, you have shown us grace and even elevated this old fool to the position of security captain. I am profoundly grateful for your kindness. Since no one else is willing to take the first pill, I shall do so myself. Even if something unforeseen occurs, I will not hold you accountable." With that declaration, Old Wang boldly took a pill and, under the watchful gaze of all present, swallowed it. Initially, those observing believed Old Wang to be a sensible man. Yet his subsequent remarks about potential mishaps left Lin Yun feeling less than touched. "You old fool," Lin Yun retorted, "if you're going to take the medicine, do so without inciting fear in others." Old Wang, embarrassed by the reprimand, merely chuckled awkwardly, choosing to focus on the changes within himself. Approximately 10 minutes later, he was astonished to find that the nagging pain in his stomach, which had plagued him for years, had vanished, replaced by an inexplicable hunger. Despite having eaten not long ago, he marveled at the restorative effects of the medication. As Old Wang's expressions shifted dramatically, the onlookers remained oblivious to his true condition. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "Wonderful! I'm not dead! I'm not dead! Why are you all still standing there? Quickly, take the medicine. Upon hearing old Wang's enthusiastic proclamation, the crowd became even more hesitant, their gazes shifting nervously toward Lin Yun. Upon sensing the peculiar gazes of the crowd, Lin Yun furrowed his brow and retorted to old Wang. Why must you be so oblivious, old man? Who told you that this medicine is lethal? It is absolutely impossible for anyone to perish from it. Just inform everyone whether your gastric ailment has improved. Oh, indeed, not only am I alive, but my stomach is entirely pain-free now. Remarkably, my gastric functions are gradually returning to normal. I had just eaten not long ago, and I can distinctly feel the pangs of hunger. Old Wang excitedly conveyed the miraculous qualities of the medicine to Luochuan and the other patients. Upon hearing old Wang's enthusiastic words, Luochuan could no longer hold back his apprehensions and promptly consumed the medicine. At that moment, he was already experiencing substantial gastric discomfort. Even if the remedy proved ineffective, he was certain it wouldn't lead to his demise. Thus, he thought it prudent to give a try, treating a dead horse as if it were a live one. Witnessing Luochuan take the medication, the remaining individuals cast aside their doubts and followed suit, swallowing their doses with haste. As they ingested the medicine, they anxiously monitored the changes within their stomachs. As seconds ticked away, Luochuan, who had previously been writhing in pain, suddenly realized that his unbearable discomfort had vanished, replaced by an overwhelming sense of relief. It was not merely Luochuan who experienced this transformation. The others who had taken the medicine also reported remarkable improvements in their gastric conditions, feeling a notable sense of ease. After confirming that their gastric issues had substantially healed and the previous discomfort had dissipated, the crowd turned their astonished gazes toward Lin Yun. Luochuan, as the head of the pharmaceutical company, stood up, shedding his earlier disdain for Lin Yun, and expressed heartfelt admiration, saying, "Young Master Lin, you truly possess extraordinary capabilities. With you as the president of our group, I, Luochuan, am entirely convinced. Under your leadership, our Yinshao group will undoubtedly soar to new heights, outpacing our long-standing adversaries, the Yi and Li pharmaceutical companies. Rest assured, now that I have taken the helm of Yinshao Group, I will undoubtedly guide you all to greater heights, reaching for the skies." However, just as Lin Yun concluded his statement, a senior executive from the pharmaceutical company, having learned about the trial for the new gastric remedy, suddenly shouted, "President Lin, please give me a pill as well. I was in the restroom earlier and couldn't partake. My stomach is currently in agony." Observing the hurried approach of a portly man, Luochuan immediately chided, "You lazy glutton, you really are a sloth. When I called you to queue up, you made the excuse of needing to relieve yourself. Now that everyone else's gastric ailments have been alleviated, you suddenly show up. President Liu, you are unjustly accusing me. I genuinely couldn't hold it any longer. After all, one cannot die from holding in their urine. Besides, I am here now, having just finished in the restroom." Observing the portly figure before him, Lin Yun discerned no hint of deception. He turned to Zhang Mingyu beside him and said, "Uncle Zhang, could you spare him one more?" However, Zhang Mingyu suddenly shrugged his shoulders in a gesture of resignation and replied, "Young Master Lin, you produced only 15 in total, and they were distributed precisely. I truly have none left." "What? None left? Surely you jest. I merely stepped away for a moment, and I missed this monumental opportunity. Why must I be so unfortunate?" The rotund man lamented, disregarding his dignity in his despair. Lin Yun, witnessing this display, interjected, "There is no need for panic. Bear with your stomach discomfort for now. If this remedy proves effective, we can promptly expedite the production line for mass manufacturing." Sighing deeply, the man conceded, "It seems I have no choice but to accept this. However, once our factory produces the first batch of a new drug, I shall be the first to partake." Lin Yun merely smiled knowingly and then turned to Zhang Mingyu and Yuan Jiu, stating now, "I entrust you both with the arrangements for bringing this medication to market and overseeing its production." The two nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Zhang Mingyu appeared to recall something and asked, "Young Master Lin, have you decided on a name for our new drug?" After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yun coldly replied, "Let us call it Wei Sukang." Wei Sukang? The group echoed in unison, and they exclaimed, "Excellent! What a striking name!" We believe that once Wei Su Kong hits the market, it will be met with overwhelming demand. Indeed, let's hope so, Lin Yun nodded. Now that our business here is settled, I shall take my leave. Where are you headed, young Master Lin? Shall we arrange for a driver to take you? No need for that. I prefer to walk. I have no particular destination at the moment. I'll see where my feet take me. With that, Lin Yun exited the Yunshao pharmaceutical factory alone, while Zhang Mingyu and the others began preparations for the swift mass production and launch of Wei Su Kong. Chapter 28. The auction the house left by my parents once outside. Lin Yun strolled alone along the street, glancing at a signpost that read Lun Yin Alley. Suddenly, he recalled Zhang Mingyu mentioning that his parents once resided in a house located at number 6 Lun Yin Alley. This thought ignited within him a desire to visit that house, to reconnect with the essence left behind by his parents. Unbeknownst to him, his feet began to move of their own accord, as he searched the vicinity with growing intent. After several minutes, he halted before an exceedingly old house with a number 6 emblazoned on its door. The years had left their mark on its walls, stirring a wave of emotion within Lin Yun. As he noticed the door was ajar, he contemplated entering to explore, but was suddenly interrupted. "Young man, halt! You cannot enter here." Upon hearing the sudden sound, Lin Yun immediately turned his gaze towards its source, only to behold an elderly woman approaching, a hefty bunch of keys in her hand. Observing this, Lin Yun promptly halted his advance and inquired of the woman, "Excuse me, madam, is this house currently yours?" "I mean no harm. I merely wish to take a look inside." The elderly woman sighed, responding, "Young man, although this house does not belong to me, I have been caring for it for nearly 20 years. There is nothing of interest inside. It has been uninhabited for almost 2 decades and has become a dilapidated structure. Moreover, the government is about to reclaim it for auction." Auction? Lin Yun's expression shifted to one of confusion. Noticing his bewilderment, the woman continued with a hint of impatience. The original owners of this house were an unmarried couple who tragically perished in a car accident 20 years ago. They had a child out of wedlock. But on the very day of the couple's demise, the newborn mysteriously vanished without a trace. I was somewhat acquainted with them, which is why I have been looking after this house all these years. Recently, the government classified it as unclaimed property and decided to reclaim it, and preparations for the auction are underway today. Upon hearing that the house would be stripped of its original features, Lin Yun implored the elderly woman, "Could you please allow me to enter and take a look? This house holds immense significance for me." The woman furrowed her brow, contemplating for a moment before reluctantly agreeing. "Very well, you may come in and have a look. However, I am curious as to why you are so intrigued by a house that has been vacant for 20 years. Yet, Lin Yun refrained from revealing that he was the very infant who had disappeared all those years ago. He could not provide her with proof. So he concocted a casual excuse. "Oh, madam, you see, I've been fascinated by old houses and antiques since childhood. I feel a profound connection upon seeing the aged belongings within." "Ah, I see. Then come along and take a look," she replied. Thus, Lin Yun followed the elderly woman into the home where he had once lived with his parents. As he gazed at the dining table in the hall, the wooden baby carriage nearby, and the bed once occupied by his parents, an unprecedented wave of bittersweet emotion surged within him. Realizing the imminent auction, Lin Yun turned to the woman and said, "Madam, could you please refrain from clearing out the house? I wish to participate in the auction. I want to bid on this place and preserve its original state." "Is that so, young man? Although this house is aged, the location is quite valuable. Are you certain you can secure it?" "Yes, I'm confident I can acquire it, as long as you leave everything here untouched." "Very well. Since you have expressed it this way, I shall refrain from making any alterations here. Provided that you do not mind the inconvenience, it matters little to me. After all, they are merely some inconsequential old trinkets. This also conveniently spares me some effort. I'm truly grateful to you. May I inquire as to where I might attend this auction?" "Young man, if you genuinely wish to participate in the bidding, simply turn left as you exit, and you will find a government-hosted auction taking place there. At that time, you merely need to submit a deposit to gain entry." "Splendid. Thank you ever so much. I shall be on my way." As he spoke, Lin Yun swiftly made his way towards the auction house, leaving the elderly woman behind. Deep in contemplation, who is this young man? What compels him to spend money on such an old house that has remained uninhabited for over a decade? He appears to be no more than 20 years old. Could he possibly be that missing infant from years past? Alas, never mind. What does it matter who he is? As long as he wishes to preserve its original state, it conveniently alleviates my burden. Let it be. Thus, Lin Yun soon arrived at the auction house mentioned by the elderly woman, just as the bidding for the house was officially commencing. Once he casually settled into a seat, a charming lady at the auction podium announced, "Next, we shall auction an unclaimed old house located at number 6, Lin Yun Alley. Although the structure is antiquated, the location is exceptionally vibrant. The starting bid is set at 1 million, with subsequent bids requiring an increase of no less than 50,000. Interested guests may now officially commence bidding. I bid 110,000. I bid 115,000. I'll take it for 130,000. Thus, the attendees began to call out their bids in a lively manner. Though the audience was not particularly large, a considerable number vied for the property. However, Lin Yun remained silent, not yet placing a bid. At that moment, as the price escalated to 2 million, the number of bidders began to dwindle. Unexpectedly, just when it seemed that no one would continue bidding after the last offer of 2 million, a fresh voice that had not previously participated rang out. I bid 3 million. The crowd turned in unison, whispering amongst themselves. Who is this individual? Does she understand investments? 3 million for such a dilapidated house? That is nothing short of folly. Indeed, while the location is desirable, it can hardly justify a valuation of 3 million. Is she perhaps attempting to artificially inflate the price? Chapter 29. The Mysterious Mother and Daughter. If she is here to drive up the price, then we are in for an entertaining spectacle. Let's see how this unfolds. Anyone with a modicum of sense knows that the house is worth at most 2 million. Exceeding that incurs the risk of a loss. And yet she has bid 3 million. Listening to the murmurs around him, Lin Yun found himself intrigued and turned his gaze towards the bidder. He observed 2 impeccably dressed women, one slightly older, and the other, the one who had just placed the bid, appeared to be around his age, no more than 20. After waiting for a while and seeing that no one was willing to bid higher than 3 million, the auctioneer standing at the podium looked around and called out loudly, "This lady bids 3 million. Is there anyone else willing to raise the bid?" After a moment of silence with no further bids, the auctioneer promptly rapped the surface of the podium. It was evident that he was quite pleased at that moment, eagerly proclaiming 3 million once, 3 million twice. However, before he could finish his sentence, a pure and vigorous voice rang out, "I bid 5 million, at once." The crowd fell into a hushed silence, all eyes turning in astonishment towards the person who had spoken. The one who called out 5 million was none other than Lin Yun. As he felt the weight of everyone's gaze upon him, Lin Yun suddenly became somewhat uneasy. After clearing his throat a couple of times, he straightened his posture. Yet, the looks directed at him were not those of envy. Rather, they were akin to those reserved for a fool. One individual pointed to his head and remarked to his companion, "Do you think this person is out of his mind? The previous bid of 3 million already far exceeded the value of this house, and now he suddenly raises it to 5 million. Another joined in, indeed. This lad must have something wrong with his head. Otherwise, he is just a fool with too much money, showing off for no reason. But no matter how wealthy one might be, one cannot be so reckless. This is 5 million after all." Hearing the whispers and perceiving himself as the subject of their derision, Lin Yun was momentarily at a loss for words, yet he felt helpless to explain himself. He could only silently endure their mockery. Just then, the mother and daughter duo seemed unwilling to concede, calling out once more, "We bid 6 million. With this declaration, the atmosphere shifted as the crowd fell silent, no longer engaging in raucous chatter. At that moment, it was clear to everyone that the purpose of their bids was merely a contest of wills. Neither party was willing to yield to the other. A few confused bystanders muttered, "Wow, this mother and daughter are relentless, still raising the stakes. I think it's not just that lad who has lost his mind. They seem equally irrational. Are they courting disaster? They are the real fools here." Upon realizing the true nature of the rivalry at play, another observer remarked, So that is how it is. We should keep quiet and watch closely. If we offend either side, we wouldn't stand a chance. Just the fact that they can casually throw around millions to settle a score speaks volumes about their power. As Lin Yun observed the unwavering determination of the mother and daughter, he furrowed his brow, struggling to recall where he might have encountered them or offended them in any way. He had no acquaintance with them whatsoever. Nevertheless, for the sake of acquiring the house where his parents once lived, he set aside his confusion, dismissing any thoughts of who they were or why they opposed him. In his mind, the house was a necessity, and he would not allow anyone to snatch it from his grasp. Moreover, the most crucial point is that, at this moment, I am entirely devoid of financial worries. Although I possess a credit card bestowed by Zhang Mingyu, it currently holds a chilling credit limit of hundreds of billions. As long as I do not exceed the market valuation of Yunxiao Group, everything remains manageable. With this thought in mind, Lin Yun's cold voice resounded once more. I bid 1 million. The atmosphere was so tense that one could hear a pin drop in the auction house. It was evident that the mother and daughter duo were seething with resentment, their eyes fixed on Lin Yun, yet powerless to act against him. Suddenly, the young girl grasped the hand of the middle-aged woman beside her and urged gently, "Mom, I think we should let it go. We didn't bring that much money with us, and if Dad finds out we spent 1 million on this dilapidated house, he will definitely become suspicious." The middle-aged woman fought back tears of disappointment, her voice trembling as she replied, "All right, fair, I won't bid anymore. After the auction concludes, will you accompany me to take one last look?" "Yes, of course. After the auction, I'll go with you to see it again." When Lin Yun declared his bid of 1 million, the auctioneer, initially eager for the mother and daughter to continue bidding, found himself waiting in vain. Time passed, yet no further bids were made, and even the attendees' breaths seemed to intentionally soften. In that moment, nobody dared to make an unnecessary sound, fearing that their utterances might be misconstrued as a bid. Observing this, despite the absence of further bidding, the auctioneer wore a satisfied smile, for the property, valued at 2 million, had surprisingly fetched 10 million. He would receive a substantial commission from this sale. To prevent Lin Yun from retracting his bid and jeopardizing his lucrative commission, the auctioneer promptly bypassed the usual process of soliciting further offers and struck the gavel, exclaiming loudly, "Congratulations to this gentleman for acquiring the property at number 6 Liunian Alley for 10 million. Upon confirming the auction results, the crowd exhaled a collective sigh of relief. This young man was astonishingly bold, managing to secure the property at such a staggering price. It was truly remarkable. The whispers of curiosity filled the air, speculating on the identity of this affluent young heir. However, Lin Yun paid no heed to the chatter and proceeded directly to finalize the transaction. After completing the necessary procedures, Lin Yun finally held the title deed in his hands. Gazing at the document, he suddenly paused, vowing silently, "Mom and Dad, rest assured, retrieving this house is merely the first step. In the future, I will reclaim everything that rightfully belongs to you." Chapter 30. The Familiarity of Old Friends. After a moment of silence, having suppressed the surge of unwelcome emotions, Lin Yun departed from the auction house and returned to his former home. As Lin Yun returned, the elderly woman who had yet to leave approached him eagerly, exclaiming, "Ah, young man, you've returned so soon. Have you managed to secure this house?" "Yes." Lin Yun nodded at the woman and then produced the property deed for her to see. "Auntie, could you do me another favor?" Upon seeing the deed in Lin Yun's hand, the elderly woman was taken aback. "Young man, I truly didn't expect you to have won the bid. I thought you were merely speaking whimsically. What do you require of me?" "I shall certainly assist you in any way I can." After pondering for a moment, Lin Yun responded, "I wish to fortify this place, but I would like to preserve its original appearance along with the antiquated objects. During my absence, I would appreciate it if you could continue to look after the house." The elderly woman hesitated for a moment. Sensing her reluctance, Lin Yun continued, "Rest assured, I will cover all expenses for the renovations, and I will also provide you with a monthly stipend as compensation for overseeing the house." The elderly woman waved her hand dismissively. "Let us forego the payment for watching over the house. I'm already accustomed to it, so continuing to help you is no trouble at all. However, I am somewhat perplexed as to why a young man like you, who has never been here before, suddenly takes such an interest in this place. Lin Yun contemplated her question for a moment, realizing that revealing his identity might not be inappropriate. It was up to her whether she believed him. He then solemnly declared, "In truth, I am the infant who went missing all those years ago, and the deceased couple were my parents." "What? Is that so?" The elderly woman gazed at Lin Yun in astonishment. "You are indeed the child who vanished without a trace. It is hard to fathom how you have survived all these years." Surprised by her lack of skepticism, Lin Yun inquired, "Do you not harbor any doubts about my words? Why would anyone pretend to be a missing child?" She replied, "If you claim to be impersonating that infant for gain, I might have my suspicions. But as it stands, I utterly believe you, especially since you invested in this sole valuable property." Lin Yun nodded, recognizing the validity of her argument. Seeing that Lin Yun concurred with her reasoning, the elderly woman prepared to leave, stating, "Since you have called me auntie, I shall assist you with this. I will find some workers to help." Before Lin Yun could respond, she turned and departed. Watching her retreating figure, Lin Yun stood still for a moment, gazing at the wooden rocking horse his father had crafted for him. Unconsciously, he crouched down and sat upon it. However, just as Lin Yun settled onto the rocking horse, lost in reverie of his childhood, the mother and daughter from the auction unexpectedly burst in. Upon witnessing Lin Yun perched humorously on the children's toy, both could not suppress their laughter, with the middle-aged woman barely managing to contain her amusement. Yet the girl beside her showed no intention of holding back. Instead, she burst into laughter, mockingly addressing Lin Yun. "Ha ha, how is it that a grown man like you has come here to steal a ride on a carousel? You are rather immature, aren't you? After all your extravagant efforts to compete with us for this house, could it be merely to indulge in this childish whim? Heir, mind your manners." A middle-aged lady suddenly tugged at the girl beside her. The sudden mockery shattered Lin Yun's reverie, and he slowly opened his eyes, rising from the carousel with an expressionless face. He coldly regarded the two and uttered, "Who are you? Why have you intruded into a house that rightfully belongs to me without my permission?" Noticing Lin Yun's rising irritation, the middle-aged lady quickly approached with a polite demeanor, saying, "My dear young man, I sincerely apologize. If we have overstepped, please forgive us. This house once belonged to a dear friend of mine, and I had intended to purchase it. However, it seems you have already acquired it. We merely wish to take one last look in remembrance of my friend." "Dear friend?" Lin Yun's interest was piqued by her words. He promptly inquired, "Are you referring to the couple who resided here 20 years ago? How do you know?" The middle-aged lady's eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at Lin Yun with a look of disbelief. "What is your connection to them? And why did you go to such lengths to secure this house? Perhaps you should share first. What were they to you?" Lin Yun hesitated to reveal his identity, uncertain of this woman's relationship with his parents, unsure whether she was friend or foe. The middle-aged lady did not respond immediately. Instead, she surveyed the various antiquated objects around her. When she paused before an old bicycle, she tenderly caressed its handlebars, her eyes glistening with tears as she softly confessed, "I can only tell you that I once shared a profound bond with the male owner, but that was in the past." Upon uttering this, the middle-aged lady appeared significantly relieved, as if a long-held burden had been lifted from her. Before Lin Yun could press further, she grasped the girl's hand and declared, "Heir, let's go. We must return. Mom, why the rush? This guy hasn't even told us who he is. That's irrelevant now. Who he is no longer matters to me. The person I care about has been gone for 20 years. Once this house is demolished, I will finally find closure." With that, she did not wait for Lin Yun's response, dragging the girl out the door. Left in contemplative silence, Lin Yun stood rooted in place, pondering their exchange. Just as the mother and daughter were about to exit, he called out to them, "Though I cannot ascertain your identity, I can assure you that I will not demolish this house. Moreover, I shall fortify it further. I will preserve the house in its original state, with every table and chair, every brick and tile untouched. Should you wish to come here in remembrance of the departed, you are always welcome, and I shall not hinder your visits." Chapter 31. A Visit to the Yang Family. Upon hearing Lin Yun's words, the middle-aged woman paused momentarily before continuing to lead the girl forward. Just as they were about to vanish at the doorway, she suddenly uttered, Thank you. As soon as the words left her lips, the mother and daughter's figures disappeared without a trace. Lin Yun, however, did not delve into the nature of her relationship with her father, for it was a matter of the previous generation, perhaps bearing no relevance to her. After savoring the essence of home once more, Lin Yun chose not to linger any longer and departed from the place. Upon returning to the home of Yang Jiao, she found the siblings busily packing their belongings. Filled with curiosity, Lin Yun inquired, Jiao, what are you two up to? Why are you packing? Are you going somewhere? You arrived just in time. I was about to tell you that we want to be staying here for a while. My grandfather is delighted and has invited us back for a spell to share a few meals with him. So we brought some gifts to take along. Yang Jiao said, continuing to place the gifts into her bag. Upon hearing Yang Jiao mention their absence, Lin Yun felt a sudden, inexplicable emptiness within her, and she responded nonchalantly, "Oh, I see. Well, you should go back. I'll be fine on my own here." Noticing Lin Yun's unusual demeanor, Yang Feng quickly approached her, saying, "By the way, Lin Yun, why don't you join us for a meal and get acquainted with my Yang family?" Lin Yun felt a twinge of embarrassment. "You want me to join you for your family gathering? That seems rather inappropriate. What is there to fear? Sooner or later, you have to meet my family." "What do you mean by that? Why must I meet them eventually? Do I really need to spell out for you? Just figure out. Come on. If we delay, my grandfather will grow anxious." After glancing at Yang Jiao, who showed no objections, Yang Feng took Lin Yun by the arm and led her out the door. As she walked behind Yang Jiao, captivated by her alluring figure, Lin Yun couldn't help but steal a few glances. This was the first time she had seen Yang Jiao out of her work attire, dressed as any ordinary girl should be, and she appeared utterly enchanting. It stirred within Lin Yun a desire to recall the events of that fateful night. Yet, the thought of her betrothed soon filled her with guilt. Striving to quell her tumultuous thoughts, she joined the siblings in the car, heading directly to the Yang residence. The Yang family is regarded as one of the foremost families in Luochuan City, although they do not rival the likes of the Li, Zhou, or Lin families. Titans of trillion yuan fortune, they nonetheless represent a formidable presence within the billion yuan echelon. As the trio approached the family home, Lin Yun suddenly came to a halt. Yang Jiao and Yang Feng disregarded Lin Yun and hurriedly entered the house, calling out loudly, "Grandfather, Mom and Dad, we are back." Upon hearing their shouts, a middle-aged man and woman promptly emerged, accompanied by an elderly gentleman. The elder was none other than Yang Xiaotian, the current head of the Yang family, while the other two were his son Yang Haiquan and daughter-in-law Chun Mei. Recognizing his grandchildren, Yang Xiaotian excitedly stepped forward, enveloping them in a warm embrace, exclaiming, Jiao, Feng heir, you have finally returned. Grandfather has missed you dearly." "Grandfather, what are you saying? It's not that we didn't want to come back, but we have important matters to attend to. We simply haven't had the time," Jiao replied. "Indeed, Grandfather, we have been longing to see you and Mom and Dad. We have wanted to return for quite some time," Yang Feng added. However, upon hearing their words, Yang Xiaotian's expression shifted to one of displeasure. "I must say, you two are quite something. You abandoned the family business to pursue, what? Being messengers? Are you not enduring unnecessary hardship? I believe it would be best for you to resign from those jobs and return home at once to spend time with this old man." "Grandfather, you bring this up every time we visit. Please, let us not discuss this now. Perhaps in a few years. We are genuinely uninterested in the family business at the moment. Mom and Dad are still in good health, and their support is sufficient for managing family affairs. Yang Feng and I wish to explore the world for a while longer. You need not worry about us. Alas, my dear child, it seems I am indeed getting old and unable to control you. If that is the case, let's not dwell on such matters. It is time to eat. Come inside and join me for a meal. Your parents have gone to great lengths to prepare an exquisite banquet for you today." With that, Yang Xiaotian took hold of Jiao and Feng and led them inside. Just then, Jiao abruptly halted and said, "Grandfather, wait. I have a friend waiting outside." "Oh, a friend? Then why not invite them in quickly?" Yang Xiaotian exclaimed. Jiao, is your friend a boy or a girl?" Not only was Yang Xiaotian surprised, but even Yang Haiquan and Chun Mei were filled with curiosity. What difference does it make whether it's a boy or a girl? Jiao Jiao questioned, puzzled. Mei retorted, it certainly makes a difference. Look at your age. You should be considering your future. At your age, I had already given birth to your brother Feng. How can I compare to you? You lived in a different era. Jiao Jiao responded, somewhat exasperated. These days, we advocate for freedom in romantic relationships. Besides, I'm still quite young. I'm only 24. Why are you so worried about me not getting married? Yang Feng could no longer contain his laughter and chimed in, ha ha ha, Mom, Dad, Grandfather. You need not worry about my sister. She knows how to enjoy herself far better than you. In fact, she brought back a little boyfriend for you. But seriously, I've already decided that this young man is the one. Yang Feng, what nonsense are you spouting? Are you trying to get yourself into trouble? Yang Jiao Jiao was instantly enraged and kicked Yang Feng. A little boyfriend? The three of them simultaneously wore expressions of astonishment as they gazed at Yang Jiao Jiao. Grandfather, please don't believe this rascal Yang Feng's nonsense. The person I brought today is merely an ordinary friend, nothing more, regardless of whether he is ordinary or not. Swiftly invite him in. Since he has come to our home, we cannot leave him waiting outside. The two siblings were quite unreasonable. Yang Xiaotian, who was somewhat confused, immediately urged Yang Jiao Jiao to go out and invite Lin Yun inside. Chapter 32. Unexpected Developments. Grandfather, it's not as you think. My friend felt embarrassed to come empty-handed on his first visit, and just as he was about to enter, he dashed out to buy a gift. In the face of Yang Xiaotian's reprimand, Yang Feng explained helplessly. However, it was not long before Yang Jiao Jiao brought Lin Yun in. After they arrived before the others, Yang Jiao Jiao promptly introduced, Grandfather, parents, this is my friend Lin Yun. Upon seeing the handsome Lin Yun carrying a few gifts, Yang Haiquan and his wife immediately beamed with delight and approached to accept the items from Lin Yun's hands. Lin Yun, you didn't have to bring anything. Since you were Jiao Jiao's boyfriend, he spoke halfway, then sensed something amiss and quickly corrected himself, as Jiao Jiao's friend. There's no need to be so formal. Just treat this as your own home. Uncle, Aunt, you are too kind. It is only fitting for a junior like me to bring gifts for my elders. However, just as Lin Yun finished speaking, Yang Xiaotian's body involuntarily stiffened. Narrowing his eyes to scrutinize Lin Yun, he quickly approached him in excitement. Dr. Lin, it truly is you. I didn't expect to see you here. Lin Yun, momentarily taken aback, curiously looked at Yang Xiaotian. Noticing that Lin Yun did not recall him, Yang Xiaotian quickly explained, Dr. Lin, you truly are forgetful. Have you already forgotten that you saved me at the park and even cure my heart disease? Upon hearing Yang Xiaotian's words, Lin Yun began to ponder. After a moment, he recalled the incident and blurted out, So you're the old man who was acting all over the park. As soon as he realized his slip of the tongue, he awkwardly added, My apologies, young family master. I spoke too hastily, and my choice of words was a bit inappropriate. Yet, Yang Xiaotian did not mind at all and laughed heartily. No worries, Dr. Lin. You may address me however you wish. You saved my life. You have every right to call me anything. Acting all over? What do you mean by that? Yang Jiao Jiao and the others exclaimed in surprise. The atmosphere fell silent, and everyone turned their attention to Yang Xiaotian, observing his reaction. Yang Xiaotian chucked awkwardly. Please don't overthink it. Dr. Lin misunderstood. I wasn't acting recklessly. Besides, that person is someone you all know, a mere white moonlight from my youth. After Yang Xiaotian provided his explanation, the expressions of those present began to ease somewhat. To alleviate the awkwardness, Yang Xiaotian quickly took Lin Yun's hand, saying, Divine Dr. Lin, please come in and have a seat first. It is truly an immense honor for me that you have come to my humble abode. I have been searching high and low for you, hoping to express my gratitude, but despite my extensive connections in various hospitals throughout Luochuan City, I was ultimately unsuccessful. I never imagined you would be so familiar with Jiao Jiao and the others. It seems heaven has truly blessed me by allowing me to encounter you once more. In light of Yang Xiaotian's exuberance, Lin Yun did not hesitate, but allowed himself to be guided to the seat of honor at the dining table. Once seated, Yang Xiaotian made sure to place Yang Jiao Jiao to Lin Yun's right, thus positioning them on either side of him. With the knowledge that Lin Yun was the one who had cured her grandfather's heart condition. Jiao's admiration for him deepened significantly. As they sat at the table, she leaned in and whispered, "Lin Yun, I never expected you to possess such remarkable abilities. You can effortlessly tackle even the formidable challenge of heart disease. It seems you truly live up to your title as a divine doctor." Jiao, you flatter me. I merely possess a superficial understanding." Lin Yun replied with modesty. "Look at me. I rarely praise you, and yet you insist on downplaying my abilities. Well then, let us cease this discussion and focus on our meal." Subsequently, Yang Haikuan and his wife, along with Yang Xiaotian, treated Lin Yun with the warmth one would typically reserve for a son-in-law, continuously serving him dishes with great enthusiasm. However, midway through the meal, a refined elderly gentleman suddenly burst into the room, exclaiming, "Master, something terrible has happened." Startled by the intruder's frantic entrance, everyone set down their chopsticks. Their curiosity piqued. Yang Xiaoyan's expression shifted to one of displeasure as he remarked, "Lao Huang, you have been by my side for decades. What could possibly be so urgent that you could not wait until we finished our meal to report? Please, master, do not be angry. This matter cannot wait. It concerns the life and death of a dear friend of yours." Upon hearing that it involved his old friend's life, Yang Xiaotian froze momentarily, quickly inquiring, "Who did you just mention? Please clarify. Is your old friend, Su Boren, the head of the Su family? Just now, his granddaughter called to inform me that the hospital has issued a critical illness notice. Those who are dear to Su family are urged to come to the hospital to bid him farewell. If we delay, it may be too late." With a clatter, the chopsticks in Yang Xiaoyan's hand fell to the floor, and he suddenly appeared dazed, murmuring, "Old Su is my closest friend. Just a few days ago, I visited him at the hospital, and he seemed fine. How could he have deteriorated so suddenly? Grandpa, perhaps we should hurry to see Grandpa Su one last time. If we wait any longer, it may truly be too late." Yang Jiao quickly moved to Yang Xiaoyan's side, observing the sorrowful expressions on the faces around him. Lin Yun looked at Yang Jiao, puzzled, and asked Jiao, "What exactly is happening? Who is Su Boen, the person you mentioned as being in critical condition?" "Allow me to explain, Lin Yun. This Su Boen is the head of the Su family in Luochuan and also the dearest friend of my grandfather. Earlier this year, he was diagnosed with terminal cancer and has since been receiving treatment in the hospital. It is astonishing to hear that he is now said to be on the brink of death." Upon learning about the man's condition, Lin Yun nodded in acknowledgement, yet chose to remain silent. At that moment, Yang Xiaotian, who was still engulfed in sorrow, suddenly appeared to awaken from his grief. He abruptly rose from his seat and bowed deeply to Lin Yun, pleading, "Dr. Lin, I implore you to save my old friend. If you can cure my heart condition, I believe you can surely help him with his cancer." Suddenly recalling Lin Yun's exceptional medical skills, Yang Jiao also came to the realization, "Indeed, Lin Yun, with your remarkable abilities, you must be able to save Grandpa Su. Why don't you accompany us to give it a try?" Chapter 33. Agreeing to help, seeing the earnest pleas of the two, Lin Yun paused for a moment, struggling to find the right words. "I have never encountered a patient with late-stage cancer. I cannot guarantee success. No witties. As long as you do your utmost, that is all that matters. Let's go. It may soon be too late." Yang Jiao insisted, not waiting for Lin Yun's consent, as she took his hand and led him outside. Observing that Lin Yun had been taken away by his granddaughter, Yang Xiaotian promptly followed suit, leaving Yang Feng and Yang Haikuan, the couple, exchanging glances in silence. After a brief journey of about 10 minutes, Lin Yun was swiftly brought to the first hospital of Luochuan by Yang Xiaotian and Yang Jiao. Upon their arrival, a tall girl standing outside the operating room approached them, her voice trembling with emotion. "Grandpa Yang, Jiao, thank you for coming to see my grandfather one last time. He is nearing the end. If you wish to say farewell, you must hurry inside." Seeing her close friend's deep sorrow, Yang Jiao stepped forward and embraced her, saying, "Cici, please do not despair. Grandpa Su is still with us. There is surely still hope." However, the girl merely shook her head in response to Yang Jiao's comfort. "Jiao, you need not console me. My grandfather has completely lost hope. Not only have the experts at the hospital declared there is nothing more they can do, but even the renowned Dr. Sun of Luochuan has been unable to help. What? Even Dr. Sun has been unable to assist? He is such a famous physician. Indeed. Yang Jiaojiao fell silent, for Dr. Sun's reputation was unparalleled in Luochuan, yet few were fortunate enough to have him offer his services. Just as Yang Jiaojiao pondered how to further comfort her friend, she suddenly recalled, "Wait, Cici, I have also brought a physician today, and I believe he will be able to help." Su Cici's eyes widened in surprise, as if she had glimpsed a glimmer of hope. She quickly grasped Yang Jiaojiao's hand and asked, "Is that true? Where is the doctor you brought? We must hurry and take him in to examine my grandfather." Observing Su Cici's anxious demeanor, Yang Jiaojiao immediately pulled Lin Yun, who stood nearby, closer. "The physician I brought is him. His name is Lin Yun." Then, turning to Lin Yun, he introduced, "Lin Yun, let me introduce you. This is Grandpa Su's granddaughter, Su Cici, and she is also a dear friend of mine." Lin Yun immediately extended his hand and politely said to Su Cici, "Miss Su, it is a pleasure to meet you." However, upon seeing the remarkably youthful Lin Yun, who was referred to as a miraculous doctor by Yang Jiaojiao, Su Cici's earlier expression filled with hope vanished. Yet, in order to remain courteous, she reluctantly extended her hand to shake his, her voice laced with a hint of skepticism. "Lin Yun, are you a doctor?" Caught off guard by Su Cici's inquiry, Lin Yun awkwardly scratched his head and replied, "I am not a doctor, but I have some knowledge of medicine." "What? You are not a doctor?" Su Cici exclaimed in astonishment, turning to Yang Jiaojiao. "This Lin Yun isn't even a doctor," and he himself admitted that he only knows a little about medical skills. "Isn't that just a barefoot doctor? Besides, he looks even younger than I am. How could he possibly treat my grandfather's late-stage cancer? How can you still jest with me at such a time? When you mentioned bringing a miraculous doctor, I thought there was hope for my grandfather, but instead, you have doused me with such cold water. Cici, please don't be hasty. Let us go in and see Grandpa Su first. Perhaps Lin Yun really can save him. You must know that it was Lin Yun who treated my grandfather's heart condition and Yang Feng's stomach ailment. Do not judge solely by appearances." After hearing Yang Jiaojiao's words, Su Cici, still somewhat skeptical, glanced at Lin Yun. After much contemplation, she finally said, "All right then, I will take you inside to see Grandpa." Thus, Su Cici led the three of them into Su Bowen's hospital room. Inside, a group of doctors clad in white coats surrounded the bed, along with an elderly man dressed in a simple black robe, exuding an ethereal presence. Upon seeing the frail elder on the bed, Yang Xiaotian disregarded the doctors gathered around and hurriedly pushed through to reach the bedside. Yang Jiao quickly followed suit. Upon reaching the bedside, Yang Xiaotian immediately knelt down. Grasping Su Bowen's emaciated hand, he cried out with pain, "Old Su, how could you suddenly be unable to hold on? Did we not agree that once you recovered, we would retire and enjoy our lives without concerning ourselves with family affairs?" However, the doctors who were pushed aside did not take offense at Yang Xiaotian's rude behavior, for everyone present recognized that he was an old friend of the man lying in the bed, the head of the Yang family, and also a major shareholder of the hospital. Seeing Yang Xiaotian's sorrowful demeanor, Su Bowen, lying on the bed, spoke with great difficulty, each word a struggle. Old Yang. This time I truly am afraid I one team make it. From now on, I must trouble you to look after the affairs of the Su family." He continued, "What weighs most on my mind is my granddaughter Cici. I hope, given our long-standing friendship, you can take care of her." Observing the pained expression on Su Bowen's face as he spoke, Su Cici could no longer be concerned about Yang Xiaotian's presence. She hurried to his side, grasping his hand and weeping, "Grandfather, please cease your words and rest well. I will take care of myself. You need not worry about me." Yang Xiaotian sighed, firmly holding Su Bowen's hand as he reassured, "Old Su, there is no need for you to rush in entrusting these matters to me. I believe you will recover. I have brought a miraculous physician. I am confident he possesses the means to heal you." With that, Yang Xiaotian promptly rose and navigated through the crowd to beseech Lin Yun, who stood at the entrance. "Lin, I implore you, please save old Su. If you can bring him back from the brink of death, Both the Su family and my Yang family will heed your every command henceforth." Upon witnessing Yang Xiaoyin's earnest demeanor, Lin Yun contemplated for a moment before responding nonchalantly. "Head of the Yang family, I cannot guarantee you anything, but I can promise to do my utmost." "That is splendid, as long as you are willing to take action. I believe you can indeed bring old Su back from the threshold of death." Without hesitation, Lin Yun disregarded the gazes of the onlookers and accompanied Yang Xiaotian to the bedside, closely examining Su Bowen. However, just as Lin Yun was about to assess the condition of the ailing Su Bowen, a middle-aged doctor clad in a white coat emerged from the crowd, exuding an air of arrogance. With a condescending glance at Lin Yun, he declared, "Halt! Who are you, young man? Do you realize that old Su is in the advanced stages of cancer? It is an incurable affliction. Surely you are aware of this." He continued, "I wonder what means you employed to convince the head of the Yang family to refer to you as a miraculous physician. Even those of us with decades of experience hesitate to claim such a title. In the whole of Luochuan, the only one worthy of the title of miraculous physician is the esteemed son beside me. If even he is powerless to assist, how dare you attempt to intervene? I cannot fathom your audacity in coming here to deceive us. Produce your medical license. I wish to discern your true qualifications. At your age, you are likely nothing more than an intern." Upon hearing the middle-aged doctor's tirade, Lin Yun did not react with anger. Instead, he paused momentarily, furrowing his brow as he replied, "What is a medical license? Moreover, I must clarify that I am not a physician. I merely possess some knowledge of medicine. Furthermore, when did I ever claim to be a miraculous physician? That title was forcibly bestowed upon me by old Su himself. Ah, you truly possess audacity, daring to come here and deceive despite not being a doctor. I shall summon security to expel you." The middle-aged doctor exclaimed, before shouting towards the entrance, "Security! Security!" However, at that moment, an elderly gentleman in plain attire stepped forward and placed a hand on the middle-aged doctor's shoulder, advising Zhou Hanlin, "Refrain from calling security for now. I do not perceive this young man as a charlatan. One cannot hastily label someone a fraud merely based on a medical qualification certificate. It is worth noting that I, Sun Zhongcao, possess no such certificate either. I am merely a solitary healer. Divine physician's son, how could this lad possibly compare to you? You are an unparalleled figure in Luochuan, widely recognized as a master healer. Even in the absence of a formal medical license, no one dares to question your extraordinary skills. How could this young man stand in juxtaposition to your esteemed reputation? Just observe quietly. I will not permit anyone to defraud patients within the walls of our premier hospital. I must ensure this young man comprehends the consequences of deceiving within our establishment. Alas, you are far too hasty in your judgments. Such a tendency to judge by appearances will inevitably lead to your downfall." The elder let out a sigh, but refrained from further defending Lin Yun, for at that moment, he himself harbored doubts about whether Lin Yun was indeed a fraud. His youth made it hard to believe in the prowess of his medical abilities. Just as Zhou Hanlin contemplated calling security once more, the long-silent Yang Xiaotian suddenly erupted in fury. "Zhou Hanlin, do you still wish to keep your position as director? If not, you might as well vacate it immediately. You dare to unilaterally dismiss a guest I, Yang Xiaotian, have invited. Do you not regard my stature as a major shareholder in this hospital?" Witnessing Yang Xiaoyin's ire, Zhou Hanlin hastily stepped forward and implored, "Master Yang, please temper your anger. I am acting in consideration of you and Elder Su. I cannot stand idly by while this young man deceives you. This lad, judging by his age, clearly lacks any substantial medical knowledge. Yet he audaciously claims he can treat Elder Su's late-stage cancer, a conundrum that has perplexed the medical community for centuries. It is evident that he is but a petty fraud. You speak nonsense." Yang Xiaotian retorted vehemently. "Should you dare to cast further aspersions on divine physician Lin, believe me, I will terminate your position immediately." Terrified by Yang Xiaoyin's threat, Zhou Hanlin promptly silenced himself, fearing that the elder might truly be deceived by Lin Yun and, in a fit of rage, dismiss him, thereby obliterating the hard-earned status he had attained over a lifetime. Noticing Zhou Hanlin's silence, Yang Xiaotian quickly approached Lin Yun, awkwardly explaining, Divine Physician Lin, I implore your understanding. Do not let this individual dampen your spirits. Please, continue to assess Elder Su's condition, whether or not you succeed. I shall not hold you accountable nor question your medical expertise, for this late-stage cancer remains an enigma that the medical field has yet to unravel. Lin Yun, however, paid little heed to Yang Xiaoyan's or Zhou Hanlin's words, for he was uncertain whether he could indeed treat Elder Su's ailment. Thus, his silence stemmed from contemplation on how best to proceed with the treatment. Yet, witnessing Lin Yun's apparent indifference, Jiang Jiao stepped forward and gently patted his shoulder, saying, "Lin Yun, do not overthink it. Regardless of the outcome, I have faith in you and will not doubt your medical skills. Embrace this challenge with confidence. Whether my grandfather, Su, can return from the gates of the underworld depends on you. I wish you success." Observing Yang Xiaotian and my dear friend Yang Jiao's unwavering trust in Lin Yun, Su Cece, who initially harbored doubts, approached Lin Yun and said, "To be honest, I too had my reservations about you. However, witnessing the trust that Jiao and Grandpa Yang place in you, I have decided to extend my unconditional trust as well. If you can bring my grandfather back from the brink of death, I would willingly serve you as a slave or maid for the rest of my life. Please, do not hesitate to try. Time is of the essence." Indeed, at that moment, the heart rate monitor monitoring Su Bowen displayed a dangerously weak heartbeat. If this continued, even divine intervention would be futile. Suddenly, Lin Yun appeared to have an epiphany, disregarding the pleas of the others. He approached Su Bowen's bedside and lifted the covering blanket. Coldly instructing, "I kindly ask all unrelated individuals to step outside temporarily. Too many people will hinder my treatment." Upon witnessing this, Yang Xiaotian immediately grasped Lin Yun's intent and personally escorted some superfluous medical staff out, leaving only the renowned physician Sun Zhong and the attending Dr. Zhou Hanlin, who was not only the head of the department, but also Su Bowen's primary physician. With the extraneous personnel cleared, Yang Xiaotian and the others positioned themselves 2 meters away from the bed, silently observing Lin Yun's forthcoming actions. As the ward fell into a hushed silence, Lin Yun wasted no time. He swiftly tore open Su Bowen's shirt, revealing his withered chest. Chapter 35, A Shocking Scene. Although Dr. Sun and Zhou Hanlin were somewhat perplexed by Lin Yun's actions, they prudently refrained from interrupting, choosing instead to quietly observe his subsequent maneuvers. After tearing open Su Bowen's shirt, Lin Yun promptly retrieved a pouch of silver needles from his person and placed it on the nearby table. He then closed his eyes, standing still as if gathering some latent energy. Just as the onlookers grew anxious watching the heart rate continue to dwindle, Lin Yun suddenly opened his eyes, fixating on the figure lying on the hospital bed with unprecedented concentration. With a swift motion, he raised his fingers and plunged them into Su Bowen's chest. Before anyone could comprehend how he had acquired the needles, he swiftly inserted a second one. With each needle he inserted, Lin Yun's technique evolved and the locations varied, his acupunctural methods becoming increasingly intricate and enigmatic. As the spectators witnessed Lin Yun's adeptness in acupuncture, they were left speechless, their doubts evaporating in an instant. Zhou Hanlin, who had initially regarded Lin Yun as a charlatan, began to reassess him with newfound respect upon witnessing such extraordinary skill. However, just as Lin Yun executed this technique, the most astonishing figure is undoubtedly the renowned healer, Sun Zhongxiao. This venerable gentleman possesses an exquisite mastery of acupuncture techniques that he believes to be unparalleled. Yet, upon witnessing Lin Yun's remarkable skills, he finds himself feeling quite humbled. Despite the overwhelming shock that engulfs the onlookers, they choose to remain silent. Not wishing to disturb Lin Yun as he tends to Su Bowen's ailments, they stand by, apprehensive of uttering a word that might disrupt his concentration. As Lin Yun inserted the 13th needle, he merely gestured with his fingers, causing a needle from the pouch to propel itself into the air and, with precision, pierce Su Bowen's temple. At that very moment, the previously feeble Su Bowen, who lay on the sickbed appearing barely alive, suddenly convulsed as if his obstructed airways had been miraculously cleared. He began to inhale deeply, and even the heart monitor, which had shown minimal activity, now displayed a vigorous rhythm of life. At this juncture, Lin Yun ceased his acupuncture, standing quietly at the bedside while observing Su Boan's gradual recovery. The spectacle was utterly breathtaking. Unable to contain his excitement any longer, Sun Zhongxiao stepped forward and addressed Lin Yun with admiration and awe. "Young friend Lin, what technique did you just employ? How can it possess such miraculous properties? Even I, an old practitioner of medicine for half a lifetime, have never encountered anything like it. Might you enlighten me, dear Lin?" Noticing Sun Zhongxiao's keen curiosity about his technique, Lin Yun found himself intrigued by this elder. He turned to regard the venerable figure, who exuded an air of ethereal wisdom. Previously, when Zhou Hanlin had questioned him, this elder had come to his defense. Although the situation had not resolved in his favor, Lin Yun bore no ill will towards him. In fact, he found the elder quite agreeable. Upon learning from others that he was the famed healer of Luochuan, Lin Yun courteously replied, "Son the healer, to be candid, the technique I employed is known as the Ghost Gate 13 Needles." "What?" Sun Zhongxiao exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. "Is this not the legendary technique capable of retrieving souls from the clutches of Yama, long thought to be lost?" "Indeed, it is Sun Zhongxiao," Lin Yun affirmed with a nod. The elder, taken aback, waved his hands in disbelief. "Young friend Lin, you are truly the worthy healer. How could I dare to claim such a title before you?" "Ah, Sun Lao, you flatter me. I am but a novice, having merely scratched the surface of medical knowledge, and would not presume to call myself a healer," Lin Yun replied humbly. "You are the widely recognized and celebrated healer of Luochuan. Please, Lin Healer, do not speak further. Your words would only serve to humble an old man like me. Given your accomplishments at such a young age, who would dare to claim the title of healer in your presence? To do so would be a blatant attempt to embarrass oneself." Seeing the elder's insistence, Lin Yun merely smiled, choosing not to continue the exchange of accolades. Observing that even the renowned healer, Dr. Sun, holds Lin Yun in the highest regard, the previously arrogant Zhou Hanlin trembles in fear and hastily approaches Lin Yun, lamenting, "Dr. Lin, I have indeed failed to recognize greatness. Please do not stoop to my level." Yet, in response to Zhou Hanlin's flattery and apologies, Lin Yun offers no sign of forgiveness, retorting, "Weren't you just moments ago brashly attempting to expel me, labeling me a fraud? What has prompted this sudden change of heart that you now beseech me for leniency? Do you presume I'm so easily swayed, to be dismissed or praised at your whim? Dr. Lin, I genuinely comprehend my error now. I have been blind, mistaking you, a divine healer, for an ordinary mortal. I implore your magnanimity to grant me this one reprieve. Let us not dwell on my misjudgment. I would willingly serve as your assistant, attending to your needs without a hint of resentment." Zhou Hanlin's fear stems from an unwritten rule within the medical community, regardless of age or status. A physician's prowess is the sole measure of respect. To have offended Lin Yun, who commands reverence even from Dr. Sun, could spell disaster for Zhou Hanlin's career. Should word of this incident circulate, his hard-won title as a department head would be rendered meaningless, jeopardizing his entire medical journey. Seeing Lin Yun's reluctance to forgive, Sun Zhongxiao intervenes once more. "Dr. Lin, let us consider this matter settled. Director Zhou harbored no true malice. Rather, your age is simply astonishing, making it difficult for anyone to accept that you are indeed a genuine healer. Even I found it hard to believe at first. Allow Zhou Hanlin to serve as your assistant henceforth. Let be his penance for his lack of discernment. Thus, should you require any assistance at the hospital in the future, a mere notification to him will suffice, and he shall diligently carry out your requests, alleviating your burdens considerably." With this thought, Lin Yun finally relents, addressing Zhou Hanlin. "Very well. In light of Dr. Sun's intervention, I shall overlook your transgressions this time. However, should you ever judge by appearances again, do not expect my mercy." "Understood. I assure you, Dr. Lin, I shall no longer regard others with such disdain. From now on, any request you have, I, Zhou Hanlin, will strive to fulfill to the best of my abilities." Having regarded the now humble Zhou Hanlin, Lin Yun chose not to prolong the exchange. He turned his attention back to Su Born's bedside, and with a mere flick of his wrist, the 13 silver needles embedded in Su Born's body swiftly withdrew, returning to the ancient needle case. Witnessing this remarkable technique of needle retraction, the already astonished Sun Zhongcao and others displayed even greater expressions of awe. The acupuncture technique displayed by Lin Yun was nothing short of awe-inspiring. Just as the needles were being retracted, Su Boen, who lay on the hospital bed, suddenly erupted into a fit of severe coughing. His freshly opened eyes closed abruptly, plunging him back into a deep slumber. Grandfather, what is happening to you? The most anxious of all, Su Cece, called out repeatedly. Despite her desperate cries, her grandfather remained unresponsive. In a sudden rush of urgency, she approached Lin Yun and grasped his hand tightly, exclaiming, Lin Yun, what is wrong with my grandfather? Is he all right? Lin Yun, taken aback by the slender and tall girl's sudden grip on his hand, felt a hint of awkwardness. Cece, please do not panic. Your grandfather is not in grave danger. I believe that after a good sleep, he will awaken completely healed. Is that true? Will he really be fine after just a good sleep? Yes, indeed. With the reassurance regarding her grandfather's condition, Su Cece finally relaxed her tense demeanor, though she momentarily forgot that she still held Lin Yun's hand tightly. Lin Yun attempted several times to withdraw his hand, but Su Cece clutched it with a firmness that showed no sign of loosening. At that moment, Yang Jiao approached, and upon witnessing the two holding hands, mistakenly believed that Lin Yun was unwilling to release Su Cece's hand. She immediately rebuked him. Lin Yun, I never would have expected you to be of such character. Is it your intention to take advantage of a beautiful girl? Release Cece's hand at once. Don't think that just because you cured old Su today, you can behave so recklessly. As long as I am here, you shall not take advantage of Cece in any way. Should you dare to act so disrespectfully again, beware that I will inform Ran. Let us see if she will let you off lightly. After Yang Jiao's admonition, Su Cece suddenly sensed something amiss and hurriedly withdrew her hand. Lin Yun felt wronged. He longed to clarify the misunderstanding, but found the words stuck in his throat. Even if he explained that he had not been the one clinging to her hand, no one would believe him. He resigned himself to silently bear the weight of this misunderstanding. To alleviate the awkwardness, the cheerful Yang Xiao Tian approached Lin Yun and said, Dr. Lin, since old Su is now well, as a gesture of gratitude, I have decided, in my capacity as a major stakeholder of Luochuan First Hospital, to formally invite you to serve as the honorary director of this hospital, just like Dr. Sun. Honorary director? Lin Yun furrowed his brow, perplexed by Yang Xiao Tian's proposal. Indeed, your medical skills are more than sufficient for the role of honorary director at our hospital. I am confident that even Dr. Sun would wholeheartedly agree with my suggestion. Wouldn't you, Dr. Sun? Hearing his name, Sun Zhongchao stroked his beard and replied with a smile. Yes, with Dr. Lin and myself sharing the honorary director position, I believe that any challenging medical cases we encounter in the future will be resolved with ease. Lin Yun suddenly fell silent for a moment, contemplating before he said, However, I have grown accustomed to freedom, and healing is not my passion. I do not wish to be confined by this hospital, so I believe it is best to decline the position. Dr. Lin, you are overthinking this. My intention is not to trap you within these hospital walls, but rather to have you hold a title here. Whether you choose to see patients or not is entirely up to your discretion. You may come and go as you please. Regardless, I will ensure a generous salary is deposited into your account each month. We would only seek your assistance in dire situations when all other options have been exhausted. Even then, it would be solely based on your availability. Your presence would be welcomed, but no one would dare compel you to come. Then, are you not essentially offering me a salary for nothing? Lin Yun remarked with a hint of amusement. Yang Xiaotian chuckled heartily, replying, If you wish to view it that way, then so be it. After all, it was your expertise that saved my life. So what does it matter to grant you this modest remuneration? Not only I, but even when old Su awakens, he will undoubtedly seek ways to repay you. Please do not decline. Let us settle this joyfully. Henceforth, you and Dr. Sun shall be the honorary directors of our first hospital of Luochuan. Just as Lin Yun was about to nod in agreement, a sudden commotion erupted from outside the ward. Zhou Hamlin, the head of the department, noticed the disturbance had interrupted their conversation and, displaying a hint of displeasure, rushed outside. However, only a few minutes later, he hurried back in, addressing Yang Xiaotian with urgency. Chairman Yang, something terrible has occurred. All our patients suffering from stomach ailments have fled. Our hospital currently has no stomach patients left. The entire department is now desolate. What? Yang Xiaotian exclaimed, incredulous as he looked at Zhou Hamlin. What is happening? Please clarify. Why have the patients left? Do they no longer require treatment? Yang Xiaotian's sudden concern stemmed from the fact that stomach patients represented a significant demographic. Treating them generated substantial revenue for the hospital each year. The absence of these patients would severely impact the hospital's income, potentially leading to losses. As a businessman, such a situation was utterly unacceptable. Chapter 37, Personal Assistant. Noticing Yang Xiaotian's urgency, Director Zhou hastily explained, "It is as follows. A struggling group has recently rebranded itself as Yunxiao Group, along with its subsidiary, once the largest pharmaceutical factory in Luochuan, which has also adopted the name Yunxiao Pharmaceutical. It has seemingly been revitalized with newfound energy. They are aggressively promoting a newly developed medication called Wisakang, claiming that just one pill can completely cure stomach ailments. Many individuals have already sought validation, and it appears their assertions hold true. After taking the medication, they have reportedly recovered and experienced no further issues. Thus, the news spread like wildfire throughout the entire city of Luochuan, with countless patients rushing to secure this miraculous medicine. What? Yang Xiaotian exclaimed. Where did they find a research team capable of developing such a divine remedy? If what you say is true, wouldn't the entire gastric market in Luochuan be monopolized by them? You must ascertain the details of their research team. Perhaps we can entice them with a handsome offer. At that moment, Sun Zhongsao approached and remarked, I suspect this remedy was not solely developed by their team. Such an achievement could not be the work of a mere group. It undoubtedly involves guidance from a mysterious expert behind the scenes. A mysterious expert? Dr. Sun, who could such a person be with such formidable capabilities, able to create a cure for gastric ailments and resolve a long-standing medical conundrum? Yang Jiao chimed in. Isn't it obvious? It must be someone exceptionally skilled in medicine. Their expertise is beyond question. They could very well rival Lin Yun. This is unacceptable. If that is indeed the case, we must do everything in our power to recruit that mysterious expert. The Yunxiao Group is merely a company valued at a few $100 billion. If they can afford it, so can my family. However, just as Yang Xiaotian contemplated how to draw the enigmatic figure behind the Yunxiao Group into their fold, Lin Yun suddenly cleared his throat awkwardly and interjected, Ahem, I advise you, Master Yang, to reconsider any intentions regarding the Yunxiao Group, lest you invite trouble upon yourself. Why would that be? The Yunxiao Group holds no weight in my family's eyes. How could it possibly bring us trouble? Yang Xiaotian furrowed his brow, intrigued by Lin Yun's words. Others present also regarded him with curiosity, eager to understand his meaning. Realizing there was no point in withholding the truth, Lin Yun addressed the crowd with a cold, deliberate tone. Because the new medicine from the Yunxiao Group was developed by me, I am also the newly appointed president of the Yunxiao Group. What? Is that true? How did you become the president of the Yunxiao Group? Yet, considering Lin Yun's medical expertise, the creation of an unprecedented drug seemed plausible. Yang Xiaotian, feeling somewhat embarrassed, turned to Lin Yun and said, Dr. Lin, I was unaware that the Yunxiao Group belonged to you. I did not intend to target you. I hope you can forgive me. At that moment, Yang Jiao rushed forward, equally curious, and asked Lin Yun, when did this happen? I remember when you first arrived in Luochuan, you didn't even have bus fare. How have you suddenly risen to become the president of a company valued at hundreds of billions? What is the secret behind this? In response to Yang Jiao's inquiry, Lin Yun appeared somewhat hesitant and replied, Sister Jiao, it's complicated, and I cannot explain it all right now. Just know that the Yunxiao Group is mine. Let us leave it at that, and please refrain from spreading this information. Must we keep this from Anren? If she were to discover your current identity, She would undoubtedly regard you with newfound respect. After all, you are no longer without merit. If you were to mention the engagement once more, she might reconsider. Perhaps once Anren learns of your capabilities, she will readily accept you. Lin Yun merely chuckled lightly before responding. It is inevitable that she will know, but certainly not at this moment. My ambitions extend far beyond this. Moreover, as Elder Yang just mentioned, the mere several hundred billion market value of Yinxiao Group is inconsequential when compared to the long-standing families entrenched in Luochuan. Dr. Lin, you misunderstand. I did not intend to belittle you. Had I known that Yinxiao Group was yours, I would not have dared to speak so in your presence. Observing Yang Xiaoyan's sudden awkwardness as he hurried to clarify, Lin Yun waved his hand dismissively. Elder Yang, there is no need for explanations. I hold no grievances against you. What I stated is simply the truth. Presently, Yinxiao Group lacks significant leverage. Thus, to garner the attention of Yi Anren and compel her to honor the engagement my parents established with her family, I must achieve far more, at the very least, to elevate Yinxiao Group to a level where it can stand alongside the Yi family, a conglomerate worth billions. In that case, Dr. Lin, if ever you require assistance from Yinxiao Group in the future, both Yang Xiaotian and Old Su will undoubtedly lend our full support. We aim to help you win over that girl from the Yi family. I have some understanding of her. She does possess a rather lofty temperament. If you do not exhibit genuine prowess, it will indeed be challenging to secure her affections. Rest assured, it is merely a matter of time. Just a single Yi Anren. No matter how domineering she may be, ultimately, she will yield to me. I refuse to believe that I, Lin Yun, cannot even subdue my own fiancé. After a brief pause, Lin Yun felt compelled to check on the progress of his newly developed medicine. If there are matters concerning Old Su, I shall not linger here any longer. You may remain and oversee things. I am eager to discover how well my new medicine is selling. As Lin Yun prepared to depart, Yang Xiaotian quickly grasped Yang Zhao's hand and brought her before Lin Yun. Dr. Lin, wait. What is it, Elder Yang? Do you have further matters to discuss? Dr. Lin, you previously saved my old man's life, and now you have saved my dear friend's life. I find myself at a loss for how to repay you. How about this? I will have Zhao stay by your side as your aide, effectively making her your personal assistant. Should you require anything, feel free to direct her. Even if you encounter matters that necessitate my family's intervention, you may convey such directly to her, as Zhao can represent the Yang family in all matters. Having her close will be of great benefit. Chapter 38, Supply and Demand. No way, Lin Yun exclaimed in astonishment. Elder Yang, are you certain about having Zhao serve me? Wouldn't that be somewhat inappropriate? There is nothing inappropriate about it. It is settled then. There is no need for you to be courteous with her. Feel free to command her as you wish. You have saved the life of this old man, which is akin to bestowing a rebirth upon the entire Yang family. Do not mention merely having Zhao serve as your personal assistant. Even if you were to propose marriage to her, she would harbor no grievances. Upon hearing these words, both Lin Yun and Yang Zhao's faces flushed with color, and Lin Yun, suddenly feeling a bit awkward, chuckled. Old Yang, you truly jest. If Zhao were to marry me, that would be quite another matter. Her serving as my personal assistant is already more than sufficient. Besides, I'm already engaged. Yang Zhao, who had initially lowered her head in shyness, changed her expression upon Lin Yun's remark and glared at him, exclaiming angrily, What? Do you find me unworthy? Is it that Yang Zhao is not fit for you? No, that is not what I meant. What I intended to convey is that I already have a fiancé. If Zhao were to marry me, she would have to take a secondary role, which would be a significant injustice to her. Lin Yun hurriedly clarified. Yang Zhao retorted sharply. Lin Yun, what nonsense are you spouting? Who said anything about marrying you? Dream on. If it weren't for the fact that you saved my grandfather and Old Su, do you think I would willingly serve as your personal assistant? Lin Yun awkwardly chuckled. Let us refrain from discussing such matters. Since old Yang has requested you to be by my side, I shall not decline. Come with me to Yinxiao Group to see the situation. Seeing that Yang Zhao had no objections, Lin Yun quickly bid farewell to Yang Xiaotian and Dr. Sun before heading to Yunxiao Group with her. Upon their arrival, they were immediately struck by the scene before them, as the square in front of the group was filled with a throng of people. Initially, Lin Yun thought there might be some issue at the group, and he promptly called Zhang Mingyu for clarification. To his surprise, he learned that the crowd consisted of patients eager to purchase medicine. With Yuan Jiao personally guiding them through a discreet passage, they successfully reached Zhang Mingyu's office. Upon seeing Lin Yun arrive, Zhang Mingyu rushed over, a mix of urgency and joy on his face, exclaiming, "Young Master Lin, you have finally come. If you had not arrived soon, we truly would not have known what to do." Observing Zhang Mingyu's peculiar expression, Lin Yun calmly took a seat and inquired, "What is the matter, Uncle Zhang? Why does your expression seem so grim? Shouldn't you be pleased that our medicine is so well received?" Sighing deeply, Zhang Mingyu settled into a chair beside Lin Yun and replied, "You are unaware of the situation. Although our medicine is immensely popular, our production line is limited. Even with all production lines running at full capacity, we cannot resolve this pressing issue immediately. Not only are major pharmacies and distributors urging us for more medicine, but even patients are coming directly to our group, pressing us to expedite production. In short, we have reached a critical point where demand far exceeds supply, and we are unable to expand production. Can you blame me for being anxious?" Upon hearing Zhang Mingyu's explanation, Lin Yun finally comprehended the situation. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly conceived a plan. "Uncle Zhang, since we are unable to ramp up production and time is of the essence, do you think it would be feasible to seek a partner who already possesses a functional production line? I have considered finding a partner, but only 2 pharmaceutical companies meet our stringent criteria, and both happen to be our long-standing rivals. Only 2 companies that fit the bill, and they are our old adversaries. Who are they? Could it be the Li family and the Yi family that you mentioned earlier?" "Indeed, young Master Lin. It is the Li pharmaceutical from the Li family and the Yi pharmaceutical from the Yi family. However, I believe we can dismiss the Li family as a viable option. As for the Yi family, despite being rivals, it is worth considering, especially since Yi Anren is, after all, my fiancée. Perhaps you could inquire if she would be open to collaborating with us. Is that true? Do you genuinely believe that partnering with the Yi family would be inconsequential? Remember, your initial intention was to surpass them. Now, if you collaborate with her, it will only prolong the timeline for that goal. Not a problem. Consider it a gesture from a fiancé to present her with a meeting gift. If we cannot outpace her in pharmaceuticals, there are certainly other avenues for growth. After all, our Yunxiao Group is not solely confined to the pharmaceutical industry. Very well. Since you, young Master Lin, see no issue with this, I shall make a call to discuss it with her." As he spoke, Zhang Mingyu promptly took out his phone to call Yi Anren. He refrained from contacting her father, Yi Tsangyan, because the entire Luochuan was already aware that all affairs of the Yi family had been entrusted to the capable hands of Yi Anren, while her father had entered a semi-retirement phase. After a brief conversation, Yi Anren readily agreed to meet in person to discuss the potential collaboration. Upon hearing Zhang Mingyu's conversation with Yi Anren, Lin Yun immediately instructed him, "Uncle Zhang, when Yi Anren arrives, please do not disclose my identity as the president of Yunxiao Group. Just treat me as an ordinary member of the organization." "Why is that?" Zhang Mingyu hesitated momentarily. "Wouldn't it be more advantageous for you to reveal your identity? It would facilitate greater interaction between you two and could even strengthen your relationship." "Uncle, do not concern yourself with that. Just follow my instructions. There is a rationale behind my decision." "Very well. If she arrives, I will refrain from disclosing your identity." However, as soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Mingyu's gaze shifted curiously towards Yang Jiao, who stood beside Lin Yun, as he mumbled to himself, "This young lady seems remarkably familiar. It feels as though I have encountered her before, yet I cannot quite place it." At that moment, Lin Yun chuckled and introduced, "Uncle Zhang, I nearly forgot to introduce you to my personal assistant. You may call her Jiao, and she happens to be the young lady from the Yang family in Luochuan." "What? Your personal assistant?" Upon hearing that she was the eldest daughter of the Yang family and Lin Yun's personal assistant, Zhang Mingyu abruptly stood up and exclaimed, "Young Master Lin, please refrain from such jest. The Yang family is no ordinary lineage. How could the eldest daughter of the Yang family possibly serve as your personal assistant? Chapter 39. Collaboration with Yi Anren. However, Lin Yun did not respond. He merely smiled gently at Yang Jiao Jiao and said, Sister Jiao Jiao, perhaps you can enlighten Uncle Zhang about this matter. Yang Jiao Jiao immediately stepped forward and addressed Zhang Mingyu. Mr. Zhang, to be candid, Lin Yun is indeed correct. I am presently his personal assistant. Moreover, my grandfather has instructed that should your Yun Xiao group encounter any difficulties in the future, simply inform me, and the Yang family shall extend our utmost support. Zhang Mingyu's mouth gaped in disbelief as he gazed at Yang Jiao Jiao. What could possibly prompt this? The esteemed daughter of the Yang family serving as young Master Lin's personal assistant is one thing, but your entire family is willing to assist our Yin Xiao group? The reasons for this are too intricate to delve into here. I can only convey that not only the Yang family, but also the Su family owes a significant favor to Lin Yun. A favor owed to young Master Lin? What sort of favor could compel such a substantial commitment? Observing Zhang Mingyu's relentless curiosity, Yang Jiao Jiao's patience began to wane. Zhang Mingyu, I am equally curious as to why you and Yuan Jiao, both notable figures in Luochuan, willingly serve under Lin Yun and allow him to preside as the president of Yin Xiao Group. Perhaps you could enlighten me? Haha, Miss Yang, you jest. Zhang Mingyu quickly grasped the implication behind Yang Jiao Jiao's words, awkwardly chuckling, since we are all here to serve young Master Lin. Let us refrain from prying into each other's affairs. Indeed, whether it was Zhang Mingyu and Yuan Jiao or Yang Jiao Jiao, each harbored personal matters they preferred to keep private. Ultimately, they were accountable solely to Lin Yun, and regarding others, they felt no obligation to concern themselves, particularly as they were still not well acquainted. Thus, the conversation dwindled, and after a brief interlude of about 10 minutes, Yuan Jiao returned through the previously concealed passage, ushering in the hastily arrived Yi Anren. Upon seeing Yi Anren, who strode and exuding an air of confidence in her tailored suit, embodying the essence of a cool and aloof goddess, Lin Yun instinctively rose, suddenly appearing somewhat timid in her presence. Yang Jiao Jiao, standing nearby, naturally stepped forward to greet her. Anren, you've arrived so swiftly. Upon recognizing her close friend, Yang Jiao Jiao, Yi Anren's previously frosty demeanor softened, and with a hint of curiosity, she furrowed her brow and inquired, Jiao Jiao, what brings you here? Are you perhaps representing the Yang family in a collaboration with Yin Xiao Group? However, I recall that your Yang family does not operate a pharmaceutical enterprise, only a few hospitals. Oh, I see now. You must be representing the hospitals in negotiations with Yin Xiao Group regarding the procurement of the medication Weikong. As Yi Anren contemplated her intentions for being there, Yang Jiao Jiao refrained from disclosing that she had come at her grandfather's behest to become Lin Yun's personal assistant. Instead, she casually nodded and replied, Yes, that's about right, Anren. Yang Jiao Jiao was aware that revealing her position as Lin Yun's assistant might lead Yi Anren to misinterpret her motives. Although Yi Anren currently held Lin Yun in low regard, he was still, in name, her fiancé. Upon learning that Yang Jiao Jiao was there for a collaboration, Yi Anren smiled and said, All right, Jiao Jiao, I'm actually here to discuss a production partnership with General Manager Zhang. You can address your sales collaboration later. We can chat more when we have time. With that, she made her way toward Zhang Mingyu. Upon noticing Lin Yun nearby, she chose to disregard him entirely, treating him as if they were strangers. Arriving before Zhang Mingyu, Yi Anren expressed her enthusiasm. General Manager Zhang, I am very keen on the collaboration you mentioned over the phone. I sincerely appreciate the opportunity for Yi Pharmaceuticals to benefit from your esteemed Weissekang. However, I am curious as to why you chose to collaborate with the Yi family instead of the Li family. Choosing the Li family would surely yield more advantages for your Yin Xiao group, given their considerable strengths. Zhang Mingyu chuckled awkwardly. That decision was made by the developers of Weissekang, who are also the presidents of Yin Xiao Group. We are merely following their directives and have no authority to question it. The president of your Yin Xiao Group? Who might that be? I don't believe I have encountered him before. Miss Yi, you have met our president, but you simply do not recognize him as such. Now, given the urgency of the situation, let us focus on the collaboration. Have I met your president? Yi Anren pondered Zhang Mingyu's statement, but finding no recollection of such a meeting, she decided not to dwell on it and sat down alongside Zhang Mingyu. At that moment, Zhang Mingyu unexpectedly brought Lin Yun into the conversation, stating to Yi Anren, "Miss Yi, I will entrust all future collaboration matters between the Yi family and our Yunxiao group to Lin Yun. Any decisions made by him will represent our group." What? Yi Anren immediately rose, pointing at Lin Yun as she addressed Zhang Mingyu. "This fellow has no standing. How can he represent your Yunxiao group in dealings with the Yi family? Rest assured, Miss Yi, if I say Lin Yun has the qualifications, he certainly does. If you genuinely wish to collaborate with us on the production of Weisekang, this is the decision. Lin Yun will fully represent our Yunxiao group in your dealings, and the Yi Pharmaceuticals will simply need to follow his arrangements. Even if Lin Yun makes erroneous decisions, the Yunxiao group will take full responsibility." Yi Anren cast a doubtful glance at Lin Yun. Although she found Zhang Mingyu's decision perplexing and was reluctant to comply, the allure of the sales potential for Wei Su Kong was simply too overwhelming. If she chose not to engage, it was certain that Yunxiao Group would swiftly eclipse her Yi family, leaving her far behind. At that juncture, her Yi Pharmaceutical would find itself in a precarious position, especially with the formidable Li Pharmaceutical lurking ominously in the shadows. Should her Li family isolate her, she might very well be swallowed whole by the Li clan. Contemplating this, Yi Anren reluctantly set aside her prejudices against her seemingly ineffectual fiancé. She extended her hand towards Lin Yun with a feigned politeness, saying, "Lin Yun, I am at a loss as to what qualities Zhang Zong sees in you that led to your representation of Yunxiao Group. However," she added, "do not presume that this will alter my perception of you. Even if I am courteous to you in the future, it will solely be due to your association with Yunxiao Group, not because of our marriage contract." Upon hearing Zhang Mingyu's abrupt decision, Lin Yun was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom that he would employ such a tactic to facilitate greater interaction with Yi Anren. Recognizing that the decision had been made and that Yi Anren was cooperating, Lin Yun extended his hand in return, briefly shaking hers. Yet the moment their hands met, it was as if they had been jolted by an electric shock, and they quickly withdrew. Upon feeling the warmth of Yi Anren's hand, Lin Yun suddenly perceived that perhaps his fiancée was not as cold and unfeeling as she appeared. Perhaps she bore some internal pressures that compelled her to maintain a fade of strength. With this realization, Lin Yun reassured her, "Rest assured, my engagement with you is merely a representation of Yunxiao Group, not as your fiancé. Whether your opinion of me changes is entirely up to you. In any case, I stand by my statement. Regardless of how you perceive me, it does not alter the fact that I am your fiancé. At the very least, our marriage contract remains intact." Yi Anren retorted, "Rest assured, I am determined to annul this engagement. I have stated that I, Yi Anren, will never marry someone weaker than myself. If I were to wed someone who cannot share my burdens, what would be the purpose of such a union?" Witnessing their escalating confrontation, Zhang Mingyu hurriedly intervened. "All right, you two. There is no need for such quarrels. What you both lack is mutual understanding. This collaboration presents the perfect opportunity for you to learn more about each other. However, our primary objective now is to capitalize on the popularity of Wei Su Kong and seize the entire market. Miss Yi, please take Lin Yun to your company for further guidance. We cannot afford to delay." "Very well. I shall temporarily set aside matters regarding our engagement. I will take him to Yi Pharmaceutical." As she spoke, Yi Anren cast an unfriendly glance at Lin Yun and exclaimed, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and come with me." Upon witnessing this, Lin Yun refrained from further words and turned to Yang Jiao Jiao, saying, "Sister Jiao Jiao, shall we go then? Let's accompany Anren to her Yi Pharmaceutical company." However, just as Yang Jiao Jiao approached, Yi Anren abruptly halted, furrowing her brow in confusion as she looked at Yang Jiao Jiao and asked, "Jiao Jiao, did you not mention that you were going to discuss with President Zhang the matter of introducing Wei Su Kong to your hospital? Why are you now following Lin Yun to my place?" Yang Jiao Jiao suddenly appeared somewhat embarrassed and replied, "Anren, it's not quite as you think. I was actually assigned by my grandfather to stay by Lin Yun's side as his personal assistant. So wherever Lin Yun goes, I must follow." "What? Yi Anren exclaimed in astonishment, pointing at Lin Yun as she addressed Yang Jiao. Did I hear you correctly? The esteemed young lady of the Yang family is actually serving as this boy's personal assistant? Moreover, at the behest of your grandfather, the head of the Yang family. What merits does this boy possess to warrant such favoritism from your grandfather? Anren, it's not that Lin Yun is as worthless as you perceive. Yang Jiao attempted to explain, but was interrupted by Yi Anren. Enough, Jiao. You need not defend him. I understand. Your grandfather must have recognized the potential of Wei Su Kong, and since Lin Yun is a distant relative of President Zhang, your grandfather likely wishes to partake in the benefits. However, having you serve as this boy's personal assistant is indeed a bit of an injustice to you. Rest assured, if he dares to bully you, simply inform me, and I shall stand up for you. I will not allow him any opportunity to flaunt himself. When I have the time, I will accompany you to speak with Grandfather Yang and advise him not to be deceived by this boy. He does not deserve to have you as his assistant. Even if it were to be the other way around, having him as your assistant would diminish your worth. Upon hearing this, Lin Yun lost the composure he had previously maintained and sighed. Alas, Yi Anren, do you truly regard me as so insignificant in your eyes? Is it necessary to belittle me so? It is not that I belittle you, but rather that you possess nothing that would elevate your standing in my eyes. Very well. Lin Yun's demeanor shifted instantly as he coldly regarded Yi Anren. Since I am so unworthy in your eyes, let's not dwell on such matters. As for why Jiao willingly serves as my personal assistant, you need not concern yourself. We shall simply interact as normal business partners. I advise you to refrain from meddling in any other matters concerning me. You. Observing Lin Yun's sudden assertiveness and departure from his previous demeanor, Yi Anren felt her anger rising, pointing at Lin Yun but struggling to articulate a response. Ultimately, she could only suppress her fury and declare, if that's the case, then so be it. Let's refrain from unnecessary chatter and make haste. With that, Lin Yun, disregarding Yang Jiao's resistance, grasped her hand and strode out before Yi Anren. Witnessing such an intimate gesture between the two, Yi Anren momentarily froze, her voice rising in indignation. Lin Yun, how shameless of you! Release Jiao's hand at once. In that moment, the icy demeanor of the once formidable woman dissipated, and she hurriedly pursued them. Thus, the trio made their way to Yi family's pharmaceutical enterprise. Throughout the journey, Lin Yun scarcely exchanged words with Yi Anren, even casting furtive glances to halt any attempts at conversation between Yang Jiao and Yi Anren. However, Lin Yun's unusual behavior only fueled Yi Anren's disdain for him, mingled with a subtle sense of disappointment. At that moment, Lin Yun was indifferent to such sentiments. After all, in Yi Anren's eyes, his status as her fiancé held little worth. Not only was he marginalized, but he also faced her constant disparagement. Chapter 41. Yi Anren's Dilemma. In due course, the trio arrived at Yi family's pharmaceutical company. Confronted by the warm greetings of numerous employees, Yi Anren shed her previous aloofness, displaying an unexpectedly gentle demeanor as she exchanged pleasantries with her family staff. Yet, just as they entered the production workshop, Yi Tsangyuan abruptly appeared, hunched over as he inspected the freshly produced medications. Seeing this, Yi Anren rushed forward to support her father, reproaching him. Father, how many times must I tell you? You need not concern yourself with the family business. I can handle everything. All you must do is rest at home and recuperate. Why won't you listen? Observing the loss of his daughter's youthful innocence, Yi Tsangyuan felt a pang of guilt as he tenderly stroked her forehead. Anren, I cannot bear to see you shouldering the immense weight of our family business alone. You should be enjoying your youth, living freely and joyfully. Yet you toil endlessly for the family. It pains me greatly. Rest assured, Father, it has been many years, and I am managing just fine. Look, I have successfully steered our family business to greater heights all on my own. So please do not worry. Just follow my advice and focus on your health. Alas, it tears me apart to witness you struggle with this vast enterprise alone. I merely wish to share some of the burden. You have not lived a single day for yourself. The family has transformed you into this capable businesswoman, and it breaks my heart. Father, You need not worry about me. I have grown accustomed to it over the years. At that moment, Yi Anren embraced Yi Tsungyin, and both silently wept together. Amidst their conversation, Yang Jiajiao stepped forward, a hint of surprise in her voice as she asked, Anren, has Uncle Ye's health not yet improved? Why does it seem that Uncle Ye's condition has improved remarkably compared to a few years ago, appearing indistinguishable from that of a healthy individual? After gently wiping away a tear from the corner of her eye, Yi Anren released her father's embrace, turned to Yang Jiaojiao, and sighed, Ah, Jiaojiao, you do not understand. Although my father's health appears stable on the surface, any exertion causes him to revert to his original state. I am at a loss regarding the nature of his illness. Even the renowned Dr. Sun from Luochuan, whom I have consulted, was left helpless. Now you should comprehend why I have been striving so hard these past few years. I merely wish for my father to recuperate peacefully at home, while I manage all the affairs of the Yi family. Thus, to the outside world, I have taken on the guise of a strong woman, seemingly devoid of emotion. In truth, this fiancé is one I have been compelled to adopt. I never aspired to be a strong woman. I yearn to experience love freely and live a carefree life at this age, but this is patently impossible. The moment I let my guard down, the entire Yi family could cease to exist, devoured by those with ambitious designs. Although Lin Yun and I share an engagement, he is currently in no position to be my support. If I were to agree to this marriage, he would not alleviate my burdens, but rather become a liability. How could I ever consent to such a union? Anren, you have truly endured much over these years. There is no need for further explanation. I understand your grievances. I empathize with you. However, Lin Yun is not as incapable as you perceive. He possesses merits. Before she could finish her thought, Yi Anren abruptly interrupted Yang Jiaojiao, saying, Jiaojiao, there is no need for you to speak in his defense. My mind is made up. I categorically oppose this marriage. If you still consider me a sister, please refrain from mentioning this matter again. As Yi Anren so dismissively belittled him before others, Lin Yun, who stood there looking bewildered, chose not to argue but wore an expression of innocence. At that moment, he recognized the foolishness of his previous impetuous actions. The idea of confronting Yi Anren to demand she honor their engagement while he was still devoid of merit seemed rather absurd in retrospect. If he truly desired Yi Anren to willingly uphold their engagement, he needed to become powerful enough for her to regard him with admiration. Only then would he possess the leverage to discuss the matter of their union. With this realization, Lin Yun ceased to fixate on the engagement and instead turned his attention to Yi Tsungyin. After all, this man, a brother of his father, had never looked down upon him, even when he had nothing to offer, continuously encouraging Yi Anren to fulfill their engagement. Thus, he held a certain fondness for him. Upon hearing of his health troubles, Lin Yun disregarded Yi Anren's words and began to scrutinize Yi Tsungyin closely. Upon closer observation, I discerned a hint of something amiss. Swiftly, I approached Yi Tsungyin and said, Uncle Yi, could you please extend your hand? I would like to examine your symptoms. As Lin Yun drew near, Yi Tsungyin regarded him with a look of surprise, akin to that reserved for a beloved nephew, and exclaimed, Yunner, do you truly possess knowledge of medicine? Well, I possess a modicum of understanding, Lin Yun replied. Allow me to assist you in this examination. Perhaps I can uncover the root of your ailment. However, just as Yi Tsungyin was about to extend his hand, Yi Anren interjected, stepping forward to obstruct the gesture. With a dismissive tone, she chastised Lin Yun. Lin Yun, what are you doing? Have you developed an obsession? You dare to meddle in a condition even the renowned Dr. Sun cannot diagnose. Do not think I am oblivious to your intentions. You aim to feign medical expertise to gain my father's trust, so he might persuade me to marry you. I assure you, this ploy will not succeed with me. You may not even truly comprehend medicine, and even if you do, it is but a superficial understanding. Furthermore, if the illustrious Dr. Sun cannot ascertain the issue, how could you possibly succeed? I advise you to abandon any thoughts of ingratiating yourself with my father. Anren, my dear child, why must you be so obstinate? What harm is there in letting Yunner take a look? It is of no consequence. Besides, I do not perceive Yunner as you claim. He may genuinely possess some medical knowledge and merely wishes to conduct a simple examination. At that moment, Yang Jiaojiao could no longer contain herself and interjected, "Indeed, Anren, Lin Yun truly understands medicine, and his skills are remarkable. Even my grandfather and Mr. Su's ailments were resolved by him. Jiaojiao, spare me the nonsense. In any case, the two of you should cease your defense of him. I wish to have no association with him. He cannot possibly diagnose my father's condition, so I would prefer he refrain from examining him." As she spoke, Yi Anren disregarded Yi Songyuan's demeanor and forcefully pulled him behind her. Turning her gaze to Lin Yun, she declared, "Very well. Since you represent Yun Shao Group in this engagement, let's conduct our business accordingly. As for the private matters of the Yi family, do not interfere. They are of no concern to you. Understand your current position." With the conversation reaching this juncture, Lin Yun refrained from insisting on examining Yi Songyuan further, as the latter's condition did not appear critical. With a composed demeanor, Lin Yun responded, "Very well. If you believe my involvement to be unnecessary, I shall withdraw. However, it is a pity for Uncle Yi. Whether he suffers or not is our own concern, and I trust you need not worry about it. If there is nothing further, let us proceed to discuss the business collaboration." Upon witnessing Yi Anren's unexpected demeanor towards him, Lin Yun simply shrugged his shoulders in a gesture of indifference, choosing to remain silent as he followed Yi Anren to engage in matters of collaboration. After Lin Yun had thoroughly briefed the Yi Corporation employees on the production process and concluded his official duties, he showed no intention of lingering further, promptly departing with Yang Jiaojiao from Yi Pharmaceutical. Following this incident, Lin Yun felt utterly heartbroken by Yi Anren's actions. His previous tolerance towards her dissipated, and he effectively cast aside any thoughts of their engagement, now perceiving Yi Anren merely as an ordinary business associate. As the pair left the Yi group without a hint of hesitation, Yi Anren stood rooted in place, gazing at their retreating figures, a peculiar sensation stirring within her, an inexplicable feeling as though something precious had been usurped, yet she could not pinpoint what it was. Suddenly, she muttered to herself, "Yi Anren, what are you thinking? You never truly held Lin Yun in high regard. Even if he is close to Jiao Jiao, what of it? Although an engagement binds you, it will eventually be annulled. Their departure means nothing to me." Despite her attempts to console herself with these thoughts, Yi Anren felt as if her heart was being pricked by a multitude of needles, her emotions in disarray. After contemplating the matter further and failing to comprehend the source of her feelings, she chose to redirect her focus entirely onto her work. Conversely, Lin Yun and Yang Jiaojiao did not return directly to Yun Shao Group, but instead accepted the invitation of Su Bowen, who had recently awakened and recovered, to attend a banquet at the most luxurious hotel in Luochuan City. This hotel was owned by the Su family and was so opulent that ordinary individuals would instinctively shy away from it. As it operated on a membership basis, entry was forbidden to non-members. Even the most basic, ordinary membership would incur substantial expenses for a single meal, with higher tiers such as silver, gold, platinum, and diamond memberships demanding even grander sums. However, Lin Yun was oblivious to these details, perceiving the Beau Sea Hotel merely as a more luxurious establishment than others. Upon entering the hotel, they were greeted by a remarkably enthusiastic hostess who swiftly approached them, exclaiming, "Welcome, esteemed guests, to Beau Sea Hotel. May I inquire if you possess a membership with us? I can escort you to your designated member area." Upon hearing the hostess's inquiry, Lin Yun furrowed his brow in surprise, glancing at Yang Jiaojiao and asking Jiao Jiao, "Do you happen to have one of those membership cards?" "I don't have one," she replied. "However, we are here by invitation, so I believe we won't need to present anything." "Indeed, I think you're right." Lin Yun nodded immediately and turned to the charming hostess before him, saying, "Miss, we do not possess a membership card, but we have come at the invitation of someone. Please inform Su Bowen that Lin Yun has arrived and ask him to come out and receive me." "An invitation? Su Bowen?" The hostess, being relatively new, was apprehensive about mismanaging the situation and hurried to the front desk computer to check. However, she found no record of a member by the name of Su Bowen among the guests for the day. There was also no notification of any VIP guests expected to arrive. After her inquiry, The hostess quickly returned, looking somewhat awkward as she addressed Lin Yun. Sir, it appears we do not have a member named Su Bowen, nor have we received any notification regarding invited guests. Upon hearing this, Lin Yun was momentarily taken aback. There's indeed no member named Su Bowen inside? Correct, sir. I have checked, and there is truly no such member. I sincerely apologize. But according to policy, only hotel members are permitted entry. Just as Lin Yun and Yang Jiao exchanged puzzled glances, contemplating a phone call for clarification, a boastful voice emerged from within. Oh, isn't that Jiao? Who is this pitiful little man you've brought along? You two standing outside must surely not be members here. The voice belonged to a burly man with a rather unsavory appearance. Yang Jiao immediately recognized him as Gu Xingzhou, another captain from her traffic team, who had persistently pursued her in ignorance of her true identity, only to be rebuffed at every turn. Realizing that Gu Xingzhou likely saw this as an opportunity to retaliate for her previous rejections, Yang Jiao boldly confronted him. Gu Xingzhou, what concern is it of yours whether we have a membership card? You'd best watch your tongue and refrain from speaking so foully. Otherwise, do not blame me for being impolite. Chapter 43. Humiliation. However, Gu Xingzhou showed no sign of anger in response to Yang Jiao's retort. Instead, he continued to wear a mocking smile, saying, "Oh, right. I almost forgot that a penniless little face like this one could hardly afford a membership at this prestigious hotel. I suppose he's being kept by you, Jiao. No wonder he dared to reject me. It seems you have a penchant for such pretty boys. Gu Xingzhou, you are talking nonsense. Do not think I am unaware of your intentions behind this ridicule. You simply wish to retaliate for my previous rejection, seeking to embarrass me. Yes. And what of it?" Gu Xingzhou suddenly shouted. "Today I intend to make you shameless woman, understand the consequences of rejecting me. Gu Xingzhou, in favor of a pitiful little man like this." Upon hearing Gu Xingzhou's loud outburst, several ordinary members in the lobby rushed over, casting peculiar glances at Yang Jiao. They incessantly murmured among themselves, "This young lady appears quite lovely. How is it that she is already seeking to support a gigolo at such a tender age? Quite shameless. Indeed, yet, truth be told, this young man is rather handsome. No wonder he finds himself in such a situation. If it were me, I would gladly support him." A well-to-do matron, resembling a young wife, soon revealed a sycophantic expression while gazing at Lin Yun. However, upon hearing the matron's comments, a nearby man scoffed derisively. "You have quite the imagination. Have you considered your own age? This pretty boy is hardly someone you could easily support. If one were to be a benefactor, it would be to a younger lady, not someone like you. What's wrong with being young? Is youth such a remarkable thing? Though I may not possess the same youth as that girl, I'm certainly affluent. I refuse to believe that no one would appreciate wealth. If I am willing to spend, I can assure you, I could support this young man." Following her declaration, the onlookers turned their gazes towards her in bemusement. Realizing the odd looks directed at her, the matron hastily waved her hands and fervently clarified, "Please, do not misunderstand. What I meant is that if I were willing to spend my money, I could support many people, not just this lad." After her explanation, the crowd shifted their attention elsewhere, resuming their various discussions. Listening to the gossiping crowd, Yang Jiao's face flushed with embarrassment. Wishing she could tear Gu Xingzhou's mouth apart for tarnishing her reputation. In a fit of anger, she stomped her foot, glaring furiously at Gu Xingzhou. Gu Xingzhou, you have gone too far. Who are you calling a gigolo?" At that moment, Lin Yun, who had been absorbing the situation, stepped forward, pulling the trembling Yang Jiao closer. "Sister Jiao, truly, you are being unreasonable. Usually, you seem quite clever, but today you've acted rather foolishly. He is but a dog. Why waste your breath on him? Isn't that just inviting trouble upon yourself?" Upon hearing Lin Yun's words, Gu Xingzhou's fury ignited. "You, a good-for-nothing leech, dare to call anyone a dog?" Lin Yun replied with a cold smirk. "Even if I am a leech, I take pride in it, unlike you, who can't even afford a proper meal, let alone something softer. As for calling someone a dog, that would be directed at whoever feels the heat. Are you seeking death?" Gu Xingzhou retorted, his temper flaring. "Captain Gu, hold on. We cannot resort to violence here. Otherwise, we shall all be expelled by the staff of the Bercy Hotel." As he spoke, Gu Xingzhou advanced towards Lin Yun, but just then, a man standing beside Gu Xingzhou swiftly restrained him, preventing any altercation. Unable to swallow his anger, Gu Xingzhou quickly devised a plan to turn the tables, sneering at Lin Yun. "You dare to publicly insult me, a mere member, here at the Bercy Hotel. You are utterly disregarding the dignity of our establishment. Witness how I shall impart a lesson today." As he spoke, Gu Xingzhou immediately turned and bellowed within the hotel, "Security! Security! Come swiftly and apprehend this insolent, impoverished wretch attempting to infiltrate our premises and give him a thorough reprimand." However, upon hearing Gu Xingzhou's shout, a contingent of patrolling security personnel hastily approached. The lead security officer, displaying utmost courtesy, addressed Gu Xingzhou. "Esteemed guest, may I inquire as to your identity? Is there a matter of urgency that prompted your call for us? Please feel free to articulate your concerns. We shall address them." Noticing the politeness of the security personnel, Gu Xingzhou became increasingly arrogant, pointing at Lin Yun and declaring to the lead officer, "I am Gu Xingzhou, a regular member of this hotel. This destitute scoundrel not only lacks a membership, but also dares to insult your esteemed guests. You must adhere to the hotel's regulations and administer a fitting punishment to this miscreant. Otherwise, any random individual could bully our hotel members with impunity, rendering our substantial expenditure on membership meaningless. Indeed, if this individual is as Gu Xingzhou claims, it is imperative that he is taught a lesson, so he comprehends that members of the Bercy Hotel are under the hotel's protection and must not be trifled with." The man who had previously urged Gu Xingzhou not to resort to violence now joined in the conversation. However, upon hearing Gu Xingzhou's account and the man's endorsement, the lead security officer did not blindly accept Gu Xingzhou's assertions. Instead, he courteously turned to Lin Yun and inquired, "Sir, is what our esteemed guest claims accurate? Do you truly lack a membership and intend to sneak in, even going so far as to insult our distinguished guest?" Seeing the security's reasonable demeanor, Lin Yun felt no anger. Rather, he wore a playful smile and replied, "Well, to summarize, his account is quite close. I indeed do not possess your hotel's membership card, and I did refer to him as a dog." After a brief pause, Lin Yun's expression sharpened as he added, "However, I did not intend to sneak in. I was invited here openly." "Oh, invited, you say? By whom, sir? Might I request that the person who invited you step forward? If indeed you were invited by a member of our hotel, it would alleviate our predicament. Otherwise, we must adhere to our hotel's policies, treating you as an infiltrator and imposing a severe penalty to provide an explanation to the guest you insulted. Failing to administer appropriate punishment would severely tarnish the reputation of Bercy Hotel in Luochuan City." Chapter 44. Taking Action. Yet, in the face of the security officer's continued inquiries and threats, Lin Yun's demeanor shifted to one of displeasure, his eyes narrowing as he directed a frosty glare at the lead security officer. "You are but a mere security captain. What authority do you possess to speak to me in such a manner? Do you truly believe you can impose punishment upon me? How laughable! Do you see? This individual is precisely this arrogant. Even you, as security personnel of this hotel, have been completely disregarded by him. Dear security guard, you must teach him a proper lesson. Ensure that he remembers this. In this esteemed Bercy Hotel, there is no room for a pampered coward like him to act recklessly." Upon hearing the shift in Lin Yun's tone, Gu Xingzhou hurriedly approached the head of security, fanning the flames of the situation, while casting a gleeful glance at Lin Yun. After Gu Xingzhou's incitement, the head of security fully aligned himself with Gu Xingzhou, glaring at Lin Yun and declaring, "Young man, it seems that what this esteemed guest, Gu Xingzhou, has said is indeed correct. You are merely a deceptive intruder. It is unfortunate that someone of your tender age has chosen the path of wrongdoing, and you dare to openly provoke us. Even though I am merely a humble head of security at the Bercy Hotel, that does not mean you, who lacks even a membership at our establishment, can provoke me. If I do not punish you severely today, not only will the dignity of our hotel be trampled upon, But we, as security personnel, will become the subject of ridicule, allowing someone like you, a pampered coward, to ride over us. As soon as he finished speaking, the head of security disregarded Lin Yun's attitude and commanded the nearby guards, "You all go together and subdue this brat. Teach him a good lesson and then throw him out of our hotel." "What about the woman next to this brat? Should we throw her out as well?" one of the security guards inquired. After a moment's thought, the head of security replied, "Let her be. She can leave on her own. If she insists on staying with this brat, then we shall not concern ourselves further and throw them both out together." "Understood, Captain. We will proceed as you instructed and teach this brat a lesson before tossing him out." "Hold on." Just then, Yang Jiao stepped forward, exclaiming, "You cannot act recklessly. Otherwise, you will bear all the consequences. I will call the person who invited us and have him come to meet us." Seeing the seriousness in Yang Jiao's demeanor, the head of security pondered for a moment. To avoid the potential repercussions of wrongly confronting someone who might truly have been invited, he unhesitatingly halted his men from taking action and addressed Yang Jiao. "Madam, since you insist that you and your companion are indeed invited guests, I shall grant you an additional 5 minutes. If, within that time, no esteemed guests from our hotel come to receive you, then you cannot blame us. We will strictly enforce our hotel's regulations and treat you as individuals who have intruded without membership." Noticing the security's change of heart, Yang Jiao immediately took out her phone to call Su Bowen, but unfortunately, the call went unanswered. Meanwhile, Gu Xingzhou, standing nearby, suddenly mocked, "Yang Jiao spares the theatrics. This security guard may not know your situation, but do you think I am unaware of who you truly are? We have worked together for quite some time, and you, who typically shuns social engagements, could hardly know anyone with a membership at the Bosi Hotel. Had it not been for the fortunate opportunity to assist young Master Zhou in a matter, resulting in him facilitating this ordinary membership card for me, how could someone with our meager traffic department salary and a job that appears authoritative yet is as laborious as that of a beast of burden gain entry here? So spare me your pretentious act. If you truly wish to be at this Bosi Hotel, you might as well sever ties with that fellow beside you and agree to be my girlfriend. I shall ensure your entry as a regular member, thus saving you from the indignity of being unceremoniously ousted by the security team." However, Yang Jiao paid no heed to Gu Xingzhou's words. Instead, she resumed her call to Su Cici. This time, the conversation was markedly different from her earlier exchange with Su Bowen. As soon as the call connected, Su Cici's voice resonated. "Jiao, have you and Dr. Lin arrived?" Upon hearing Su Cici's voice, Yang Jiao felt as though she had found a lifeline. She urgently responded, "Cici, what is happening? Didn't Grandpa Su invite Lin Yun to the Bosi Hotel? Why did the staff inform us that there is no membership under Grandpa Su's name after we arrived? We are currently in the hotel's lobby confronting the security, who assert that we will be treated as intruders without a membership." "Oh, is that so? Jiao, please wait a moment with Dr. Lin. This is indeed our oversight. I will come to fetch you immediately." "All right." After hanging up, Yang Jiao refrained from addressing the security and Gu Xingzhou directly. Instead, she turned to Lin Yun and said, "Let us be patient a little longer. CC is on her way to get us. I'm not in a hurry. In fact, I am quite eager to see how these bullies will handle us. It has been a while since I had a chance to stretch my muscles, and this could serve as an excellent opportunity. However, if you call someone to pick us up, the spectacle will cease. It is a pity to miss out on the chance to deal with these lackeys." Upon hearing that someone was coming to their aid, Lin Yun, instead of feeling elated, regarded the group of security personnel and Gu Xingzhou with a curious gaze. Yet, Lin Yun's words incited Gu Xingzhou's ire. He was deeply unsettled, and before the security could react, he rolled up his sleeves and charged toward Lin Yun, pointing angrily while berating, "You, a mere leech. Do you think I'm showing you respect? Watch as I teach you a lesson personally." Without regard for the consequences, he swung a fist toward Lin Yun. However, the head of security showed no intention of intervening. Instead, he allowed Gu Xingzhou to take action against Lin Yun, as he too was eager to unleash his pent-up frustrations on Lin Yun. However, just when everyone assumed that the pampered pretty boy, Lin Yun, will be thoroughly beaten by Gu Xingzhou, a scream unexpectedly erupted from Gu Xingzhou's lips. Chapter 45, Slap. Ah, my hand. You dare to ambush me, you little brat. Upon hearing this anguished cry, the crowd turned their gaze to the source, only to witness Gu Xingzhou's fist, which had been poised to strike Lin Yun, suddenly pierced by a silver needle. The needle stood precariously atop Gu Xingzhou's fist, causing it to swell instantly, drawing everyone's attention. Observing Gu Xingzhou's wretched state, Lin Yun couldn't help but sneer. What are you standing there for? Continue. Didn't you say you were going to teach me a lesson? Why'd you back down so quickly? Oh, and to you security guards as well. Weren't you just saying you would throw me out of your hotel? Why have you hesitated now, standing there like fools? Are you afraid? Oomph. The security captain's expression darkened ominously. You brat. I was originally going to give you a few minutes, but now you dare to lay a hand on our esteemed guest in our hotel right before my eyes. Even if some esteemed guest invited you, that no longer matters. Anyone who dares to act on their own in our hotel will not leave easily. They will face our hotel's retribution. Come on, I'm waiting for you to bring down that retribution on me. Get this fool who doesn't know his place and arrest him. He must learn the consequences of acting out in our hotel today. Upon hearing the captain's words, several security guards charged at Lin Yun with fierce intent. However, this time was different. Before they could make a move, a crisp voice laced with anger rang out from outside the hotel. Impudent. What do you think you're doing? Stop right now. Recognizing that familiar voice, the guards immediately halted, turning their attention to the newcomer. The security captain also swiftly transformed his demeanor, rushing towards the newcomer with a beaming smile. Miss Su, what brings you here? You should have informed us of your arrival. Yet, facing the captain's obsequiousness, Su Cece glared at him fiercely. Captain Chow, how dare you treat my friend this way? Do you wish to resign? What? The security captain displayed a look of disbelief as he regarded Su Cece. Are you saying that this pampered boy is your friend? What pampered boy? Who is pampering whom? Please clarify. Su Cece looked at the captain with confusion. The captain immediately pointed at Lin Yun and said, This boy is being kept by that girl beside him. Upon hearing the captain's words, Su Cece's anger dissipated as she hurriedly approached Yang Jiaojiao, her face filled with astonishment. Jiaojiao, is what Captain Chow said true? Is divine Dr. Lin really being kept by you? Cece, what are you talking about? Yang Jiaojiao replied, her face flushed with embarrassment. You mustn't listen to their nonsense. These are all malicious rumors fabricated by that scoundrel Gu Xingzhou, intended to mislead others into thinking such things, merely to embarrass me. Oh, how relieving it is to know that this is not as they claimed. Upon uncovering the truth, Su Cece's expression softened slightly. She then turned to Lin Yun and said, Dr. Lin, I sincerely apologize. This ordeal is entirely my fault for not arranging things properly beforehand, causing you distress. Distress is hardly the term, Lin Yun replied. Yet my joyous mood has been dampened by these bothersome flies. Rest assured, Dr. Lin, I will certainly provide you with a satisfactory resolution. At these words, the security team, led by their captain, trembled in fear, realizing they had offended someone they ought not to have. Before Su Cece could speak, they fell to their knees before her, pleading for mercy. Miss Cece, we truly had no idea who their friends were. Had we known, not even 100-fold of courage would have compelled us to act against them. Moreover, we would have treated them with the utmost respect, just as we do with you, and would never have heeded any misleading words. At this juncture, the security captain suddenly had a revelation and pointed an accusing finger at Gu Xingzhou, declaring, Miss Cece, it was this rascal who incited us to act against your friends. Had it not been for his misleading claims that your friends intruded without membership, we would never have treated them in such a manner. As security personnel of the Bosi Hotel, our actions were solely for the sake of the hotel's safety, in accordance with our regulations. Upon hearing that the hotel's security had been misled, Su Cece immediately turned her gaze to Gu Xingzhou and asked, So it was you who incited them to trouble my friends? In response to Su Cece's inquiry, Gu Xingzhou displayed no fear, but rather a smug demeanor as he retorted, And who might you be? Why should I answer you? I am a member of this Bosi Hotel, and even if these security guards were swayed by me, what of it? Do not presume that because you've somehow gained their favor, I would be intimidated by you. Let me tell you, if you wish to act against me within the confines of this hotel, you too shall bear the wrath of Bosi Hotel. And seeing how concerned you are for them, could it be that you harbor intentions of supporting that lad? I wonder, why do you young ladies choose to emulate the older wealthy women who favor maintaining youthful companions? Su Cici's face flushed crimson at Gu Xingzhou's words, and she turned to the security captain, exclaiming, "Captain Chow, give his foul-mouthed wretch 10 slaps. Let him understand which words are appropriate and which are not." "Very well, miss. I shall heed your command." With that, the security captain rose from the ground, his eyes glinting with resolve as he approached Gu Xingzhou. Upon witnessing the security captain, whom he had previously manipulated, charging towards him, Gu Xingzhou hastily exclaimed, "What do you intend to do? I am a member of this hotel, and, as the security captain, how can you heed the commands of outsiders and lay hands on me? Are you not concerned that I might lodge a complaint with the hotel's higher-ups?" "Huh, a complaint?" The security captain regarded Gu Xingzhou with a derisive smirk, akin to one observing a fool. "Are you truly this naive? You slander others, and yet you dare to employ the same tactics against Miss Su Cici, even attempting to leverage your status as a member of Bosi Hotel to intimidate us. It seems you are clearly courting your own demise." Chapter 46. To lay hands on me is to slap the Zhou family's face. Seeing that the security captain exhibited no trace of fear in response to his threat of escalating matters to the hotel management, Gu Xingzhou began to display signs of panic. As the security captain, do you not fear the ire of your hotel superiors for laying hands on a valued guest like myself? Preposterous! Do you not comprehend who Miss Su Cici is? If this matter has been commanded by her, it matters not whether you are a mere ordinary member or even a diamond member. To offend Miss Su is to invite your own punishment. Upon hearing the security captain's assertion that even diamond members would face repercussions for offending her, Gu Xingzhou felt a twinge of trepidation and promptly inquired, "Who exactly is this Miss Su Cici? How does she possess such formidable influence?" Now you are beginning to understand fear, are you? It would be of no consequence to share this with you. She is none other than Su Cici, the eldest daughter of the Su family of Luochuan. And the Bosi Hotel, the largest establishment in Luochuan, is under the auspices of the Su family. You, a mere ordinary member of this hotel, dare to provoke our young lady? Are you not courting your own demise? What? The eldest daughter of the Su family of Luochuan? Gu Xingzhou's eyes widened in disbelief. Despair etched across his face. Yet in that moment of desolation, a flicker of realization ignited within him as he swiftly turned to Yang Jiaojiao, questioning Yang Jiaojiao. "You are merely a captain in our traffic division. You hardly engage in the most basic social interactions. How could you possibly have a friend of such stature as the Su family's eldest daughter? What sort of friends I have is of no concern to you. You should focus on how to navigate your own predicament." Just then, Su Cici, unable to remain silent any longer, interjected, "Jiao Jiao, really now? Why conceal your true identity? You ought to simply inform Gu Xingzhou that you are Yang Jiao Jiao, the eldest daughter of the Yang family of Luochuan. If you had revealed your identity sooner, he would hesitate to target you so deliberately. He would likely avoid you altogether, rather than treat you as a soft target." Thinking back, I've always sought my own path outside, never boasting of my status as the eldest daughter of the Yang family. Besides, Gu Xingzhou is merely another captain in the traffic division, just like myself. There is no necessity for him to know my family ties. He is not worthy of such knowledge. Very well, you possess your own opinions, yet when encountering such individuals in the future, it is imperative that you do not remain discreet. Rather, you should assert your true identity with confidence, for only in this manner can one avert numerous troublesome situations. Very well, Cici, I shall remember this. Listening to the conversation between the two women, Gu Xingzhou's expression of despair reached its zenith. He murmured to himself, "How could this be possible? The two women I have offended are, astonishingly, the eldest daughters of the Yang and Su families. They are individuals I could scarcely even dream of looking up to. Yet today, I have unwittingly incurred their wrath." At that moment, as Gu Xingzhou trembled in confusion, Su Cici turned her gaze towards him and declared, What more do you have to say? I assure you that, regardless of the circumstances, you will not escape my retribution. Offending us is trivial, but the one you absolutely should never provoke is Dr. Lin. How dare you insinuate that he's being kept by Jiao Jiao, and furthermore, claim that I wish to support him as well. If such words were spread, it would irreparably tarnish Dr. Lin's illustrious reputation. You must understand that even my grandfather and the head of the Yang family treat him with utmost respect. How dare you and your ilk dare to insult him so brazenly? You truly are a pack of fools unaware of your own mortality. At this juncture, even the most dim-witted among the crowd could deduce that the esteemed Dr. Lin, mentioned by Su Cece, was none other than the dashing young man standing beside Yang Jiao Jiao. Gu Xingzhou's heart raced with confusion, and even the security captain began to tremble, casting a furtive glance at Lin Yun, hoping for his forgiveness. However, Lin Yun interjected, "Miss Su, there is no need to waste further words on such a person. Punish him as he deserves, and do not show any leniency. After you have dealt with these foul-mouthed individuals, please escort me to meet your grandfather, to discern the true purpose of my summons." "Certainly, Dr. Lin. My grandfather and the others are likely to arrive shortly, but I can certainly take it upon myself to teach this person a lesson on your behalf." With that, she turned her attention to the somewhat apprehensive security captain, saying, "Captain Chow, we shall set aside your previous disrespect towards Dr. Lin for now. I will address that with you later. For the moment, you are to discipline this Gu Xingzhou immediately." "Understood. I will ensure this scoundrel learns a lasting lesson." "What do you think you're doing? I advise you not to act recklessly. My membership was personally arranged by young Master Zhou of Luochuan. If you dare to lay a finger on me, it would be tantamount to slapping young Master Zhou in the face, and you would surely invoke his wrath." Gu Xingzhou protested vehemently. Yet, regardless of his resistance, he ultimately could not escape the clutches of Captain Chow. Seizing Gu Xingzhou by the collar, the captain unleashed a flurry of slaps across his face without hesitation. The reason for his unreserved punishment stemmed from his own desire to release the pent-up anger that Gu Xingzhou had incited within him. Had it not been for Gu Xingzhou's provocations, he would never have acted so disrespectfully towards Dr. Lin. Yet, he was on the brink of facing retribution for offending both the esteemed physician Lin and Miss Yang. In an instant, the hall was filled with the relentless sound of slaps, accompanied by the agonized cries of Gu Xingzhou. You treat me this way, young Master Zhou will surely stand up for me. Just wait and see how you will face the wrath of the Zhou family. To lay hands on me is to strike the face of the Zhou family. You must think this through." Upon hearing the name Zhou family, the head of security momentarily froze, realizing that the Zhou family was one of the 3 trillion yuan families in Luochuan. If the Zhou family truly intended to support Gu Xingzhou, it would be exceedingly difficult for the currently modestly wealthy Su family to contend with them. After a brief hesitation, he turned to Su Cece, hoping she would provide a command to either continue or halt the assault. However, after a moment of waiting, he heard no indication from Su Cece to stop. At this moment, the head of security comprehended Su Cece's intent and resumed the beating, all the while cursing. To offend physician Lin without remorse is one thing, but to dare invoke the Zhou family to intimidate us, do you truly believe the Su family fears them? Chapter 47. What does it matter to offend? Upon invoking the Zhou family, Gu Xingzhou found the head of security's blows grew even more ferocious. In no time, his entire face swelled up, resembling a swollen fist. At this juncture, Gu Xingzhou could only emit cries of agony, too fearful to utter a single word more, resigned to endure the head of security's relentless slaps. Just when the head of security's hand began to ache and he contemplated taking a brief respite, an elderly voice suddenly echoed from outside the hotel. "Do not stop. Strike him hard. To offend my savior, regardless of whose dog you are, today you shall pay the price." Upon hearing this abrupt voice, the onlookers turned their curious gazes toward the entrance. Many recognized the newcomer and began to whisper among themselves, "Isn't that Su Bern, the head of the Su family? I heard he was gravely ill on the brink of death. How is it that he appears here so full of life? Indeed, I heard that even physician Sun was at a loss with his condition, yet he seems suddenly cured. Could it be that the Su family has found a healer more skilled than physician's son? Moreover, the savior referred to by the head of the Su family must be the one who cured his terminal illness. Look, accompanying the head of the Su family are Yang Xiaotian, the head of the Yang family, and Sun Zhongcao, renowned as the healer of Luochuan. These are prominent figures in our city. Why are they all here together? Could it be that they have come for that young man rumored to be supported by Miss Yang? Alas, let's not speculate. It will be best to quietly observe and await their words to uncover the truth. Thus, the atmosphere grew increasingly boisterous, with conversations overlapping in a cacophony. Upon witnessing a group of individuals entering, Yang Jiao and Su Cici hastily approached to assist their respective grandfathers. The moment Su Boen laid eyes on Lin Yun, he abruptly released Su Cici's support, exhibiting a profound sense of excitement and guilt as he stepped forward. With a deep bow, he expressed, "Divine Dr. Lin, I'm eternally grateful for your life-saving grace. I sincerely apologize for the disturbance caused by this unruly bunch." The scene erupted in astonishment as Su Boen personally bowed in gratitude to Lin Yun, leaving onlookers astounded, their jaws nearly dropping in disbelief. The gazes directed at Lin Yun were suffused with envy. Lin Yun, maintaining an air of nonchalance, replied, "Old Master Su, there is no need to be overly concerned about these rascals. They are incapable of harming me. However, I am curious as to why you summoned me here so suddenly. Please wait a moment, Divine Doctor. Allow me to deal with these troublemakers appropriately before I provide you with a thorough explanation," Su Boen responded. Without waiting for Lin Yun's reaction, he turned and approached Gu Xingzhou, whose face resembled a swollen pig's head. With a resounding slap, he struck without hesitation. As he raised his hand for another blow, Su Boen suddenly felt a sharp pain in his own withered palm, compelling him to suppress the agony and refrain from further punishment. Instead, he directed his gaze to the security team leader and ordered, "You, continue to strike without pause." The security team leader hesitated, lifting his sore hand before delivering a few more slaps to Gu Xingzhou, eventually ceasing due to exhaustion. At this point, Gu Xingzhou had completely capitulated, kneeling before Su Boen with pleading eyes. His swollen face rendered his speech unclear as he implored, "Su, head of the Su family, you are magnanimous. Considering my past connections with the Zhou family, please spare me this once. I assure you, I shall not dare offend you again. How dare you invoke the Zhou family in a plea for mercy? Regardless of your ties, even if you were the eldest son of the Zhou family, I would not hesitate to exact retribution upon anyone who dares to offend my life-saving benefactor, Su Boen," he retorted. Surveying the crowd, Su Boen coldly declared, "Each and every one present today, step forward if you have ever troubled Divine Dr. Lin. If I discover your misdeeds later, I shall show no mercy." In response to Su Boen's words, the onlookers trembled in silence, many of whom had previously mocked Lin Yun, albeit lightly. However, a few security personnel, aware of their grave missteps, suddenly knelt in unison. After a brief moment, noticing only Gu Xingzhou and several guards on the ground, Su Boen turned to Lin Yun and inquired, "Divine Doctor, can you confirm that they intentionally caused you distress?" "Indeed." "Very well. Then you may decide how to punish them. Whatever punishment you deem fit for them, I shall comply, even if it incurs the wrath of the Zhou family. I, Su Boen, shall not shy away from it." Lin Yun contemplated before stating, "As for the actions of these security guards, you may deal with them as you see fit. Overall, their behavior aligns with the regulations of your establishment. After all, it is quite natural that they do not recognize me. However, regarding Gu Xingzhou, as the instigator of this incident, he must not be let off so lightly. He must learn a profound lesson from this. Merely slapping him a few times will be far from sufficient." "Very well." Su Boen nodded decisively, turning to a tall, dark-skinned, middle-aged man beside him. "Ah oui, I entrust this matter to you. Remember, it is imperative that Lin Shini is satisfied with your handling. Rest assured, Master, I will ensure a strict punishment, just as Lin Shini has instructed." Upon hearing Lin Yun's words, Gu Xingzhou trembled in fear, desperately crawling towards Lin Yun while suppressing the pain on his face, exclaiming, "Young brother, I implore you, spare me. I promise I shall never dare to offend again." At this juncture, daring to seek Lin Yun's forgiveness was futile. What has been done cannot be undone. Now, allow me to take it upon myself to administer your punishment on behalf of Lin Yun. Yes, you. It will be an experience you will not soon forget, instilling in you a lasting sense of reverence for Lin Yun. The man named Hui wore a sinister grin as he kicked Gu Xingzhou, simultaneously instructing his subordinates to take both Gu Xingzhou and the security guards, along with their captain, away. Chapter 48. From now on, you shall follow my lead. After witnessing Gu Xingzhou and the security team being escorted away, some onlookers, fearing for their own safety, hastily dispersed. However, Lin Yun turned to Su Bowen with a hint of curiosity. "Old Su, that dark-skinned man beside you earlier exuded an unusual aura. Who might he be?" "Haha," Su Bowen chuckled. "Lin Yun, you truly are an extraordinary individual. Not only are your medical skills remarkable, but you could also discern that Hui is no ordinary man. I am genuinely impressed." After a brief pause, he continued, "Hui has been my bodyguard for many years. He is indeed a practitioner of martial arts." "Oh, I see." Lin Yun nodded, unfazed as he had anticipated this outcome. His upbringing alongside his grandfather had equipped him with the ability to perceive such nuances. Noting Lin Yun's lack of further inquiries, Su Bowen suddenly grasped Lin Yun's hand. "Lin Yun, let us depart. It is best we do not linger here any longer. We should ascend to discuss the reason for your invitation. Then let us proceed. I, too, am eager to learn why you summoned me here." Thus, the group made their way to the hotel's exclusive top-floor suite, under the watchful gaze of all the ordinary patrons in the lobby. Upon entering the suite, Su Bowen and Yang Xiaotian immediately ushered Lin Yun into the seat of honor, while Sun Shini was seated beside him. Upon arriving, Lin Yun was somewhat perplexed as he inquired, "Surely, you have not invited me merely for a meal, have you? If that were the case, there would be no need for such extravagance. I am not particularly finicky when it comes to dining." "Ha! Dr. Lin, you jest." At this juncture, how can we speak of extravagance? This establishment belongs to my family, the Su clan. Consider it your own and come as you please. Su Bowen suddenly chuckled awkwardly and added, "Please do not rush, Dr. Lin. This meal is but one aspect. It is my utmost desire to treat you to this feast in gratitude for the life you saved." Indeed, old Su speaks the truth. Not only have you saved him, but you have also spared my life. It has been far too long since I have formally expressed my gratitude. Today, I shall seize this opportunity to convey my heartfelt appreciation during old Su's banquet. Seeing Su Bowen and Yang Xiaotian being so courteous, Lin Yun ceased to decline further and accepted their warm hospitality, sitting down to partake in the finest meal the Bowen Hotel had to offer. Thus, the two raised their glasses in turn, toasting to Lin Yun and expressing their profound gratitude. Once everyone had feasted and enjoyed their wine, Su Bowen, emboldened by the spirits, respectfully addressed Lin Yun, "Dr. Lin, were it not for you, I would likely have long since reported to the King of Hell. From this day forth, whatever you require, the entire Su family stands ready to heed your command. And so does my Yang family." Yang Xiaotian chimed in. "As for me, I can only express my indebtedness on behalf of the entire Yang clan. Whatever you ask, Dr. Lin, even if it entails traversing mountains of knives or seas of fire, we shall not hesitate." Listening to their fervent declarations, Lin Yun was momentarily taken aback, asking, "Have you two perhaps had too much to drink? Why this talk of traversing mountains of knives or following my lead? I merely offered some assistance. It truly required little effort on my part. There is no need for such accolades. If you hold me in esteem, simply regard me as an ordinary friend." Su Bowen promptly waved his hands in protest. No. What we say is sincere, not the ramblings of inebriation. Dr. Lin, while it may have been a mere trifle for us, it signifies far more than merely being granted a second chance at life. You have indirectly ensured the continuity of our entire lineage. You cannot fathom the weight of the responsibilities we bear as a prominent family. Had I met with misfortune and departed this life, leaving such a vast estate for Cece to manage, she would undoubtedly falter. She is not as capable as Yi Anren, who has single-handedly sustained her entire family. Yi Anren? Upon hearing Su Bowen mention her, Lin Yun's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he inquired, "Since you have brought her up, do you know what transpired with her father? Why do I sense that Yi Anren seems to deliberately prevent her father from intervening in matters concerning the Yi family? Could it be that you, divine Dr. Lin, are acquainted with that girl Anren?" Su Bian and Yang Xiaotian inquired with curiosity. However, before Lin Yun could respond, Yang Jiao interjected. "Not only do they know each other, but Anren is also Lin Yun's fiancé. What? A fiancé?" Su Cece looked at Lin Yun in shock, saying, "You seem younger than Anren. How did she suddenly become your fiancé? This can't be another jest about you being kept, can it?" Observing his granddaughter's sudden concern for Lin Yun, Su Bian quickly admonished, "Cece, how can you speak to divine Dr. Lin like that? Apologize to him at once." Ahem. Lin Yun awkwardly cleared his throat and said, "No worries, old man Su. I actually prefer you all to speak to me as straightforwardly as Jiao and Cece do. It creates a more relaxed atmosphere for everyone. That might not be appropriate. After all, you're a great benefactor to both our Su and Yang families. It's fine. Don't overthink it. Well then, is it true that the girl Anren is your fiancé, as Jiao just mentioned?" "Yes, indeed. She is my fiancé, After a brief pause, Lin Yun continued, "However, despite being my fiancé, Yi Anren seems to disagree with the notion of our engagement. She currently harbors quite a deep prejudice against me, and our relationship is akin to fire and water. Even when I noticed her father's deteriorating health and wished to offer my treatment, she refused my assistance, viewing me as a charlatan who feigned medical knowledge to approach her. Is that so? That girl Anren is rather unreasonable. To think she would regard someone with divine Dr. Lin's exceptional skills as a fraud. Many individuals seek out a physician of your caliber, but cannot find one." Su Bian exclaimed in indignation. Chapter 49. Yi Anren's father in critical condition. Yang Xiaotian, perplexed, asked, "That shouldn't be the case. There must be some misunderstanding. I know Anren to some extent, and if she were aware of divine Dr. Lin's extraordinary abilities, she would undoubtedly seek his treatment." "Indeed," Yang Jiao chimed in. "I contend that this entire situation is Lin Yun's fault. It is due to his overly modest demeanor at the beginning. Not only did he arrive at their home in tattered clothing, but he also recklessly declared his intention to marry her. Which girl could accept marrying someone who appears to possess nothing? Moreover, Anren's father was already in poor health, and all of the Yi family's responsibilities fell on her shoulders. She sought a man she could rely upon. Upon encountering Lin Yun, she was left even more disillusioned, perceiving him as someone utterly lacking and inferior, yet still thinking of marrying her. Sister Jiao, what are you saying? At this moment, I no longer harbor any immediate thoughts of marrying her. I am now a person with grand aspirations. I have come to realize that unless I achieve a career that surpasses that of the Yi family, I am indeed unworthy of marrying her. Lest I become a burden to her, to be her support, I must continue to strive and build a remarkable career." Seeing Lin Yun, so young yet possessing such unwavering determination, both Su Bowen and Yang Xiaotian nodded in approval. In unison, they proclaimed, "Lin, esteemed healer, pursue your desires without hesitation. The Su and Yang families will wholeheartedly support you from behind. Thank you, gentlemen. Should I ever require your assistance in the future, Lin Yun, shall not hesitate to call upon you. Please do not find it bothersome. Not at all. We have pledged to follow your lead. We would brave mountains of knives and seas of fire for you, even if it means offending the three most powerful families of Luochuan, the Li Zhou and Lin families. We would consider it a small price to pay." "Excellent. With your assurance, I feel at ease." Lin Yun nodded, then turned to Sun Zhongcao, saying, "Esteemed healer son, I have heard from Yi Anren that you have treated her father. What ailment does Uncle Yi suffer from?" Upon hearing Lin Yun's inquiry, Sun Zhongcao appeared somewhat puzzled. "I have indeed examined Yi Tsungyuan several times, but each visit yielded no results. In my years of practice, I have never encountered such a rare affliction. Could you elaborate further?" "Certainly, esteemed healer Lin. Yi Tsungyuan's condition is peculiar, as long as he remains at home resting. He exhibits no symptoms appearing perfectly normal. However, the moment he engages in work, exerting even a modicum of effort or mental strain, his affliction manifests, rendering him exceedingly weak, as if he were on the brink of death. Each time his symptoms recur, I can only temporarily alleviate them, but I am unable to eradicate the underlying ailment. I find myself utterly powerless in this regard. Is it truly impossible to discern any underlying condition? Lin Yun suddenly furrowed his brow while gazing at Sun Zhongsao. Indeed, all bodily indicators appear normal, yet this strange phenomenon persists. Sun Zhongsao responded, equally perplexed. Upon learning of the symptoms, Lin Yun murmured, if no discernible ailment can be found, could it be a case of poisoning? Poisoning? Sun Zhongsao exclaimed, looking at Lin Yun in astonishment. Of course, this is merely my preliminary conjecture. Whether my hypothesis holds true can only be confirmed through my personal examination. With this thought, Lin Yun sighed helplessly. Alas, at present, Anren harbors such deep-seated reservations toward me that even if I wished to treat Uncle Yi, she would not permit it. For now, I can only allow his condition to persist. After hearing Lin Yun's words, Su Bowen suddenly expressed some frustration. For a healer of your caliber, esteemed Lin, to be misconstrued by that girl, Anren, as utterly worthless is indeed a disservice to you. Indeed, the audacity of that girl Anren is truly remarkable. How can she disregard the esteemed physician Lin in such a manner? If physician Lin were to be betrothed to our beloved Jiao Jiao, I would be more than willing to marry her off to him at once. Upon uttering these words, the crowd turned to Yang Xiaotian with peculiar expressions, especially Su Bayan, whose gaze was laden with disdain as he remarked, "Oh Yang, how naive you are! Not only would I not hesitate to support your Jiao Jiao's union, but even if it were my own Cici who were to become his concubine, I would wholeheartedly endorse it. Who wouldn't covet such a distinguished figure as physician Lin? If he were to become my granddaughter's husband, I would wake from dreams with a smile." Though spoken without intention, the words resonated deeply, and both Yang Jiao and Su Cici felt an involuntary flush of embarrassment. They exchanged exasperated glances at their grandfathers, rolling their eyes and saying, "What are you two talking about? If you were so fond of Lin Yun, why don't you marry him yourselves?" In response to the women's indignation, the two old men exchanged awkward glances before bursting into laughter, momentarily silencing the room. However, just as the atmosphere settled, Yang Jiao's phone rang, shattering the brief stillness. Noticing the caller was Yi Anren, she promptly answered, only to hear Anren's anxious voice on the other end. Jiao, could you help me reach Physician Sun? I need to contact him urgently." "Help you contact Physician Sun? What do you need him for?" Yang Jiao inquired, perplexed. Jiao, I've tried reaching Physician Sun, but his phone is unreachable. I know he is close to your family, so I was hoping you could ask him to come to my house. My father's condition has relapsed, and I truly don't know what else to do. Please, I beg you to help me. Anren, don't panic. Physician Sun is right here with me. I'll tell him to go to your house immediately. Oh, that's wonderful. Please ask him to come as soon as possible. I'm afraid my father won't hold on much longer. All right, wait at home. I'll inform him right away." With that, Yang Jiao ended the call and turned to the others. Anren's father's illness has returned, and the situation is quite urgent. "Physician Sun, do you think you could head to the Yi family right now?" Anren seems particularly anxious, which suggests her father's condition might be serious. "Going now shouldn't be a problem, but I'm uncertain if I can effectively treat his ailment." Physician Sun expressed his hesitation. After pondering for a moment, Yang Jiao suddenly had a brilliant idea. "How about this? Let us all accompany you to the Yi residence. If Physician Sun finds himself unable to assist, then we can have Lin Yun step in. If Anren resists, we can collectively persuade her. After all, our relationship with the Yi family is relatively amicable." "That's an excellent suggestion." Coincidentally, it had been quite a while since I last saw Anren, making it an opportune moment to visit her, and Uncle Yi, Su Cici chimed in. At this juncture, Su Bian and Yang Xiaotian also nodded in agreement, remarking, "Very well, it has indeed been ages since we last encountered that young rascal, Yi Tsangyin, given our long-standing acquaintance. We two old fellows shall pay a visit to that lad." Observing that everyone was in accord, Yang Jiao turned to Lin Yun and inquired, "Lin Yun, what are your thoughts? Your future father-in-law is gravely ill. Even if you disregard the monk, you ought to pay your respects to the Buddha. After all, Uncle Yi has always acknowledged your engagement with Anren and has treated you with considerable courtesy. You cannot, in good conscience, allow Uncle Yi to suffer due to Anren's attitude towards you. Lin Yun pondered for a moment and deemed young Jiao Jiao's perspective quite reasonable. From the moment Yi Tsangyuan had laid eyes on him, he had never uttered a word against him and had earnestly persuaded Yi Anren to honor their engagement. With this in mind, Lin Yun promptly nodded and declared, "Very well, let us set off to the Yi residence at once." Upon hearing this, everyone immediately rose to prepare for their journey to the Yi household. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Yi residence, in Yi Tsangyuan's bedroom, Yi Anren was crouched by the bedside, tightly clasping the frail hand of her father, who lay weakened upon the bed. With tears streaming down her face, she implored, "Father, you must endure. You cannot leave us. Dr. Sun will arrive shortly. Anren, do not despair. This illness has recurred before, after a period of rest. I shall regain my strength," Yi Tsungyan replied, seemingly unconcerned about his condition. Listening to her father's nonchalant demeanor, Yi Anren expressed her frustration, saying, "I have told you not to trouble yourself with the affairs of the Yi family. Simply focus on recuperating at home. I can handle everything regarding the family. Yet you insist on disregarding my advice and running off to the production workshop to worry unnecessarily." As she reprimanded him as one might a child, Yi Tsangyan felt no anger. Instead, he gazed at his daughter with immense pride. With great effort, he lifted a hand to caress Yi Anren's head and spoke in a feeble voice, "Very well. Anren has truly grown up. From now on, I shall heed your wishes and no longer concern myself with family matters. However, truth be told, my reluctance to remain at home is merely a desire to share the burden with you. I cannot bear to see you shouldering the immense responsibilities of our family alone. Just focus on resting at home, for that is the greatest assistance you can provide me. I have managed this for many years and am well accustomed to it." "Understood. Father, I promise I will never add to your burdens again. I shall abide by your wishes and stay at home." At that moment, as the father and daughter shared their heartfelt conversation, Lin Yun and his companions had already arrived at the entrance of the Yi residence. Yang Jiaojiao stepped forward and pressed the doorbell. Shortly thereafter, the door swung open, revealing Aunt Ling, a charming woman whose graceful figure belied her role as a maid. Aunt Ling casually surveyed the crowd and, upon spotting the familiar face of Yang Jiaojiao, approached her with warmth. "Jiaojiao, what a pleasant surprise to see you. I heard from Anren that Uncle Ye's illness has recurred, so I hurriedly brought Dr. Sun to check on him." Upon hearing that Yang Jiaojiao was accompanied by Dr. Sun to attend to the head of the family, Aunt Ling felt a sense of urgency and promptly gestured for them to enter. "Please come in. I will lead you to see the master. Miss Anren is currently with him." As Lin Yun stepped toward the Yi residence, Aunt Ling instinctively shifted aside, fearing Lin Yun might inadvertently offend her again as he had previously. Observing Aunt Ling's abrupt action, others noticed but remained unaware of the reason behind it. Lin Yun, feeling somewhat awkward, exchanged a brief smile with her and consciously kept his distance. Thus, under Aunt Ling's guidance, the group swiftly arrived at the guest lounge adjacent to Yi Changyuan's bedroom. At that moment, Aunt Ling stepped aside to call out loudly to the room, "Miss Jiao Jiao and Dr. Sun's party have arrived. Is it convenient for you to let them in now?" Hearing Aunt Ling's announcement, Yi Anren's heart leaped with joy. She quickly replied, "I will be right out. Please entertain them for a moment." Turning to Yi Changyuan, she added excitedly, "Father, Dr. Sun is here. You rest for a moment. I will bring them in. With Dr. Sun here, I believe you'll recover swiftly." Yes, go ahead. Do not worry about me," Yi Changyuan responded. "All right, Father, please be patient. I will fetch Dr. Sun right away." With that, Yi Anren promptly rose and made her way to the guest lounge. Upon entering, she was taken aback to see not only Dr. Sun, but also Su Bowen and Yang Xiaotian among the visitors. "Grandfather Su, Grandfather Yang, what brings you here? And Cece, how is it that you are all free today?" Su Cece immediately stepped forward and took Yi Anren's hand. "We all happened to be together. And Jiao Jiao received your call, seeking Dr. Sunday. We thought it had been a while since we last visited you and Uncle Yi. Coincidentally, Grandfather Yang and my grandfather also hadn't been by in some time, so they came along. Welcome, welcome. I'm truly delighted that you all could come together. After a brief pause, Yi and Ran looked at Su Bowen and Yang Xiaotian with a hint of disappointment. However, Grandfather Yang and Grandfather Su, since your visits to my home are rare, I fear I may not be able to host you well, as my father is currently unwell and cannot attend to you. Do not worry, my dear Ran. Today, not only has Dr. Sun come, but your fiancé, Dr. Lin, is also with us. With both of them here, I am certain that Chan Yuan will be just fine, Su Bowen said casually. Chapter 51. Are you perhaps clinging to the Lin family support? However, it was Su Bowen's casual remark that rendered Yi Anren momentarily speechless, prompting her to furrow her brow in confusion and inquire. My fiancé, Dr. Lin? Huh, indeed. Yang Xiaotian suddenly interjected with a laugh. We are well aware of your engagement to Dr. Lin, although you may not yet realize the exceptional medical skills of your fiancé. Allow me to tell you, it is indeed a privilege for you to be betrothed to Dr. Lin. You must cherish this union. In light of Yang Xiaotian's statement, Yi Anren disregarded his words and cast her gaze around the hall once more, only to discover Lin Yun seated quietly to one side. Upon noticing him, Yi Anren's expression shifted dramatically, and she hurriedly approached Lin Yun, exclaiming with irritation, Lin Yun, are you not finished yet? What brings you back to my home? In response to Yi Anren's impudent inquiry, Lin Yun stood cautiously and replied, I have not come for you. I am here concerning Uncle Ye's ailment. You are here for my father? What concern is his illness to you? Do not presume that because you have somehow impressed Grandfather Su and Grandfather Yang, I would believe you possess any true ability. I have summoned Dr. Sun today, not you, the charlatan Lin. I see that the sudden courtesy from Grandfathers Su and Yang towards you has led you to believe you have ingratiated yourself with the Lin family. Otherwise, how could an utterly incompetent fellow like you elicit such deference from the esteemed heads of the Yang and Su families? At this moment, unable to remain silent, Yang Xiaotian interjected, Anren, you must not speak so disparagingly of Dr. Lin. Our respect for him stems from his profound and concealed talents, quite unlike what you perceive. Grandfather Yang, you need not defend him. His hidden talents stem solely from the noble Lin blood coursing through his veins. Beyond that, what truly merits admiration does he possess? Alas, why must you be so obstinate, child? Grandfather Yang, do not concern yourself with this matter. Even if you were to exalt Lin Yun to the heavens, I would remain utterly indifferent. After urging Yang Xiaotian, Yi Anren felt compelled to continue her tirade against Lin Yun, stating, It appears I was not mistaken. You truly have a penchant for living off others. Unable to find sustenance here, you deliberately sought out the Lin family. Now you have succeeded in leveraging their reputation to persuade Grandfathers Yang and Su to speak favorably on your behalf. However, regrettably, your title as Young Master Lin holds no weight with me. As Yi Anren showed no regard for Lin Yun's dignity, he was thoroughly incensed, his eyes narrowing as he shot a cold glare at her, stating, Yi Anren, you would do well to temper your words. Do not presume that my status as your fiancé grants you the liberty to treat me with such disdain. You may claim that I am devoid of worth and talent, but I shall not tolerate your insinuations of me clinging to the Lin family for support. Though the blood of the Lin family flows through my veins, I share no connection with them whatsoever. Even if I were utterly useless, I would never seek out the Lin family. Observing Lin Yun's apparent anger, Yi Anren felt a twinge of guilt and replied, Who knows whether you sought them out or not? Even if you did, it has nothing to do with me. Do not presume that now that you have regained the title of a Lin family young master, I will regard you with admiration or accept that marriage proposal. The husband I envision has never been someone like you, who merely enjoys the fruits of their ancestors' labor without striving for anything themselves. I advise you once more to abandon this notion. As soon as my father's health improves, I shall sever all ties with you and personally tear up that engagement contract. Do as you please. I, Lin Yun, swear that if I ever mention the engagement again, I shall cease to be Lin Yun. I refuse to believe that without you. Yi Anren, I cannot find a wife. I might as well clarify my intentions. My previous visit to discuss the engagement was solely to fulfill my parents' wishes. It had nothing to do with my own desires. Were it left to me, I would never marry someone as domineering as you. If I were to wed someone like you, I would surely lose decades off my life. Since you have suggested tearing up the engagement, I must thank you for sparing my life. Lin Yun, now devoid of any temper, chose to ignore Yi Anren completely and return to his seat. You. Observing Lin Yun's demeanor, Yi Anren stood there, fuming, unable to utter a single word. Meanwhile, the uninformed Su Bian and Yang Xiaotian were left utterly bewildered by the exchange. After piecing together some information, Yang Xiaotian suddenly turned to Yang Jiao and inquired, Jiao, you are closer to Lin Shini. What is this about the Lin family? Could it be that Lin Shini has some connection to them? Faced with her grandfather's question and the eager gazes of others seeking the truth, Yang Jiao hesitated for a moment before finally addressing Yang Xiaotian. Grandfather, you may not be aware, but Lin Yun is actually the son of Lin Jingtian, who went missing years ago, and he is the biological grandson of Lin Huayuan, the current head of the Lin family. Ah, no way, Yang Xiaotian exclaimed in surprise. I remember that Lin Jingtian was not married at the time. How could he have a son? Indeed, Jiao, are you certain? Although Lin Jingtian passed away over a decade ago, I have a vivid memory of him. He died the day before his wedding, and I even received an invitation from the Lin family back then. Su Bian chimed in. You are unaware of the full story. Had I not accompanied Lin Yun to the Yi family to seek his fiancée, Yi Anren, I would not have known this. In truth, Lin Yun's parents conceived him before marriage, and the head of the Lin family had always opposed Lin Yun's father marrying his mother. This has resulted in Lin Yun's parents living away from home, thus leading to the scandal of premarital pregnancy. I have also heard that Lin Yun's father made a wager with the head of the Lin family regarding this matter, and ultimately emerged victorious, which is why the head of the Lin family consented to Lin Yun's mother marrying into the Lin family. Chapter 52. Only Lin Yun can cure your father's illness. However, as you are aware, the tragic conclusion is that Lin Yun's parents unexpectedly perished in a car accident the day before their wedding. Furthermore, the infant Lin Yun mysteriously vanished. According to Lin Yun's account, he was taken deep into the mountains by his grandfather, living like a wild man for a full 20 years. This is the crux of the matter. No wonder Lin the healer harbors such disdain for the Lin family. One must admit that growing up in the mountains without the love of his parents is indeed inextricably linked to the head of the Lin family. Had it not been for the head of the Lin family's interference, I believe the couple Lin Jingtian would not have faced such a calamity, and Lin the healer could have enjoyed a blissful childhood. After listening to Yang Jiao's narrative and uncovering the truth, Yang Xiaotian and the others suddenly cast sympathetic glances toward Lin Yun. At this moment, Lin Yun and Yi Anren were engrossed in their own silence, each ignoring the other. Suddenly, Sun Zhongchao broke the impasse, saying, Miss Yi, perhaps you should take me inside to see your father. Upon hearing Sun Zhongchao's suggestion, Yi Anren finally snapped back to reality, momentarily setting aside her grievances with Lin Yun. She promptly adopted a respectful demeanor toward Sun Zhongchao and said, I apologize, Dr. Sun, for keeping you waiting. I will take you to my father's bedroom at once. With that, she quickly led Sun Zhongchao to Yi Sanyuan's chamber. Observing this, Yang Xiaotian and Su Bo immediately followed suit. Meanwhile, Yang Jiao noticed Lin Yun still sitting alone, sulking, and approached him with an exasperated demeanor, pulling him up and saying, Lin Yun, why are you still dawdling? Hurry and join me to see Uncle Yi. You saw how Yi Anren treated me just now, right? I am clearly unwelcome. Now I am expected to humbly go and treat her father. Where shall I place my dignity? I must say, why is a grown man getting upset over a girl? Besides, can you truly bear to stand by and watch Uncle Yi, who has always been decent to you, suffer from this affliction? All right. As a man, just let it go this once. Do not hold a grudge against Anren. Come with me now. Seeing Lin Yun trailing off, Yang Jiao chose not to continue her reprimand, instead coaxing him along to Yi Sanyuan's bedroom. At that moment, Yi Anren and Dr. Sun had just entered the room. Yi Anren enthusiastically exclaimed, Daddy, I have brought Dr. Sun with him here. I believe your suffering will soon ease. Upon seeing his daughter enter with son Zhongchao, Yi Yuan attempted to rise to greet them, but after several attempts, he realized he was utterly unable to muster any strength. Ultimately, he could only greet them in a feeble voice. "Doctor, I apologize for troubling you once again. Please forgive me, as I am truly unable to rise to greet you. Master Yi, you are too modest. Please do not say such things." As the saying goes, a healer possesses the heart of a parent. How could I possibly concern myself with trivial formalities? Do lie down quickly. I shall attend to your ailments at once and ascertain whether your condition has worsened. With that, son Zhongxiao promptly seated himself beside the bed, pressing 2 fingers against Yi Yuan's wrist. At that moment, Yang Xiaotian and Su Bowen entered the room. Yi Tsung, who had just reclined, appeared visibly startled upon their arrival. Murmuring, "Masters Yang and Su, what brings you here?" Attempting to rise again, he was firmly pressed back down by son Zhongxiao, who insisted, "Master Yi, it is best that you remain still. Let me attend to your treatment first." "Indeed, Song Yuan, do not stand on ceremony with us old fellows. Just lie back and heed the arrangements of divine physician's son. We heard you were gravely ill, so we took the opportunity to come and see you." Yang Xiaotian quickly stepped forward to prevent Yi Song Yuan from getting up. "Very well then. I shall wait for divine physician's son to complete his examination before we continue." Yi Song Yuan acquiesced, obeying son Zhongxiao's instructions, remaining still and refraining from further conversation, quietly lying on the bed as son Zhongxiao proceeded with the diagnosis. However, after a while of pulse-taking, son Zhongxiao suddenly paused, murmuring to himself, "How has this illness deteriorated so rapidly? Last time I was able to manage it, but now I find I cannot contain it at all, let alone eradicate this affliction." Upon hearing son Zhongxiao's words, Yi Anren, who was nearby, grew anxious, quickly kneeling and grasping son Zhongxiao's arm in desperation. "Divine physician's son, I implore you, please save my father. I would willingly pay any price for your assistance. I cannot bear to see him suffer, nor can I bear the thought of losing him." With a sigh, son Zhongxiao helped Yi Anren her feet, saying, "Miss Yi, it is not that I wish to refrain from treating your father. It is simply that I am powerless in this situation. Is there truly no remedy? Must we watch helplessly as my father endures this torment? At present, I truly have no solution. Your father's condition has worsened significantly compared to before. I am genuinely at a loss. How can this be?" At son Zhongxiao's resolute declaration, Yi Anren felt as though struck by lightning, collapsing onto the ground. Observing her prostrated state, son Zhongxiao fell silent for a moment, but then his eyes brightened as he exclaimed, "However, while I cannot provide treatment, there is one person I believe can." "Who is it?" Yi Anren quickly regained her composure, eagerly grasping son Zhongxiao's arm. "Divine physician's son, please tell me who can heal my father. I will spare no effort to bring him here." At that moment, son Zhongxiao's expression turned peculiar as he looked at Yi Anren and remarked, "This individual is someone you also know, although you have mistaken him for a charlatan." "I know him, and I thought of him as a scammer." Yi Anren murmured in disbelief. As thoughts swirled in her mind, she suddenly recalled something. Her mouth agape in astonishment as she gazed at son Zhongxiao. "Dr. Sun, are you referring to Lin Yun?" "Indeed, Miss Yi. I am speaking of none other than Lin Yun." Son Zhongxiao chuckled warmly. "Among all those I know, only Lin, the divine physician, possesses a mastery of medicine that rivals my own. Although I am unable to cure your father's ailment, I am confident that Dr. Lin can. I have witnessed firsthand his extraordinary skills that can bring the dead back to life." "Dr. Sun, have you too been enchanted by Lin Yun? Why does everyone refer to him as a divine physician?" Yi Anren looked at son Zhongxiao with confusion. "Anren, you truly need to re-evaluate your perception of Lin Yun. He is not the person you have conceived him to be. Your views are merely a reflection of your biases." Yang Zhaojiao quickly interjected, grasping Yi Anren's hand. "Indeed, Miss Yi, you should urgently summon Dr. Lin to assist. If you delay, your father's condition may worsen beyond remedy. If the illness continues to deteriorate, even Dr. Lin may find it challenging to intervene." Son Zhongxiao urged, trying to convince the still-dazed Yi Anren. Upon hearing the gravity of son Zhongxiao's words, Yi Anren could no longer remain in a stupor. She slowly turned to Lin Yun, who lingered outside the door. Though she hesitated to approach him, she finally managed to speak awkwardly. Lin Yun, I am uncertain if you truly possess the capabilities that Dr. Sun and Zhao Zhao claim. However, I implore you not to hold my previous indiscretion against me. If you can indeed save my father, I assure you my attitude towards you will change. I might even consider honoring our engagement. I simply beg you to help save my father. I cannot bear to lose him. Yet Lin Yun, standing outside, remained unmoved. With a cold smile, he remarked, Yi Anren, you are truly presumptuous. Even at this juncture, you maintain such an air of superiority. Do you genuinely believe that I, Lin Yun, am destined to marry no one but you? Struck by Lin Yun's words, Yi Anren appeared even more flustered, frozen in place, anxious that he might outright refuse to treat her father. Observing Lin Yun's reluctance to enter, Yang Zhao shouted, Lin Yun, why are you just standing there? Enough of this pettiness. Hurry and come in. If anything were to happen to Uncle Yi today, I assure you, I will hold you accountable. Not only Yang Zhao, but also Yang Xiaotian, Su Bowen, and others urged Lin Yun to set aside his grievances with Yi Anren and attend to Yi Songyuan. Ultimately, after a barrage of persuasion, Lin Yun finally declared loudly, enough. Do not plead with me any further. If I truly did not wish to treat Uncle Yi, I would not have come here today. Having arrived at this juncture, I shall undoubtedly intervene, without the need for your counsel. Although Yi Anren had previously expressed disdain towards me, I am acutely aware that she is one entity while Uncle Yi is another. Uncle Yi has never regarded me with contempt. Rather, he has consistently upheld his original intentions, hoping that Yi Anren would honor our engagement. For this reason alone, I could never permit any misfortune to befall Uncle Yi. No sooner had I spoken than Lin Yun strode into the room, ignoring the reactions of those present. As he passed by Yi Anren, he did not even spare her a glance, proceeding directly to Yi Songyuan's bedside. It was only at this moment that Yi Anren's perception of Lin Yun began to shift. Yet this change was accompanied by a deep sense of shame and the sting of being disregarded. Nonetheless, she suppressed her tumultuous emotions and resolutely approached. For her father's safety was paramount. Her own grievances and guilt paled in comparison to her father's life and death. At that moment, Lin Yun stood before the frail Yi Songyuan, disregarding any greetings he might wish to extend. He offered reassurance, saying, Uncle Yi, do not worry. As long as I am here, you will be fine. Now, please rest for a while. When you awaken, you will surely be well. Without further ado, he pressed gently at Yi Songyuan's neck, causing him to slip into a deep slumber. Seeing this, Yi Anren, perplexed, hastily inquired, Lin Yun, what have you done to my father? The renowned Dr. Sun claimed you possessed exceptional medical skills. Yet my father is not only unwell, but has also been rendered unconscious by you. Silence. If you utter another word that disturbs me, I shall have you expelled, regardless of who you are. In that moment, Yi Anren found herself stripped of her previous submissiveness towards Lin Yun, feeling an unfamiliar discomfort. She struggled to formulate a rebuttal, but found no grounds to challenge him, thus enduring his reprimand in silence. Just then, Sun Zhongcao stepped forward, advising Yi Anren, Miss Yi, I suggest you observe quietly from here on. It would be wise not to interrupt Dr. Lin, allowing him to focus on treatment. Whatever he does next, it is best that you remain uninvolved and place your unwavering trust in him. For in the entirety of Luochuan City, I believe there is no one besides Dr. Lin capable of saving your father. Very well, Dr. Sun. I shall heed your advice and place my unconditional faith in him this once. Yi Anren conceded with a reluctant nod. With no further interruptions from those present, Lin Yun finally extended 2 fingers to press against Yi Songyuan's wrist, quietly assessing his pulse. In less than a moment, Lin Yun's brow furrowed, and he murmured, Indeed, as I suspected, Uncle Yi has been poisoned. Yet this toxin is exceedingly rare. If we allow this poison to continue to fester any longer, I fear it may become beyond my capacity to resolve. What? Poisoned? How could one be poisoned without cause? Upon hearing Lin Yun's words, Yi Anren, disregarding her reservations, hastily approached Lin Yun with a look of surprise and inquired further. As Yi Anren's sudden question reached her ears, Lin Yun merely cast a fleeting glance at her, then surveyed the others before calmly stating, "Indeed, it is poisoning. Moreover, the poison affecting Uncle Yi is of a chronic nature, not a result of a single exposure, but a toxicity accumulated over time. Initially, it may not present any symptoms, remaining undetected even by highly skilled physicians like Dr. Sunday. However, as time progresses and the toxins accumulate, it leads to the current dire state. Even if one realizes it is poisoning, it may already be too late, and the antidote is not easily administered. Crucially, I can assert with confidence that this poison is undoubtedly man-made. Furthermore, it has been administered by someone in closest proximity to Uncle Yi." Chapter 54. Forced Poisoning. Man-made poison? And by someone so close to my father? This seems implausible. Yi Anren's brow furrowed tightly as she contemplated. In recent years, since my father has been unwell, he has ceased managing family affairs and has mostly remained at home. The only individuals in close proximity to him are myself and Aunt Ling. However, this possibility can be largely dismissed, for since my mother passed away, Aunt Ling has devoted herself to caring for both my father and me. Although she works in a caretaker's capacity, she is indeed my aunt. We have never regarded her as an outsider, treating her as family. Aunt Ling would never commit such an act. Aside from Aunt Ling, the only other person close to my father is me. If it were I who poisoned him, I doubt anyone would believe it. Moreover, I would never commit such a heinous act, especially since I have no motive to harm my father. Upon hearing Yi Anren's reasoning, Yang Jiao stepped forward and said, "Indeed, Lin Yun, what Anren states is entirely valid. Could you have made an error? Might it be possible that he ingested something toxic by mistake? Or perhaps it was someone with malicious intent who poisoned him? Impossible. I would not be mistaken. The poison within Uncle Ye's body could only have been administered by someone close to him. To deploy such a chronic toxin, an outsider could not possibly manage it." Observing Lin Yun's unwavering conviction, Dr. Sun, standing nearby, expressed his disinterest in identifying the perpetrator, instead urging Lin Yun, "Dr. Lin, I believe it would be prudent to refrain from investigating the source of the poison for now. Perhaps you should focus on administering the antidote to the head of the Yi family. If you delay any further, I fear he may not endure much longer." Lin Yun nodded in agreement. "Very well. I shall prioritize neutralizing Uncle Ye's poison. Once he regains consciousness, I will gradually inquire about his interactions with others. At this moment, all remains mere conjecture. The identity of the perpetrator can only be discerned after consulting Uncle Yi regarding those he frequently associates with." Subsequently, without calling upon anyone for assistance, he approached directly and unfastened the buttons of Yi Songyuan's nightgown, exposing the frail and emaciated chest to the gaze of the onlookers. Observing this, Lin Yun made no hesitations. He retrieved his silver needle pouch and placed it aside, then addressed the gathered crowd. "Since you have placed your trust in my words, I must insist that, regardless of what transpires next, none of you shall approach me or Uncle Yi until I summon you. Should any misfortune befall us in your approach, you shall bear the consequences." After scanning the crowd and confirming their nods of compliance, Lin Yun moved with fluidity, a silver needle materializing in his hand, which he then deftly thrust towards Yi Songyuan's chest. Witnessing Lin Yun's skilled maneuver, Yi Anren stood by, utterly astonished, murmuring to herself, "Could it be that Lin Yun truly possesses medical knowledge? Have I misjudged him so profoundly? Or was he merely feigning incompetence to test me?" At that moment, however, no one paid heed to Yi Anren's astonishment, for all eyes in the room were fixated upon Lin Yun. Particularly, Sun Zhongxiao watched with bated breath, as if he were an apprentice eagerly observing his master imparting wisdom, wishing to kneel before Lin Yun and beg to be accepted as his disciple. Despite catching glimpses of the myriad expressions on Sun Zhongxiao and Yi Anren's faces, Lin Yun remained undeterred, continuing to pierce the major acupoints on Yi Songyuan's body with remarkable speed, one silver needle after another. Just as he inserted the 13th needle, Yi Songyuan's body trembled, and his half-closed eyes suddenly flew open. In the next instant, a guttural sound erupted as a thick stream of black blood gushed from Yi Songyuan's mouth. Alarmed by this, Yi Anren rushed forward, disregarding Lin Yun's ongoing procedure, and exclaimed, "Father, are you all right? Why do you suddenly start to vomit blood?" Noticing that Yi Tsengyuan had yet to recover and was unresponsive to her concern, Yi Anren turned anxiously to Lin Yun, asking, "What has happened to my father? Why does it seem that his condition has worsened under your treatment?" In response to Yi Anren's inquiries, Lin Yun simply shook his head, gesturing towards the pool of blood on the ground, and sighed, "Ah, Yi Anren, must you not use your intellect? Do you not see that the blood your father has expelled is unlike that of a healthy person? I have not yet withdrawn the needles. I am merely assisting in expelling the toxins from his body. Why the urgency? If you doubt my capabilities, you may seek another practitioner." Upon hearing Lin Yun's words and observing the bloodstain on the ground, Yi Anren realized that it indeed bore a distinct difference from that of an ordinary person. The blood that had just been expelled by her father appeared notably darker and thick, clearly indicative of toxins. Upon this realization, Yi Anren felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. She looked at Lin Yun, but found herself at a loss for words. In his presence, the air of superiority she once held dissipated, leaving her in a profound silence. At that moment, Sun Zhongsao gently encouraged Yi Anren, saying, "Miss Yi, please rest assured. I believe Dr. Lin is infallible. Do not harbor any doubts. The blood your father expelled indeed contained toxins. This is not a negative sign, but rather a positive one. Dr. Lin is actively expelling the toxins from your father's body. Please refrain from interrupting him and stand by my side to observe quietly." After hearing Sun Zhongshao's words, Yi Anren felt a surge of guilt regarding her earlier skepticism towards Lin Yun. She hastily cleaned the bloodstains from Yi Tsengyuan's lips and stood up from the bedside. Returning to Sun Zhongshao's side, with the distractions removed, Lin Yun regained his focus, inserting the last few remaining silver needles into Yi Tsengyuan's chest. However, after inserting all 13 needles, Lin Yun did not cease his actions. Instead, he helped Yi Tsengyuan sit up and then sat cross-legged on the bed, casually patting his back a few times. With these casual taps, Yi Tsengyuan abruptly expelled a large mouthful of thick black blood, but this time, after the expulsion, he seemed noticeably less distressed. His breathing became more even and steady. The only unchanged aspect was that Yi Tsengyuan remained in a deep slumber, showing no signs of awakening. Once all these actions were complete, Lin Yun gently laid Yi Tsengyuan back down on the bed and stepped away. After surveying the individuals present, Lin Yun waved his hand over the unconscious Yi Tsengyuan, and the 13 silver needles, as if drawn by a magnet, swiftly retracted back into their pouch. After tidying up the needle pouch, Lin Yun turned to Yi Anren and spoke calmly. "The toxins in your father have been neutralized, and his weakened body is gradually recovering. You may go see him now. However, he is still asleep. We shall wait for him to awaken before addressing any questions." Upon hearing Lin Yun's words, Yi Anren instantly felt a wave of relief. At the same time, she found herself gazing intently at Lin Yun, her heart unexpectedly filled with a genuine anticipation for his words. Previously, not only had she felt irritable at the mere sight of him, but she had also been unable to bear hearing him speak. Yet, as she stood there, lost in her thoughts, Lin Yun suddenly broke the silence, saying, "Yi Anren, why are you in a daze? Were you not just deeply concerned about your father? Why did you not go when I asked you to? And why are you staring at me like that? Do you think I am joking with you? Let me make it clear. Although I, Lin Yun, may not possess any remarkable abilities, I am a person who never tells lies. When I say your father is fine, he is indeed fine. If you do not believe me, you may go and check on him immediately." All right. Yi Anren quickly realized the situation, though her expression became somewhat unnatural as she said, "I will go and see my father right now." With that, she hurried to the bedside of Yi Tsengyuan. As she looked at her father, who was comfortably asleep, she noticed that he appeared to be in a better condition than before. If one did not look closely, it would be impossible to discern that he had been unwell. Even his previously pale and frail complexion had begun to regain a rosy glow. Listening to the steady rhythm of his breaths, it was evident that he was recovering, free from the torment of illness. Just as Yi Anren was about to turn around to apologize to Lin Yun, she discovered that he and his companions had suddenly vanished without a trace, leaving without so much as a farewell. She hurried to the door and glanced around, finding no one in sight. Even the adjacent reception room was silent. It became clear to her that Lin Yun and his party had indeed departed from the Yi residence. However, in her desire to stay and care for her father, Yi Anren chose not to pursue them, understanding that their abrupt departure was surely Lin Yun's decision. She could sense that his demeanor towards her had shifted from warm to somewhat distant. Nonetheless, she resolved not to dwell on it. The fact that her father was no longer suffering was a cause for celebration. As for the personal matters between herself and Lin Yun, she would have to wait for another opportunity to address them. She then brought a chair to the bedside and sat quietly, watching her father as he continued to sleep peacefully. Meanwhile, the group that had left the Yi residence quickly arrived at a luxurious van parked outside. As soon as they got in, Yang Jiao, brimming with curiosity, immediately questioned Lin Yun. Lin Yun, what is going on? Why do we leave so suddenly and without a word? You disappearing is one thing, but why did you suggest we do the same? If you do not provide a reason today, I will not let this go. Yes, Dr. Lin, Yang Xiaotian chimed in. You strongly hinted that we should leave abruptly, and we would like to know why. Even if you wish to depart, you could have simply said goodbye. All eyes in the vehicle were fixed on Lin Yun, eager to hear the explanation for his sudden and unannounced departure. As Lin Yun felt the gaze of the crowd upon him, he suddenly fell into contemplation. His expression then morphed into something rather peculiar as he spoke. My apologies, everyone. The reason I left without a word was simply because I wished to depart from that place. It is not as you might suspect. There is no hidden matter. Let's return home first. Observing Lin Yun's strange demeanor, Su Bowen and Yang Xiaotian, both of whom had lived long lives, instantly discerned that Lin Yun was not being entirely truthful and was concealing something. However, due to the life-saving favors Lin Yun had bestowed upon them, they refrained from exposing him, choosing instead to comply with his wishes without further comment. In contrast, Yang Jiao and Su Cici appeared to be more credulous of Lin Yun's words. Yang Jiao then inquired, "Where shall we go next?" Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yun replied, "Please take me back to your home. I have some urgent matters to attend to." Back to my home? Which home? The Yang residence or my private abode? Yang Jiao asked with sudden curiosity. The one where I have always resided, your private residence, Lin Yun clarified. Oh, very well. I shall instruct the driver to take us back immediately. Upon uttering these words, astonishment swept over the others present. Su Cici then curiously posed, Jiao? Have you and Lin Yun been living together? Are you two in a relationship? How absurd. I believe you must be mistaken. Yang Jiao hastily clarified. Lin Yun and I are merely friends, nothing more. I purchased a house and live with my brother. When I first encountered Lin Yun, he had nowhere to stay, so my brother and I kindly offered him shelter. After hearing Yang Jiao's explanation, Su Cici let out a sigh of relief. Oh, I see. I nearly thought you two were an item. Cici, why are you suddenly so concerned about Dr. Lin? Have you developed feelings for him? Teased Yang Jiao. Don't jest with me, Jiao. How could I possibly have feelings for Lin Yun? I was merely curious about your living situation. Su Cici playfully patted Yang Jiao on the shoulder. At that moment, Su Bowen, noticing Lin Yun's slightly fatigued appearance as he reclined in his seat, inquired, Dr. Lin, what seems to be the matter? You appear rather weary. As soon as Su Bowen finished speaking, all eyes in the vehicle turned towards Lin Yun, each face reflecting a hint of concern. Particularly, Sun Zhongsao hastily attempted to rise to check on Lin Yun's condition. However, before he could stand, Lin Yun waved his hand, saying, Dr. Sun, there's no need for concern. I'm not gravely affected. My fatigue is simply a result of the exertion from performing the 13 needles of the underworld. A brief rest will suffice for my recovery. That is a relief. I'm glad to hear it. Sun Zhongsao straightened his posture once more. Upon hearing Lin Yun's assurance of his well-being, the collective anxiety of the group dissipated. At that moment, Su Bowen hastily interjected, Lin, esteemed physician, if you're feeling unwell, might I propose this? I shall have my granddaughter, Su Cici, accompany you to Jiao's side. I find myself at a loss on how to repay your life-saving kindness, and this arrangement would allow her to assist you as you deem fit. If it were to be solely Jiao Jiao as your personal assistant, I fear she might be overwhelmed. Upon hearing Su Bowen suggest that his granddaughter Su Cece join him as a companion akin to Yang Jiao Jiao, Lin Yun, who had previously felt fatigued, suddenly felt invigorated. He promptly sat up straighter, eyes wide with surprise, and exclaimed, "Old Su, you need not be so courteous. Having Jiao Jiao as my personal assistant is already more than sufficient. If you were to add Cece into the mix, it would be quite overwhelming. Besides, I am but an idle person. Why would I need so many personal assistants? Do not dismiss it, esteemed physician. If you do not accept Cece's company, I shall be restless. Your life-saving grace must be repaid in some manner." Su Bowen insisted. "Let us resolve this. Cece shall accompany you. Since you are unwell, I shall have the driver take you both home first." "Grandfather, how can you make such arrangements for me without my consent?" Su Cece suddenly complained, casting a glance of protest at Su Bowen. "Cece, this matter is not for you to concern yourself with. Simply follow my arrangements. Trust your grandfather. Having you by Lin's side is undoubtedly beneficial. From now on, you shall accompany Lin Yun, just as Jiao Jiao does. Should Lin require any assistance from the Su family, you may act on our behalf." Su Bowen, disregarding Lin Yun's polite refusals and Su Cece's objections, asserted his authority as the head of the Su family. He then called out to the driver, "Xiao Wang, drive us back, directly taking Lin Yun home." Reluctantly, Su Cece acquiesced to the situation. Meanwhile, Yang Xiaotian, seated beside Su Bowen, wore a peculiar expression and jested, "Old Su, oh, old Su, you truly are a master strategist. Are you perhaps feeling a tinge of jealousy seeing my Jiao Jiao grow closer to Lin Yun? Do you wish for your Cece to forge a closer bond with him as well? How is it that you, an old man, can permit your granddaughter Jiao Jiao to approach Lin Yun, yet deny my Cece the same privilege?" His laughter echoed through the vehicle. Faced with Yang's banter, Su Bowen found himself at a loss for words and could only chuckle in response. Thus, the journey continued in silence, the atmosphere growing increasingly awkward. Under the swift driving of Xiao Wang, they soon arrived at the entrance of Lin Yun's residence. Both elders remained in the vehicle, watching with satisfaction as Yang Jiao Jiao and Su Cece disembarked, flanking Lin Yun as they walked together into the community. However, at this moment, Lin Yun felt a sudden discomfort with two beautiful women following closely behind him. He quickly halted and addressed them, saying, "Sister Jiao Jiao, Sister Cece, perhaps it would be best if you did not accompany me so seriously. I find myself quite unaccustomed to it. Do you think we want to?" They retorted, "If it weren't for our grandfather, we wouldn't be trailing you like this." "Exactly. You can't truly believe this is our desire. Since you have suggested we not follow you so closely, and given that grandfather is not here at the moment, I shall take CC upstairs first. You may join us at your leisure. Though you appear fatigued, surely ascending a flight of stairs is not beyond your capabilities. You can't be that delicate. CC, let's go." As she spoke, without waiting for Lin Yun's response, Yang Jiao firmly grasped Su Cece's hand and led her into the elevator ahead of him. Seeing the two of them completely disregard him and proceed in front, Lin Yun was left speechless, pondering how his polite suggestion had been taken so seriously. Not wishing to linger, he hastened his pace to catch up, calling out, "You two cannot do this. I was merely being courteous. Do not forget that you promised your grandfather to be my personal assistants." Yet, to Lin Yun's shouts, the two women acted as if they had not heard, continuing their forward march without a backward glance. Thus, the three of them made their way back to Yang Jiao's home, where they discovered that Yang Feng was absent. Upon entering, Lin Yun did not have time to acknowledge the two women. Instead, he suddenly changed countenance, appearing somewhat haggard. Noticing this, Yang Jiao and Su Cece quickly inquired, "Lin Yun, what is the matter with you?" In response to their concern, Lin Yun simply waved his hand dismissively, signaling, "I am fine. You need not worry. I just need to adjust in my room for a moment. During this time, please do not disturb me. We can talk when I emerge." Without waiting for their reply, he swiftly retreated to his room, locking the door behind him. Chapter 57, Undercurrents. Watching Lin Yun's troubled expression as he hurried into his room left the two women feeling anxious. Yet recalling his earlier instruction not to disturb him, they refrained from entering. Instead, they exchanged puzzled glances, standing outside the door, quietly awaiting his return. Inside, after locking the door, Lin Yun felt as if he had been drained of all energy. He found a clear spot in the room and sat cross-legged. While settling into his meditation, he couldn't help but let out a bitter smile and a sigh, saying, "Alas. It seems that with my current abilities, repeatedly executing the Ghost Gate 13 needles is quite a formidable challenge. Nevertheless, the medical book I discovered in the cave is indeed extraordinary. Had I not mastered the Ghost Gate 13 needles within its pages, I would undoubtedly be powerless against the poisons of Su Lao, Yang Lao, and Yi Bo, leaving their fates to chance. Even the new drugs developed by the Yunxiao group cannot be produced so swiftly. Once my body has sufficiently recovered, the next step will be to reorganize the Yunxiao group. It is imperative that the Yunxiao group rises to the stature of the Li, Zhou, and Lin families, becoming a formidable entity. However, it must be said that I have spent some time away from the mountain, preoccupied with various affairs. I fear I have neglected the skills imparted to me by my grandfather. When I find the time, I must consolidate my abilities. For if I encounter a truly concealed master in the future, it could pose significant challenges. Observing the poison within Uncle Yi, it is evident that this is not something an ordinary person could concoct. It appears that Luochuan City is not as tranquil as it seems on the surface. There undoubtedly exists a struggle here that ordinary folk cannot grasp. Nevertheless, the most pressing matter is to restore my physical health. Only by maintaining my body in optimal condition can I confront any unforeseen circumstances. As I ponder this, I cease my thoughts and close my eyes, channeling the energy within to rejuvenate my weakened body. Should anyone be present, they would surely be astonished, for not only does Lin Yun exude an ethereal aura, but a faint mist envelopes him. Little do they know, this mist signifies the cultivation of his internal strength, aiding his body in its gradual recovery. The stamina expended from employing the Ghost Gate 13 needles is swiftly being replenished. Lin Yun's hasty departure from the Yi family stems from this very reason. After all, Yi Anren shows no interest in him and even contemplates breaking their engagement. Whether he bids her farewell or not makes little difference, for she never regarded him seriously. Moreover, at that time his physical condition was clearly deteriorating. Had he delayed his recovery even momentarily, he might have collapsed right there. That would have been quite embarrassing and would have exposed his identity as a martial artist. Thus time passed gradually. After Lin Yun sat in meditation for approximately 2 hours, his facial expression finally returned to normal, shedding the previous pallor. He appeared rejuvenated. With a deep breath, he slowly opened his eyes. However, as Lin Yun remained inside for such an extended period without a sound emanating from the room, the two women waiting outside grew anxious, uncertain of what to do. Suddenly, Yang Jiao conceived a plan and hastily said to Su Cici, "Why don't we move a bit closer and listen through the door to discern what is happening inside?" "Very well. I shall approach cautiously to avoid disturbing Lin Yun, as he instructed us not to make any noise." With that, the two women promptly took action, moving forward with care. One bent down, pressing her ear to the door crack, while the other squinted one eye, searching for a gap through which to glimpse inside. However, just at that moment, as the two women bent down to peer through the crack of the door, it suddenly swung open from the inside. In an instant, without the door's resistance, both women lunged towards Lin Yun, who was in the midst of opening the door. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Yun was taken aback, exclaiming, "Sister Jiao, Sister Cici, what on earth are you two doing? Even if you're my personal assistants, there is no need for such grand gestures. Please, get up. I cannot bear such an honor." Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Yang Jiao quickly gritted her teeth and reproached Lin Yun. "You insufferable brat. What is the matter with you? Just now, you appeared so haggard and weak as you entered the room, and yet there has been no sign of life for quite some time. You have made us worry for nothing. Now you seem completely fine. Were you deliberately putting on a fade in front of us?" "Indeed. Lin Yun, what exactly transpired?" Su Cici also stood up, looking at Lin Yun with a hint of embarrassment, as their previous actions of lunging at him were undeniably peculiar and could easily conjure inappropriate imagery. Clearing his throat to alleviate the awkwardness, Lin Yun feigned calmness, as if nothing had occurred, and stepped out into the living room, taking a seat on the sofa. I apologize for causing you both concern. I was genuinely unwell earlier and was not pretending in your presence. I spent that time in my room recuperating, hence the need for privacy. However, I assure you that I am now fully recovered. Seeing Lin Yun settled on the sofa, the two women followed suit without any intention of holding back, sitting down on either side of him, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Once they confirmed that he appeared well and even more vibrant than before, Yang Jiao and Su Cixi sighed in relief, their worries finally dissipating. If anything had happened to Lin Yun, not only would her grandfather have been furious, but she herself would have felt immense guilt. Yang Jiao then remarked, "It is a relief to hear you are fine. Though you can be quite bothersome at times, you have your merits, especially for saving my grandfather. If anything were to happen to you under my watch, I would feel deeply remorseful. Sister Jiao, there is no need for concern. Do not forget, I am a skilled physician. How could I possibly allow anything to happen to myself?" Just as Lin Yun was reassuring the two women not to worry, his phone suddenly rang from his pocket. Chapter 58, Daring to Provocatively Challenge Me. Upon hearing the ringtone, Lin Yun swiftly retrieved his phone, discovering it was a call from Zhang Mingyu. He thought to himself that there must be a significant reason for the call, as Uncle Zhang typically did not reach out without cause. He then gestured to the two women to remain silent and promptly answer the call. Before Lin Yun could even utter a word, he heard the urgent voice of Zhang Mingyu on the other end of the phone. "Young Master Lin, where are you? Our pharmaceutical factory is currently facing a rather troublesome issue that requires your personal attention." Upon hearing the evident anxiety in Zhang Mingyu's voice, Lin Yun furrowed his brow and promptly inquired, "Uncle Zhang, please take your time and explain what troubles our factory is encountering. Although our new drug, Wisakang, is in high demand, we have partnered with the Yi family, so logically, our production capacity should suffice. How could we possibly be in trouble?" With a heavy sigh, Zhang Mingyu replied, "Although we have resolved the supply issue of our new drug, this has given rise to new complications, perhaps due to the overwhelming popularity of Wisakang, which has rapidly captured the entire market in Luochuan within just a few days. Our competitors have grown envious. Consequently, patients who have used Wisakang are now approaching us with grievances, falsely claiming that our medication is ineffective and merely an exaggeration of its benefits." "What? This is outrageous!" Lin Yun exclaimed, rising from the sofa with determination. "Uncle Zhang, please ensure that those troublemakers are kept at bay. I will handle this matter personally. I intend to uncover who is instigating these individuals to create chaos." Without further ado, he hung up the phone, his expression darkening. Noticing the sudden shift in Lin Yun's demeanor, Yang Jiao, seated beside him, cautiously inquired, "Lin Yun, what has happened? Your expression has changed dramatically. Is there something troubling you? Do you need us to use the connections of the Yang and Su families to assist you?" "No. I believe this is a matter that only I can resolve. However, if you do not mind the inconvenience, you may accompany me to observe, should I require your assistance." "I will certainly call upon you," Lin Yun contemplated thoughtfully. As Lin Yun and Yang Jiao prepared to leave, Su Cixi, still oblivious to the unfolding events, suddenly grasped Yang Jiao's arm and asked, "Jiao, what exactly is troubling Lin Yun? You seem to know something." Yang Jiao glanced at Su Cixi, deliberated for a moment, and then said, "Cixi, are you aware of the Yunshao Group in Luochuan City and its subsidiary, the Yunshao Pharmaceutical Factory?" Su Cixi nodded eagerly. "Yes, I know. Isn't that the company that was on the brink of bankruptcy and then suddenly changed its name? The Yunshao Pharmaceutical Factory was once the largest pharmaceutical enterprise in Luochuan. I also heard that they recently developed a new drug called Wisakang that has become incredibly popular. But what does this have to do with Lin Yun? Since you have become Lin Yun's personal assistant, I suppose it is only fair to share this with you. In fact, Lin Yun is the president of the Yunshao Group." "What? No way!" Su Cixi exclaimed in astonishment. "But you said Lin Yun just arrived in Luochuan not long ago. You even mentioned that when he first came." He had nowhere to stay, and you were the one who took him in. How could he establish a conglomerate valued at hundreds of billions in such a brief span of time? Such matters are beyond our concern. Individuals like Lin Yun, endowed with remarkable abilities, cannot be understood through conventional reasoning. He may appear as an ordinary person, yet who would believe, without witnessing it firsthand, that he is a miraculous healer capable of reviving the seemingly deceased? After hearing Yang Jiaojiao's words, Su Sisi found this to be undeniably true, and her astonishment diminished. She promptly inquired, "So, does this mean we are to accompany Lin Yun to his Yunxiao group to address some matters?" "Yes, we shall follow him. There is no need for further questions. Since both of us have been assigned as Lin Yun's personal assistants by our respective grandfathers, we ought to heed his instructions when it comes to important matters. Privately, we need not regard him as a boss, but rather as a common friend," she replied. "All right then," Su Sisi nodded in agreement. Just as the two ladies continued their whispered conversation, Lin Yun had already stepped out of the room. Observing this, Yang Jiaojiao and Su Sisi wasted no time in hastily following him. It is worth noting that with the daughters of the Su and Yang families serving as his personal assistants, Lin Yun no longer needed to hail a cab himself. As soon as he exited, a car, arranged by them, awaited him. Upon seeing the vehicle designated for his transport, Lin Yun boarded without hesitation, as urgent matters at Yunxiao Group required his immediate attention, leaving no room for delay. Throughout the journey, the three remained silent, for Lin Yun was deep in thought, his countenance darkened by the audacity of those who dared to provoke him. He resolved, should I uncover who is instigating trouble from behind the scenes, regardless of their identity, I shall ensure they do not escape unscathed. They will come to know of my capabilities. Though I am new to Luochuan City, I, Lin Yun, am not to be trifled with like a soft persimmon. Thus, the trio swiftly arrived at the base of Yunxiao Group. Upon Lin Yun's arrival, Zhang Mingyu, Yuan Jiao, and the head of the pharmaceutical factory, Lu Dazhuang, promptly set aside their tasks and descended to welcome him. Noticing that Lin Yun was accompanied not only by Yang Jiaojiao, whom they had met previously, but also by an unexpectedly beautiful girl, Zhang Mingyu, who was more familiar with Lin Yun, refrained from immediately reporting the urgent situation at the group. Instead, he glanced at Su Sisi and, with a grin, teasingly remarked, "Young Master Lin, you truly embody your father's charisma. Wherever you go, you attract admirers." Taken aback by Zhang Mingyu's comment, Lin Yun paused, casting a puzzled glance at Su Sisi and Yang Jiaojiao. Upon grasping the implication behind Zhang Mingyu's words, he awkwardly scratched his head and replied, "Uncle Zhang, please do not jest. It is not as you think. Let me introduce them properly. You all know Jiaojiao, so there is no need for further introduction. Beside me stands Su Sisi, the eldest daughter of the Su family. In Chapter 59, we seek to confront the Li Pharmaceutical Company, much like Sister Jiaojiao. Sister Sisi has also been thrust upon me by their grandfather to serve as my personal assistant. They are not, as you erroneously suggest, mere followers." Upon learning that Su Sisi is indeed the precious daughter of the illustrious Su family, a titan with assets in the billions, and that like the eldest daughter of the Yang family, she has been directly assigned to Lin Yun by their grandfather, Zhang Mingyu was rendered speechless. Even Yuan Jiao and Lu Dazhuang, standing nearby, could only swallow in astonishment, gazing at Lin Yun with profound envy, instinctively giving a thumbs up. Observing the peculiar expressions and gestures of those before him, Lin Yun found himself at a loss for words and quickly attempted to divert the conversation, saying, "What expressions are those? Let us not dwell on Sister Jiaojiao and Sister Sisi any longer. Let us discuss the matter at hand." Yes, I almost forgot the important issue." Zhang Mingyu quickly regained his composure. Without hesitation, Lin Yun joined Zhang Mingyu and the others as they followed Lu Dazhuang into the elevator, ascending to the top floor of the Yunxiao Group, where Lin Yun's office awaited. A few minutes later, they arrived at an expansive, opulent office. Upon entering, Lin Yun wasted no time in finding a seat, while Yang Jiaojiao and Su Sisi promptly followed suit, positioning themselves on either side of him, creating an oddly striking tableau. At this moment, Lin Yun was unfazed by the unusual arrangement and turned his attention to Zhang Mingyu, who sat opposite him, saying, "Uncle Zhang, you may now enlighten me on who is orchestrating these disruptions from behind the scenes, inciting patients who have used our products against the Yun Xiao group." It is as follows. Young Master Lin, Zhang Mingyu straightened his posture and replied, "Through our investigation of those who deliberately tarnish the reputation of our pharmaceuticals, we discovered that they are all being manipulated by an individual named Chunin. He is a key figure at Li Pharmaceuticals. Li Pharmaceuticals." Lin Yun's brow furrowed slightly, his gaze turning icy as he inquired, "So, it is Li Pharmaceuticals that stands as the mastermind behind all this?" "Indeed, we share the same suspicion. The Yunxiao Pharmaceutical Factory is a direct commercial competitor of Li Pharmaceuticals. Our new drug has experienced meteoric success, capturing nearly the entire market of Luochuan City in a brief span, and we have even collaborated with another competitor, Yi Pharmaceuticals, to share this market. Consequently, Li Pharmaceuticals not only failed to benefit from our success, but has also lost a significant portion of the market that rightfully belonged to them. This has undoubtedly dealt them a considerable blow. I surmise they are seething with jealousy. Thus, Li Pharmaceuticals has resorted to such underhanded tactics to retaliate against our Yunxiao Pharmaceutical Factory. In light of this, your reasoning holds merit. It is undoubtedly the case that Li Pharmaceuticals is obstructing matters. But where is Chun now? Have you apprehended him?" Lin Yun inquired coldly. Upon hearing Lin Yun's question, Zhang Mingyu and Yuan Jiu exchanged hesitant glances and did not respond immediately. Noticing their hesitation, Lin Yun grew impatient and said, "Uncle Zhang, Uncle Yuan, what is the meaning of this? I am asking you a question. Have you captured Chunin, the head of Li Pharmaceuticals?" At this moment, Yuan Jiu sighed with a bitter smile and replied, "Young Master Lin, you may not be aware that Chunin is responsible for Li Pharmaceuticals, which is part of the Li family's enterprise in Luochuan. The Li family is a dominant force in Luochuan, far beyond our current capacity to provoke. If we rashly apprehend Chun and draw the ire of the Li family, our Yunxiao group would be unable to withstand their wrath. Are we to let this matter rest?" Lin Yun gazed at Yuan Jiu with a chilling stare. Sensing the weight of Lin Yun's gaze, Yuan Jiu, though somewhat intimidated, summoned his courage to respond. "For now, we must endure this affront and address the damaging rumors they have spread about our products before deciding on further actions. Enduring this is unacceptable." Lin Yun abruptly rose, his eyes flashing with determination. "If the head of an enterprise under the Li family dares to employ such despicable tactics against me, I will not stand idly by. You may tolerate this, but I cannot. I must bring Chun into justice to alleviate my grievances. Even if it provokes the Li family, so be it. If they possess the means to defend Chunin, let them come forth, no matter their methods. I am prepared to face them. I am eager to see what this colossal family in Luochuan, valued in the trillions, is truly capable of. Let us proceed to Li Pharmaceuticals immediately. I shall see how they dare to confront me." Observing Lin Yun's impulsive resolve to confront Li Pharmaceuticals directly, Zhang Mingyu and Yuan Jiu understood they could not dissuade him. So they turned their attention to Yang Jiao and Su Cici, hoping they could persuade Lin Yun to reconsider his rashness. Upon sensing the pleading gazes from Zhang Mingyu and the others, Yang Jiao promptly grasped Lin Yun's sleeve and urged, "Lin Yun, perhaps it would be wise to heed Yuan Jiu's advice and exercise some restraint. You have only recently arrived in Luochuan and may not fully comprehend the dynamics of the Li family. You must understand that families of their stature in the trillions are not to be trifled with. Even our Yang and Su families do not dare to offend them lightly. Typically, in such situations, we choose to endure and avoid provoking them." "Endure? Me? Just because of the Li family?" Lin Yun scoffed coldly. "Although I have only recently arrived in Luochuan and am unfamiliar with its depths, I refuse to be a mere pushover. Since the Li family has dared to encroach upon my territory, I will certainly confront them." After a brief pause, Lin Yun continued addressing the two women, stating, "Since you are both apprehensive about offending the Li family, it will be prudent for you to depart swiftly. This matter pertains solely to my Yunxiao group. There is no need for the Yang and Su families to accompany me in risking the ire of the Li family. But Lin Yun, that is not our intention. Yang Jiao and Su Sisi hurriedly clarified. We merely wish to convey the formidable presence the Li family holds in Luochuan City. You need not justify yourselves. I harbor no resentment towards you. This indeed falls under the purview of my Yun Shao group, and it is unnecessary to involve your families, Lin Yun replied. He then turned to Zhang Mingyu and Yuan Jiao, saying, if you still recognize me as the president of Yun Shao Group, then accompany me to Li Pharmaceutical. Today, I shall ensure that Chenin, the manager of Li Pharmaceutical, understands that my Yun Shao Group is not easily trifled with. Should he dare employ such underhanded tactics against my company, I will make my capabilities abundantly clear. With that, he strode out of the office, followed without hesitation by Zhang Mingyu, Yuan Jiao, and Lu Dazhuang. Yang Jiaojiao and Su Sisi exchanged glances, hesitated for a moment, but ultimately resolved to join them. With Yang Jiaojiao calling out, Lin Yun, wait for us. We will go with you. Thus, the group boarded the vehicle and headed directly to Li Pharmaceutical, belonging to the Li family. In a mere 10 minutes, they arrived at the entrance, disembarking without a moment's hesitation. As they beheld the imposing Li Pharmaceutical, even more grand than Yun Shao Pharmaceutical, they could not help but marvel at the Li family's status as a dominant force in Luochuan City. Even a minor subsidiary exuded such authority. However, as the group admired the establishment, a young security guard, noticing the unfamiliar faces blocking the entrance, approached them brusquely. Who are you? What business do you have here? I advise you to leave promptly if you have no legitimate reason to be here. You cannot obstruct our entrance. Disturbing clients visiting our company will not end well for you. Undeterred by the guard's hostility, Lin Yun regarded him with indifference before turning to Yuan Jiao. Uncle Yuan, please approach them and clarify our purpose. It would be best to have them summon Chenin for me. Understood. Lin Shao, wait here while I fetch him. Yuan Jiao, seasoned from his previous dealings, exhibited no fear in the face of the Li family's domain. Instead, he approached the young security guard with an assertive demeanor, placing a hand on the guard's shoulder and coldly instructing, hey, go summon Chen En from your Li Pharmaceutical at once. Tell him we have matters to discuss. Who the hell do you think you are? Director Chen is someone who can be summoned at your whim. You must understand that many wish to meet Director Chen daily, yet none are as discourteous as you. The security guard forcefully brushed aside Yuan Jiao's hand resting on his shoulder, glaring at him with fierce intent. Unfazed by the guard's defiance, Yuan Jiao resignedly reiterated, listen carefully. Just tell him we are from Yun Shao Group. We are well aware of his recent commendable deeds. Today, we are here to settle accounts with him. If you are wise, you will promptly summon him forth. Otherwise, do not blame us for being unkind to a mere security guard. Upon hearing the threatening words from the imposing figure before him, the guard sensed the gravity of the situation and hastily fled, shouting as he ran, Captain, trouble. Someone claiming to be from Yun Shao Group is causing a ruckus at our Li Pharmaceutical. At that moment, a group of security guards lazily gathered in the distance, smoking, perked up at the commotion. One robust guard immediately discarded his cigarette, adjusted his cap, and scolded the approaching young guard, Xiao Lu. What are you doing? What kind of disorderly panic is this? As a security guard for Li Pharmaceutical, how can you fear someone causing trouble? You must remember, this is the Li family's territory. Who dares to recklessly stir up trouble here? Captain, it's those few at the entrance claiming to be from Yun Shao Group. They specifically instructed me to summon Director Chen. The young guard explained, pointing at Yuan Jiao and his companions. Yun Shao Group? That name sounds familiar. The captain murmured. At this moment, one of the guards interjected, Captain, I know about Yun Shao Group. It is the name of the group associated with our old rival, Yun Shao Pharmaceutical. Recently, Yun Shao Pharmaceutical has gained sudden fame in Luochuan City due to a new medication called Wei Su Kong. They have even collaborated with Yi Pharmaceutical to dominate the entire gastric medication market in Luochuan City. They have encroached upon our once dominant market. Damn it. So that's why it sounds so familiar. The captain's face contorted with anger as he addressed the gathered guards. We want to seek them out. They dare to come to us. Do they truly believe that they can stand above Li Pharmaceutical simply because of a measly gastric medication? Brothers, let us go. Today, I shall see what their intentions are. If they cannot articulate their purpose clearly, we shall not hesitate to teach them a lesson. As he spoke, the captain led a formidable group of guards towards Lin Yun and his entourage. Observing the approaching mass of guards, Yuan Jio, standing alone at the forefront, felt no fear. Instead, he grew even more ferocious, his eyes fixated intently on the advancing security team. A group of security personnel came to a halt before Yuan Jio. At this moment, a guard named Xiao Lu, facing Yuan Jio once again, found his courage bolstered compared to before. He immediately assumed a false bravado and declared, "You wish to see our director, Chen? Then you must first get past our captain. Watch how our captain deals with you." However, just as the arrogant captain began to speak, he abruptly halted upon catching sight of Yuan Jio's visage, his expression shifting to one of astonishment as he exclaimed, "Boss Yuan, I can't be mistaken. It truly is you. You have been quite elusive these past years." The security team, who had anticipated a confrontation, were left dumbfounded by their captain's sudden display of reverence towards Yuan Jio. Witnessing their captain's respect, Xiao Lu, who had just gathered his courage, wilted like a withered eggplant. Standing speechless. Chapter 61. A shift in allegiance. Even Lin Yun and the others standing behind Yuan Jio were rendered perplexed. Their attention fixated on the exchange between Yuan Jio and the captain of the security team from Li's Pharmaceuticals. Their curiosity piqued as they leaned in to eavesdrop on the ensuing dialogue. Noticing the captain's abrupt change in demeanor, Yuan Jio, who had been poised for confrontation, halted and furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the captain intently. After a moment of contemplation, Yuan Jio tentatively inquired, "Are you Wei Chong?" "Indeed, Boss Yuan, I am Wei Chong," the captain replied. "How did you come to be the security chief here at Li's Pharmaceuticals?" Yuan Jio approached and cheerfully clapped Wei Chong on the shoulder. Sighing, Wei Chong responded, "Boss Yuan, this story is rather lengthy. It cannot be succinctly explained in just a few words. Allow me to elaborate at a later time." "Indeed, we must prioritize the matter at hand." Yuan Jio nodded and said, "Since you are the captain of security here, summon Chen for me. Inform him that we, from Yinxiao Group, have some matters to settle." "Boss Yuan, why do you wish to summon Director Chen? Has he offended you in some way?" "That is of no concern to you. If you still recognize me as your former superior, then swiftly comply with my request and bring Chun into me. Otherwise, do not blame me for barging in." Realizing Yuan Jio was earnest, Wei Chong pondered for a moment before instructing a nearby guard, "Xiao Lu, earlier, you disrespected Boss Yuan. Now I offer you a chance to redeem yourself. You go and fetch Director Chun." Xiao Lu stiffened, lowering his head and stammering, "Captain, how could I possibly summon Director Chen? Even if I were to try, he might not even acknowledge me. A mere security guard. I do not care. Use whatever means necessary. You must entice Director Chen out. This is an order from my superior. You must see it through. If anyone bears blame for this, I will take full responsibility. You need not worry." "Very well," Xiao Lu acquiesced. Xiao Lu promptly glanced at Yuan Jio and Wei Chong, then swiftly turned and hurried into the company, contemplating how he might lure Director Chen out. Just as Xiao Lu left to summon Chen, Lin Yun unexpectedly approached Yuan Jio with a hint of curiosity, inquiring, "Uncle Yuan, why does the head of security from Li's Pharmaceutical hold you in such high regard? Could it be that you are acquainted from before?" "Indeed, young Master Lin." Yuan Jio immediately brought Wei Chong before Lin Yun, explaining, "Wei Chong has been my brother for the past 20 years, standing by my side through numerous perils. We are true brothers in life and death. Moreover, we have also worked alongside your father, Brother Lin." "Oh, I see." Lin Yun nodded and glanced at Wei Chong. At that moment, Wei Chong suddenly fixed his gaze on Lin Yun, astonished, before turning to Yuan Jio with excitement. "Boss Yuan, did I hear you correctly? Did you just say that Brother Lin is this young man's father?" "Yes, indeed," Yuan Jio affirmed with a nod. "Young Master Lin is the son of Brother Lin from back in the day. He is currently the president of Yinxiao Group. Just as I followed Brother Lin back then, I am now serving young Master Lin. We have come here to settle accounts with Chunin." "Boss Yuan, how exactly has Chunin offended you? I am rather in the dark about this matter. Why not enlighten me? After all, I am the head of security at Li's Pharmaceutical." and it would be more convenient for me to assist. Wei Chong inquired with genuine curiosity. No need. Just have Chen come out, and we will handle the rest ourselves. As for how he has wronged us, you will find out once he appears, Yuan Jiu replied, patting Wei Chong on the shoulder. As the conversation unfolded, several figures swiftly emerged from the pharmaceutical factory and made their way towards the gate where Lin Yun's group stood. Leading the way was the astute-looking security guard, Xiao Lu. Noticing this, Lin Yun and his companions turned their attention to the approaching individuals. However, as Xiao Lu led the group closer, a middle-aged man in a suit abruptly halted and shouted at Xiao Lu, "Xiao Lu, where the hell is the big client you mentioned? Didn't you say a significant client was coming to discuss business?" Yet, Xiao Lu pointed towards Lin Yun's group, declaring, "Director Chun, it is these individuals who seek you." The middle-aged man followed Xiao Lu's gesture and, upon seeing Lin Yun at the forefront, genuinely believed he might be the important client. Just as he moved forward to inquire, Yuan Jiu stepped forward, glaring at the middle-aged man. "Are you Chunin? Why you? Who are you?" Chunin stammered, sensing something amiss as he quickly retreated a few steps, hiding behind the head of security, Wei Chong. Observing Chun An's cowardly demeanor, Yuan Jiu chuckled. "At last, we have caught you." Subsequently, Yuan Jiu immediately turned to Lin Yun and bowed, saying, "Young Master Lin, this man is Chunin, who has been covertly sabotaging our Yunxiao pharmaceutical company, instructing certain individuals to deliberately tarnish the reputation of our new drug." Upon hearing that Chun An had resorted to underhanded tactics against the reputation of Wei Su Kong, Wei Chong finally understood why Yuan Laoda had sought out Chun An specifically. However, at that moment, Lin Yun scrutinized Chun An for a moment, then glanced at the sign displaying the name of Li Pharmaceutical, pondering that this was indeed the territory of the Li family. If a commotion were to ensue here, it could potentially prove disadvantageous for him. After some contemplation, he coldly declared, "First, take this Chun An back to Yunxiao Group. I shall deal with him properly later." "Understood." Yuan Jiu promptly moved to apprehend Chun An. At that moment, Chun An, hiding behind the security personnel led by Wei Chong, suddenly laughed triumphantly, saying, "Are you all foolish? Don't you realize where you are? This is Li Pharmaceutical. Do you really think you can make a move against me here? Can't you see the security personnel from Li Pharmaceutical standing before me?" Seeing Chun An's arrogance, before Yuan Jiu could respond, Wei Chong made a startling decision. He turned to the group of security personnel beside him and declared, "Brothers, if you wish to continue following me, you will heed my command now. Capture this Chun An. Let us ally with Yuan Laoda. I'm tired of being under the Li family security. I have had enough." Upon hearing the words of the captain of Li Pharmaceutical's security team, Chun An was terrified and retreated repeatedly, exclaiming, You wish to rebel? Li Pharmaceutical has supported you security personnel. At a critical moment, you refuse to assist. Yet you still wish to turn against me and join forces with outsiders. Are you not afraid of the repercussions from the Li family once they learn of this?" Wei Chong suddenly chuckled. "And what a Li family! Though they are indeed a powerful clan in Luochuan City, feared by most in my eyes, they are nothing compared to Yuan Laoda and young Master Lin. You all." Chun An pointed an accusatory finger at Wei Chong, glaring at him with fury. "You ungrateful wolves! By rebelling against the Li family, you will inevitably face their wrath." No sooner had he uttered these words than Chun An seized the opportunity to turn and attempt to flee. However, Wei Chong had been watching his every move and immediately shouted to the surrounding security personnel, "What are you all waiting for? Hurry and capture Chun An. Hand him over to Yuan Laoda and young Master Lin for their judgment." Upon hearing Wei Chong's command, the group of security personnel exchanged glances, then made the decision to obey, swiftly moving to apprehend the fleeing Chun An. After firmly controlling Chun An, Wei Chong immediately approached Yuan Jiu and Lin Yun with a beaming smile, accompanied by a group of security personnel and Chun An. He addressed them, "Young Master Lin, Boss Yuan, it seems that I can no longer serve as the head of security for Li's Pharmaceutical. May I continue to follow you?" Lin Yun, observing Wei Chong's sudden maneuver, exchanged a cautious glance with Yuan Jiu, hoping for a decision regarding the inclusion of Wei Chong and his men into their Yunxiao group. "Very well, let us depart," Lin Yun nodded. As it happens, I require a group like Wei Chong's to assist me with certain matters. Thus, they all strode out of Li's Pharmaceutical with great confidence. And as they left, the security team, led by Wei Chong, discreetly took several vehicles from the company. And no one dared to intervene, fearing they might be caught in the crossfire. At that moment, the two high-ranking officials from Li's Pharmaceutical, who had followed Chen out, exchanged worried glances. They quickly exclaimed, "We must inform Miss Fei, how dare they come in broad daylight to abduct individuals from our Li's Pharmaceutical? This is no trivial matter. It is a blatant affront to the Li family. After all, Miss Fei oversees Li's Pharmaceutical. We should promptly notify her so she can take measures to reclaim our dignity." With urgency, the two hastily boarded a vehicle and sped away from Li's Pharmaceutical towards the Li family estate. Meanwhile, upon bringing Chun into Yunxiao Group, Lin Yun immediately began to interrogate him rigorously. Chun En, who had been battered and bruised by Wei Chong and his crew, no longer exhibited his previous arrogance, replaced instead by an overwhelming sense of fear. After a prolonged silence, Lin Yun approached Chun and inquired, "Speak. What was your intention in orchestrating the defamation of our pharmaceutical products? Was this your own idea, or were you instructed by the Li family to act thus? I will confess. Please, just spare me further torment. I will tell you everything." Chun pleaded in terror. Observing this, Lin Yun gestured for Wei Chong, who was still inclined to continue the physical assault, to cease. Once the tormentor relented, Chun slowly rose from the ground, battered but compliant, and addressed Lin Yun. "The reason I sought to tarnish the reputation of your new pharmaceutical products is simply that I cannot stand your recent high-profile actions. As for whether the Li family directed me to do this, I'll be frank. The Li family holds no regard for your Yunxiao Pharmaceutical. Although you have encroached upon our market share, it concerns merely one sector of the pharmaceutical industry, and the higher-ups in the Li family hardly pay you any mind. They would never instruct me to engage in such actions." "Not directed by the Li family?" Zhang Mingyu murmured, relieved. "Thank goodness. If the Li family has indeed set their sights on us, it will be quite challenging for our Yunxiao Group to confront them given our current strength." After a brief pause, Chen glanced at Zhang Mingyu and continued with a hint of significance in his tone. "However, the audacity of you all from Yunxiao Group to boldly come to Li Pharmaceutical, which is under the Li family's purview, attempting to abduct me, is a blatant provocation. You must prepare yourselves to face the wrath of the Li family. Understand that I am the director of Li Pharmaceutical in Luochuan City, where every prominent family values their reputation. Your actions today are akin to delivering a stinging slap to the Li family's face. Should the Li family become aware of your actions today, even if they regard your small Yunxiao Group with disdain, they will undoubtedly come knocking to preserve their honor." Upon hearing Chun'an's words, the crowd could not help but agree. All eyes turned to Lin Yun, hoping he would provide a solution to defuse the impending conflict with the Li family. Yet Lin Yun appeared unfazed, his expression betraying no hint of fear as he addressed the group. "Relax, everyone. There is no need to be so tense. Moreover, since I dare to make such a bold move towards Li Pharmaceutical, I have certainly considered the implications. Even if the Li family were to confront us, so what? While you may fear their formidable power, it does not imply that I, Lin Yun, share the same apprehension. Lin Yun, you must not be careless. Now that Chun has received his due lesson, I suggest you release him promptly to avoid any real trouble with the Li family. It won't be as simple as just dismissing your fears." Yang Jiaojiao interjected, tugging at Lin Yun's sleeve in gentle persuasion. "Enough. You need not worry any further," Lin Yun said, removing Yang Jiaojiao's hand from his sleeve and stepping forward, exuding confidence as he proclaimed to the group. "Since Chun, as the director of Li Pharmaceutical, dares to employ such underhanded tactics to tarnish my Yunxiao Pharmaceutical's reputation, I will not concern myself with whether he acts on behalf of the Li family. Regardless of how one views his actions, he undeniably represents Li Pharmaceutical. Therefore, if Li Pharmaceutical dares to provoke me directly, I shall not let this matter rest. I will ensure that they pay dearly to compensate for the grievances inflicted upon Yunxiao Pharmaceutical." The audience was left in astonishment at Lin Yun's declaration, their gazes fixated upon him once more. "What do you intend to do?" Yang Jiaojiao asked, a note of concern in her voice, fearing Lin Yun might take rash action. Quite simply, I aim to gradually seize all of Li Pharmaceuticals' market share until they face total collapse, Lin Yun replied, his confidence evident as he glanced at the bewildered Yang Jiaojiao. Just as his words hung in the air, a sudden flurry of footsteps echoed from outside the office, shattering the brief silence within. Before long, a security personnel clad in uniform appeared at the office door, breathless and urgent as he addressed the somewhat familiar Yuan Jiao. Manager Yuan, trouble is brewing. A group of individuals claiming to be from the Li family of Luochuan City has descended upon us, threatening to force their way inside. What did you say? The Li family? Yuan Jiao immediately stepped forward, seizing the security guard and fixing him with an intense, wide-eyed stare. Under Yuan Jiao's grip, the security guard appeared somewhat intimidated and stammered. Yes, it is indeed members of the Li family, and the leader is a young and beautiful girl. Upon hearing that the leader was a young girl, Yuan Jiao was momentarily perplexed, unable to grasp why the Li family would suddenly send a girl. After pondering for a while without arriving at a conclusion, he turned his gaze to Lin Yun, who was equally bewildered. At that moment, the somewhat disheveled Chun suddenly burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha! It seems you are doomed. I never imagined that Miss Heir would find out about my abduction so quickly. She must be here to settle the score with you for humiliating the Li family by taking me." He continued, "Prepare yourselves to face the wrath of Miss Heir from the Li family. Shut your mouth, you imprisoned fool." Suddenly, with a loud thud, Wei Chong delivered a powerful kick to Chun An's chest, sending him sprawling to the ground in a pitiful heap, howling in agony. Upon hearing Chun An mention Miss Li Heir, Yang Jiaojiao and Su Ci, who stood beside Lin Yun, were taken aback and exclaimed in unison, "So, the one arriving is Li Heir. Why is she come in person? Oh, do you know this Li Heir from the Li family?" Lin Yun inquired, looking at the two girls with curiosity. "How can we not know her?" Su Ci replied, taking the lead. "Li Heir may appear delicate and fragile, but in reality, her strength surpasses even that of an Ran. Although Jiao Jiao was aware of her, she often refrained from involving herself in family matters and thus had limited interaction with Li Heir, lacking a true understanding of her character. But I am different. I have consistently assisted my grandfather in managing our family's affairs, so I have had ample encounters with Li Heir. Do not be deceived by her seemingly gentle exterior. She is a formidable woman who conceals her sharpness behind a smile." After Su Ci's explanation, Lin Yun nodded, then spoke decisively. "Uncle Yuan Jiao, you should go down personally and bring Li Heir here. I wish to see what they can possibly do to me." "Understood, young Master Lin. I shall summon them at once." With that, Yuan Jiao, accompanied by the security guard who had reported the situation, made his way downstairs. Meanwhile, Lin Yun settled back into his seat, preparing to await the arrival of the seemingly delicate yet cunningly family member, Li Heir. Yang Jiaojiao and Su Ci stood unreservedly by Lin Yun's side, entirely unconcerned about being seen as the daughters of prominent families, serving as Lin Yun's personal assistants without a hint of embarrassment. During this period, no one in attendance engaged in further discussion. Even Chun-in, in a state of utter disarray, found a corner to crouch down in solitude, enduring the pain as he tended to his wounds. Suddenly, a peculiar and tense atmosphere enveloped the office. Observing the solemn expressions on everyone's faces, Lin Yun refrained from speaking further, for they were directly confronting a member of the formidable Li family from Luochuan City. Faced with this situation, Lin Yun could only shake his head in resignation. After approximately 10 minutes, Yuan Jiao entered the office with a procession of 6 or 7 individuals. Upon seeing the elegantly feminine Li Heir leading the group, Chun-in, who had been curled up in the corner, disregarded Lin Yun and rushed toward Li Heir, tears and snot streaming down his face. "Miss Heir, you have finally arrived. If you had delayed any longer, I would have been mercilessly dealt with by this group from Yunshao Corporation." However, upon encountering the disheveled Chun-in, the girl named Li Heir berated him sharply. "You useless fool. How dare you come before me to lament? Look at the mess you've made. You've utterly disgraced the Li family." "Miss Heir, I acted out of goodwill, hoping to help our Li Pharmaceutical regain some market share and prevent Yunxiao Pharmaceutical and Yes Pharmaceutical from monopolizing it entirely. Spare me your explanations. If my Li family wishes to contend for this market share, we do not require your underhanded and disgraceful tactics. That pitiful Yunxiao Group, with its mere hundreds of billions in market value, is not even worthy of competing with the Li family. If we truly desire this share, they lack the qualification to contest it. Return and await your punishment. After reprimanding Chanen, Li Feier did not spare him another glance and strode directly into the office. Her voice laced with anger as she called out, "Who is the person in charge of Yunxiao Group here? Come forward immediately. How dare you brazenly invade the Li family's territory and abduct one of our own without our consent? Do you think you possess the audacity to act so recklessly?" Upon hearing Li Feier demand, the Yunxiao Group's leader, Zhang Mingyu, and others standing before Lin Yun instinctively parted to create a path. Thus, a clear line formed between Lin Yun, seated, and Li Feier, standing. At that moment, Lin Yun slowly lifted his gaze toward Li Feier, who met his eyes in return. When their gazes locked, both exclaimed in surprise, "How can it be you?" Chapter 64. I do not have the habit of standing behind a woman. Noticing the peculiar expressions on Lin Yun and Li Feier's faces, Su Cece, standing nearby, inquired with curiosity, "Lin Yun, what is happening? Do you know Li Feier?" Prompted by Su Cece's question, Lin Yun snapped back to the moment, replying, "I suppose we are acquainted. We previously bid together on a property." As Su Cece responded, her gaze drifted momentarily towards Li Feier, and she couldn't help but murmur to herself, "In my eagerness to bid for the property, I fail to notice that this young lady is quite charming indeed." After observing Li Feier for a while, she sensed the discontent in Li Feier's eyes and hastily redirected her gaze. At that moment, Su Cece's curiosity piqued as she inquired, "Did you both bid on a property together? What kind of property could possibly compel you two to compete? Surely, it must have been won by Li Feier in the end?" In response to Su Cece's inquisitiveness, Lin Yun shook his head and stated, "No, the property was ultimately acquired by me. As for the specifics of the property, I prefer to keep that private for the time being." Given the financial prowess of Li Feier's family, it's astonishing that she would falter in bidding against you. You truly have some skill. Su Cece gazed at Lin Yun with incredulity. However, before Lin Yun could respond, Li Feier, who had been listening to their conversation, interjected with a grim expression, "I never expected you to be the owner of Yunxiao Group. I haven't yet settled the score from our previous bidding war, and now you dare to provoke me again. Do you really think I am easy to intimidate?" Yet, Lin Yun abruptly stood up, furrowing his brow as he addressed Li Feier. "Miss Li, I believe you may be mistaken. First and foremost, that property was of great importance to me, and it was your side that chose not to raise the bid further. I cannot be held responsible for that. Secondly, my recent engagement with Chun and from Li Pharmaceutical was initiated by him. I merely sought to protect my own interests and teach him a lesson, not to target you personally. Until now, I was unaware of your connection to the Li family." Confronted by Lin Yun's words, Li Feier found herself momentarily at a loss. After regaining her composure, she continued, "Fine, you may be sharp-tongued, even if you did not intentionally provoke me. I am here representing the Li family. You brazenly came onto our territory and took my associate, tarnishing the Li family's reputation. Surely, you must provide an explanation." "An explanation?" Lin Yun's expression shifted, growing cold as he retorted, "Why should I owe an explanation to the Li family? If anyone owes an explanation, it is the Li family to my Yunxiao Group. Chen En, the head of Li Pharmaceutical, employed underhanded tactics to tarnish the reputation of my Yunxiao Pharmaceutical, causing significant damage. I have yet to demand accountability from your family, yet you dare to come here and request an explanation? Do you truly believe the Li family holds absolute power in Luochuan City? If it were anyone else from the Li family here today, I would have already dealt with them directly, yet here you are, audaciously demanding an explanation. You. Accustomed to being revered, Li Feier found herself at a loss for words after being confronted by Lin Yun, her demeanor shifting to one of indignation as she glared at him. Just then, a stoic middle-aged man accompanying Li Feier stepped forward and bowed slightly, addressing her, "Miss, please do not be angered. Allow me to teach this insolent boy a lesson, so he understands that the Leaf family is not someone he can offend at will. If he dares to cross us, he must learn the consequences of doing so." However, at that moment, Yang Jiao and Su Cece suddenly positioned themselves in front of Lin Yun, confronting Li Feier and a middle-aged man. "Li Feier, what do you intend to do? I advise you not to act recklessly." Upon recognizing the two familiar figures, Li Feier sneered at the two women, saying, "I was wondering how that boy could muster the audacity to confront the Li family. It turns out he has the support of the young mistresses from the Su and Yang families. Yet I find it perplexing that he possesses some merit worthy of your attention, prompting both of you to stand up for him. Could it be that he shares some connection with you two? Or perhaps both of you have taken a liking to him? Li Feier, you speak nonsense." Su Cece, disregarding her demure image, retorted angrily, "You've been domineering for too long, and I've tolerated it. But today, I advise you not to lay a finger on Lin Yun. Otherwise, don't blame us if the Yang and Su families unite against the Li family." "Oh, it seems I was right," Li Feier remarked with a cold smile. "It appears this boy truly has some involvement with you two, to the extent that you would risk your families to oppose the Li family. But you must consider this. Even if the Su and Yang families join forces, they still cannot contend with the Li family. And what of it? Regardless, if you dare to harm Lin Yun today, we will not rest until we confront the Li family." At that moment, the impatient middle-aged man interjected, "Miss, perhaps it would be wise to conserve your words. Let me deal with them directly, and then you can decide their fate. There is no need for further verbal confrontation. We can let strength speak for itself." As he spoke, the middle-aged man prepared to advance toward Lin Yun and his companions. "Hurry, Hu!" Li Feier suddenly called out to him. "Do not engage with the unrelated parties. We do not wish for others to perceive us as oppressors. Just capture that boy named Lin Yun." "Understood, miss. I shall apprehend him at once." As Hu approached Lin Yun with intent, Yang Jiao and Su Cece showed no sign of retreat, steadfastly blocking his path. At that moment, Lin Yun, who had remained silent until now, swiftly pulled both women back, looking at them with keen interest. "Sisters Jiao and Cece, I appreciate your concern. My assistance to your families was not in vain. However, it is simply unacceptable for me, Lin Yun, to stand behind a woman." Chapter 65. Let me, Li Feier, take action. You may stand aside. Do you really believe that a mere hulking figure like you could possibly subdue me? I find your delusions quite amusing. After speaking, Lin Yun did not linger but cast a cold gaze at the approaching Hu Wu, sneering as he said, "Hey, hulking figure, what is your connection to a Li family member named Li Jie, who was accompanied by a bodyguard named Hu Lu?" Hu Wu immediately halted, incredulous as he replied, "How do you know my brother Hu Lu?" "Well, I wouldn't say I know him, but he once foolishly offended me and received a lesson in humility from my hands. Oh, by the way," after a brief pause, Lin Yun continued with a playful expression, "not only did I teach Hu Lu a lesson, but I also dealt with the young master he spoke of." "What?" Hu Wu gasped, instinctively retreating a few steps, his eyes wide with shock as he stared at Lin Yun. "So you're the one who taught young Master Jie and my brother, Hu Lu, a lesson that day." The reason for Hu Wu's alarm stemmed from the fact that he was aware of the incident involving Li Jie and Hu Lu being chastised by a mysterious young man. Furthermore, his master had warned him to avoid provoking this young man at all costs and to treat him with respect. When Hu Wu and Hu Lu inquired why they should treat him with such deference, their master had cryptically advised, "A person who can subdue Hu Lu without a sound is likely not someone even I could contend with. It would be wise for you to avoid provoking him, lest you incur his wrath, which I may not be able to shield you from." Recalling his master's caution, Hu Wu suddenly trembled, realizing that not only had he failed to treat Lin Yun with respect, but he was also contemplating violence against him. If he truly angered this individual, he feared that no one could save him today. Thus, in front of all those present, he bent his knees and knelt, speaking with utmost sincerity. "Predecessor, I apologize for my earlier insolence. I beg you not to take offense. I am merely a small fry, and I extend my apologies. Indeed, it seems you possess more discernment than Hu Lu, recognizing that confronting me would yield no favorable outcome. However, I wonder how your esteemed young mistress feels about your sudden act of supplication before me. Are you prepared to face her wrath? Lin Yun regarded Hu Wu kneeling before him with an amused expression. What is happening here? Why is Hu Wu, the bodyguard of Li Feier, suddenly addressing Lin Yun as predecessor? Su Cece and the others stood in stunned silence, gazing at Lin Yun. At that moment, Li Feier, her eyes practically ablaze with fury, shouted at the kneeling Hu Wu. Hu Wu, do you know what you're doing? Stand up at once and subdue that boy before you. It was you who just told me to stop talking and act. Now you kneel before him. Have you lost your mind? Remember, you represent the Leaf family. You so readily kneel before others. Where does that leave the honor of the Leaf family? Miss, it would be wise for you to temper your words. Just moments ago, I was unaware that this esteemed individual was present, which led to a hasty decision on my part. However, I now advise you to converse amicably with this venerable figure. As for the reasons behind this counsel, allow me to elucidate upon my return. Hu Wu turned to Li Feier, attempting to calm her in her exasperation. Very well. So you disregard my words entirely? Prepare to face the consequences upon our return. Li Feier paid no heed to Hu Wu's entreaties, instead issuing a barrage of warnings. Her gaze then shifted to Lin Yun, filled with disdain. Young man, I care not what methods you have employed to instill such fear in Hu Wu, but do not expect me to engage in a calm discussion with you today, even in Hu Wu's absence. I assure you that the Li family is not to be trifled with. You ought to know that I have trained in the true arts under Master Luochuan for some time. Dealing with someone of your inexperience is well within my capabilities. Oh, is that so? Lin Yun replied with a sudden cold smirk. If you, Miss Li, believe you can easily handle me, then I invite you to give it a try. I am quite eager to witness the prowess of the esteemed eldest daughter of the Leaf family. A trial, you say? Am I to fear you? As she spoke, Li Feier clenched her fists, striking a pose of feigned bravado. Yet, despite her fierce demeanor, her pink dress and high heels made her appear rather comical. Observing this absurd sight, Lin Yun looked her up and down, a smirk curling his lips. Miss Li, is this truly how you wish to engage in a contest? Perhaps you should change into something more suitable first. Upon Lin Yun's suggestion, Li Feier realized her attire was ill-suited for vigorous activity, but unwilling to concede her pride, she retorted. Change? I require no such thing. Even in this attire, I have no trouble dealing with you. If I do not teach you a lesson today, the honor of the Li family will be thoroughly trampled by you. With that, she charged towards Lin Yun. However, just as she neared him, her heel suddenly twisted beneath her. With a startled cry, Li Feier lost her balance and lunged towards Lin Yun. Initially, he contemplated allowing her to fall, finding amusement in the spectacle. Yet, upon witnessing her frail and panicked expression, a surge of compassion stirred within him. The thought of a beautiful girl crashing to the ground before him was too much to bear. After weighing his options, he ultimately resolved to catch her. But in that moment of hesitation, he missed the perfect opportunity to do so. At that moment, Li Feier had already lunged towards him, leaving Lin Yun unable to utilize his skills to catch her effortlessly. In a moment of desperation, he had no choice but to use his body to cushion her fall. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, Li Feier's weight, approximately 90 pounds, firmly pinned Lin Yun to the ground, who had not yet braced himself for her descent. Witnessing the sight of Li Feier and Lin Yun sprawled on the ground, bodies pressed against each other, left the onlookers utterly astonished. Chapter 66, You Scoundrel. Despite being pinned beneath Li Feier, Lin Yun exhibited no signs of discomfort. In fact, as he felt the softness of her form against him, a look of enjoyment crossed his face. When Li Feier noticed Lin Yun's peculiar expression, she remained on top of him for a moment longer, curiously observing him. Suddenly, realizing the situation, she sprang to her feet, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and exclaimed, Ah, you scoundrel! How dare you take advantage of me? What nonsense are you speaking? It was you who pressed down on me. You initiated this. Lin Yun retorted, standing up to face her. From the beginning, I did not lay a finger on you. Besides, had I not intervened to prevent you from falling, you would have been sprawled on the ground, lamenting your misfortune. You shameless fool. I never imagined that beneath your seemingly respectable appearance, you could be so brazenly ignorant. Li Feier stomped her foot in anger. Very well, say what you will. If there's nothing more, I kindly ask Miss Li to leave my presence. I advise you not to entertain thoughts of confronting me again with your meager skills. There's no need to embarrass yourself further. Lin Yun responded with a calm demeanor. Li Feier glanced at the uncooperative Hu Wu, then looked at her attire, realizing it was indeed unsuitable for a confrontation. Suppressing her fury, she declared, You're Lin Yun, right? I will remember you. If we cross paths again, I will ensure you regret it. Feel free to come for me anytime, Miss Li. Just remember to dress more appropriately next time. Otherwise, should I decide to perform a daring maneuver, your graceful figure would be laid bare before the public eye. Lin Yun replied, a smug expression on his face. Oomph, you shameless scoundrel. Frustrated, Li Feier turned her ire towards Hu Wu, who was still kneeling, and Chunin, the manager of Li's Pharmaceuticals, who was huddled nearby. You two useless ingrates, get me out of here at once. Upon hearing her command, Hu Wu hesitated momentarily, glancing cautiously at Lin Yun. Seeing no reaction from him, he slowly rose from the ground and hurried to Li Feier's side. However, just as Chunin, curled up in the corner, wished to rise and approach Li Feier, Lin Yun suddenly darkened his expression and called out to him, Wait. The others from the Li family may leave, but you, Chunin, cannot. You have yet to compensate Yunshao Pharmaceutical for the damages you caused. You have tarnished our reputation and led to significant losses in sales. If you think you can simply walk away, you are sorely mistaken. If you wish to leave today, you must provide appropriate compensation. Compensation? Chunin, filled with confusion and trepidation, looked at Lin Yun and asked, What kind of compensation do you desire in order for me to depart peacefully? Quite simple, Lin Yun replied nonchalantly. Since you're the manager of Li's Pharmaceutical, you undoubtedly possess valuable resources. Thus, you shall allocate some of your client resources to Yunshao Pharmaceutical as compensation for the harm done. Upon hearing Lin Yun's request for his client resources, Chunin hesitated to respond directly, casting a timid glance at Li Feier, portraying an expression of helplessness as if he wished to escape this predicament. Absolutely not. Li Feier interjected, You can forget about acquiring the client resources of Li's Pharmaceutical. Although this company is not of paramount importance to my family, the notion of simply handing over our client resources to you is utterly absurd. Very well. If you are unwilling, then I shall keep Chunin here. After all, I could extract other useful information from him. As the manager of Li's Pharmaceutical, he must know numerous secrets about the company. Upon hearing this, Li Feier suddenly recalled a matter of utmost importance that must remain concealed from outsiders, a matter in which Chunin was significantly involved. If he were to divulge this information, it would undoubtedly jeopardize her family's interests. Reluctantly, she conceded, Fine, it is acceptable to share some of our client resources with you. But do not forget what you just said. Rest assured, I, Lin Yun, always keep my word. As long as you agree to share some client resources with us, you may take Chunin with you. Holding on to him serves no purpose for me. You would only waste my resources for meals, which would be better spent on a dog. Lin Yun's words left Chunin feeling embarrassed, yet he could only stand there in silence, awaiting Li Feier's decision. After pondering Lin Yun's assurance for a moment and weighing the pros and cons, Li Feier finally turned to Chunin and commanded, Go. Share a portion of your client resources with them. With Li Feier's directive, Chunin harbored no further reservations. He stood up with difficulty and approached Lin Yun, engaging with Zhang Mingyu beside him. After acquiring the extensive clientele of Li's Pharmaceuticals, Lin Yun nodded in satisfaction, a smile gracing his lips as he turned to Li Feier and remarked, Since Miss Li is so magnanimous in providing us with the desired customer resources, I presume you may take your leave now. Why are you still standing there? Are you not embarrassed enough? Li Feier suddenly unleashed a tirade of scolding directed at Hu Wu and Chunin, who were still in a state of shock. Observing the displeasure etched on Li Feier's face, Lin Yun continued to jest. Miss Li, it seems today we have established a certain intimacy, a bond formed through circumstance. Should we chance upon each other again in the future, we might engage in a cordial discussion, as I do harbor some curiosity about you and the distinguished lady who accompanied you that day. Upon hearing Lin Yun's words, Li Feier, who had been poised to depart, abruptly halted, her expression darkening further. She turned to glare at Lin Yun, exclaiming, "You insufferable rogue! Who said we share any intimacy? Furthermore, how dare you take advantage of me and then direct your curiosity toward my mother? I warn you, you would do well to suppress any interest in either myself or my mother. Beware, for curiosity could lead to your downfall." Chapter 67. Truly Shameless. Miss Li, you may have misunderstood. My curiosity solely pertains to why your mother would express interest in that dilapidated house I acquired. I mean no offense. Lin Yun hastily clarified. However, Li Fei'er chose to disregard Lin Yun's explanation, leading her family away in a huff. Just as her silhouette began to fade, her voice echoed back with a warning. Lin Yun, I advise you to preserve that house well. Do not allow it to be demolished. It holds significant sentimental value for my mother. Taken aback by Li Fei'er's unexpected declaration, Lin Yun found himself momentarily stunned, his brow furrowing in confusion as he pondered the implications of her words. Just then, Su Cece approached with curiosity, inquiring, Lin Yun, what advantage did you gain over Li Fei'er? Why was she so furious? Caught off guard, Lin Yun stammered, unable to articulate a response. The moment Li Fei'er had pinned him down, he had inadvertently reacted to the closeness of her body, an incident that now left him at a loss for words. Observing Lin Yun's awkward demeanor, the more experienced Yang Jiao stepped forward, pulling the naive Su Cece aside, and advised Cece, it would be prudent not to press further. Just look at Lin Yun's expression. It is evident he must have engaged in some mischief, or else Li Fei'er would not have fled in such haste. Engaged in mischief? Su Cece responded, her brow furrowed in confusion. But it appeared that Li Fei'er was the one on top of Lin Yun, and he did not make a move. At her words, the other men present could no longer contain their laughter, erupting into fits of amusement. Beside them, Yuan Jiao suddenly gestured towards Su Cece, saying, Miss Cece, you may be unaware that although young Master Lin has not physically moved, it is quite possible that other parts of him, not under his control, inadvertently stirred, thereby startling Li Fei'er. It is merely that the areas he moved are invisible to you. Other parts? Su Cece murmured thoughtfully, and as her contemplation deepened, she suddenly blushed and exclaimed, Ah, Lin Yun, how could you harbor such improper thoughts about Li Fei'er? You truly have no shame. What nonsense! Lin Yun replied innocently. It's not as if I desire such a thing. It just happened to happen without my intention. Moreover, with Li Fei'er's flawless figure and exquisite beauty, who could possibly resist her charm? At that moment, Yang Jiao, who had shared a night of passion with Lin Yun, felt a twinge of jealousy and approached him. Glaring coldly, men truly are all the same. How can you entertain such thoughts about Li Fei'er and still face your fiancé, Yi Yanran? What have I done to betray her? Lin Yun retorted. It was Yi Yanran herself who deemed me unworthy. Besides, aside from that one fateful night of drunkenness, I believe I've acted honorably towards her. As he looked at Yang Jiao, he was reminded of their drunken encounter, causing him to feel a bit guilty. Noticing Lin Yun mention that night again, Yang Jiao felt a flush of embarrassment and quickly cleared her throat to change the subject, saying, Ahem, let's not dwell on that. I think you should prepare for how to face the Li family. You have truly offended Li Fei'er this time. She is the young lady of the Li family, far more formidable than her inept brother, Li Jie. What is there to fear? Lin Yun replied, his expression returning to normal. The Li family is but a trivial matter. I hardly regard them with concern. If Li Fei'er dares to cause me trouble again, I shall not hesitate to show her my true capabilities. Observing Lin Yun's complete disregard for the Li family, both Yang Jiao and Su Cece exchanged disdainful glances, silently thinking, how arrogant to boast without foundation. Lin Yun not only heard their whispers, but also perceived their contemptuous expressions, yet he felt no need to clarify anything. For he alone understood that there was not a hint of boastfulness in his demeanor. He had no obligation to explain the source of his confidence. With this thought in mind, Lin Yun turned to Zhang Mingyu and the members of Yinshao Group, stating, well, the matter with Li Pharmaceutical has been temporarily resolved. Now, you may continue to manage all affairs of Yinshao Group. I shall take my leave. Remember, if any insurmountable issues arise within the group, you may seek my assistance. However, unless absolutely necessary, I shall refrain from interfering in the group's operations. Understood, young Master Lin. Zhang Mingyu and Yuan Jiu responded confidently. With the client resources acquired from Li Pharmaceutical, I believe it won't be long before Yunshao Pharmaceutical reclaims its position at the pinnacle of the pharmaceutical industry in Luochuan. That is well and good. Yet merely reaching the pinnacle of the medical realm is insufficient. What I desire is for the name of our Yunshao group to evoke even greater reverence than that of the three illustrious families, Li, Zhou, and Lin. With an air of confidence, Lin Yun gazed at Zhang Mingyu and the others. After delivering this proclamation, he chose not to linger, but instead departed the Yunshao group, returning to the home of Yang Jiao, where he was temporarily residing. Upon arriving home, Lin Yun immediately reclined on the sofa, showing no hint of decorum as he commanded Yang Jiao and Su Cc, "Quickly prepare a meal for me. I have not had a proper meal in days." Just as Su Cc contemplated complying with Lin Yun's request and ventured into the kitchen, Yang Jiao seized Su Cc and exclaimed, "Cc, do not indulge that rascal Lin Yun. While we must maintain a facade of politeness towards him outside due to the old man's orders, this is my domain now, and we have no obligation to cater to him. If he wants to eat, he can cook for himself. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Are you not afraid I will inform your grandfather?" Lin Yun abruptly sat up, glaring at Yang Jiao, who was behaving unusually defiant. In the face of Lin Yun's threat, Yang Jiao grew even bolder, pulling Su Cc down onto the sofa beside her and disdainfully retorted, "Why should we serve you? You eat my food and live under my roof. And now you expect me to cook for you? Do you truly think you are some esteemed guest? Let me remind you, I only became your personal assistant out of necessity, and that was merely when we were outside. Once we return home, I am in charge." Chapter 68, The Longevity Technique. Therefore, if you wish to continue residing in my home, I insist that you prepare dinner for us immediately. Otherwise, you are to vacate and find somewhere else to stay. Jiao, might this be a bit excessive? After all, Lin Yun has saved both your grandfather and mine. Could our sudden change of heart not come across as ungrateful? Su Cc said, a tinge of embarrassment washing over her as she looked at Yang Jiao. There is nothing wrong with it. We have endured his commands throughout the day, and that is more than sufficient. We cannot continue to coddle him now that we are back home. Otherwise, he might truly believe we have become his servants. Yang Jiao reassured Su Cc with a righteous demeanor. Listening to Yang Jiao's discourse, Lin Yun found himself momentarily at a loss for words, ultimately letting out a resigned chuckle before standing up. All right. In light of your service to me today, allow me to cater to both of you lovely ladies just this once. I shall prepare dinner. With that, Lin Yun promptly made his way to the kitchen, commencing the preparations for the evening meal. Meanwhile, Yang Jiao and Su Cc sat on the sofa without a hint of guilt, comfortably snacking on seeds and watching television as they awaited Lin Yun's culinary efforts. However, cooking was not a daunting task for Lin Yun. Rather, it was as easy as a daily routine, for he had been preparing his own meals since childhood, dining with his grandfather. In merely half an hour, a delightful spread of 3 dishes and a soup was presented at the table. Just as Lin Yun intended to reach for the wine, Yang Jiao suddenly reacted as if triggered by an unseen force, standing up and exclaiming, "Lin Yun, you mischievous rascal! What do you need the wine for? What are you planning?" "Of course, I intend to drink it." Lin Yun stood there, momentarily perplexed, staring blankly at Yang Jiao. "Come back. Just focus on your meal and leave the wine alone. We wouldn't want any drunken antics later." "Drunken antics? Surely not, Jiao. Have you ever engaged in such behavior under the influence?" Su Cc looked at Yang Jiao and Lin Yun with disbelief, realizing she had spoken too freely. Yang Jiao quickly lowered her head, transferring the dishes from the table to Su Cc's bowl, saying, No, just hurry and eat. I must tell you, Lin Yun's cooking is absolutely delicious." At that moment, Lin Yun recalled the passionate evening he had shared with Yang Jiao, and an awkward expression crossed his face as he returned to the table empty-handed. "Well then, I suppose we shall forego the wine and simply enjoy our meal." With that, He began to eat heartily, observing the peculiar expressions on their faces. Su Si chose to remain contemplative and refrain from further inquiries. Thus, the three of them swiftly finished their meal amid an atmosphere of awkwardness. Both Su Si and Yang Jiao, following their grandfather's wishes, were to accompany Lin Yun at all times as his personal assistants. Lacking extra rooms, Yang Jiao decided that she and Su Si would share a room, directly opposite Lin Yun's quarters. After taking turns to freshen up, they each returned to their respective rooms. Meanwhile, upon entering his own room, Lin Yun glanced at the time and realized it was still rather early for slumber. He then began to meditate on his bed, simultaneously practicing the long-neglected longevity technique. This technique had been discovered alongside the 13 ghostly needles in an ancient cave. Though he had nearly mastered the 13 ghostly needles, he had only progressed to the second level of the longevity technique, with no sign of breakthrough into the third level. According to the records within the technique, while many practitioners of martial arts exist in China, the longevity technique diverges significantly from the realms of traditional Chinese martial arts, being far more profound and enigmatic. Mastery of the longevity technique would bestow capabilities akin to those of deities. The classification of ancient Chinese martial arts delineates 4 realms: body refinement, qi refinement, intent refinement, and celestial phenomenon. In contrast, the longevity technique consists of merely 4 levels. The first level, upon completion, allows one to shed their mortal coil. The second grants a spiritual body, enabling the manipulation of surrounding spiritual energy at will. The third level bestows spiritual consciousness, enabling one to see through any obstacles within a 100-meter radius, and even to eliminate foes invisibly with mere thought. Achieving the 4th level would elevate one to the status of a deity, bestowing eternal life. At this moment, Lin Yun had diligently cultivated for several decades, yet still remained at the 2nd level, merely possessing a spiritual body. The aspiration to transcend to the 3rd level seemed exceedingly arduous, unless by some unforeseen fortuity. Otherwise, no amount of effort would yield success. After sitting cross-legged on his bed for several hours without any sign of breakthrough, Lin Yun ultimately surrendered to the futility of further attempts and succumbed to slumber. Meanwhile, just outside his door, Su Si, clad in a sheer white nightgown, groggily emerged from her room and headed directly towards the restroom. After a brief interval, upon returning from her visit, she stood momentarily in the space between their 2 rooms, squinting as she glanced left and right, murmuring in a thick haze of sleep. "Oh dear, where did I just come from?" The similarity of the 2 doors, coupled with it being her first stay in this place, left her momentarily unable to discern from which room she had exited. After some contemplation, she boldly pushed open the door she believed to be correct and, in a dazed state, approached the bed, unceremoniously collapsing back into a deep slumber. The following morning, a ray of sunlight streamed into Lin Yun's room, yet he showed no signs of waking. Upon feeling the intense warmth of the sun through the window, he merely rolled over. It was uncertain whether it was sheer exhaustion or another reason. Typically, Lin Yun would awaken instantly at the slightest disturbance, yet this time, an entire person had entered and nestled beside him without his awareness. He remained blissfully asleep, akin to a contented pig, lost in dreams of the most delectable food. Unbeknownst to him, nestled beside him was a stunning beauty, none other than Su Si, who had mistakenly entered his room in the middle of the night. Chapter 69. A Room Misunderstanding. The 2 lay entwined in slumber, utterly at ease. However, in the midst of his dreams, Lin Yun inadvertently shifted his hand, which, to his surprise, landed upon Su Si's soft, delicate form. The sensation was so delightful that he instinctively began to caress her. Yet, as he continued, an unsettling feeling washed over him. Feeling a twinge of discomfort, Su Si awoke but did not immediately open her eyes, instead, still enveloped in drowsiness. She pushed his hand away, murmuring, "Jiao, be gentle, you're hurting me. Why aren't you sleeping?" Upon hearing her voice, Lin Yun's heart sank. Was this not Su Si's voice? How could she possibly be in his bed? Could it be that he had indeed been caressing her exquisite form? The realization struck him with a wave of panic. Lin Yun abruptly opened his eyes, and before him stood Su Cece, clad in a sheer white nightgown, her delicate, snow-white skin partially revealed. Startled by her sudden appearance on his bed, Lin Yun instinctively sprang up, panic overtaking him as he hurriedly concealed himself behind the curtains, fearing that Su Cece would discover the indiscretion he had just committed. Upon hearing the commotion, Su Cece immediately sensed something was amiss. Struggling against her drowsiness, she forced her eyes open. The moment she saw Lin Yun hastily hiding behind the curtains, a wave of shock washed over her, and she exclaimed, Lin Yun, you shameless scoundrel. What are you doing in my room? Get out this instant." Her eyes widened with fury as she glared at Lin Yun, her mind racing with the realization that the person who had dared to touch her inappropriately was none other than him, not Yang Jiao. Embarrassment and anger surged within her as she quickly pulled the blanket around her exposed body for modesty. Realizing that he had been discovered, Lin Yun no longer remained hidden. He emerged from his hiding place, appearing as sheepish as a chastised child, and awkwardly stated, "Cece, you misunderstand. This seems to be my room, not yours." Upon hearing his words, Su Cece glanced around the room, and as she recognized the unfamiliar surroundings that differed from the one she had shared with Yang Jiao the previous night, her anger began to wane. Recalling that she had indeed ventured to the restroom last night and had lost her way upon returning, her ire diminished somewhat. However, the memory of Lin Yun's earlier transgression reignited her indignation, and she retorted, "Even if I entered the wrong room, does that give you the right to act so disrespectfully? Today I see you for what you truly are, a shameless, hypocritical rogue. I can't believe I held you in such high regard." After receiving such a barrage of insults from Su Cece, Lin Yun found himself at a loss for words and countered, "Cece, you can't blame me. We were both asleep. How was I to know you would suddenly find yourself in my bed? Moreover, even if I were awake, what man could resist the allure of such a stunning beauty beside him? You are utterly shameless." Su Cece was left speechless, her anger boiling over as she continued to hurl accusations. At that moment, Yang Jiao, having awakened to the commotion from the adjoining room and not finding Su Cece, sensed something was amiss. Without time to change out of her nightwear, she rushed into Lin Yun's room. As she flung open the door, she was met with the sight of Su Cece, wrapped in a blanket and looking forlorn on the bed, while Lin Yun stood by the window, clad only in his shorts, seemingly displaying his physique. Yang Jiao furrowed her brows and hurried over to Su Cece, anxiously inquiring, "Cece, how did you end up in Lin Yun's room? What transpired between you two? Did that rascal Lin Yun bully you?" Upon noticing Su Cece's silence, Lin Yun interjected, "Sister Jiao, your timing is impeccable. Please help us settle this matter. It was clearly Sister Cece who sneaked into my room in the middle of the night and got into my bed, yet she accuses me of being shameless and disrespectful, saying I climbed into her bed. Even if I inadvertently touched her, it was merely a subconscious act during my slumber. It's inevitable that two people sharing a bed would accidentally bump into each other." Yang Jiao gasped, "Cece, is this true? You voluntarily went to Lin Yun's room and got into his bed last night? Do you perhaps have feelings for him?" "Oh dear, Sister Jiao, please don't inquire further. It's not as you imagine. I simply went to the restroom last night and mistakenly entered the wrong room." Su Cece explained, her face flushed with embarrassment. "Then nothing happened between you two last night, right?" Yang Jiao asked with curiosity. "Absolutely not. Nothing at all occurred. Sister Jiao, you're overthinking it. We both slept soundly through the night. We had no intention of doing anything else. At most, there were merely some accidental touches," Lin Yun added. Upon hearing the mention of accidental touches, Yang Jiao remained unfazed, but Su Cece's cheeks flushed anew. Realizing that nothing substantial had transpired between them, Yang Jiao comforted, "All right, Cece, since nothing inappropriate happened, let us put this behind us." She then turned to Lin Yun, "You, hurry up and get dressed. We need to head to the Yi family soon." "To the Yi family?" Lin Yun inquired curiously. "What is the reason for going there? Is it that Yi Yuan's health hasn't improved?" "Not quite. My grandfather just called to inform me that Uncle Yi is looking for you and wants you to come over as soon as possible to discuss something important." Yang Jiaojiao replied, standing confidently in her sheer, alluring nightgown, her gaze fixed intently on Lin Yun. Though he had shared a night with her in a drunken stupor, Lin Yun had only vague memories of it, resembling a dreamlike haze. Chapter 70. A significant matter at the Yi family. Feeling somewhat uneasy, Lin Yun asked, "What does he wish to discuss with me?" Yang Jiaojiao shook her head. He didn't specify the matter, just insisted that you must visit the Yi family. "Only that I must go." Lin Yun pondered for a moment, unable to deduce the reason, then readily replied, "Very well. Let us quickly get dressed and prepare to go. I suspect it's not merely to express gratitude. There must be something of great importance at hand." As Lin Yun spoke, he swiftly retrieved a set of clothes from the wardrobe and donned them. Upon witnessing this, Yang Jiaojiao and Su Cici promptly cast aside the earlier awkwardness and hurried back to their respective rooms to prepare their outfits for going out. Lin Yun, already dressed, sat on the living room sofa, waiting for the two women for a good half hour before they finally emerged from their rooms, looking resplendent. Stunned by their beauty and figure, Lin Yun found himself momentarily speechless, swallowing hard. He then feigned impatience, remarking, "You women truly are quite troublesome. It takes you ages just to change clothes." In response to Lin Yun's apparent annoyance, Yang Jiaojiao, hands firmly on her hips, stood before him with an assertive demeanor, declaring, "What is the matter? Do you have a problem with it? Besides, don't you agree that us looking our best reflects well on you? If you keep whining, are you that eager to see your fiancée? Unfortunately, she has no interest in you whatsoever." "What nonsense are you spouting?" Lin Yun retorted, fuming. "Don't bring up Yi Anren. I've long since abandoned any hope regarding her. Our engagement will eventually be annulled." "How contradictory!" Yang Jiao scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Lin Yun. "Enough. Let us cease discussing my affairs with Anren. We should promptly visit the Yi family to ascertain if there are any pressing matters." Ignoring the attitudes of the two women, Lin Yun took one by each hand and hurriedly ushered them out, heading directly towards the Yi residence. Upon arriving at the gates of the Yi villa, before Lin Yun and the others could press the doorbell, the main entrance swung open unexpectedly. Yi Tseng, accompanied by Yi Anren and Yang Xiaotian, emerged as if they had anticipated Lin Yun's arrival. Taken aback by their sudden appearance, Lin Yun quickly approached with polite inquiry, "Uncle Yi, I trust your health has fully recovered?" "Ah, Yunner, I owe my recovery to your timely intervention. Otherwise, I'd be joining your father now," Yi Tsang Yuan exclaimed, expressing profound gratitude as he grasped Lin Yun's hand. "Uncle Yi, you flatter me. I merely got lucky in treating the poison you suffered from. After this, I'm sure you'll live to be 100. Ha! Living to 100 is one thing, but just being able to witness your wedding with Anren in my lifetime would bring me immense satisfaction." Yi Tsang Yuan chuckled heartily, glancing at Lin Yun and Yi Anren. Observing her father jovially conversing with Lin Yun, even discussing her marriage, Yi Anren hurriedly interjected, "Dad, what are you saying? I've told you that my marriage to Lin Yun is impossible. Even if he happened to cure you, that doesn't mean he qualifies to be my fiancé." "Anren, how can you speak like that? Yinner has managed to cure a disease that even the esteemed Dr. Sun could not remedy. Surely, this indicates that Yinner possesses remarkable talents hidden beneath the surface." Yi Tsang Yuan glared at Yi Anren with evident displeasure. "I don't care. In any case, it is absolutely impossible for me to marry Lin Yun." However, observing the sudden argument between the father and daughter, Lin Yun, with a somewhat awkward expression, interjected, "Uncle Yi, perhaps we should refrain from discussing my marriage to Anren any further. Instead, could you enlighten me on why old Master Yang summoned me?" "Oh, right. I almost let the important matter slip away." Yi Tsang Yuan promptly urged Lin Yun into the villa, and the others followed suit. Once seated on the sofa beside Yi Tsang, he immediately stated, "Your uncle has summoned you to discuss a pressing matter, and I sincerely hope you will agree to my request." "What issue has arisen, uncle? Why is there such a tense atmosphere? Please just tell me what it is. I will certainly comply as long as it is within my capacity." Lin Yun regarded Yi Tsang Yuan with both confusion and curiosity. Sighing deeply, Yi Tsang Yuan replied, Are you familiar with the Zhou family in Luochuan City? The Zhou family? Yes, I know a bit about them. They seem to be among the top-tier trillion-dollar families in Luochuan, along with the Li family and the Lin family. Lin Yun paused momentarily as he mentioned the Lin family, but quickly dismissed any further thoughts on the matter. Yi Yuan sighed again, speaking earnestly. Indeed, that is correct. The Li, Zhou, and Lin families are not entities we small clans can even begin to compare ourselves with. Recently, the young master of the Zhou family, Zhou Zuan, unexpectedly visited our Yi family and expressed his long-standing desire to marry Anren. What? Such a thing has occurred? Does Zhou Zuan not know of my engagement to Anren? How dare he covet my fiancée? Is he truly so reckless with his life? Lin Yun's expression darkened considerably. I have already informed Zhou Zuan of your engagement to Anren. Yi Yuan continued. Yet he insisted that as long as the marriage has not been formalized, it poses no issue. He even claimed that should Anren marry, he would still pursue her without hesitation. In short, he demands that I arrange for Anren to marry him at all costs. But who in Luochuan does not know Zhou Zuan's notorious reputation? He has married and divorced multiple times, and he does not shy away from pursuing even married women. Moreover, given that Anren is already betrothed to you, I cannot possibly consider marrying her off to him. However, we cannot afford to offend the Zhou family, should we provoke them. The Yi family would undoubtedly face their full wrath and retaliation. Chapter 71. They are not worthy of my seeking acknowledgement. Yi Yuan expressed his frustration and helplessness in a lengthy discourse. Hearing this, Lin Yun suddenly furrowed his brow, asking with perplexity, "Then what is it that you insisted I must agree to? Are you suggesting that I marry Anren immediately?" Lin Yun exclaimed, incredulous. "What are you thinking? That sounds rather optimistic." Before Yi Yuan could respond, Yi Anren interjected, "My father means for you to acknowledge your connection with the Lin family. Subsequently, you should leverage their influence to dissuade Zhou Zuan from insisting on marrying me." Acknowledge the Lin family? Lin Yun furrowed his brow, turning to Yi Yuan to inquire. "Uncle Yi, is this truly your intention?" At that moment, Yi Yuan appeared troubled, his expression tinged with embarrassment as he replied, "My dear Yun, I had no desire to meddle in your affairs with the Lin family, but currently, this is the only way to prevent Zhou Zuan from forcibly marrying Anren. Only the Lin family, being part of a wealthy clan, can stand against the Zhou family. Once you recognize your ties to the Lin family, you must personally inform Zhou Zuan that Anren is your fiancé. I believe that, as the grandson of the Lin family patriarch, you will certainly intimidate him and dissuade him from pursuing Anren." Upon hearing Yi Yuan confirm his desire for Lin Yun to acknowledge the Lin family, Lin Yun fell silent for a moment before turning his gaze back to Yi Anren. With an expression devoid of emotion, he scrutinized her, asking, "And what is your stance? Anren, do you mean to say that once I recognize my ties to the Lin family and acquire their status, you will fulfill our engagement?" "I never said that," Yi Anren replied innocently, meeting Lin Yun's gaze. "My father is merely expressing his wish for you to acknowledge the Lin family and act as my fiancé to extricate our family from its predicament. This is purely his unilateral desire. However, if you can indeed resolve our family's crisis in such a manner, that would be splendid. Yet, I must candidly inform you of my true feelings. Even if you gain the Lin family status and assist us, I still maintain that fulfilling our engagement is out of the question. I wish to marry someone who commands respect on their own merit, without relying on external support. Someone truly capable of standing on their own." "Ah, Anren, I knew I was right about you." Lin Yun exhaled in relief, realizing that Yi Anren was not driven by the allure of the Lin family status. He thought to himself that if she were indeed the type to covet superficial prestige, he would not need to wait for her to annul their engagement. He could simply tear it up himself. After all, he would never be drawn to someone so shallow. Noticing Lin Yun's rather smug expression, Yi Anren paused, perplexed. "Lin Yun, are you not upset that I am not honoring our engagement? Yet you wish to use your position to assist my family?" Lin Yun waved his hand dismissively, responding earnestly, "Not only do I not blame you, but I have also resolved to help you make Zhou Zuan retreat and cease his harassment. Does this mean you are determined to acknowledge the Lin family and reclaim your identity among them? Yi Anren gazed at Lin Yun, bewildered. You have misjudged me, Lin Yun declared arrogantly, disdain evident in his voice. What significance does the Lin family hold? To compel me to personally seek out the Lin family for recognition is quite audacious. They are, at present, unworthy of such an endeavor. Upon hearing that Lin Yun intends to forego this recognition, Yi Anren furrowed her brow in confusion, unable to grasp Lin Yun's true intentions. Even Yi Tsangyan began to express his concerns, stating, Yun'er, if you refuse to seek out the Lin family, then what did you mean by your earlier claim that you would assist us in dissuading Zhou Ziwen? Can it be that you believe you possess the ability to deter him? Observing Lin Yun's only response to be a calm smile rather than words, Yi Tsangyan paused momentarily before continuing. Since you are disinclined to approach the Lin family, I shall refrain from pressuring you. We shall devise our own means to handle Zhou Ziwen. At worst, our Yi family will contend fiercely against the Zhou family. Regardless, we cannot allow Anren to be wed to the Zhou family. Noticing Yi Tsangyuan's evident concern, Lin Yun finally spoke in a calm tone. I believe you have misunderstood. Although I shall not seek out the Lin family, I cannot idly stand by while Zhou Ziwen attempts to usurp my fiancé. After all, Anren remains my rightful fiancé, and our engagement still stands. It is utterly intolerable for Zhou Ziwen to brazenly attempt to claim her. I will not let him off so easily. Should he dare to approach, he shall learn that my fiancé, is not someone who can be trifled with, be it the Li family or the Zhou family. Once provoked, he shall face the consequences he deserves. Hearing Lin Yun's confident declaration, seemingly unperturbed by Zhou Ziwen's presence, Yi Tsangyuan became even more perplexed, unable to fathom the source of Lin Yun's audacity, lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, witnessing Lin Yun's audacious demeanor, Yi Anren grew increasingly displeased with him, stating, Lin Yun, do you comprehend why I still cannot accept you? Why is that? Lin Yun inquired, a hint of confusion evident in his expression. With a scowl, Yi Anren retorted, what I find most unacceptable is your utterly dismissive attitude towards others. As though you possess some extraordinary prowess. You may lack true ability, yet you excel at boasting. Had you presented yourself more pragmatically from the outset, without such ostentation, I might have been able to tolerate you to some degree. However, the impression you leave is that of a braggart with no substance. Unfazed, Lin Yun chuckled lightly. Whether you perceive me as a mere braggart or a superficial individual, these opinions hold little significance to me. I care not for anyone's judgment, nor do I owe anyone an explanation. Time shall reveal all truths. Moreover, I am committed to assisting the Yi family in ensuring Zhou Ziwen ceases his harassment, compelling him to retreat. You need only observe. I shall handle everything else. I require no assistance from the Lin family. I, Lin Yun, am more than capable of dealing with Zhou Ziwen. Yi Anren ceased her lengthy discourse and stated directly, then I shall await the outcome. I am eager to witness how you, without the aid of the Lin family, intend to contend against Zhou Ziwen, the young master of the Zhou family. Chapter 72. The young master Zhou, whose interests lie solely in women. You need not concern yourself with that. Simply inform me when Zhou Ziwen plans to visit the Yi family again, Lin Yun remarked, his gaze unyielding as he regarded Yi Anren. Observing the tension between the two, Yang Jiaojiao and Su Sisi, who were positioned behind Lin Yun, hurriedly intervened, each taking one of them aside. Anren, perhaps you should temper your words. Lin Yun is not as inept as you perceive him to be. He possesses a modicum of capability. Yang Jiaojiao quickly interjected in defense of Lin Yun. However, Yi Anren, noticing Yang Jiaojiao's unexpected support for Lin Yun, felt a pang of displeasure. She fixed her gaze on Yang Jiaojiao and questioned, Jiaojiao, whose friend are you truly? Why do you find it necessary to speak on Lin Yun's behalf? Moreover, why are you and Cece constantly in his company? Do not be deceived by that boy's sweet words. I can tell he is no upstanding character. Yang Jiaojiao hesitated, struggling to find the right words to reveal her new role as Lin Yun's personal assistant. Just then, the candid Su Cece inadvertently blurted out, Anren, you might not be aware, but the reason Jiaojiao and I are always with Lin Yun is not for frivolities. We are actually his personal assistants. This arrangement was specifically instructed by our grandfather. What? Personal assistants? Yi Anren exclaimed in astonishment. How does this boy merit two of you as his personal assistants? What capabilities does he possess? Surely he has tricked your grandfather into allowing you both to serve him in such a degrading capacity. Not at all, Anren. It is not as you imagine. The reason we agreed to be his assistants is primarily because he saved our grandfather's life. We are merely repaying his kindness. Su Cece hurriedly explained. Cece, I implore you to exercise caution. Do not be so naive. One must be wary of the wolf's den, lest regret come too late. Fear not, Anren. We are merely assisting him in a professional capacity. His personal affairs do not concern us. Furthermore, Lin Yun is not as you envision him. I suggest you reconsider your preconceived notions and get to know him anew. Su Cece urged, her demeanor innocent as she regarded Yi Anren. Seeing the two resolutely defend Lin Yun, Yi Anren could only shake her head in resignation. Very well. I shall not involve myself in your affairs. As for whether I should re-evaluate him, that is not your concern. I firmly believe there is no necessity for such, as I harbor no interest in him whatsoever. Enough. Anren, why must you be so obstinate? Regardless of Lin Yun's shortcomings, he is indeed your fiancé now. Moreover, Yuna even saved my life. Given this, you must alter your attitude towards her. Do not always regard her as if she owes you something. I must tell you that Yuna does not owe you anything. If anyone owes, it is you who owes Yuna. Yi Tsungyuan hastily stepped forward, admonishing Yi Anren with a hint of anger. Upon receiving such a reprimand, Yi Anren immediately grew displeased, exclaiming, Dad, how have you become this way because of Lin Yun? You never spoke to me in such a tone before. That was then. This is now. I can no longer tolerate your attitude towards Yuna, so I must stand up for her. As the father and daughter bickered incessantly over her, Lin Yun, feeling somewhat uncomfortable, approached Yi Tsungin and said, Uncle Yi, it's best if you refrain from interfering in my matters with Anren. We will handle our own issues. Yuna, I apologize. It is indeed my fault for not educating Anren properly, which has led her to become what she is now. She has always been quite stubborn. Once she sets her mind on something, it is difficult for anyone to change her perspective. However, you must not stoop to her level. I believe that as you spend more time together, she will eventually alter her view of you. It's all right, Uncle Yi. You need not worry about this too much. In any case, I do not intend to immediately fulfill the engagement with Anren. I admit that I was too abrupt in insisting on that before. However, the most pressing matter is not this, but rather Zhou Ziwen's intention to forcibly marry Anren. Please tell me about Zhou Ziwen's situation. Has he mentioned when he will come to the Yi residence again? Upon hearing Lin Yun's sudden shift in topic regarding Zhou Ziwen, Yi Tsungyuan slapped his forehead, realizing, look at my memory. I almost forgot about this matter. Some time ago, when Zhou Ziwen visited our home, he mentioned that he would return today for our response. Today? Indeed? Yes, that's correct. Zhou Ziwen specified today. He is likely already on his way here. Excellent. This is perfect. I was just wondering where to find him. I shall see just how bold he is to covet my fiancé, Lin Yun murmured, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Observing Lin Yun's unwavering confidence, Yi Tsungyuan and the others exchanged puzzled glances but chose not to voice their thoughts, recognizing that discussing it further would be futile. They could only take it one step at a time. At that moment, outside the Yi family's villa, in a luxury car, sat a young man with a buzz cut, clad in a red Korean-style suit and wearing sunglasses, appearing to be in his late 20s. This individual was none other than Zhou Ziwen, the young master of the Zhou family, who had been raised in privilege, showing little interest in anything other than women. Upon witnessing the car's arrival at the Yi family residence, Zhou Ziwen, unable to contain his eagerness, turned to his two companions, Aunt Zhong and Uncle Gu, and exclaimed, Let's hasten inside. Were it not for the Yi family's modest renown in Luochuan, I would have preferred to simply abduct her for a taste of what lies ahead, to avoid the hassle of a formal engagement later, should my interest wane. Yet, truth be told, Yi Anren possesses a charm that only deepens with each glance. I am utterly impatient to claim her as my own. Let us swiftly negotiate the marriage with her family and secure a time to bring her home. Observing his master's fervent impatience, Zhong chuckled and replied, "My lord, there is no need for such haste. Yi Anren will inevitably become your woman. She cannot escape you." Zhou Ziwen retorted, "Ever since I laid eyes on the enchanting Yi Anren, with her devilish figure and captivating visage, I have scarcely been able to think of anything else but desiring her." At this moment, Uncle Gu, a middle-aged man, interjected, "Enough. Zhong speaks truth. Do not rush, lest you provide the Yi family with fodder for ridicule. Yi Anren will soon be yours. No one is vying for her affections. Once we secure the agreement with Yi Yuan, you may proceed as you wish." Uncle Gu, whose full name was Gu Bei, had long been a loyal aide to Zhou Ziwen's father. This time, Zhou Ziwen had summoned him for added support. However, Zhong voiced his concern. "Yet, we remain uncertain whether Yi Yuan will consent to this union. If he staunchly opposes it, we may find ourselves in a predicament. After all, we cannot overtly seize Yi Anren. I doubt he would dare refuse." Zhou Ziwen asserted with a fierce determination. "If Yi Yuan dares to oppose, I shall dismantle the entire Yi family. Let us see if he has the audacity to disagree. Indeed, I trust Yi Yuan is aware of this, for in our eyes, the Yi family is hardly formidable. To bring them to ruin would be a trivial endeavor for the Zhou family. If he prefers not to be coerced by our influence, I am prepared to take matters into my own hands and intimidate him directly. He would be wise to yield." Gu Bei shared Zhou Ziwen's sentiment, donning an expression of arrogant indifference. Indeed, with Uncle Gu at our side, we need not rely solely on the Zhou family's power to compel their submission. Thus, let us not delay any further. We shall enter and ascertain whether Yi Yuan dares to refuse." With that, Zhou Ziwen promptly exited the vehicle, striding towards the entrance of the Yi family villa. Observing this, Gu Bei and his companion Zhong followed closely behind, hastening their steps. Upon reaching the door, Zhong did not ring the bell, but instead pounded on the door with considerable force, striking it with a resounding bang. Meanwhile, in the living room, Lin Yun and the others, startled by such a rude knocking, promptly rose to their feet, exchanging glances before turning their attention to the entrance. At that moment, Yi Yuan, after a moment of contemplation, chose not to utter a word, but personally approached the door, eager to discern whether the individuals outside were indeed those he had anticipated. The reason Yi Yuan felt compelled to open the door himself stemmed from the recent departure of Aunt Ling, the beloved nanny of Yi Anren. After hearing Lin Yun mention that Yi Yuan had been poisoned, and that it was by someone close to him, Aunt Ling abruptly left without a word. Yi Yuan had made every effort to enlist the entirety of the Yi family's network to locate Aunt Ling, yet she seemed to have vanished without a trace, leading him to reluctantly abandon the search. With Aunt Ling no longer managing the household, the Yi family found themselves at a loss for a suitable replacement, prompting Yi Yuan to take it upon himself to open the door. As he swung the door open, Zhou Ziwen wasted no time waiting for Yi Yuan to speak. Without a hint of courtesy, he barged in alongside Gu Bei and Zhong. Upon encountering Yi Yuan, Zhou Ziwen greeted him with a broad smile, exuding an air of politeness. "Uncle Yi, good to see you again. I've returned." Upon recognizing the very person he had anticipated, Yi Yuan's expression tightened, revealing his unease as he stammered, "Zhou, young Master Zhou, what brings you to the Yi residence so unexpectedly?" "Uncle Yi, you truly do forget things easily," Zhou Ziwen replied, seemingly unfazed by the tension. "Just a few days ago, we discussed my proposal regarding Miss Yi Anren. Have you given it any thought?" Yi Yuan furrowed his brow at Zhou Ziwen's unabashed inquiry, his voice tinged with apprehension as he responded, "Young Master Zhou, I've already informed you that Anren has a fiancé. I implore you to abandon any thoughts of marrying her." "Not at all," Zhou Ziwen retorted, appearing entirely unfazed, as though he had anticipated Yi Yuan's response. "Having a fiancé is not a significant obstacle. Even marriage is inconsequential if it is someone I desire. I can always compensate her fiancé. The Zhou family is certainly capable of that." Yi Yuan found himself momentarily speechless, turning instead to glance at Lin Yun. At that juncture, Lin Yun's voice cut through the tension. "Then may I ask, young Master Zhou, how do you intend to compensate?" Upon hearing this unexpected query, Zhou Ziwen followed the sound's origin, noticing that the speaker was a modestly dressed young man seated on the sofa. Observing Lin Yun's rather ordinary attire, Zhou Ziwen did not regard him with much significance, merely perceiving him as an unremarkable guest of the Yi family. He casually remarked, "As long as it ensures Miss Ye's hand in marriage, I am open to any form of compensation that her fiancé may desire. After all, the Zhou family is more than capable of accommodating." "Oh, is that so?" Lin Yun's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he replied with a hint of playful sarcasm. "Would it be acceptable for the entire Zhou family to serve as compensation?" Taken aback by Lin Yun's jest, Zhou Ziwen visibly bristled with indignation. He promptly approached Lin Yun and exclaimed furiously, "Who do you think you are? You have no place to interject here. Speak another word, and I shall have you unceremoniously tossed out. I care not whether you are a guest of the Yi family." In the face of Zhou Ziwen's accusations and threats, Lin Yun maintained an air of nonchalance, smiling as he responded, "Ah, young Master Zhou, are you inquiring about my identity? Well, lend me your ears, for I am indeed Yi Aaron's fiancé. Do you think I lack the right to speak? You? You are Yi Mrs. Fiancé? Ha! What a joke!" Zhou Ziwen exclaimed in disbelief, gazing at Lin Yun with incredulity. "You must be younger than Miss Yi, and with such ordinary attire, how could you possibly be her fiancé? Pray tell, are you perhaps her cousin come to deceive me?" Confronted with Zhou Ziwen's erroneous assumption that he was merely Yi Anren's cousin attempting to dupe him, Lin Yun's expression morphed into one of astonishment. Furrowing his brow, he muttered to himself, "Am I truly that youthful? I am unequivocally Anren's fiancé. How could I be mistaken for her cousin in the eyes of others?" As Lin Yun fell silent, refraining from rebuttal, Zhou Ziwen dismissed him entirely, redirecting his attention to the two young women beside Lin Yun, Yang Jiaojiao and Su Sisi. He completely abandoned the primary purpose of his visit to see Yi Anren. With a lecherous grin, he approached the two ladies, saying, "Pray tell, who are these two beauties? They are truly stunning. They rival Miss Yi in allure, and certainly do not pale in comparison." He continued, "Might I be so bold as to request your contact details for the sake of friendship?" Yet, as Zhou Ziwen advanced with his lascivious demeanor, Yang Jiaojiao retorted with contempt, "Get lost. Who in Luochuan is unaware of your notorious reputation, young Master Zhou? We have no interest in befriending someone with such a disreputable character." "Oh, so the lovely lady is acquainted with me. While my reputation may be less than stellar, I am still the eldest son of the Zhou family in Luochuan. If you become my friends, I assure you that you will be able to navigate this city with ease. Who will be interested? Hurry and leave, or I shall lose my temper." Noting Yang Jiaojiao's ominous expression, Zhou Ziwen chose not to pursue her further. Instead, he chuckled amiably, "All right, since you, my dear lady, lack the sense to appreciate my advances, I shall take my leave. My purpose here is to see Yi Anren, and perhaps we shall converse another time." He turned around immediately, gazing at Yi Anren, who stood beside Yi Tsangyan, and feigned an expression of utmost sincerity as he spoke. "Miss Yi, have you given any thought to our marriage? Rest assured, once you agree to marry me, I shall never again be as fickle as I once was. My mind is now solely occupied with thoughts of you. If you consent to become my bride, I can arrange a grand wedding in Luochuan as early as tomorrow. I want the entire city to know that the Yi family has allied with the Zhou family. Not only will you, Miss Yi, enjoy a life of luxury, but your family will also ascend to greater heights. I do not desire such a union. I implore you, young Master Zhou, to cease your pursuit. I have made it abundantly clear that I will never marry you. Please take your leave." Yi Anren resolutely rejected Zhou Ziwen, yet she refrained from mentioning Lin Yun as her fiancé, as she felt he did not carry enough weight to serve as an effective shield against Zhou Ziwen's advances. Upon witnessing Yi Anren's disdainful demeanor and her unyielding refusal, Zhou Ziwen felt a sense of humiliation wash over him, and his countenance darkened. Fixing his gaze on Yi Anren with a threatening tone, he warned, "Yi Anren, I advise you to contemplate your response carefully. Should you disregard my face, the entirety of the Yi family will face dire consequences. You are well aware that if my family truly desired to dismantle yours, it could be accomplished in an instant. When that day comes, there will be no escape from my grasp. You, do not push your luck. Yi Aaron glared at him, yet found herself at a loss for a retort, for Zhou Ziwen's words rang true. "Huh, if you are so ungrateful, then I shall indeed take advantage of you. Do you believe the Yi family can stand against me?" Zhou Ziwen chuckled triumphantly. At that moment, Lin Yun, who had been lost in contemplation regarding why he felt more like Yi Anren's cousin than her fiancé, suddenly snapped back to reality. He resolved not to dwell on that matter any longer and interjected into Zhou Ziwen's tirade, his eyes glinting with icy resolve. "Is that so? Then let us see if you dare to challenge me. It is one thing to steal my fiancé before my very eyes, but to disregard my existence entirely is another. Do you truly think I am inconsequential? I believe it is time for the young master of the Zhou family to learn a lesson in humility." A gasp echoed through the crowd as everyone turned to Lin Yun, their expressions a mix of astonishment. Even Yang Jiaojiao and Su Sisi tugged at Lin Yun's sleeve, whispering urgently, "Lin Yun, have you lost your mind? This is the young master of the Zhou family in Luochuan. You cannot hope to contend with him given your current status. If you wish to assist Anren, you must consider a different approach rather than confronting him head-on. You will only suffer for it. No need to worry, Jiao Jiao and Sisi. A mere scion of the Zhou family cannot intimidate me." Lin Yun brushed aside their concerns and strode confidently toward Zhou Ziwen. After being abruptly interrupted by Lin Yun's words, Zhou Ziwen felt a surge of anger rising within him. He turned his gaze towards Lin Yun and bellowed, "You brat! Why are you everywhere? You dare to interrupt me while I speak? It seems you are tired of living. Moreover, how dare you consider yourself the fiancé of the woman I desire? You should take a good look in the mirror and understand what kind of person you really are. You aren't even worthy to be the lover of the women I tire of." Suddenly, a loud slap echoed throughout the hall. Without hesitation, Lin Yun delivered a resounding slap to Zhou Ziwen, sending him spinning on the spot. Once Zhou Ziwen steadied himself, Lin Yun coldly looked down at him and said, "You had better watch your mouth. If you speak so indiscriminately again, the next strike won't just be a slap. Others may fear you because you belong to the Zhou family, but I care not who you are, as long as you show disrespect towards me. Even if you are the son of the king, I will show you no mercy." At that moment, Zhou Ziwen stood frozen in place, one hand clutching his stinging cheek, his expression one of disbelief as he glared at Lin Yun, speechless for a long while. His silence was not due to fear of Lin Yun, but rather the shock of such an unexpected blow had left him in a daze. Chapter 75, A Lantern in a Latrine, Seeking Death. Seeing his young master suddenly struck by Lin Yun, Zhou Ziwen's lackey, Zhong, rushed forward to support the furious Zhou Ziwen, saying, "Young master, are you all right? How dare this brat hit you? We cannot let him get away with this today." Not only was Zhou Ziwen in a state of shock, but even Gu Bei, referred to as Uncle Gu by Zhou Ziwen, was taken aback by the sudden turn of events and failed to intervene in time to stop Lin Yun. After a moment of recovery, Zhou Ziwen glared at Lin Yun with a predatory expression and said, "No one has ever struck me before, and today you dare to do so. All right, you have guts. Just wait until I make you pay for this humiliation. Is that so? Then come at me. I await your challenge." Lin Yun replied with an air of confidence, further inciting Zhou Ziwen's fury. He shouted, "Uncle Gu, this brat actually dared to hit me. I implore you to take action and eliminate him immediately." "Understood, young master. Just a moment. I will take care of this brat and avenge your grievances." As he spoke, Gu Bei, also visibly enraged, began to emanate a terrifying aura as he slowly approached Lin Yun. "Be careful, Yin'er. This man is no ordinary warrior from the Zhou family. You must flee and seek refuge with the Lin family. Don't worry about us." Yi Yuan urgently warned Lin Yun. Moreover, both Yang Jiao and Su Sisi bravely positioned themselves in front of Lin Yun, stating, "Yes, Lin Yun, you should hurry and escape. We'll hold him off for you, as a way to repay you for saving our grandfather's life." "Run? Where to?" Before Lin Yun could even utter a word, Gu Bei, brimming with an air of unyielding determination, declared, "You believe you can simply walk away after striking my young master? It is not so easy. If I do not dismember you today, where shall my young master's dignity reside? Moreover, do you think you can escape right under my nose? If you manage to flee, what will become of my standing in the martial world of Luochuan City?" With a bemused smile, Lin Yun pushed aside the two women who stood in his way and stepped forward, saying, "So, you're Gu Bei? Do you truly believe you can speak so boldly before me? You are far too high in your own estimation." Observing Gu Bei's formidable presence, Lin Yun's brow furrowed slightly as he remarked, "Yet, judging by your demeanor, you seem to surpass the likes of Hu Wu and Hu Lu from the Li family, albeit only just. I wonder if you are indeed stronger than those two brothers. It is unexpected that you know of Hu Wu and Hu Lu. However, those brothers are not worthy of comparison with me. Their master, Mu Chun, might be a more fitting adversary." Gu Bei abruptly halted in his tracks. At that moment, the impatient Zhou Ziwen could no longer contain his frustration and exclaimed, "Uncle Gu, stop wasting words. Just subdue him and give him a proper thrashing. I cannot endure this insult a moment longer. Very well, young master. I shall bring this brat before you for your disposal." With that, Gu Bei wasted no time and extended his hand towards Lin Yun. Yet, as Gu Bei's hand approached, Lin Yun could not help but sigh inwardly, thinking, alas, with such meager strength, you dare to flaunt it before me? Truly, you are courting disaster. As Gu Bei lunged at Lin Yun, everyone present held their breath, particularly Yi Anren, whose seemingly indifferent exterior belied an inner turmoil, gripped by the fear that Lin Yun might inadvertently suffer injury at Gu Bei's hands. In a moment of desperation, she clutched her clothing tightly and cried out, "Lin Yun, be careful." However, as Yi Anren's warning escaped her lips, the onlookers witnessed Lin Yun deftly pinching a silver needle between his fingers and thrusting it into Gu Bei's advancing hand. As the needle pierced Gu Bei's palm, a piercing scream erupted. "Ah, my hand! My hand! What have you done, you brat? Why has my hand suddenly lost all sensation?" Gu Bei stood frozen, his face contorted in disbelief and rage. With a chuckle, Lin Yun looked at the bewildered Gu Bei and said, "So, how does it feel to have lost sensation in your arm? Quite an unpleasant experience, is it not?" What have you done to me?" "Guess," Lin Yun replied, a playful glint in his eyes as he regarded the furious Gu Bei. Seeing that Lin Yun remained silent, Gu Bei, suppressing his rage, contemplated extending his other hand, which still obeyed his commands, to strike at Lin Yun once more. Just as another hand reached out, Lin Yun once again pinched a silver needle between his fingers, gesturing threateningly at Gu Bei. Upon witnessing this scene, Gu Bei finally grasped the gravity of the situation and hastily withdrew his hand, bellowing in anger, "Could it be that your silver needle is poisoned? I never would have imagined that beneath your seemingly harmless exterior lies a poisoner. I advise you to obediently hand over the antidote, where you shall soon experience a fate worse than death." Observing Gu Bei's obliviousness in the face of imminent peril, Lin Yun's patience waned, and his expression darkened as he retorted, "Tell me, old man, where do you draw the audacity to threaten me at this juncture? Do you think that merely claiming to be a member of the Zhou family grants you the power to intimidate me? Your life and death are now entirely in my hands. If you dare to continue speaking to me with that arrogant demeanor, I shan't hesitate to erase you from existence. You must understand, anyone afflicted by the poison of my silver needle will see their arm rendered useless within half an hour without my antidote. Even the legendary Hua Tuo would be powerless to assist." What? Upon hearing that he had but half an hour, Gu Bei's face fell in a panic. The thought of losing an arm horrified him. Not only would his strength diminish significantly, but his standing within the Zhou family would plummet as well. Abandoning his anger, he quickly adopted a more conciliatory tone, bowing and flattering Lin Yun, "Young brother, you truly are a remarkable individual. I previously erred in underestimating you. I hope you will not hold it against me. If you could just cure my poison, I shall immediately escort my young master away from the Yi family and cease all talk of my young master claiming your fiancé Yi and dismantling the Yi family." Chapter 76. You truly are her betrothed. Ha! Lin Yun suddenly let out a cold laugh, mocking him disdainfully. Who would have thought that beneath your facade of superiority, you are merely a cowardly creature, willing to forsake your dignity for the sake of survival? Yes, young brother, you are right. From this day forth, I shall tread carefully and no longer act with such arrogance, Gu Bei replied, despite feeling utterly humiliated and stripped of all dignity. Yet, In his desperate quest for Lin Yun's antidote, he maintained a posture of utmost respect, refraining from any hint of defiance. At that moment, Zhou Ziwen, still nursing his burning cheeks, witnessed the once respected Gu Bei humbling himself before Lin Yun. Fury erupted within him as he shouted at Gu Bei, "Gu Bei, how can you submit to this boy? You must realize that your actions disgrace the Zhou family. If my father learns of this, he will not easily forgive you. My young master, please cease your words. A wise man does not suffer in vain. Let us concede for now and endure this humiliation. I dare assert that this fellow is undoubtedly peculiar. His skill in using silver needles to poison reveals that he cannot possibly be the simple individual he appears to be. Perhaps his claim that Yi Anren is his fiancé holds some truth. Therefore, as long as this young man remains here, we shall not gain the slightest advantage. Once we safely depart from the Yi family, we shall seek assistance from other masters within our clan. By then, even with this young man present, you, young master, will surely be able to grasp the Yi family firmly in your hands. Yi Anren is right here. Do you fear she might flee? I am confident that eventually she will become your plaything." Gu Bei hastily approached Zhou Ziwen, cautiously persuading him in a whisper. "What? This fellow is indeed Yi Anren's betrothed. What merits does he possess to be her fiancé?" Zhou Ziwen suddenly frowned, casting a disbelieving glance at Lin Yun. Yet, upon recalling that even Gu Bei had suffered defeat before him, he could do naught but heed Gu Bei's counsel, opting to bide his time until they could safely retreat and then plot their revenge upon returning to the Zhou family. With this thought, Zhou Ziwen abruptly shifted his tone, entirely forgetting the sting of Lin Yun's slap. He transformed, wearing a beaming smile as he approached Lin Yun alongside Gu Bei, humbly stating, "Esteemed young brother, I sincerely apologize. I was unaware that Miss Yi was your fiancée. Had I known, I would never have attempted to force her into marriage with me. Now that the situation is clear, I kindly ask for your forgiveness and the antidote to the poison in my Uncle Gu's arm. I shall no longer pursue the matter of your slap. Let our grievances be erased. Once you have cured my uncle, we shall leave the Yi family without further trouble, and I hope this arrangement pleases you." After uttering these insincere words, Zhou Ziwen and Gu Bei gazed eagerly at Lin Yun, awaiting his response. However, their trivial schemes were no match for Lin Yun's keen perception. He suddenly lifted the corners of his mouth, revealing a hint of surprise as he chuckled. "Leave? Did I mishear you, young Master Zhou? Just moments ago, you asked me to cure Gu Bei's poison and then allow you to depart unscathed? Indeed, as soon as my uncle is cured, we will leave the Yi family immediately, and I shall not hold you accountable for that slap. After all, I was at fault for attempting to take your fiancé," Zhou Ziwen quickly affirmed. How naive." Lin Yun's expression transformed as he coldly scoffed. "You think you can come and go as you please? Do you truly believe this is your Zhou family? If you, young Master Zhou, do not present sufficient sincerity today, neither you nor your companion shall leave. You will all remain here to atone for your transgressions." "You." Zhou Ziwen's countenance shifted once more, reverting to his original defiant demeanor as he glared at Lin Yun, demanding, "What exactly do you want? Do not forget, I am the esteemed heir of the Zhou family in Luochuan City. Should you dare to act against me, it will not only involve you and the Yi family, but everyone present here will inevitably be implicated. My Zhou family will ensure that each individual here is held accountable." As Zhou Ziwen cast his gaze over the crowd, both Yi Songyuan and Yang Xiaotian, having felt the formidable power of the Zhou family, trembled involuntarily, exchanging meaningful glances with Lin Yun. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Songyuan resolutely stepped forward and addressed Lin Yun. "Yunner, perhaps it would be wise to let this matter go. We should allow them to leave, as we have not suffered any loss at their hands. The Zhou family is not an adversary we can afford to confront at this moment. Wenliye, you need not concern yourself with this matter. I have stated that I will handle it. Rest assured, as long as I am here, no matter how formidable the Zhou family's influence may be, you need not worry. I will resolve everything." Before Yi Songyuan could respond, Lin Yun swiftly assisted him aside, then turned to face Zhou Ziwen with an impassive expression and coldly inquired, "Are you threatening me? If you perceive this as a threat, then so be it, Zhou Ziwen replied, brimming with arrogance. Yet, at that very moment, a resounding slap echoed as Lin Yun retaliated with a deep imprint of his hand on Zhou Ziwen's cheek. You, how dare you treat me this way? Do you truly fear no repercussions from a Zhou family? Zhou Ziwen's expression contorted with rage. His teeth clenched as he glared at Lin Yun. However, Lin Yun showed no sign of fear in the face of Zhou Ziwen's threats. Instead, he unexpectedly assumed a position of authority, sitting down with his legs crossed, coldly regarding Zhou Ziwen and his companions. What is Zhou family? Since you dare to brazenly attempt to seize my fiancé, you must be prepared for severe consequences. What do you want? What must we do to be allowed to leave? Zhou Ziwen stammered, visibly intimidated by Lin Yun's commanding presence. Losing the imposing stature he typically held as the arrogant heir of the Zhou family. Not only Zhou Ziwen, but even Gu Bei, whose arm hung limply, and Zhou Ziwen's lackey, exchanged anxious glances with Lin Yun, just as the entire hall held its breath in anticipation of Lin Yun's judgment upon the three. A sudden ringtone shattered the silence. Chapter 77. Accomplish 3 tasks for me. With a ringing phone breaking the stillness, Lin Yun calmly retrieved his phone and answered, leaving the anxious Zhou Ziwen neglected. As Lin Yun held the phone to his ear, Zhang Mingyu's urgent voice soon echoed through, Young Master Lin, it's bad. The Lin family has come looking for us at Yinxiao Group. Lin Yun responded with a slight murmur, feeling perplexed. After a moment's reflection, he inquired, what do they want? It seems we have no business dealings with them. Uncle Zhang, do you know who has come this time? Lin Xiao inquired. Indeed, young Master Lin. It is the youngest daughter of the Lin family head, Lin Huayuan, your little aunt, Lin Huimin. Her purpose for visiting our Yinxiao Group is to propose a staggering acquisition of 100 billion to take over our company. What? Lin Yun was momentarily speechless, his mind seething in silent indignation. The Lin family, it seems, harbors no noble intentions. Their opportunism has landed on me. Under my stewardship, Yinxiao Group is worth far more than a mere 100 billion. Just the new pharmaceutical formulations alone are nearing that valuation. However, despite his inner turmoil, Lin Yun managed to maintain his composure. Uncle Zhang, please keep her steady for now. I will attend to this matter promptly. With that, he hastily ended the call. Impatient to assess the situation at Yinxiao Group, Lin Yun turned to Zhou Ziwen and his companions. If you wish to quell my fury over your brazen attempt to abduct my fiancé, it is quite simple. Younger brother, pray tell how we might achieve this. Whatever it takes, we shall comply, just so long as you can swiftly provide me with the antidote. At this moment, Gu Bei had relinquished his bravado, adopting a beseeching demeanor as he gazed imploringly at Lin Yun. Gu Bei, you must remember, I am your young master. How dare you make such unilateral decisions without my consent? Are we to obey this fellow, even if he commands us to eat dung? Zhou Ziwen interjected. Frustration etched across his face as he looked at Gu Bei. Yet, undeterred by Zhou Ziwen's ire, Gu Bei grew resolute, denying him any opportunity for rebuttal. Indeed, even if this young brother were to command us to consume dung, we would heed his words and swallow the most unpalatable of it before him. However, do not forget, my allegiance lies with your father, not with you. I trust that he will fully support my decision once he is informed. Time was of the essence. As the optimal window for antidote administration, as stated by Lin Yun, was dwindling, should he fail to neutralize the poison, he would be rendered a mere shadow of his former self. Therefore, regardless of Zhou Ziwen's reluctance to accept Lin Yun's judgment, Gu Bei resolved to compel him to sincerely submit to Lin Yun's decree. The singular goal now was to secure the antidote. Once that was achieved, everything else could be negotiated. With Gu Bei's assertive declaration, Zhou Ziwen's defiance evaporated. He recognized the truth in Gu Bei's words. He was not merely a subordinate, but a trusted confidant of his father. In everyday encounters, he addressed Gu Bei with the utmost respect, referring to him as Uncle Gu. Reluctantly, he resigned himself to obedience, waiting quietly for Lin Yun's disposition. Observing Zhou Ziwen and Gu Bei standing before him, so submissive and awaiting his command, Lin Yun decided to forego further discourse. Instead, he spoke in a calm tone. Very well. Since that is the case, I shall refrain from further unnecessary dialogue. If you wish to quell my anger, you must accomplish 3 tasks for me. 3 tasks? What might those be? Gu Bei and Zhou Ziwen exchanged puzzled glances, looking toward Lin Yun. After pondering for a brief moment, Lin Yun replied nonchalantly, "As for what the tasks entail, I shall inform you when I have decided. In the meantime, you may consider your response. Whether you agree or not is entirely up to you." Agreed, agreed. Gu Bei responded without a moment's hesitation. Noticing that Zhou Ziwen was still contemplating and had not yet responded, Lin Yun turned his piercing gaze towards him and inquired, "What is the matter? Are you unwilling, Master Zhou? If that is the case, you shall remain here as my test subject for medicinal trials. I happen to be in need of one." "What? A test subject?" Zhou Ziwen exclaimed in panic. I agree. I would rather assist you with the 3 tasks." Observing Zhou Ziwen's alarmed compliance, Lin Yun produced 3 small pills from his pocket, nodding in satisfaction as he said, "Very well. Since you both have consented, to ensure you do not renege on your commitment, you shall consume these pills. Once ingested, you may leave." As the 3 of them took the pills from Lin Yun's hand, they hesitated, staring intently at the small black capsules, unsure whether to place them in their mouths. Noting their trepidation, Lin Yun reassured them, "Rest assured, there will be no adverse effect from the pills for the next 3 years. Moreover, as long as you diligently fulfill the 3 tasks I assign, I shall provide you with the antidote. I, Lin Yun, am a man of my word. If I truly desired your lives, I would not go to such lengths. I could easily eliminate you here and ensure no one would trace it back to me." After hearing Lin Yun's words, the 3 exchanged glances, convinced that he was not lying. They resolved to trust him this once and swallowed the pills without further hesitation. Upon witnessing them all ingest the pills, Lin Yun declared with satisfaction, "All right, you may now leave." At this, Zhou Ziwen and Zhong promptly prepared to flee without a second thought. However, just a few steps away, they halted and turned to the still motionless Gu Bei. "Gu Shu, why are you still dawdling? We must leave quickly. If we don't, he might change his mind, and we could end up as his test subjects." Despite Zhou Ziwen's urgings, Gu Bei remained unresponsive, his expression awkward as he stammered at Lin Yun, "Why, young brother? You have yet to provide me with the antidote for the poison in my arm. Did you not say that if I agreed to your demands, you would cure me and restore my arm to normal?" Chapter 78. What? The Lin family intends to acquire the Yinxiao group? Antidote? What antidote? I never acknowledged having poisoned you. With a playful smirk, Lin Yun approached Gu Bei and, without uttering a word, plunged a silver needle into his shoulder. The moment the needle pierced his skin, Gu Bei's arm miraculously returned to normal, devoid of any discomfort. As he regained sensation in his arm, Gu Bei gazed at Lin Yun in disbelief and murmured, "So I was not poisoned at all?" "Indeed," Lin Yun replied. "It is no secret that your arm was merely rendered insensible by a pressure point I sealed with the silver needle. Now that I have released that point, your arm naturally returns to its former state. Truly remarkable. You are indeed an extraordinary young man." Gu Bei, rather than resenting Lin Yun for using such tactics to compel him into fulfilling 3 tasks, looked at him with admiration, deeply impressed by the young man's capabilities at such a tender age. "Regardless of my prowess, do not forget your promise to assist me with 3 matters. Yes, you. Although your arm lost sensation, I did not poison you. However, the pill you consumed earlier was a meticulously crafted toxin specifically designed for individuals like you. One that only I possess the antidote for. Even if the legendary Hua Tuo were present, he would be powerless and could only shake his head in despair. Thus, it would be wise not to harbor any false hopes. If you fail to assist me with the 3 tasks, the effects of the poison will manifest in 3 years. And not even Hua Tuo could save you." Upon hearing Lin Yun's warning, Zhou Ziwen, who had previously entertained thoughts of evasion, suddenly froze. He hurriedly joined Gu Bei's side, assuring Lin Yun, "Rest assured, young brother Lin, we will certainly help you with the 3 tasks. Whenever you think of what we need to do, just come to us." Lin Yun nodded in satisfaction and waved them off, saying, "You may leave now, and remember, for every person present, should you dare to offend any of them again, I shall exact severe punishment. Understood? We will never again offend any of them." With that, Zhou Ziwen and his companions hastily departed. Observing Lin Yun's ability to subdue the notoriously infamous Zhou Ziwen, Yi Anren felt a tumult of emotions akin to a surging tide, unsure of how to confront Lin Yun. Since the moment he first encountered Lin Yun, he had fixed him in his mind as a mere good-for-nothing, living off others. Yet, through their interactions over time, he began to realize that Lin Yun was not the ineffectual person he had initially perceived. On the contrary, Lin Yun exuded an innate sense of security. Yi Anren silently contemplated that perhaps his previous prejudices against Lin Yun had been far too deep-rooted, preventing him from acknowledging the young man's true capabilities. Upon contemplating this, Yi Anren immediately addressed Lin Yun with a hint of embarrassment in her tone. Lin Yun, I sincerely thank you for driving Zhou Ziwen and his companions away from the Yi family. I have decided that we should start new. However, just as Yi Anren mustered her courage to approach Lin Yun, intending to apologize for her previous biases and to foster a fresh acquaintance, Lin Yun unexpectedly raised his hand, interrupting her with, I'm sorry, Anren. I have some urgent matters to attend to, so I cannot chat right now. Let us talk another time. Well, that's all right. You go ahead with your business. I actually have nothing pressing to discuss. I merely wish to express my gratitude. Initially, Yi Anren assumed that her proactive approach would elicit an enthusiastic conversation from Lin Yun. But she was taken aback when he declined her advances under the pretext of having other commitments. This left her feeling embarrassed as her budding interest in him quickly extinguished, and she awkwardly returned to Yi Songyuan's side. Meanwhile, Lin Yun paid little heed to Yi Anren's sudden shift in demeanor, instead turning his attention to Yang Jiao and Su Cixi, saying, Sister Jiao, Sister Si, let us depart. Depart? Where to? Yang Jiao inquired curiously. Standing still, Lin Yun gazed out towards the expansive world beyond the villa's gates and remarked thoughtfully to the Yunxiao group, to meet the Yi family. What? The Yi family has arrived at the Yunxiao group? Could it be that they have discovered your true identity and specifically sought you out? Yang Jiao questioned incredulously. However, Lin Yun shook his head, clarifying, no, the Yi family is not here for me. They are here with the intention of acquiring the Yunxiao group. The Lin family has observed the rising success of the Yunxiao group and has set their sights on a potential acquisition. Indeed, the Lin family is currently at the Yunxiao group. What? The Lin family intends to acquire the Yunxiao group? Before Yang Jiao could respond, Yi Anren interjected in astonishment. If the Lin family truly seeks to acquire the Yunxiao group, then it would undoubtedly soar to new heights. I am confident that Zhang Mingyu and the elusive, mysterious president of the Yunxiao group would surely agree, as this presents a rare opportunity for them to forge ties with the Lin family. Yet, upon hearing Yi Anren's words, Lin Yun cast her a displeased glance and disdainfully retorted, what does the Lin family amount to? To think they could acquire the Yunxiao group is nothing short of a daydream. You are not the president of a Yunxiao group. How can you presume that they would not wish to align themselves with the Lin family's esteemed reputation? Provoked by Yi Anren's remarks, Lin Yun could no longer contain his frustration and confronted her with a scowl, demanding, Yi Anren, do you genuinely believe everyone shares your desire to cling to the powerful? It seems you inherently look down upon me, a mere country bumpkin, assuming that if I do not align myself with the Lin family, I am destined to remain a perpetual failure. I do not think that. I was merely stating the facts, Yi Anren stammered, feeling intimidated by Lin Yun's sudden intensity. Observing the tense atmosphere, Yang Jiao and Su Cixi, aware of Lin Yun's position as the president of Yunxiao Group, hastily intervened, saying, all right. Let's not quarrel any longer. Whatever the matter is, let us discuss it calmly at a later time. For now, we should attend to the important business at hand. Lin Yun, let us accompany you to Yunxiao Group to attend to official matters. Chapter 79, Return to Yunxiao Group, Lin Family. With a clear display of irritation, Lin Yun turned away and left Ye's residence with Yang Jiao and Su Cixi. While everything else could be negotiated, any mention of the Lin family in Lin Yun's presence was strictly off limits, even from his fiancé, Yi Anren. For the time being, the Lin family was Lin Yun's Achilles heel, and no one dared to speak favorably of them in his presence. Watching Lin Yun leave in a state of inexplicable anger, Yi Anren stood frozen for a moment. After some contemplation, she could not suppress her frustration, exclaiming to the heir, "Humph! Who do you think you are? I even began to reconsider my impression of you, thinking you were not entirely insufferable, yet you dare to speak to me in such a tone. One might think you are my husband to address me so presumptuously." "Ah, Anren, do not be upset. I believe what Yun said was not entirely unfounded. Honestly, how could you bring up the Lin family when you know that Yun harbors significant grievances against them? You not only mentioned them, but also extolled their virtues right in front of him. Dad, are you siding with that Lin Yun? Even if I brought them up, it has nothing to do with him. He is not the shadowy master of Yin Shao Group. So why should he take his ire out on me? All right. I shall not meddle in the affairs of the younger generation. Do as you please." With that, he exited the living room, leaving Yi Anren to voice her complaints alone. At Yin Shao Group, upon hearing that the Lin family from Luochuan City intended to acquire the company, many employees clustered together, excitedly discussing the news. However, as Lin Yun entered Yin Shao Group with Yang Jiaojiao and Su Cece, observing the group engaged in conversation, he suddenly halted. His expression shifted as he rebuked the staff. "Who permitted you to congregate during working hours to discuss matters unrelated to your duties? Disperse and return to your work immediately." As his words reached the ears of the gathered employees, silence fell among them. One rotund man at the forefront furrowed his brow and scrutinized Lin Yun. After a moment of realization that he had no recollection of Lin Yun, he coldly retorted, "Who are you? What business do you have meddling in Yin Shao Group's affairs? I see you are not even a senior member of our company. Indeed, how dare a mere boy intrude upon our discussions? You should know that we are on the brink of becoming part of the Lin family. In the renowned city of Luochuan, there exists a family of great stature. How dare you come here, like a pig's nose in a stalk of green onion, meddling in our manager Wang's affairs?" A bespectacled man, sporting a prominent belly, approached with an air of arrogance. "How audacious! Do you even realize whom you are addressing? This is the president of our Yin Shao Group." Observing the indolent crowd's blatant disregard for Lin Yun, Yang Jiaojiao could not restrain herself from stepping forward to defend him. "He is the president of our Yin Shao Group?" The group collectively froze, their eyes widening in astonishment as they turned to Lin Yun. The portly manager, too, appeared somewhat unsettled, casting an incredulous glance at Lin Yun. However, he found Lin Yun's demeanor unconvincing, perceiving him instead as an aimless drifter. Convinced of his own assumptions, the manager sneered dismissively, proclaiming, "What a joke. If this lad were indeed the president of our Yin Shao Group, then I must be the head of the Lin family. Everyone knows that aside from Chairman Zhang and General Manager Yuan, no one has ever laid eyes on our president. If you wish to impersonate him, at least procure a respectable outfit and find an elder to play the part. How could a mere boy dare to masquerade as the president of our group? It would take a fool to believe such a tale. And who knows from where he has paid 2 women to accompany him, thinking their presence lends him credibility. Let me tell you, my eyesight is keen. Such petty tricks will not fool me. Indeed, how dare he impersonate our president without a moment's self-reflection?" The sycophantic crowd quickly rallied, echoing the portly manager's ridicule of Lin Yun and his companions. "If you have any sense, vacate this place at once. Otherwise, do not blame me for calling security." The manager threatened ominously while glaring at Lin Yun. "You, how dare you? Do you not fear losing your jobs over this?" Yang Jiaojiao and Su Cece immediately positioned themselves protectively in front of Lin Yun, casting furious glares at the manager. Ha, lose our jobs? How could I possibly lose my position for chasing out a few imposters? If the president learns of this, he might even reward me with a promotion and raise. After all, I am a key asset recognized by General Manager Yuan, which is precisely why I was promoted to manager." The portly manager chuckled, clutching his belly in delight. In response, Lin Yun's countenance remained composed, devoid of anger. Instead, he calmly retrieved his phone and dialed Yuan Jio. As soon as the call connected, without allowing Yuan Jio a moment to respond, Lin Yun spoke in an irritable tone, "I give you 3 minutes to arrive at the first floor of the group. There is a matter that requires your attention. Any delay will have consequences." Before Yuan Jio could utter a word, Lin Yun abruptly ended the call. Faced with this unexpected directive from Lin Yun, who was contemplating the acquisition of Yinxiao Group while strategizing with Zhang Mingyu, Yuan Jiu immediately rose from his seat and urgently addressed Zhang Mingyu. Old Zhang, it seems young Master Lin may be encountering trouble on the first floor. Let us hasten our descent, for Lin Xiao's tone suggests a hint of indignation. Oh, truly? Then let us set aside our current tasks and swiftly proceed downstairs. Zhang Mingyu's demeanor also shifted to one of urgency as he promptly rose from his chair. In that moment, both Zhang Mingyu and Yuan Jiu disregarded a tall and curvaceous woman who appeared somewhat mature yet retained a touch of youthful charm, leaving her in silence as they hurriedly dashed down the stairs. Observing their sudden departure, akin to being rendered invisible, the woman paused, unable to inquire about their urgent business before their figures vanished from the office. Chapter 80, A Trial. Witnessing this, the alluring and sophisticated woman turned with curiosity to an elderly gentleman beside her and said, "Old Qin, let us follow them and see what unfolds." At that very moment, on the first floor of Yinxiao Group, a rotund man watched Lin Yun feign a phone call, his expression growing increasingly sinister as he burst into mockery. "Kid, I never expected your pretense to be so polished. Even at this juncture, you still cling to your charade. Do you genuinely believe that a mere phone call will summon our group's high-ranking officials to validate your claim as our president? I advise you to vanish before our patience runs thin. The sooner, the better. It would save me some effort. Otherwise, should you provoke my ire, rest assured, I shall summon security to detain you as intruders attempting to infiltrate our group. You dare!" Yang Jiaojiao retorted fiercely, "If you lay a finger on us, prepare to face the wrath of every senior member of your group. Do you dare? If you believe I lack the courage, then by all means, let's test it." The rotund man's eyes narrowed as he shouted towards the security outside. "Security! Security! Come apprehend these individuals. They're impersonating our president, attempting to infiltrate our group for theft, and I have caught them red-handed." However, Lin Yun found no interest in engaging with the rotund man's provocations, let alone retaliating. He remained silent, merely coldly observing him after hanging up the phone. Just as the rotund man concluded his speech, before security could arrive, Yuan Jiu's voice resonated from the elevator. "You insolent fool! Who are you accusing of impersonating the president to commit theft?" At the sound of his voice, the rotund man's entourage turned to face the elevator, their astonishment igniting a flurry of whispers. "Look, our chairman and general manager have all arrived. Weren't they negotiating the acquisition with representatives from the Lin family upstairs? Could it be they are aware of someone impersonating our president, hence their descent to address the situation? Indeed, I believe that is precisely the case. Otherwise, they would not have come down personally. This matter of impersonating the president within our group is no trifling affair. Let us sit back and observe the unfolding drama." As the newly appointed general manager, Yuan Jiu, made his appearance, the surrounding discussions only served to inflate the already pompous demeanor of the rotund figure. He was certain that this would be yet another feather in his cap. Without hesitation, he hurriedly approached Yuan Jiu, bowing and scraping as he addressed him, "General Manager and Chairman, what brings you both down here personally? Such a trivial matter is well within my capabilities to handle. I assure you, I shall not show any leniency towards them. You two, with your busy schedules, need not be distracted by this. Who dares impersonate the president?" Yuan Jiu replied coldly, glaring at the rotund figure. Taken aback and still in shock, the rotund man wasted no time in pointing at Lin Yun, eagerly claiming, "Yuan, it is this scoundrel who dares to impersonate our president. And those two lovely ladies by his side are undoubtedly hired accomplices. Rest assured, I shall summon the security to apprehend them all. They shall be treated as common thieves, and I will show them no mercy." Yet, just as the rotund figure was about to call for security again, a series of sharp slaps rang out, catching him completely off guard. Yuan Jiu wore an expression of sheer fury as he seized the collar of the rotund man, delivering alternating slaps to his cheeks while berating him. "You scoundrel! Have you lost your senses? How dare you disrespect young Master Lin? Today, I shall teach you a lesson you will not soon forget." after delivering a barrage of resounding slaps. Yuan Jiu felt a measure of his anger subside and unceremoniously tossed the rotund man to the ground. Confused and bewildered by the sudden assault, the rotund man struggled to rise from the hard floor, disregarding the pain on his face as he approached Yuan Jiu once more, his voice tinged with desperation and grievance. "Yuan, why have you struck me? I was merely defending the honor of our president. Surely, you must have mistaken me for someone else. If anyone deserves punishment, it is that scoundrel. To hell with you. I struck you precisely because of your foolishness. How dare you offend our group president? You must be tired of living." Yuan Jiu retaliated with a swift kick to the rotund man's protruding belly. Without a second thought for the astonished onlookers, he rushed to Lin Yun's side. Speaking with utmost respect and a hint of shame, "Young Master Lin, I sincerely apologize. It is my failure in guiding my subordinates that allowed these blind fools to disturb you. Rest assured, I shall ensure they learn a lesson they will never forget, so that they may act with some sense in the future." Yuan Jiu was not alone. Zhang Mingyu joined him in approaching Lin Yun, both awaiting his judgment. They did not view Lin Yun as a mere junior simply because he had addressed them as uncle in private, but rather as someone they genuinely revered and respected. Upon witnessing the profound respect shown by the highest-ranking leaders of the Yunshao group towards a young man, the staff present could no longer doubt Lin Yun's assertion of being the president of the Yunshao group, their faces reflecting sheer astonishment. Among them, the expression of the newly appointed mid-level supervisor, a rotund man, was particularly grim, as he observed the deference displayed by the two leaders before Lin Yun. Despair engulfed his mind. All thoughts of ambition and accolades dissipated like clouds, leaving only a singular hope: to escape Lin Yun's scrutiny and continue his employment at the Yunshao group. Even if it meant settling for a humble position, it sufficed, for he had a family relying on his income. In this moment of realization, disregarding the gazes of others, the rotund man hastily crawled to Lin Yun, adopting an exceedingly sincere demeanor as he pleaded, "Young Master Lin, I beg your forgiveness. I truly had no idea you were our actual boss. Had I known, I would never have shown you such disrespect, even under duress. Please, I implore your magnanimity to spare me this once. And I assure you, I shall never again treat you with such disrespect." Not only the rotund man, but even the bespectacled individual who had previously mocked Lin Yun, suddenly trembled and knelt before him, wearing an expression of deep regret, joining the rotund man in beseeching Lin Yun for forgiveness. Observing these two figures kneeling before him in supplication, Lin Yun remained impassive, deep in contemplation. However, this scene did not go unnoticed by a strikingly attractive and mature woman, accompanied by an older gentleman who had just ascended from the upper floors and now stood at the elevator's entrance. Both fixed their gaze upon Lin Yun, a hint of curiosity mingling with their expressions. Just as Lin Yun was pondering how to address the two supplicants, he felt their eyes upon him. He halted momentarily, deducing their identities, and without hesitation, he returned their gaze, his eyes glinting with a hint of coldness. Upon encountering Lin Yun's piercing stare, the woman was taken aback and murmured to herself, "I never expected this seemingly unremarkable young man to be the enigmatic figure behind the Yunshao group, a topic of much discussion in Luochuan City. Yet, why do I feel an odd sense of familiarity with him? I cannot quite place where I might have seen him before. Ah, miss, do you sense the same? I thought it was merely my own impression," the older gentleman replied, mirroring her sentiments. "But like you, I cannot pinpoint the source of this feeling. Since you, Old Sheen, share this sentiment, perhaps when we discuss the acquisition later, we should personally inquire about this young man," she suggested. "For now, let us allow them to resolve their internal matters. It will provide us with an opportunity to observe how this individual, who has propelled the Yunshao group to its current stature, conducts himself." "Very well, miss." The elderly man immediately assumed a composed demeanor, standing beside the stunning woman from the Lin family without advancing, merely observing Lin Yun's forthcoming actions. Noticing that neither of the two had made any immediate move toward him, Lin Yun withdrew his piercing gaze and instead fixed his eyes on the two portly individuals who had previously vexed him. As Lin Yun hesitated to issue any directives regarding their fate, Yuan Jiu boldly interjected, "Young Master Lin, Please feel free to deal with these two as you see fit. Do not harbor even a trace of compassion. If you wish for me to expel them from our Yunxiao group, tarnishing their resumes with a significant blemish, rendering them undesirable to any enterprise in Luochuan City, I shall comply. Even if you desire stricter punishments, I will execute your wishes. Their fate is of their own making. They cannot blame anyone but themselves for their lack of discernment in deliberately causing you distress. Mr. Yuan, young Master Lin, please, do not leave a significant stain on my resume. If that were to happen, my entire family would suffer the consequences. The portly man and the bespectacled gentleman lamented with tearful pleas. At that moment, Lin Yun raised a hand and spoke to Yuan Jio in a calm tone. There is no need for such harsh retribution. Although these two sought to trouble me intentionally, their actions stemmed from ignorance of my true identity. After all, they have never encountered me before. It is unreasonable to expect them to believe my claim of being the president of this group solely based on my word. If that were the case, anyone could arrive at our group and declare themselves as a leader, plunging us into chaos. Young Master Lin, are you suggesting that we should let them go unpunished? Yuan Jio asked, astonished by Lin Yun's stance. However, Lin Yun shook his head once more. I am not stating that I will let them off the hook. Punishment is indeed warranted. Their methods were improper upon my revealing my identity. Even if they were not in a position to make decisions, they should have consulted their superiors rather than acting on their own judgment. Casting a glance at the gathered crowd, Lin Yun continued, Here is what I propose. Let us suspend all their current duties without forcing them to resign. They shall start anew as security personnel. This way, they will not be unemployed, and their families will not suffer as a result. Besides, Uncle Yuan has already delivered a stern lesson, and their anger has been adequately vented. I also believe they possess some potential for security work. If they perform admirably during this period, we may gradually restore their previous positions. Listening to Lin Yun's method of discipline, both Yuan Jio and Zhang Mingyu nodded in agreement. Recognizing the soundness of his reasoning, observing the two still kneeling in stunned silence, Yuan Jio barked, What are you two still doing on your knees? Hurry and express your gratitude for young Master Lin's magnanimity. Upon receiving this reprimand, the two men finally snapped back to reality, repeatedly bowing their heads in gratitude. Thank you for your great mercy, young Master Lin. We shall strive to serve the group diligently in the future and will not disappoint your expectations. In light of this, you may proceed with your own affairs. Very well, we shall diligently return to our tasks. As soon as the words were uttered, the two promptly reported to the security team, while the remaining staff, who had been spectating, dispersed hurriedly to tend to their own matters. Only a few significant individuals remained, including Lin Yun. After witnessing the departure of the crowd, Yang Jiaojiao, seemingly unrestrained, playfully patted Lin Yun on the shoulder, exclaiming, Well done. I never imagined you possessed such a compassionate side. I thought you were solely inclined toward violence. Sister Jiaojiao, you jest. I am human too, after all. The families behind them are innocent. We cannot let their mistakes burden their loved ones. Lin Yun replied with a relaxed smile, albeit a touch awkwardly. At that moment, a resounding applause erupted from the elevator, accompanied by a voice that declared, It seems the president capable of revitalizing Yunxiao Group truly possesses remarkable skills. I am immensely impressed by your approach. This method of punishment not only wins hearts, but also restores lost dignity. Lin Huimin swiftly approached Lin Yun and extended her hand. Introducing herself, Greetings. I am Lin Huimin, the youngest daughter of the Lin family in Luochuan City. I have come to discuss the acquisition of your Yunxiao Group, and I am thrilled to finally meet you, the elusive president. However, upon gazing at the striking beauty before him, who appeared to be scarcely a decade his senior, Lin Yun hesitated, his expression devoid of emotion, and refrained from extending his hand for a handshake. Chapter 82. Because the Lin family owes me. At this moment, Zhang Mingyu leaned closer to Lin Yun and whispered, Young Master Lin, this lady is your aunt, Lin Huimin. She has been sent by the Lin family to negotiate the acquisition. Following Zhang Mingyu's introduction, Lin Yun merely nodded in silence, dismissing the idea of shaking hands, and feigned ignorance, inquiring flatly, Miss Lin, What did you say your purpose was? I did not quite catch that. Could you kindly repeat it? Seeing Lin Yun's reluctance to even extend his hand, Lin Huimin awkwardly withdrew her hand, suppressing her dissatisfaction as she stated, "Well, the Lin family has sent me to discuss the acquisition. However, rest assured, once the Yunxiao Group is acquired by the Lin family, we will make no changes to your personnel. Everything will remain as it is. The only difference will be that the Yunxiao Group will belong to us henceforth." Acquisition? Lin Yun feigned surprise as he gazed at Lin Huimin. Indeed, an acquisition. And how much do you intend to offer for this acquisition? Our Lin family is prepared to invest 100 billion for your company. I believe that should suffice. Wouldn't you agree? Once the Yunxiao Group is under our Lin family's ownership, it is certain to ascend to new heights with our support. At that time, not only will our Lin family benefit, but you will also rise along with us. This is truly a mutually beneficial matter, Mr. Lin. I trust you will not refuse. Coincidentally, you also share the Lin surname, and thus outsiders will inevitably perceive you as one of the Lin family. You will bask in the envious gazes of everyone in Luochuan City. With a sense of superiority, Lin Huimin elaborated on the myriad advantages that would come with the Lin family's acquisition. However, upon hearing Huimin's presumptuous claims of advantage, Lin Yun suddenly broke into a fit of mocking laughter. "Ha! How amusing! You think a mere 100 billion can suffice to acquire my Yunxiao Group? Surely, your Lin family must be dreaming. Furthermore, do you truly believe your Lin family is so remarkable? Do you think everyone yearns to attach themselves to you? That any connection with your family is merely a favor from you to others? What do you mean by that?" Lin Huimin's expression darkened, revealing her displeasure. "My meaning is quite clear. I urge your Lin family to vacate my Yunxiao Group at once. You are not welcome here. As for your proposition of acquisition, it is nothing but your family's wishful thinking." Lin Yun regarded Huimin and the elder beside her with unabashed disdain. "How dare you disregard my Lin family? Countless individuals in Luochuan City await our family's acquisition, yet you remain indifferent, treating us with utter contempt. I assure you, you shall come to regret this." Lin Huimin's face contorted with anger, yet she found herself unable to retaliate against Lin Yun. "What your disregard for my family? Is your Lin family truly so esteemed? To be frank, in my eyes, your family holds no significance whatsoever. One day, I shall make your entire Lin family kneel before me." Lin Yun's eyes gleamed with a cold light, fixating on the speechless Lin Huimin. At that moment, old Qin, increasingly unsettled by Lin Yun's bewildering remarks, furrowed his brow and spoke with confusion. "Young man, your words seem excessively harsh. I recall that this is our Lin family's first engagement with you. Why do you appear to harbor such animosity towards us? If we have wronged you in any way, please do voice your grievances so that we may reflect upon them. Indeed, Mr. Lin, if you genuinely believe that our Lin family has offended you, do not hesitate to share. It would help clear up any misunderstandings between us. There is no need for such cryptic remarks. After all, I believe our Lin family has never sought to provoke anyone, nor would we use our influence to intimidate. If you believe we have caused you any offense, please feel free to speak." Realizing that Lin Yun's demeanor seemed oddly familiar, Lin Huimin suddenly grasped that his attitude stemmed from some dissatisfaction with their family. However, despite their sincere inquiries, Lin Yun remained unresponsive, standing coldly aloof, indifferent to their presence. Lin Yun completely disregarded them. To alleviate the awkwardness of the situation, Yang Jiao and Su Si, who were acquainted with Lin Huimin, hurriedly approached her. Yang Jiao quickly advised, "Sister Huimin, I think you should abandon the idea of acquiring Yunxiao Group and leave this place immediately. It is impossible for Lin Yun to allow your family to take over Yunxiao Group, so spare yourselves the effort." "Yang, Su, how did you two end up here?" Lin Huimin asked, a look of confusion on her face. After pondering for a moment, she continued, "Could it be that your families are also seeking some benefit from Yunxiao Group? Sister Huimin, our families are now allies of Yunxiao Group. Lin Yun has saved our grandfather's life, so we have been sent to assist him as personal aides. What? The daughter of a billionaire family is becoming a personal assistant to a mere young man with modest achievements? This seems rather excessive." Lin Huimin exclaimed, her shock directed towards Lin Yun. Is there an issue, Miss Lin? Lin Yun replied coolly, his gaze icy as it fell upon her. No, Mr. Lin, you misunderstand. I would never dare to express any objections. I'm simply curious as to why the heads of the Yang and Su families would act so unconventionally, she stammered. That's good to hear. I advise you to keep any objections to yourself and refrain from meddling in my affairs. Otherwise, do not blame me for being unkind to your family, Lin Yun warned, his tone firm. Upon hearing this, Lin Huimin froze momentarily and then spoke again. Mr. Lin, I believe there must be some misunderstanding regarding our family. I hope you can clarify it so we can resolve this. Miss Lin, you are overthinking. There is no misunderstanding between your family and me. I simply harbor disdain towards the Lin family, Lin Yun declared with unwavering resolve. Why is that? Lin Huimin asked, growing increasingly perplexed. Lin Yun gritted his teeth, struggling to control his emotions, yet the expression of hatred on his face became more pronounced. Because your family owes me. Chapter 83. Intimidation. Thud, thud, thud. Lin Huimin instinctively took several steps back. Once she steadied herself, she gazed intently at Lin Yun and urgently inquired, Who exactly are you? Why do I feel a sense of familiarity with you? Ha! Lin Yun suddenly chuckled coldly. Who I am is of no concern to you. Just remember this. One day, I, Lin Yun, will make every member of your Lin family kneel before me, begging for my forgiveness. How arrogant! Lin Huimin shot an angry glare at him. At that moment, an elderly man beside Lin Huimin, Qin Qianlu, could no longer contain himself. With an air of condescension, he coldly addressed Lin Yun. Young man, it would be wise to temper your arrogance. Do not let a few minor achievements lead you to believe you are exceptional, disregarding everyone else. I advise you to be humble. Caution is the key to longevity. Do not assume that you can easily manipulate the Yang and Su families into serving you, believing that everyone else is as easily deceived as they are. It is essential to realize that even if your families were to unite, they would still pale in comparison to the Lin family, which is renowned as a top-tier family worth trillions. How could a mere upstart like you hope to shake our foundations? Moreover, our standing alongside the Li and Zhou families at the pinnacle of Luochuan is not solely due to our financial prowess. Is that so? Then by all means, give it a try. Let us see if you can truly unsettle the Lin family. Young man, I advise you not to be so arrogant. If I truly wish to act against you, do you believe I could not extinguish your ignorant and brash existence in an instant? Qin Qianlu glared at Lin Yun, his face contorted with rage. Upon seeing the elder before him, Lin Yun furrowed his brow and retorted without a hint of respect. Old man, were it not for your advanced age, I would have already struck you down for speaking to me in such a tone. If you know what is good for you, you should promptly take your young miss and leave this place. Should I run out of patience, I will not hesitate to teach you a lesson, regardless of your age. You. Qin Qianlu was rendered speechless by Lin Yun's words, his teeth clenched in fury. Finally, he managed to utter through gritted teeth, Very well. It has been ages since anyone has provoked me to such a state. I never imagined I would resort to confronting a mere young brat like you. I shall disregard my status. From this moment onward, you have brought this upon yourself. Today, I will ensure that you learn the respect due to elders. Qin Lao, wait. Lin Huimin's voice attempted to interject, but it was too late to stop Qin Qianlu's assault on Lin Yun. In an instant, Qin Qianlu had already darted in front of Lin Yun, ready to seize him. However, at that very moment, Lin Yun's body transformed into something as unyielding as granite, a formidable barrier forming around him that repelled all attempts to breach it. No matter how hard Qin Qianlu exerted himself, he could not touch Lin Yun in the slightest. Upon witnessing this, Qin Qianlu's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, How is this possible? I am a practitioner at the pinnacle of qi cultivation. How can I not even approach an ordinary person like you? Ignorant. As Lin Yun's cold voice echoed, an even greater surge of power erupted from within him, sending Qin Qianlu staggering backward several steps. Once Qin Qianlu regained his footing, Lin Yun calmly addressed him again. I do not wish to create trouble for you today. If you are wise, you will leave immediately. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to deal with you two members of the Lin family, right here and now. Seeing this, Lin Huimin hurriedly stepped forward to support Qin Qianlu, anxiously inquiring, Qin Lao, are you all right? However, in response to Lin Huimin's concerned inquiries, Qin Qianlu chose to disregard her and instead fixated his gaze upon Lin Yun, scrutinizing him closely. Upon sensing Lin Yun's formidable prowess, Qin Qianlu appeared almost foolish in his astonishment, his mind unable to settle for an extended period. After a brief silence, he lowered his posture and respectfully addressed Lin Yun, saying, Mr. Lin, I apologize. We were indeed reckless regarding the acquisition matter. We hope for your understanding. We shall take our leave now and will not mention the acquisition again. However, may I kindly ask what grievances you hold against our Lin family? This way, we can return and consult with others in the family about the situation. If our Lin family has indeed wronged you in any way, we will not feign ignorance. We will offer our sincerest apologies and any necessary compensation. We simply wish for clarity to avoid any misunderstandings that could be detrimental to all parties involved. Witnessing this abrupt shift in Qin Qianliu's demeanor, Lin Huimin, who was well acquainted with him, was taken aback and couldn't help but glance at Lin Yun several times, pondering, who exactly is this young man, Lin Yun, that even the usually proud Qin elder would show such deference? Could it be that this young man possesses an intimidating strength that warrants our family's caution? As this thought crossed her mind, Lin Huimin felt a slight chill run down her spine and promptly lowered her stance, addressing Lin Yun. Indeed, Mr. Lin, what grievances could we possibly have with you that provoke such hostility? Please, do enlighten us, so we may extend our apologies accordingly. Observing the genuine sincerity in their inquiries, Lin Yun merely waved his hand and replied, There is no need. You are not worthy of my recounting the grievances I have with your Lin family. After a brief pause, he continued, However, since your curiosity is piqued, I shall share a fragment of the truth. My grievances with your family stem from your patriarch, Lin Yun. If you genuinely wish to consider your family's interests, please return and convey this to him. I assure you that in the near future, I will personally visit your Lin family to settle this matter with Lin Yun. Simply inform him to await my arrival. Patriarch? My father? Both were taken aback. Indeed, it concerns your father, Lin Yun, Lin Yun reiterated solemnly. Yet at that moment, Lin Huimin murmured in disbelief, How can this be? My father has been gravely ill at home for several years, and Mr. Lin, you have only recently appeared in Luochuan City. How could you possibly have entangled with my father? Chapter 84. In Search of Parental Past. Although Lin Huimin's voice was soft, Lin Yun caught every word. He then spoke again, Enough. You now know what you need to know. If you have further questions, I suggest you return and inquire with Lin Yun. Ask him if he has wronged anyone. Ask him if he regrets his actions from years past. Inquire whether his conscience weighs heavy upon him. After Lin Yun uttered a series of probing questions in one breath, he did not wait for Lin Huimin and Qin Qianliu's reactions. Instead, he cast a chilling glare at Yuan Jiao and commanded loudly, Yuan Jiao, kindly escort them away from Yinshao Group. They are not welcome here as members of the Lin family. Esteemed guests, our young master has declared that the Lin family is not welcome here. We kindly ask you to leave. Yuan Jiao promptly complied with Lin Yun's orders, gesturing for the two to exit. Upon witnessing this, Lin Huimin and Qin Qianlu displayed faintly embarrassed expressions. It marked the first time in their lives as Lin family members that they had been unceremoniously expelled. Although they felt utterly humiliated, they ultimately refrained from speaking further and left Yinshao Group in a state of dejection. Once they had settled into their vehicle after departing from Yinshao Group, Lin Huimin turned to Qin Qianlu with a puzzled expression and remarked, Elder Qin, have you noticed that Lin Yun bears a striking resemblance to someone? Oh, resemble whom? Qin Qianlu inquired with curiosity. After a moment's reflection, Lin Huimin slowly responded, He resembles my late elder brother, Lin Jingtian. Young Master Jingtian? Upon hearing the name, Qin Qianliu's body trembled slightly, and he furrowed his brow in contemplation. He muttered to himself, That explains the sense of familiarity I felt. It stems from young Master Jingtian. Upon further reflection, Lin Yun indeed bears a resemblance to the young master of your. Realizing this, Qin Xianlu quickly added. However, Miss, despite Lin Yun's resemblance to young Master Jingtian. What does that signify? Young Master Jingtian met with misfortune before his marriage, and tragically, both he and his wife perished without leaving any offspring. Lin Huimin sighed deeply, stating, what could this all mean? We should return and inquire with my father. He may possess insights we lack. After all, he was the one who interacted closely with my brother, while we were instructed not to engage with him privately. Very well. Let us return to the Lin family and consult the head of the family before making any decisions, Qin Xianlu agreed. Thus, the vehicle they occupied departed from Yunxiao Group, heading towards the Lin family estate. Meanwhile, within Yunxiao Group, Lin Yun sat on the sofa in his office, wearing a gloomy expression as he silently reflected on his earlier encounter with Lin Huimin. Though he ought to refer to her as aunt, the actions of the Lin family towards Lin Yun's parents had stripped him of any familial affection, leaving only a sense of resentment in its wake. Noticing Lin Yun's melancholic demeanor, Yang Jiao and Su Sisi, who were always by his side, approached him. Each placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. Lin Yun, they consoled. We may not fully comprehend the unbridgeable rift between you and the head of the Lin family, your grandfather, but we wish to remind you that the Lin family remains your kin, no matter how strained the ties. I believe you should set aside your prejudices against them and engage in a calm and sincere conversation. Perhaps, by laying everything out, unexpected outcomes may arise. Lin Yun cast a glance at the two women, dismissively waving his hand as he declared, You don't understand this matter. Please refrain from advising me. I will manage it myself. As the conversation unfolded, Lin Yun's expression returned to normal, and he suddenly stood up, continuing, All right, for today, you should refrain from following me. It's best for you to return home. I wish to take a solitary walk. What is your destination? Both women inquired simultaneously. Lin Yun hesitated at their question, then turned without a backward glance and exited the office. Just as his figure vanished from their sight, his resonant voice echoed back. I am off to seek the answers I desire. As his voice reverberated within the office, both women exchanged puzzled glances, deciding not to pursue him further and instead preparing to return to their respective homes. Meanwhile, in Lunyan Alley, a seemingly solitary young man, imbued with a hint of melancholy, strolled leisurely towards house number 6. This young man was none other than Lin Yun, who had just emerged from the Yunxiao Group. After his encounter with the Lin family, he yearned to revisit the residence where his parents had once lived, hoping to immerse himself in the remnants of their past and uncover any traces of their story. However, upon arriving at the door of number 6, he noticed a striking woman standing at the entrance, peering curiously into the house. Observing this, Lin Yun coldly called out, Who are you? What are you doing here stealthily? Startled by Lin Yun's abrupt voice, the woman turned abruptly, her expression shifting to one of relief upon recognizing him. Oh, you startled me. I didn't expect to see you here. Upon seeing her face clearly, Lin Yun's brow furrowed slightly, and his tone softened, Madam. Did I not mention previously that you are welcome to enter any time you wish? No one will obstruct you. This woman was the same one who had previously sought to bid for the dilapidated house alongside Li Feier, who had identified her as her mother. Yet, the woman hesitated, appearing somewhat embarrassed. Noticing her reluctance, Lin Yun disregarded her hesitance and gently ushered her into the house, convinced that she must share some connection to his parents. Otherwise, she would not exhibit such fondness for the home where they once resided. This presented an opportunity for him to inquire about his parents' past. Once they entered the main hall, Lin Yun promptly fetched a chair and placed it beside the woman, saying, Please, madam, have a seat. There's no need to stand. Is there something you wish to discuss? Or do you simply wish to reminisce in this place? The beautiful woman gazed at Lin Yun's stern countenance, her emotions unsettled for a long while. At last, she mustered the courage to sit down and spoke. Young man, I've been pondering since my return who you truly are in relation to the original owner of this house. Although I've formed some conjectures, I cannot arrive at a conclusion. Hence, I have come to ascertain your identity. I wish to hear it directly from your lips. Chapter 85. I shall avenge my enemies. Seeing the woman's forthright inquiry, Lin Yun fell into a moment of contemplative silence before finally responding in a measured tone. In truth, I am the son of the original owner of this house, Lin Yun. Just as I suspected, the woman, who had only just settled, sprang to her feet, her excitement barely contained as she enveloped Lin Yun in a warm embrace. Child, you're indeed the offspring of Jing Tian and Xiao Xiao. How wonderful! If they could see you now, knowing their child has grown into adulthood, they would undoubtedly be overjoyed, feeling somewhat awkward under the woman's fervent embrace. Lin Yun gently extricated himself, a hint of confusion gracing his features as he inquired, "Aunt, do you know my parents?" "Indeed." The woman nodded vigorously before elaborating. "Child, my name is Wen Qian. I not only knew your parents, but we also shared some unforgettable experiences together. From now on, you may call me Aunt Wen." Lin Yun furrowed his brow, puzzled by her words. After a brief silence, the woman sighed and began, "You see, I have known your father, Jing Tian, since childhood. Our relationship has always been close. He treated me like a sister, caring for me deeply. Over time, I mistakenly interpreted his affection for me as that of romantic interest, and I gradually fell in love with your father. However, I was blindsided when I realized that the one he truly loved was your mother, not me. I even competed with your mother for his affections, but ultimately, I could not measure up to her brilliance. I was profoundly impressed by her excellence, and thus withdrew from the contest for your father's heart, eventually becoming very good friends with your mother. To alleviate any lingering doubts your mother might have about my feelings for your father, I hastily married Li Zabine, who had long pursued me. He is now the head of the Li family, and father to Heir. At that time, however, he was not yet the head, and though he was aware of my enduring feelings for your father, he said nothing and walked with me into matrimony. This explains why I did not bid further during the auction for this house. I fear that spending too much would alert Li Zabine to my intentions, potentially creating unnecessary strife between us. Understanding Wen Qian's connection to his parents, Lin Yun, still perplexed, inquired, "What did my parents do to incur such misfortune?" I have heard whispers suggesting that the accident involving my parents was not a mere twist of fate, but rather a meticulously orchestrated event. Alas! Wen Qian sighed once more and advised, "Yun'er, I implore you to refrain from delving further into this matter. It is far too convoluted for you to manage at this moment. In the past, your parents endeavored to secure the Lin family's standing among the prominent clans of Luochuan city, fiercely competing in the business realm and instilling dread in rival families. Their reputation was formidable. Even now, the mere mention of her parents, Lin Jingtian and Han Xiao, sends shivers down the spines of those who witnessed their rise. However, they also amassed numerous enemies. I recall that many families united to form a consortium known as the Weitian Society, specifically targeting your parents. How outrageous! Such a thing is unconscionable. They have truly overstepped their bounds." Lin Yun's eyes darkened at this revelation. After a moment of silence, he inquired, "May I ask, Aunt Wen, which families were involved in this consortium against my parents? And amidst such a coalition, did the Lin family merely stand by and watch without offering assistance?" Wen Qian pondered for a moment, her expression tinged with embarrassment as she responded. "The two largest families involved in the alliance were the Zhou family and my only family. However, I had only recently married into the Li family and was not yet privy to the family's affairs. As my husband's father was still the head of the household at that time, I was completely unaware of this alliance targeting the Jingtian couple until much later. As for why the Lin family did not join forces with your family against the alliance, I cannot say. You would need to ask your grandfather, Uncle Lin." At that moment, upon learning that the Zhou and Li families had conspired against his parents, Lin Yun's thoughts were consumed by the malice of those families, overshadowing any consideration for the Lin family's actions at that time. A glint of vengeance gleamed in his eyes as he murmured, "So, the Zhou and Li families wish to play this game? I, Lin Yun, hereby vow that unless I bring ruin upon both your houses, I am unworthy to bear the title of son." As he spoke, Lin Yun dropped to his knees and called out loudly to the ancestral hall, "Father, mother, rest assured, I shall personally ensure that all those involved are brought before your graves to confess their sins. I will unearth the mastermind behind your demise and present him to you, so you may witness him meet his end at my hands as a tribute to your spirits." Wen Qian was taken aback by this sudden display, stepping back in alarm. fearing that Lin Yun might turn his wrath upon her, a member of the Li family. Sensing her trepidation, Lin Yun gradually rose, his gaze softening as he reassured her. Aunt One, there is no need for such alarm. I harbor no intentions of targeting you. You are a dear friend of my parents from their lifetime. I am fully aware that you have not been involved in any matters concerning them. Thus, rest assured, I would never intend to harm you. My grievances are solely directed towards the true members of the Li and Zhou families. However, just as Lin Yun finished speaking, a woman's voice suddenly echoed from the entrance. Mom, you truly have come here again. Dad has been searching for you everywhere. I mentioned that after your quarrel with Dad, he acknowledged his mistakes and did not mean to misunderstand you. Mother, please hurry back with me. We must not keep Dad too anxious. Upon hearing this abrupt yet familiar voice, Lin Yun and Wen Qian turned their gazes towards the door, only to find that the newcomer was none other than the eldest daughter of the Li family, Li Feier. Witnessing her presence ignited an inexplicable fury within Lin Yun, and he fixed his icy glare upon Li Feier, stating coldly, Li Feier, your timing is impeccable. I was just about to settle the score with your family. Chapter 86. How can you be so strong? However, upon perceiving Lin Yun's menacing stare directed at her daughter, Wen Qian hurriedly stepped in front of the newly arrived Li Feier, pleading with Lin Yun. Yun'er, I implore you, do not harm Feier. She knows nothing of your parents' affairs. Though she's indeed a true member of the Li family, she is innocent. Faced with this sudden display, Li Feier looked at her mother with confusion. Mom, what are you doing? Why are you so flustered? Who intends to harm me? As she spoke, she caught sight of Lin Yun, obscured by her mother, and exclaimed, Lin Yun, what are you doing here? Are you seriously contemplating violence over that trivial matter? Furthermore, my family SE Pharmaceuticals has already suffered losses at your hands. Why do you persist in holding a grudge? Besides, you have even benefited from my generosity. Feier, do not say another word. This is Yun'er, the son of Lin Jingtian. He is aware of the alliance that your family and the Zhou family once formed against his parents. Wen Qian quickly grasped Li Feier's hand, signaling her to refrain from further provoking Lin Yun. On no way, Li Feier gasped in disbelief, staring at Lin Yun. He is the legendary young master of the Lin family, Lin Jingtian's son, whose reputation has reverberated throughout Luochuan city for 20 years, instilling fear in all prominent families. In the presence of the daughter of his adversary, Lin Yun, though lacking any fondness for her, felt no animosity either. Considering Wen Qian's earnest pleas, he ultimately refrained from any aggression, casting a cold glance at her and casually stating, You may leave. I will not harm you. After all, grievances have their rightful owners, and I recognize that this matter does not concern you. At that time, you were merely a child. Observing Lin Yun's seemingly disdainful and somewhat arrogant demeanor, Li Feier felt a wave of speechlessness wash over her. Although discovering Lin Yun's true identity indeed surprised her momentarily, it was merely a fleeting thought and did not instill any fear within her. Upon realizing this, Li Feier not only did not hide behind her mother, Wen Qian, but instead forcefully pulled her aside and coldly laughed at Lin Yun. You think I fear you? So what if you are from the Lin family? Do you really believe that the Lin family would offend the Li family for your sake? Let me remind you, 20 years ago, even your family wouldn't dare to cross the Li family for your father. Today, 20 years later, the Lin family would certainly not risk offending the Li family for someone like you, who has been missing for so long. I tell you, my last encounter with you was purely an accident. Do not mistake me for a frail woman who cannot defend herself. As her words echoed, Li Feier exuded an aura comparable to her bodyguard, Hu Wu, as she faced Lin Yun directly. Her expression turned triumphant as she continued, You brat. Last time, I didn't teach you a proper lesson. This time, I will make sure to double it, lest you continue to approach me with that insufferable demeanor. Observing Li Feier's stance, Lin Yun's expression hardened, and a flicker of displeasure crossed his face. A chilling glint sparked in his eyes as he directed his gaze at Li Feier. You refused the chance to retreat and willingly march towards your demise. If that is the case, do not blame me. You not? No? Wen Qian exclaimed urgently from his side. However, just as Li Feier confidently prepared to unleash her full strength against Lin Yun, He merely raised a hand, and an invisible force firmly grasped her, rendering her utterly immobile despite her attempts to resist. Overwhelmed by this immense power, Li Fei'er was filled with shock, her eyes brimming with fear and despair. Realizing that even her master, Mu Chun, could not withstand such might. After all, she was still a novice in the realm of martial arts. Moreover, Mu Chun was the master of Hu Wu and Hu Lu, a formidable figure at the pinnacle of the Qi training stage, just a step away from achieving the intense stage. Having secured Li Fei'er, Lin Yun did not strike her down, but instead regarded her with a frosty gaze, stating, "Li Fei'er, I warn you once more, if you have no business with me, it is best not to provoke me. Otherwise, next time, I may not be so lenient. If it weren't for Aunt Wen, regardless of your lineage, I would have wiped you out for your assault on me." At that moment, Li Fei'er was too stunned to respond, her mind consumed by Lin Yun's terrifying strength, leaving her in a state of blankness. Seeing her dazed expression, Lin Yun withdrew his power, releasing her from his grip. As soon as the force dissipated, Li Fei'er collapsed onto the ground, rendered speechless. Noticing this, Wen Qian rushed forward to support Li Fei'er, her voice laced with concern. "Fei'er, are you all right? Please do not frighten your mother. How could I possibly survive if something were to happen to you?" After a brief moment of astonishment, Li Fei'er, appearing somewhat dazed, quickly regained her composure. However, instead of addressing her mother, she gazed at Lin Yun with eyes brimming with admiration, exclaiming, "A monster! A monster! How can you be so powerful? You are clearly younger than I am. Why is your strength so formidable, even surpassing that of my master, Mu Chun?" Naivety. Lin Yun, unfazed by her barrage of questions, turned his attention to Wen Qian and spoke softly, "Aunt Wen, rest assured, although Li Fei'er is indeed a true member of the Li family, I will not harm her. You need not worry about that." "Thank you, Yinner." Wen Qian expressed her heartfelt gratitude, looking at Lin Yun with appreciation. "Aunt Wen, there's no need to thank me. Although I have recently learned some details about my parents, and I harbor a deep-seated animosity towards the Zhou, Li, and even Lin families, I am not one to indiscriminately lash out. I know precisely who my targets are. I intend to seek out those who conspired against my parents all those years ago. I will spare none of them, nor will I show mercy to any of them. They must provide my parents with a satisfactory explanation and pay a heavy price for their past deeds." A palpable aura of vengeance radiated from Lin Yun's eyes. Chapter 87. A new storm approaches. Upon hearing Lin Yun's words, both women trembled involuntarily, for they understood that a storm was brewing for the Li family. Nonetheless, they refrained from further discussion, accustomed to the tumultuous nature of their prominent family and prepared for the worst. Seeing that the mother and daughter had fallen silent, Lin Yun spoke again. "Very well. If there is nothing more, Aunt Wen, you may leave now. I wish to be alone for a while." "All right. Take care of yourself. Yinner, if you ever need my assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out. I will do everything within my power to help you. Even if it means offending the Li family, I would not hesitate. Just promise me you won't make things difficult for Fei'er and Li Jie." After saying this, Wen Qian hurriedly took Li Fei'er, who was still in a state of shock, by the hand and exited the dilapidated house, leaving Lin Yun standing in silence. Once the mother and daughter had departed, Li Fei'er forcefully pulled her hand away from Wen Qian, her voice tinged with resentment. "Mom, how could you say such a thing? Even if your relationship with Dad is strained, you cannot disregard the Li family. How can you assist outsiders in turning against our own? Fei'er, have you not noticed the rift between your father, your grandfather, and me over the years? They have never treated me as a true member of the Li family. If they act this way, why should I hold back? But even so, you cannot ally with outsiders against our own. After all, Li Jie and I are your flesh and blood, and your father and grandfather are our closest kin. I hold no concern for the other members of the Li family. Nonetheless, I have secured Yunner's promise that when it comes time to settle scores with the Li family, she shall not impose difficulties upon you two siblings. That is the extent of my capabilities. The rest is left to the fortunes of the Li family, for my heart has long ceased to reside with them. Having perished 2 decades ago, the entire Li clan bears no connection to me whatsoever." After this exchange, the two ceased their dispute. As Li Feier was acutely aware of the injustices her mother had endured at the hands of her father and grandfather over the years within the Li family. Consequently, Li Feier took her mother by the hand and swiftly led her away from Lulu Alley, making their way back to the direction of the Li family. However, unbeknownst to them, a new tempest was poised to engulf the entirety of Luochuan city once more. Within a lavish estate, a middle-aged man paced anxiously in the living room, his demeanor fraught with urgency, as though he had lost something of great importance. This man was none other than Li Zabine, the current head of the Li family. Earlier that morning, a trivial matter had escalated into a fierce quarrel with his wife, Wen Qian, culminating in a regrettable slap across her face, prompting her to leave home in distress. In the wake of his impulsive action, Li Zabine, filled with remorse, had dispatched individuals to search for his wife, but to no avail, leading to his current state of anxiety. As Li Zabine's agitation mounted, an elderly gentleman seated nearby, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes and spoke softly, "Master, there is no need for such distress. The mistress is unharmed. Perhaps she merely seeks a moment of solitude. When she has gathered her thoughts, she will inevitably return, as is customary after your quarrels." "Ah, Mulao, you do not comprehend. This time is different. I could not restrain myself from striking her. Surely she must harbor deep resentment towards me now." Li Zabine lamented. The elder sighed. "It appears I, Muchun, have aged significantly. I fail to fathom the complexities of your generation. If love is absent, why cling so tightly? I cannot comprehend." Before Li Zabine could respond, a loud voice rang from outside. "Master, the young lady has returned with the mistress." A surge of joy washed over Li Zabine as he hurried to the entrance, where he beheld Li Feier leading in Wen Qian, whose expression was devoid of emotion, shadowed by gloom. Simultaneously, Li Feier's voice echoed, "Father, Master Muchun, we have returned. How wonderful it is that you have returned." Li Zabine began to address Wen Qian, but she abruptly turned and retreated to her bedroom, leaving behind a cryptic statement. "I believe that the Li family shall soon face retribution, and I trust that this reckoning will arrive in the not-too-distant future." "How dare you?" Li Zabine's countenance darkened as he glared at Wen Qian's departing figure. Just as he intended to pursue her for clarification, Li Feier intervened, grasping his arm. "Father, please, heed my words and refrain from arguing with Mother. It would be best for you to sit with Master Muchun. I have matters to discuss with you both." With a heavy sigh, Li Zabine waved his hand dismissively, resigned to the unfolding events, no longer regarding Wen Qian with indifference. She heeded her daughter Li Feier's words and joined Muchun in gazing at Li Feier, revealing a hint of perplexity as she inquired, "Feier, what is it that you wish to ask us? Do not hesitate. We have other matters to attend to shortly." Li Feier hastened to approach them and stated, "What I wish to inquire about is the matter concerning Lin Jingtian, the young master of the Lin family, from 20 years ago. Is his death truly connected to our Li family and the Zhou family?" "Feier, why do you ask such a thing without cause?" Upon hearing Lin Jingtian's name, both individuals suddenly appeared unsettled, their expressions betraying a sense of alarm as they looked at Li Feier. "Do not concern yourselves with why I mention Lin Jingtian. Just tell me, was his death associated with our Li family? Was that car accident you orchestrated?" "No, it was not. Lin Jingtian's demise was not directly caused by our Li family." Li Zabine pondered for a moment before responding earnestly to Li Feier. "That is a relief. As long as it is unrelated to our Li family, there is no issue." Li Feier exhaled a sigh of relief. "Faya, now you must reveal to us why you so suddenly brought up that individual." Li Zabine inquired with curiosity in his eyes. At that moment, Li Feier casually found seat and replied nonchalantly, "The reason I inquired about Lin Jingtian is that his son has returned. Moreover, he has returned with strength rivaling that of Master Muchun. Not only that, he has declared his intent to expose all those who conspired against his parents and bring them before his parents' graves to confess their sins." "What? La Jinxion est son? How can that scion still be alive? Was he not supposed to join his parents in hell after 20 years? Li Zabine stood up, incredulous. Chapter 88, The Li Family, the Lin Family, and the Fearful Tremor. Witnessing this, Li Feier looked at Li Zabine with confusion, saying, "Father, why are you so agitated?" Did you not assert that his parents' deaths were unrelated to our Li family? If that is the case, then his survival should not concern us greatly. Heir, you do not understand. Although Lin Jingtian's death bears no direct relation to our Li family, there were many, including our family and the Zhou family, who wished for his demise. The entanglements and grievances from that time cannot simply be erased. Now that his son has returned, he will inevitably seek us out to settle the scores from the past. Li Zibian suddenly appeared flustered. Observing Li Zibian's unease, Luochuan interjected dismissively. What is there to fear from a mere survivor, an abandoned child of the Lin family? Why are you so troubled, family head? Remain composed. No matter how formidable he may be, he cannot overturn the heavens. After speaking, Luochuan turned to Li Heir and inquired, Heir, what is the extent of his strength? Where is he currently? Has he just arrived in Luochuan city? Li Heir hurriedly exclaimed, No, Master Luochuan. That person has been in Luochuan city for quite some time now, and during this period, he has actively bolstered his group's influence, making quite a name for himself. As for his true strength, I cannot discern it. However, the fact that he was able to ensnare me effortlessly, rendering me immobile despite my utmost efforts, suggests that his prowess likely rivals yours, Master Luochuan. After a moment of contemplation, she continued, Moreover, both Hu Wu and Hu Lu have suffered losses at his hands. You once warned them not to offend this individual lightly. What? Luochuan exclaimed in astonishment, rising from his seat. His face etched with horror as he gazed at Li Heir. This wretch turns out to be the mysterious individual I have long regarded with trepidation. Although I have not laid eyes on him, the accounts from the brothers Hu Wu and Hu Lu reveal his formidable nature. I had specifically instructed them to treat him with utmost respect, lest they provoke unnecessary trouble. Yet, what surprises me is that even without instigating him, he is destined to become a significant nuisance that will eventually seek us out. Master Luochuan, what should we do now? Are we to simply wait for him to come to our Li family to settle scores? Li Heir questioned, looking perplexedly at Luochuan and the increasingly agitated Li Zibian. After a moment of silence, Luochuan finally spoke calmly. At this juncture, we can only seek the old patriarch's guidance. I hope he possesses a more effective strategy to deal with this individual. For after all, the events surrounding Lin Jingtian were orchestrated by the old patriarch himself. Grandfather? But he has not managed family affairs for quite some time. It has been years since we last saw him, and I wonder how he is faring, Li Heir said, her gaze vacant as she exchanged glances with Li Zibian and Luochuan, each remaining silent. Meanwhile, at the Lin family residence, situated in a sprawling villa away from the urban clamor on the outskirts of Luochuan city, a seemingly frail middle-aged man was assisting an elderly gentleman leaning on a cane. They hurried toward Lin Huimin and Qin Xianlu, who had just returned from a failed acquisition attempt at Yinxiao Group. Upon reaching them, the elderly gentleman urgently inquired, Are you certain? Does this person truly resemble Jingtian? Did he mention his name? This elderly gentleman was none other than Lin Yun, the current head of the Lin family, while the seemingly frail middle-aged man was Lin Jinhong, the family's second young master. Although the elderly patriarch had been unwell in recent years and had delegated family matters to Lin Jinhong and Lin Huimin, he still took personal interest in significant issues. Observing Lin Huiyuan's agitated demeanor, Lin Jinhong interjected, Father, why are you so excited? He merely resembles elder brother. It does not mean he is related to him in any way. Besides, even if you miss elder brother, there is no need to be so curious about a young man. However, in response to Lin Jinghong's persuasion, Lin Huiyuan merely shot him a glare without uttering a word. The inherent authority of the family had emanated a silent yet palpable intimidation that rendered Lin Jinghong speechless. Noticing the old gentleman's evident urgency to uncover the truth, Lin Huimin hastened to interject. Indeed, father, although I was merely 10 years old when my elder brother was alive, I still have a vivid impression of his visage. Lin Yun bears an uncanny resemblance to him. You may inquire with Elder Qin. He has had direct encounters with Lin Yun. At that moment, Qin Xianlu quickly affirmed, Yes. Head of the family, that young man, Lin Yun, strikingly resembles young Master Jingtian. This is indisputable. Upon receiving this confirmation, Lin Huiyuan's entire being trembled, and his cane clattered to the ground. Observing this, Lin Huimin hurried forward to assist him, exclaiming, "Father, are you all right?" After a brief silence, Lin Huiyuan finally regained his composure, grasping Lin Huimin's hand fervently and declaring, "Huimin, quickly take me to see him. I must meet this person today." "What? You wish to meet him in person?" However, Lin Huimin suddenly appeared somewhat embarrassed, saying, "Father, I advise against it. Lin Yun seems to harbor a deep animosity towards our family, particularly towards you. Moreover, he wishes for us to inquire whether you regret your past actions and if your conscience can bear it. In short, we could not comprehend a word of it. Yet, the tone he used suggested that you had committed some grievous wrong against him. But he has only recently arrived in Luochuan City, and he is quite young, perhaps around 20. You have not been involved in family matters for several years. How could there possibly be any entanglement between you two?" Upon hearing Lin Huimin's words, Lin Huiyuan grew increasingly anxious, further solidifying his suspicions. He insisted, "I do not care. Even if he harbors animosity towards the Lin family or me, I must see him. I need to resolve this uncertainty that weighs on my heart. Father, why is this so important to you? Why must you meet Lin Yun? He already despises us. What is the necessity? Could it be true, as Lin Yun suggested, that you have wronged him in some way?" Sighing deeply, Lin Huiyuan replied, "Perhaps so. There is something I have long concealed from you both. I believe it is time to reveal it." Chapter 89. Even a tiger knows to protect its young. Upon hearing the old gentleman mention that he had kept something from them, Lin Jinghong and Lin Huimin were momentarily taken aback. "Father, what is it that you have hidden from us? Could it be that Lin Yun is a child born from a past romantic entanglement?" Lin Huimin gazed at Lin Huiyuan in astonishment, both of them now curious to hear what he had to say next. However, upon hearing Lin Huimin's sudden and inappropriate inquiry, Lin Huiyuan cast a rare, sullen glare at her and said, "Huimin, while your usual lack of decorum can be overlooked, this is a matter of significance. I implore you to set aside your naivety and listen attentively." "Oh, all right. I shall remain silent and listen to your discourse," Lin Huimin acknowledged, suddenly realizing her misstep and lowering her head in embarrassment. At that moment, Lin Huiyuan surveyed the group and began to speak slowly. "What I wish to convey is that many years ago, your elder brother, Jing Tian, had a child with that woman. However, the whereabouts of that child remain unknown to this day." "What? My brother has a descendant?" Both Lin Huimin and Lin Jinghong gasped, their eyes widening in astonishment as they stared at Lin Huiyuan. Sensing their eager anticipation for the truth, Lin Huiyuan sighed deeply and continued, "Alas, ultimately, this predicament stems from my stubbornness in the past. It is this obstinacy that has resulted in Jing Tian's child being lost to the winds of fate. If that is the case, do you believe Lin Yun is the child of my brother?" Lin Huimin asked in disbelief as she gazed at Lin Huiyuan. "Indeed, I am inclined to believe that Lin Yun is Jing Tian's child. Coupled with his animosity towards the Lin family and even towards me, I am increasingly convinced of my suspicions. I have always felt that aside from Jing Tian's family, there is no one else I owe a debt of remorse to in my lifetime. The individuals I feel most regretful towards are Jing Tian and his mysteriously missing child." "Then why, in that case, did you insist we refrain from contacting my brother's family, even forbidding us from visiting them? I am aware that the esteemed position our Lin family holds in Luochuan today was forged through the efforts of my brother and sister Han Xiao." Lin Huimin regarded Lin Huiyuan with a questioning gaze. "At that time, I truly had no other choice. I did not wish to sever ties with Jing Tian, yet I was powerless to watch as they were besieged by numerous families in Luochuan. Understand that my actions were solely motivated by the desire to preserve the Lin family." Lin Huiyuan explained with tears in his eyes. "And furthermore, this was also Jing Tian's request. He too did not want to see the entire Lin family embroiled in his troubles. What truly transpired back then? Why was my brother attacked by so many families? And why did you allow his family to confront them alone? I am at a loss as to how to convey this to you. In any case, you must understand that my every action was solely aimed at ensuring the survival of the Lin family, even at the cost of neglecting the safety of Jing Tian's family. For all these years, whenever I think of Jing Tian and his family, I find it impossible to sleep. although all of my actions were at Jingtian's behest. 2 decades have passed, and I still cannot forgive myself. Thus, I consider Jingtian's family to be the ones I owe the deepest apology to. After the unfortunate incident involving Jingtian and his wife, I even personally sought out their residence in search of the child, yet I found not a trace. It was as though the child had vanished from the face of the earth, leaving no sign of existence. As Lin Huayuan's words hung in the air, Lin Huimin suddenly transformed into someone almost unrecognizable, glaring at Lin Huayuan and declaring, "Father, I have admired you since my childhood. I have always regarded you as my role model in life. However, it is only today that I realize I was mistaken. They say even a tiger knows how to protect its cubs, yet you can stand idly by as your own son and grandson are bullied by others without intervening. I must ask you, in your eyes, is it always about family interests devoid of any shred of familial affection?" Seeing Lin Huimin relentlessly interrogating her already remorseful father, Lin Jinghong hastened to intervene. "Huimin, please do not press your father any further. You were just a child then, and you could not possibly comprehend the situation at that time. Some things sound different when heard compared to experiencing them firsthand. Although I am not privy to all the details of what transpired, I do have some understanding. At that time, our elder brother was exceedingly domineering, provoking those families into a desperate, all-out counterattack. Had our Lin family chosen to participate, we would likely have ceased to exist by now. You must understand that father's actions were for the benefit of our family. No one has the right to reproach him for what he did. Excuses. You are merely seeking justifications for your own cowardice." Lin Huimin could no longer concern herself with respect for elders and continued to vehemently chastise her father and second brother. "Huimin, however, just as Lin Jinghong intended to say more, his voice abruptly faltered, and he collapsed like a feeble patient, showing no prior warning. "Second young master, be careful." Qin Qianlu reacted swiftly, rushing forward to support him. Upon witnessing this, Lin Huimin hurriedly approached, exclaiming, Second brother, are you all right? What has happened to you?" "Jinghong, please do not frighten me." Lin Huimin also hurriedly approached, trembling slightly. Noticing the concern etched on everyone's faces, Lin Jinghong, lying weakly in Qin Qianliu's embrace, slowly spoke, "I do not know what is happening to me. It has only been the last few days that whenever I become overly excited or fatigued, I experience this debilitating weakness. Then we must find a doctor immediately," Lin Huimin urged anxiously. However, Lin Jinghong shook his head, weakly responding, "It is futile. I have already summoned a doctor, but he could not determine my condition." "Could not determine? How is that possible? You must have consulted a quack. We should summon the renowned Dr. Sun, known for his miraculous healing in Luochuan City," Lin Huayuan promptly insisted. Upon hearing the name Dr. Sun, Lin Huimin quickly echoed, Yes. In Luochuan City, only Dr. Sun possesses the most exceptional medical skills. I am certain he will uncover the cause of your condition and cure you. Then, second young master, I shall leave you in the capable hands of the family head in Mississippi. I will personally seek out Dr. Sun and bring him to you at the fastest speed possible." As Qin Qianlu spoke, he gently assisted Lin Jinghong, who was leaning against him, onto a nearby chair before swiftly making his way out of the Lin residence. Chapter 90. Only one can remedy this poison. Under Qin Qianliu's urgent persuasion, it took merely half an hour to bring him to the Lin household. Upon the arrival of the esteemed physician's son, Lin Huayuan hastily adopted a humble demeanor and approached, exclaiming, "Dr. Sun, you have finally arrived. Please, we implore you to examine Jinghong and ascertain the nature of his condition. Jinghong's sudden ailment has left us at a loss. Other doctors have been unable to diagnose him. And aside from you, Dr. Sun, it seems no one in Luochuan City can discern the symptoms afflicting my son." "Patience." Lin family head, Dr. Sun replied calmly. "First, let's attend to young Master Lin." "Very well, please follow me, Dr. Sun," Lin Huayuan responded, leading Dr. Sun Zhongsao to Lin Jinghong's chamber. While Qin Qianlu had sought out Dr. Sun, Lin Huayuan and Lin Huimin had felt concern for the frail Lin Jinghong, who was seated in a chair, and had instructed their servants to carry him to bed. As they all gathered in Lin Jinghong's chamber, Dr. Sun Zhongxiao rushed to the bedside. Observing Lin Jinghong's weak and languid form, he had not yet taken his pulse when his brow furrowed in perplexity, murmuring, This condition bears a striking resemblance to that of Yi Songyuan's previously. Could it be that he has been poisoned as well? Poisoned? Surely not, Dr. Sun. How can my son be poisoned? Lin Huayuan questioned anxiously. Do not be alarmed, Lin family head, Dr. Sun reassured him. Allow me to take his pulse for confirmation. My initial assessment suggests poisoning, as young Master Lin's symptoms closely parallel those of a former patient. With that, Dr. Sun Zhongxiao seated himself at the bedside, placing a hand upon Lin Jinghong's wrist to feel for his pulse, eyes closed in concentration. After a meticulous examination, he suddenly rose from his chair. Seeing this, Lin Huayuan hurriedly inquired, Dr. Sun, what have you discovered? What is afflicting Jinghong? Is it indeed poisoning, as you suggested? At that moment, Dr. Sun Zhongxiao's expression turned grave, and he nodded solemnly. Indeed, it is poisoning, and the toxin is identical to that which afflicted Yi Songyuan, the head of the Yi family. Oh, Lin Huayuan gasped in astonishment. Can this poison be cured? I have heard that Yi Songyuan made a full recovery. However, Dr. Sun Zhongxiao's subsequent actions left all present feeling disheartened. He shook his head and sighed. I regret to inform you all that I am utterly powerless against this poison. How can this be, Dr. Sun? Lin Huayuan grasped his arm urgently. You stated that Yi Songyuan had also suffered from this poison. Why was he able to be treated while my second brother cannot? Miss Lin, do not fret excessively. Although I am unable to counteract this poison, I am acquainted with an individual who possesses the capability to do so. In fact, it was this very person who alleviated the poison afflicting Yi Songyuan, not I who provided the remedy, Sun Zhongxiao awkwardly recounted. What? In this city of Luochuan, there exists someone whose medical prowess surpasses that of you, the esteemed Sun Shini? Who is this individual? I kindly implore you, Sun Shini, to hasten in bringing him here. If he can cure Jinghong, my Lin family is willing to offer any recompense necessary. Lin Huayuan expressed his urgency. However, Sun Zhongxiao did not immediately acquiesce. After a moment of contemplation, he replied with gravity, I cannot guarantee that I can summon him, but I can inquire if he would be willing to come. That would be splendid. If you, Sun Shini, are willing to intervene, I firmly believe that the esteemed physician will certainly arrive. That is not necessarily the case. Why is that? Upon hearing Sun Zhongxiao's uncertainty regarding the arrival of the physician capable of treating his son, Lin Huayuan's heart began to flutter with trepidation. Sun Shini, you must assist me. I have but one son, and I cannot bear to see him succumb to such a fate. If you can bring that esteemed physician here, I am prepared to pay any price. I earnestly beseech you to aid my Lin family. As he spoke, Lin Huayuan immediately bowed deeply before Sun Zhongxiao. Sigh. Very well. I shall call the physician at once. Sun Zhongxiao promptly retrieved his mobile phone, stepped aside, and dialed Lin Yun's number. At that moment, having returned to Yang Jiao's residence and seated upon the sofa, Lin Yun answered the call from Sun Zhongxiao without hesitation. As soon as the phone was at his ear, he heard Sun Zhongxiao respectfully state, Lin Shini, may I inquire if you are available at this moment? I wish to request your assistance in treating a patient. Yet Lin Yun did not directly respond to his availability. Instead, he inquired, a patient? What affliction does he have? And where is he located? Noticing that Lin Yun did not outright decline, but rather sought details about the patient, Sun Zhongxiao quickly elaborated. It is thus, Lin Shini. This patient exhibits symptoms identical to those previously suffered by the head of the Yi family. Hence, I suspect he is afflicted by the same poison as Yi Songyuan. I am utterly incapable of resolving this poison, and at present, you are the only one who can. Therefore, I wish to implore you to assist this patient in alleviating his suffering. What? The same poison that afflicted Uncle Yi? Lin Yun immediately rose from the sofa, inquiring once more, where is this patient? What is his condition? I am available right now. I shall come at once. Lin Yun's eagerness to investigate stemmed primarily from his desire to unearth the perpetrator behind this rare and insidious poison. After all, one capable of administering such a lethal toxin is no ordinary individual. given that this nefarious person had also poisoned the esteemed Uncle Yi. Allowing them to remain unpunished would only serve to benefit the wrongdoer. This culprit must be brought to justice. If you, Lin Yun, are willing to come, that would be truly marvelous. I now find myself in the Lin residence, and the patient in question is none other than the second young master of the Lin family. Lin Jinghong. The Lin family? How could it possibly be the Lin family? Lin Yun's expression instantly shifted, and he spoke again with a hint of indifference. I apologize, Doctor. Son, but I have just remembered that I suddenly find myself pressed for time. As for the matter of alleviating the poison afflicting this Lin family member, let's abandon it. The fate of those from the Lin family holds no interest for me whatsoever. Furthermore, I advise you, Dr. Sun, to refrain from meddling in this affair. If there is nothing further, you should leave the Lin residence at once. As soon as his words fell, the phone line was met with the busy tone of disconnection. Chapter 91. What? Dr. Lin is my grandson. Upon being abruptly cut off by Lin Yun, Sun Zhongcao was left in a state of perplexity, murmuring to himself, "What is the matter with Dr. Lin? Why did he refuse upon hearing the Lin family name? Could it be that there is some unresolved issue between Dr. Lin and the Lin family?" After Sun Zhongcao ended the call, he appeared somewhat lost in thought. Lin Yun, leaning on his cane, approached with eager eyes and inquired, "How did it go, Dr. Sun? Will the esteemed physician you spoke of come?" Observing Lin Yun's eager demeanor, Sun Zhongcao shook his head. "Dr. Lin is unwilling to come, but it seems she harbors some dissatisfaction towards your Lin family." Dissatisfaction towards our Lin family? What could possibly warrant such feelings? It seems we have not offended any esteemed physician, let alone a divine healer. Even ordinary doctors have never been wronged by us. What shall we do now that this esteemed physician is unwilling to come? Sun Zhongcao remained silent for a moment before a thought struck him. Patriarch Lin, do not despair just yet. There may be someone who can assist in persuading Dr. Lin to come. Oh, really? Who might this person be? I shall seek their help at once. Lin Yun responded eagerly. It is none other than Yi Anren from the Yi family. Furthermore, this esteemed physician is actually the fiancé Yi of Yi Anren. I believe that if Miss Yi lends her support, even if Dr. Lin has grievances against your family, she will certainly extend her courtesy to her. The Yi family? Yi Anren's fiancé Yi. Upon hearing this, Lin Huimin immediately spoke up. I've had a few dealings with Yi Anren and am somewhat acquainted with her. Perhaps I should go and invite her to assist us. Yes, indeed. Since you are both young ladies, it will be easier for you to communicate. Huimin, you shall be the one to fetch Miss Yi Anren to our Lin residence. All right, father. I shall go find Miss Yi Anren right away. With that, she hurried out to seek her. Upon learning that Lin Huimin, whom she admired greatly, needed her assistance, Yi Anren, who had nothing pressing on her schedule, readily accompanied her to the Lin residence. As soon as they arrived, Yi Anren noticed Dr. Sun was also present, prompting her to turn in confusion to Lin Huimin. Sister Huimin, why the urgency in summoning me? Is there something I can assist you with? My Yi family only operates a pharmaceutical factory and does not possess the means to heal or save lives. Anren, my second brother, suddenly claimed he had been poisoned, and yet Dr. Sun was at a loss. He mentioned your fiancé's exceptional medical skills, which prompted us to request your assistance in bringing him to treat my brother's affliction. However, Anren's expression turned to one of confusion as she questioned, why do you not approach him directly? Surely, if the Lin family were to make the request, he would be more inclined to respond promptly. The members of the Lin family, upon hearing Anren's words, grew increasingly perplexed. Lin Huimin, with a puzzled expression, inquired, Anren, what do you mean by that? Is there some connection between that esteemed physician and our Lin family? As far as I recall, we do not share any special ties. Furthermore, Dr. Sun had previously contacted him, and upon learning it was a matter concerning the Lin family, he had rather curtly declined to assist. What? Such a thing exists? Anren's face reflected her bewilderment. Indeed, Anren, upon discovering that this physician is your fiancé, we sought your help, hoping you could persuade him to lend his expertise for my brother's treatment. Rest assured, should he succeed, the Lin family will offer you the utmost reward. Huimin, this is not merely a matter of reward. I am uncertain about the circumstances between your family and this Lin Yun. If even Dr. Sun was rebuffed, I cannot guarantee he will agree to treat your brother. Moreover, I must clarify that although I am indeed betrothed to him, our relationship is not as amicable as you might presume. What? Lin Huiman's brows furrowed in surprise. Are you saying this physician is named Lin Yun? What a coincidence. Our family recently encountered a conflict with a person named Lin Yun while attempting to acquire a company. Yes, that is indeed his name. Furthermore, he is the son of your long-deceased elder brother, Lin Jingtian. Aaron's inquiry sent shockwaves through the Lin family. What? The son of Jingtian? Lin Huiyuan's eyes widened in excitement as he approached Aaron. Child, is this true? Is your fiancé truly my grandson? Indeed, I can affirm this. When he first arrived in Luochuan to discuss our marriage, he presented several documents that verified his identity. Aaron replied with certainty. Upon confirming Lin Yun as their long-lost grandson, Lin Huiyun looked at Aaron with pleading eyes and implored, Aaron, I beseech you, could you help bring Yun to our family? Even if he chooses not to treat Jinghong. I simply wish to see him. I am aware he harbors great resentment towards our family and towards me, but regardless of his feelings, I yearn to see him and to speak with him about the past. After all, he is also Jing Tian's child, my beloved grandson. If he could return, I would willingly hand over the vast Lin family to him, allowing him to become its master, for this legacy was forged by his parents through their relentless efforts. I do not dare to hope for his forgiveness. I only yearn for the chance to meet him. At this, Yi Anren felt a wave of uncertainty wash over her. After a moment of silence, she finally spoke. Grandpa Lin, while I cannot guarantee anything, I will endeavor to persuade him. The truth is, my relationship with Lin Yun is not as you envision. We merely share a formal engagement and nothing more. So, please do not hold out too much hope for me. Excellent, excellent. Lin Huiyuan exclaimed with palpable excitement. With your assurance, we feel reassured. As long as you can mediate Lin Yun's resentment towards our family, I believe he will come to hear my explanation of past events. Aaron, you must seek out Yun at once. Chapter 92. Together to invite Lin Yun back to the Lin family. Yi Anren surveyed the crowd, hesitated for a moment, then addressed everyone. Very well. I shall go find him. Just as she was about to leave, Lin Huiman, who had been deep in thought, suddenly interjected. Wait, Anren. How about I accompany you to find Lin Yun? After all, I have met him and we share some unresolved tensions. It would be fitting for me, as his aunt, to address this discomfort. Indeed, let us go together. With that, the two women departed from the Lin residence. After a thorough inquiry with Yang Jiaojiao, they discovered Lin Yun's whereabouts and promptly set off in his direction. Meanwhile, seated on the sofa in the living room, Lin Yun began to feel a sense of unease. He recalled the words of Sun Zhongcao regarding the Lin family's second young master, who was none other than the man he referred to as second uncle, and the poison he had suffered, identical to that which afflicted Yi Tsangyan. He pondered deeply about the identity of the perpetrator behind this poisoning and the motives driving such malevolent actions. However, just as Lin Yun was lost in thought, a hand suddenly clapped onto his shoulder, accompanied by a voice. Lin Yun, Anren just called inquiring about your residence. It seems she intends to visit you. The hand belonged to Yang Jiaojiao, who, feeling bored at the Yang residence, had returned to her own home. Startled, Lin Yun responded with a hint of irritation. Jiaojiao, could you please make some noise when you walk? Why are you out of your room? Moreover, even if you were to fabricate a story, could you not make it more believable? Yi Anren has never regarded me with any interest. Why would she seek me out without cause? Yang Jiaojiao settled beside Lin Yun and leaned in closer. How do you know Anren wouldn't want to see you? What if her feelings towards you have changed? Do not speak of Anren. Even if I were Anren, I would be taken aback to learn that you're not only the president of the Yunshao group, but also a scion of the Lin family. Coupled with your extraordinary acupuncture skills and formidable prowess, it is no wonder that I find myself enamored with you. Jiao, you cannot possibly be serious, can you? You cannot be suggesting that after that fateful night, you have developed feelings for me and now expect me to take responsibility. I must remind you that I am currently bound by a marriage contract. It is not that I am unwilling to assume responsibility. Lin Yun immediately felt a tightening in his chest, a wave of anxiety washing over him. Upon hearing Lin Yun's words, Jiao Jiao suddenly recalled the previous night when she had lost her virtue to him in a drunken stupor, and her face flushed with embarrassment. Suppressing her discomfort, she emphatically slapped Lin Yun's arm and exclaimed, "You impudent boy, what are you saying? Who said anything about you being responsible? I am more concerned that you might expect me to be responsible for you. Let me warn you, once Aaron arrives, do not dare mention that incident in her presence. Otherwise, be wary that I shall not show you any mercy and could claim you assaulted me." Realizing that Jiao Jiao was not demanding he take responsibility, Lin Yun breathed a sigh of relief, though he was still flustered by her ominous warning, quickly responding, "I shall not mention it. I promise. I will absolutely refrain from bringing it up. That is more like it. As long as neither of us speaks of it, it shall remain a non-issue. Just treat Aaron well from now on. I, Jiao Jiao, do not require anyone to be responsible for me." As she spoke, Jiao Jiao promptly stood up. However, just as she was about to depart, a series of knocks echoed from the front door. Upon hearing this, Jiao Jiao turned to Lin Yun, who was still seated on the sofa, startled, and urged, "Hurry and open the door. It is likely your fiancé, Aaron, waiting outside. Could it be? She has truly come to find me." Upon learning that it was Aaron, Lin Yun hesitated momentarily, but ultimately obeyed Jiao Jiao's command, rising to answer the door. As Lin Yun swung the door open, he was met with the sight of his fiancée, Aaron, standing at the threshold, accompanied by a more mature and elegant woman, his aunt, Lin Huimin. Seeing them, Lin Yun's expression shifted abruptly, and he furrowed his brow, addressing them curtly. "What brings you both here together unannounced? And what is your purpose for coming to my abode?" "Lin Yun, we have come to implore you to assist in treating your second uncle. You possess some medical knowledge, do you not? His symptoms are akin to those your father exhibited previously, indicating poisoning. Hence, Huimin and I have come to request your assistance at the Lin family residence." Aaron stated directly, disregarding any formalities. Lin Yun scrutinized Aaron for a moment before turning to walk back inside, saying, "Aaron, I advise you to refrain from involving yourself in matters concerning the Lin family. Otherwise, do not blame me for nullifying our engagement. How can you be so heartless as to stand by while someone in your own family is in need? After all, that person is your own uncle. Even if you have had some unpleasant experiences with the Lin family, they are merely trifles that can be easily forgotten. In comparison to familial bonds, other grievances are inconsequential. Why must you, a grown man, harbor such a narrow-minded disposition? I had just begun to alter my perception of you, yet I am taken aback by your cold-heartedness." "Huh, forget? I am narrow-minded. I am cold-blooded. Why don't you inquire of the Lin family regarding what they did to my parents? Their actions cannot simply be dismissed with a casual word of forgetting. You are merely an outsider and know nothing of what the Lin family subjected my parents to. If you were in my position, I believe you would not even wish to utter a word to anyone from the Lin family. You might even charge directly at them. The only reason I have yet to confront the Lin family is that I still hold on to a shred of the remaining familial connection." Lin Yun glared at Aaron with a sardonic smile. Aaron found herself at a loss for words, as she truly did not understand the circumstances, believing instead that Lin Yun was simply estranged from the Lin family since childhood. At that moment, before Aaron could retort, Lin Huimin suddenly gazed at Lin Yun with affectionate eyes and said, "Lin Yun, it turns out you are my elder brother's son. Aaron has informed us of your identity. I apologize. It was indeed my aunt's fault for using the Lin family's influence to pressure you into selling the Yunxiao group to us. I have come specifically to apologize for our previous actions. As for the grievances that the entire Lin family has caused you, we will certainly provide you with a satisfactory resolution." Chapter 93, Then I shall accompany you to the Lin family. An apology? That is entirely unnecessary. Besides, did your Lin family not leave empty-handed when you visited me? As for your claim that the Lin family will provide me with an explanation, you need not concern yourselves with that. I shall personally reclaim everything that rightfully belongs to me. Just wait for me for when the time is ripe. I shall naturally go to the Lin family to retrieve what is mine." Observing Lin Yun's lack of courtesy and his unwillingness to accompany them to the Lin family, Lin Huimin feeling somewhat unsatisfied, spoke again. Lin Yun, our father has stated that as long as you return to the Lin family, even if you do not assist in treating our second brother, the entire Lin family will not hold it against you. For it is the Lin family that has wronged you. Our father's health is also deteriorating. He may not have many years left. He simply wishes to see you with his own eyes in his lifetime and to explain the events of the past. Explain? I see no need for an explanation. You may leave now, for I do not welcome you here. As for accompanying you to the Lin family to aid your kin, I believe we can dismiss that entirely. The lives and deaths of your Lin family members are of no concern to me. Lin Yun cast a cold, unyielding gaze at Lin Huimin. At that moment, both Lin Huimin and Yi Anren, confronted with Lin Yun's resolute demeanor, found themselves at a loss for words, momentarily frozen in place. Witnessing the awkwardness of the situation, Yang Jiajia, who had previously retreated to her room to eavesdrop, suddenly flung open the door and addressed Lin Yun. Lin Yun, why must you be this way? What is the matter with visiting the Lin family? Isn't the head of the Lin family intending to explain himself in person? It presents a perfect opportunity for you to discern what he wishes to convey. Are you truly apprehensive that the Lin family would harm you? However, it was Yang Jiaojiao's unexpected remark that drew the attention of the three individuals present towards her. Yi Anren gazed at Lin Yun with a look of astonishment, then turned her incredulous gaze upon Yang Jiaojiao and exclaimed, Jiaojiao, how is it that you are here? Isn't this Lin Yun's residence? Have you two perhaps begun cohabitating? In response to Yi Anren's inquiry, Yang Jiaojiao hurriedly stepped forward, anxious to dispel any potential misunderstandings. Anren, please don't misconstrue the situation. It is not as you think. In fact, Lin Yun and I have been living together since his arrival in Luochuan City. What? Really? Yi Anren's eyes widened in shock, her expression one of disbelief. No, it's not as you imagine. Realizing her misstep, Yang Jiaojiao hastily clarified. What I meant was, when Lin Yun first arrived in Luochuan City, I took him in and allowed him to stay in this house that I purchased myself. My brother, Yang Feng, was also living here with us at that time. Upon hearing Yang Jiaojiao's explanation, Yi Anren's demeanor softened. Oh, I see. So the three of you were cohabiting. I initially thought it was just the two of you. However, Yang Jiaojiao, oblivious to the underlying tension, continued, but later, my brother returned to the Yang family. So now it would be more accurate to say that Lin Yun, Cici, and I are living here together. What? A man and two women sharing the same abode? Yi Anren's expression grew even more troubled. Noticing Yi Anren's peculiar demeanor, Yang Jiaojiao quickly interjected, No, Anren. You are mistaken. We are not sharing a room. We merely reside under the same roof, each with our own separate rooms. After all, both Cici and I have become Lin Yun's personal assistants. Living together allows us to accompany him more conveniently. At that moment, Lin Yun approached Yang Jiaojiao, placing a hand on her shoulder and raising his voice. All right, Jiaojiao, why bother explaining so much to her? Even if we were cohabitating, what does it matter? She has no authority over us. We are not married yet. And besides, she has mentioned that the engagement will eventually be annulled, so we will live as we please, without the need to clarify anything to her. Lin Yun, get lost. Who is cohabitating with you? Please don't let Anren misunderstand. Yang Jiaojiao forcefully pushed Lin Yun's hand away, her face contorted with anger as she shouted at him. Meanwhile, Yi Anren, with a complex expression, feigned indifference and remarked with a hint of a smirk, That's true. Why bother explaining anything to me? I have nothing to do with Lin Yun. Our engagement will eventually be annulled. As for your relationship with Lin Yun, whether you are cohabitating or not, it is of no concern to me. I want to be upset over such matters. Observing the escalating tension between the two, Yang Jiaojiao seized the opportunity to change the subject, saying, All right, do not overthink it. My relationship with Lin Yun is quite ordinary, merely sharing the same roof. Subsequently, I turned to Lin Yun with utmost seriousness and inquired, Lin Yun, are you truly a man? Huh? Sister Jiaojiao, what do you mean by that? How could you question my masculinity? Lin Yun responded, bewildered by the inquiry. However, upon receiving his seemingly innocuous retort, Yang Jiao suddenly flushed, hastily clarifying, Lin Yun, you scoundrel. What I mean is, if you are indeed a man, you ought to accompany Ran and sister Hui Min to the Lin family. You should hear firsthand what your grandfather, the head of the Lin family, wishes to explain to you. Upon hearing Yang Jiao's insistence about Lin Yun visiting the Lin family, Yi and Ran quickly interjected, Indeed, Lin Yun, if you consider yourself a man, you must face them at the Lin family estate. I, too, wish to understand the intricacies of your grievances with them. If my fiancé lacks the courage to confront his own kin, then he is unworthy of that title. I refuse to be engaged to a coward. With both women urging him, Lin Huimin also chimed in, Yes, Lin Yun, although I'm a member of the Lin family and your aunt, I genuinely know little about the matters between my older brother and father. I only recently learned of your existence. You should accompany me to the Lin family. I am eager to hear my father recount the events of the past. If it turns out that my father was in the wrong, I will wholeheartedly stand by you. Faced with the persistent persuasion of the three women, Lin Yun's expression darkened. He opened his mouth to speak, but fell into silence. After a prolonged pause, he slowly lifted his gaze, surveying the three women before coldly stating, If that is the case, then very well. I shall accompany you to the Lin family. I, too, wish to see what Lin Huaiyuan has to say in his defense. Chapter 94. Yi and Ran's change of attitude. That's the spirit. A man should not be so timid. Even if a storm awaits, one must bravely confront it. Yang Jiao, disregarding the gazes of those around, boldly patted Lin Yun on the shoulder. Observing the intimate interaction between Yang Jiao and Lin Yun, Yi and Ran felt a sudden jolt within, her expression becoming somewhat unnatural, accompanied by an uncomfortable sensation. To mask her unease, Yi and Ran quickly responded, Well, since we have decided to go to the Lin family, let's not linger here any longer. We shall set off immediately. With that, she strode out the door, leading the way. Seeing this, Lin Yun, Yang Jiao, and Lin Huimin promptly followed suit. Thus, the four of them boarded a vehicle, heading straight for the Lin family estate in the outskirts. At the Lin family residence, in Lin Jinghong's room, Lin Huaiyuan, leaning on his cane, anxiously observed as Sun Zhongchao administered acupuncture to his son lying in bed. Although Sun Zhongchao was unable to cure the poison afflicting Lin Jinghong, nevertheless, as a renowned divine physician in Luochuan city, the reputation of the healer is well-deserved. The administration of acupuncture by Sun Zhongchao proved effective in stabilizing Lin Jinghong's toxicity. After the procedure, Lin Jinghong, who had previously appeared to be in great distress, suddenly seemed much more at ease, his agony alleviated. Observing this, Lin Huaiyun immediately expressed his concern, inquiring, Dr. Sun, has my son's toxicity been stabilized? Yes, it has been stabilized for now, Sun Zhongchao replied. However, to completely resolve this poison and prevent a recurrence, we will need the expertise of Dr. Lin. My abilities are limited. I can only suppress the spread of the toxicity for the time being. But Yun, Lin Huaiyun began, his words trailing off as he sighed deeply. Noticing Lin Huaiyuan's anxiety, Sun Zhongchao placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Do not be overly worried, Master Lin. Though I am unaware of the rift between Dr. Lin and the Lin family that has led to this situation, I am confident that Dr. Lin will not stand idly by. When he arrives, it would be wise to speak openly with him. Cast aside your reservations. After all, you are his grandfather, and the one in bed is his beloved uncle. He would never turn a blind eye to such a crisis. I hope so, Lin Huaiyuan replied, his eyes reflecting profound sorrow. I do not dare to expect Yun's forgiveness. I merely wish that he might, for the sake of Jinghong being his uncle, extend his hand to save him. I would even be willing to relinquish the entire Lin family to his stewardship if it meant saving him. Just as the two were conversing, a sudden sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the room. They both turned their gaze toward the door. Soon, Lin Huimin appeared, and upon realizing she had returned without Lin Yun, Lin Huimin approached her with trembling anticipation, casting a glance behind her. Disappointment washed over him when he saw that no one followed. Huimin, did you not come? He did come. Lin Yun is here now, waiting in the reception hall. Lin Huimin responded with excitement. After a moment, her voice turned slightly somber. However, Lin Yun mentioned that he did not come to the Lin family to treat his elder brother, but rather to hear your explanation. Then let us hasten to the reception hall. Regardless of whether Yun will intervene to save Jing Hong, I cannot hold it against him. I must at least meet my grandson, the child left behind by Jing Tian. With a face alight with anticipation, Lin Huayun grasped his cane and prepared to step out of the room. Seeing his father's fervent eagerness, Lin Huimin quickly stepped forward to support him, and son Zhongzhao, glancing at the slumbering Lin Jinghong, deemed it unnecessary to remain and promptly followed in their wake towards the reception hall where Lin Yun awaited. In the reception hall, Lin Yun sat face to face with Yi Anren, while Yang Jiao stood attentively beside him, embodying the demeanor of a professional assistant ready to heed his every command. Upon witnessing this scene, Yi Anren could not help but shake her head and sigh, "Alas, Jiao, must you always adopt such a subservient demeanor towards him? You are, after all, the eldest daughter of the Yang family, a renowned beauty in Luochuan city. How can you so willingly demean yourself before Lin Yun? I fail to comprehend what merits he possesses that would compel you, and CC as well, to serve him with such eagerness, observing your deference before him. I feel it is utterly beneath you. Anren, you are overthinking it. There is truly nothing amiss. CC and I merely behave this way towards Lin Yun in public. Once we return home, we do not treat him in such a manner. Moreover, given Lin Yun's capabilities, I find no shame in serving him as the daughter of the Yang family. You simply do not understand him yet. Who says I do not understand? Is he not merely skilled in medicine? While those adept in healing certainly deserve respect, as everyone will inevitably face the trials of life and death. To serve him simply because of his medical knowledge seems rather excessive. After Yi Anren's remarks, Lin Yun, who had been lost in contemplation regarding how Lin Huayin would explain past events to him, suddenly furrowed his brow and retorted with impatience, "Yi Anren, will you never cease? Why do you persist in your relentless pursuit of me? Initially, you looked down upon me, labeling me as an inconsequential freeloader. Now, you seek to incite Jiao and the others against me. I suspect your intentions are less than pure. Perhaps you are envious of the closeness between Jiao and me, and you're attempting to sway them away from me. Huh, jealous? What a farce." Yi Anren replied, her tone a mixture of amusement and incredulity. "Lin Yun, do not be so self-important. How could I possibly feel jealousy over you and them? I'm simply expressing my concern for my dear friends. Very well, as long as it is not jealousy. But let me remind you, you had better not harbor any jealousy towards me. Although we are betrothed, you have previously stated that you would tear up that engagement. Me. Lin Yun's words left Yi Anren momentarily at a loss for words. For some time now, she had been gradually accepting the reality that Lin Yun was indeed her fiancé, though her outward demeanor remained defiant. Chapter 95. The explanation from the Lin family. Just as Yi Anren appeared somewhat flustered, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the reception room. Upon noticing this, she promptly rose to her feet, alongside Yang Jiao, to observe the commotion outside. Meanwhile, Lin Yun remained undisturbed, maintaining his composed demeanor as he sat upright. In a brief moment, the hurried footsteps grew increasingly closer, culminating in the entrance of Lin Huayin, supported by Lin Huimin, into the reception room. Upon the arrival of the illustrious head of the Lin family from Luochuan City, both Yi Anren and Yang Jiao, as juniors, respectfully stepped forward to greet him. However, Lin Huayin disregarded the greetings exchanged between the two and directed his gaze solely towards Lin Yun, who remained composed in his seat. The moment he laid eyes on Lin Yun, he was momentarily petrified, his gaze fixated on Lin Yun, who stood there in silence. He could hardly contain his excitement as he murmured, "So similar, absolutely identical to how Jing Tian looked in his youth." He then brusquely pushed aside Lin Huimin, who had been supporting him, and with his cane trembling, approached Lin Yun, stopping before him. "Yunner, you have finally returned. Do you know how much your grandfather has missed you over the years? Whenever I think of you, all alone and forsaken, I find myself unable to eat or sleep. I regret my cowardice back then, which has led to this unfortunate outcome. All of this is my fault, leaving you to wander alone from such a young age." As Lin Yun observed the elderly man, who he should have referred to as grandfather, trembling before him and uttering such a torrent of words. He slowly met Lin Huayuan's gaze. After a moment of silence, Lin Yun finally spoke, his tone laced with cold sarcasm. "Oh, really? Do you not feel a twinge of shame or insincerity while saying this to me? Have you so quickly forgotten the deeds you committed against my parents? Now you come before me, feigning remorse. I cannot help but wonder if I were not skilled in medicine and your son had not been poisoned. Would you still adopt this demeanor before me?" As he spoke, Lin Yun abruptly rose from his chair, casting a furious glare at Lin Huayuan. The intensity of Lin Yun's piercing gaze nearly caused Lin Huayuan to stumble and fall, forcing him to retreat several steps. Fortunately, Lin Huayuan, who had been watching closely, hurried to support him, allowing Lin Huayuan to regain his footing. Once steady, Lin Huayuan, undeterred, took a few more steps forward, wearing an expression filled with remorse as he explained, "Yun'er, things are not as you perceive them. I seek nothing more than the chance to explain myself." "Explain?" Lin Yun suddenly let out a cold laugh. "Very well. I shall hear how you intend to justify yourself, no matter how you spin it. You cannot obscure the fact that you abandoned my parents and sever ties with them. Yun'er, as long as you are willing to listen to my explanation, even if in the end you still harbor resentment towards me, I have nothing further to say. I acknowledge that my cowardice back then has led to the current predicament." It was then that Lin Huayuan found a chair to sit upon before Lin Yun, his eyes vacant, as if lost in memories of the past. He began to recount. "That was more than 20 years ago, when our Lin family was not as prosperous as it is today. We were merely a modest clan in Luochuan City. Your father possessed remarkable business acumen. At that time, Jing Tian was fully capable of managing any affairs of the family and was steadily leading the Lin family toward remarkable growth. It was during that time that your father, Jing Tian, unexpectedly resolved to be with a mysterious woman, disregarding the family's opposition entirely. Despite my earnest attempts to dissuade him, I ultimately had no choice but to strike a deal. If Jing Tian could elevate the Lin family to be among the top 10 families in Luochuan City within 3 years, I would acquiesce to their union. Little did I anticipate that even this agreement would fail to deter him from pursuing your mother. He moved out of the Lin family home to live with her instead. Nevertheless, Jing Tian remained committed to our pact and, through their combined efforts, managed to elevate the Lin family to become one of the top 3 dominant families in Luochuan City in a mere year and a half." Upon hearing this, Lin Yun furrowed her brow in confusion and inquired about the connection to her parents' demise. "Ah, of course, there is a connection, and it lies here." Lin Huayuan sighed and continued. "It was precisely because Jing Tian and his wife were overly assertive that the Lin family ascended so rapidly, thereby infringing upon the interests of many others. This provoked those whose familial interests were harmed to unite against Jing Tian and his wife. When they targeted my parents, the Lin family not only refrained from assisting them, but also distanced themselves from them." "How do you explain that?" Lin Yun gazed at Lin Huayuan with anger. "Indeed, father, I too find this perplexing. Everything our Lin family has is largely due to the hard work of my elder brother and my soon-to-be sister-in-law. Why did you not stand by my brother's side to support them, but instead chose to sever ties at that critical moment?" Lin Huayuan questioned Lin Huayuan, equally bewildered. "I wish to do so. Do you think I did not want to help? What kind of heartless parent would stand idly by and watch their child be bullied? But I'm the head of the Lin family. I must consider not only Jing Tian and his wife, but also everyone connected to the Lin family. I was helpless and compelled to act as I did. Had I acted otherwise, the entire Lin family would have faced annihilation." As both questioned him, Lin Huayuan suddenly wept bitterly. After wiping his tears, he continued, "You must understand that those who united against Jing Tian were nearly half of Luochuan City's prominent families, including the current Zhou and Li families. Furthermore, behind these families lurked a mysterious organization. This organization is not something any family can contend with. It comprises individuals with various formidable abilities. While many prominent families recruit strong individuals to support them, these fighters are but trifles compared to that enigmatic organization. Moreover, it was Jing Tian and his wife who insisted on severing ties with the Lin family. If I had not complied, They would have threatened to take their own lives before me. What was I to do? Chapter 96. The Mysterious Organization. After finally articulating the words that had been suppressed in his heart for over 20 years, Lin Yun felt an immense weight lifted from his shoulders. He slumped back against the chair, his gaze vacant as he stared at the ceiling, seemingly transported back to the humiliation and resentment of more than 2 decades ago. However, upon hearing Lin Yun's explanation, Lin Yun remained unresponsive, suddenly falling into a deep silence as she contemplated the mysterious organization he had mentioned. After a moment of reflection, she coldly inquired, "So, does this imply that my parents' deaths are also related to that clandestine organization?" Lin Yun nodded affirmatively. "Tell me, what is the name of that mysterious organization? Where can it be found?" Lin Yun's icy gaze fixed intently on Lin Yun. I do not know. In my years of covertly searching for clues, I am certain that the deaths of the Jing Tian couple are unequivocally linked to that organization. Yet, oddly enough, no matter how diligently I search, I can find no trace of that organization. It is as if they vanished completely overnight 20 years ago. After a brief silence, Lin Yun continued, "However, if you wish to uncover more information about that organization, you will need to seek out Zhou Yunwu, the head of the Zhou family, and Li Shanin, the former head of the Li family. They were the closest individuals to that mysterious organization back in the day. Zhou Yunwu, Li Shanin." Lin Yun seethed as she repeated their names. Indeed, it is they. They were the ones who spearheaded the establishment of the business alliance to target the Jing Tian couple. Lin Yun added nonchalantly. Upon learning the truth about the events of that time, Lin Yun immediately rose to her feet, her eyes brimming with a murderous intent as she declared, "Then I shall go find them now. It is time to settle the score from back then. Yunner, wait. There is no rush to confront them. We must plan our approach carefully. Do not act impulsively," Lin Yun urged, suddenly standing up to halt Lin Yun's advance. "What do you mean by that?" Lin Yun halted, frowning as she regarded Lin Yun. Seeing Lin Yun pause to listen, Lin Yun exhaled in relief and said, "They have not been seen in public for over a decade. It is said that they have received training from that mysterious organization and have completely detached themselves from family affairs, focusing solely on their martial arts cultivation. And so what? Am I to be intimidated by them? If necessary, I will simply storm their homes and force them to come out," Lin Yun proclaimed defiantly, disregarding all caution. However, just as Lin Yun uttered these words, a mocking voice suddenly echoed from outside the reception room. Such a young age, yet such grandiose words. "You are nothing like the young Master Jing Tian from years past. I advise you, young one, to temper your arrogance. Caution is the mother of safety." Upon hearing this unexpected voice, everyone present turned their gaze toward the source, including Lin Yun, who could not help but frown in response. Before them stood an elderly man, his hair as white as snow, accompanied by Qin Qianlu, a formidable figure who had previously collaborated with Lin Huimin in the acquisition of Yinxiao Group and had engaged with Lin Yun before, possessing the strength of qi cultivation. Upon the arrival of the venerable elder, Lin Huiyin and Lin Huimin approached him with utmost respect, their expressions tinged with surprise. "Elder Qi, what brings you here?" they inquired. "I heard from Qianlu that your second son, Lin Jinghong, has been poisoned, and I could not remain indifferent. I came to see if there is any way this old man could assist, for I am deeply indebted to your Lin family and cannot turn a blind eye." The white-haired elder replied, his tone calm. "Elder Qi, your kindness knows no bounds. Throughout the years, you have shown unwavering concern for our family," Lin Yun exclaimed, his face radiant with gratitude. He then turned to Lin Yun, who wore a grim expression. "Yunner, do not take offense at Elder Qi's words. This esteemed elder is Qi Yinan, now a centenarian. Despite his age, he remains remarkably vigorous, having reached the rare realm of intent cultivation. Moreover, he is the master of Qin Qianlu. Our Lin family has relied on Elder Qi's support to navigate the tumultuous waters of Luochuan city. Therefore, do not heed his earlier comments with disdain." However, Lin Yun remained unperturbed by the introduction. He scrutinized the elder, then coldly remarked, "Old man, what exactly do you mean by your earlier statement? You had better clarify, lest you provoke my disrespect." A hush fell over the assembly as the others exchanged anxious glances, fearful of Elder Chi's potential wrath in response to Lin Yun's audacity. Lin Huayuan hastily urged, "Yun'er, how can you speak to Elder Chi in such a manner? You must apologize at once. I am certain that, for your father's sake, Elder Chi will overlook your insolence." "Huh? Apologize to him? Do you truly believe he is worthy of such a gesture? Besides, your family has treated this elder like a distinguished guest. What concern is that of mine? I am not one of you." Lin Yun retorted with a scornful laugh. "How can you be so obstinate, child?" Lin Huayuan exclaimed, his frustration evident as he stomped his foot in exasperation. Observing Lin Yun's defiance, the elderly man could no longer contain himself. With a piercing gaze, he bellowed, "Good, good, good. It has been ages since I have encountered someone bold enough to address me in such a manner. You are indeed the first in decades. Very well. I have heard from Qianlu that your technique is rather peculiar. Today, I shall see what audacity you possess to speak to me thus. However, let me be frank. Were it not for your lineage as young Master Jing Tian's offspring, I could have easily ended your life with a mere flick of my hand for your disrespect. You should count yourself fortunate to have such a commendable father. Old fool, if you wish to resort to violence, then do so directly. Do not invoke my father. Do not think that mentioning him will compel me to show you any deference. Such an arrogant old fool. I have never regarded you with any seriousness." Lin Yun remarked coolly as he gazed at Qi Nan, provoked by Lin Yun's words. Qi Nan could no longer maintain his composure and unleashed a tremendous pressure. He glared at Lin Yun and declared, "You young rascal. Today, I shall teach you the meaning of respecting your elders and cherishing the young. I will ensure that Master Jing Tian receives proper education on your behalf." Chapter 97. Indeed, a tiger begets no dog. As he spoke, Qi Nan disregarded Lin Yun's reaction and charged at him with all his might. At that moment, Qi Nan believed that Lin Yun was not as easily dealt with as he appeared, considering that his bravado was merely a facade to preserve his pride as an elder. After all, Qi Nan had heard from his disciple, Qianlu, about Lin Yun's exceedingly peculiar techniques, which could ensnare an unsuspecting opponent. Thus, Qi Nan remained entirely vigilant, unleashing his full strength against Lin Yun. Simultaneously, he shouted, "Let this old man experience just what audacity you possess." However, just as Qi Nan prepared to launch his full assault on Lin Yun, Lin Huayuan suddenly cried out, "Elder Qi, I implore you to show mercy." Not only Lin Huayuan, but even Yanren and Yang Jiao hastily sought to stand beside Lin Yun to confront Qi Nan's impending strike. Yet before the two women could move, Lin Yun effortlessly lifted one hand and, with a swift motion, struck at Qi Nan who was charging towards him. A formidable and overwhelming force met Qi Nan head-on, sending him crashing to the ground. In an instant, Qi Nan coughed up a mouthful of blood, his eyes wide open in disbelief as he stared at Lin Yun, filled with astonishment and curiosity. It was as if he were entirely unperturbed by his own disheveled state and injuries. As the sight of the white-haired Qi Nan lay in such a state on the ground unfolded, all present gazed at Lin Yun with expressions of shock. It was well known that Qi Nan was a formidable figure within Luochuan. To see him reduced to such a pitiful condition before seemingly ordinary Lin Yun revealed the depths of Lin Yun's hidden strength, which could only be described as terrifying. Upon realizing Lin Yun's extraordinary prowess, which had so thoroughly overwhelmed Qi Nan, Lin Huayuan and Lin Huimin were both taken aback, their hearts swelling with joy for Lin Yun. However, in an effort to spare Qi Nan's embarrassment, they approached to assist him in rising. Lin Huayuan hastily inquired, "Elder Qi, are you unhurt? Young Yin acted thoughtlessly and got lucky against you. Please do not hold it against him." "Oomph." Qi Nan, once assisted to his feet, snorted coldly, casting a disdainful glance at Lin Huayuan. "Luck? Such a light-hearted term. You try to win against me by luck." He continued, "Do not think I am unaware of your thoughts. You are merely concerned about my pride being wounded and my ensuing wrath. Let me assure you, while I, Qi Nan, hold my reputation dear, I can still accept defeat." After speaking, he dragged his disheveled form towards Lin Yun, stopping before him to scrutinize him closely once again. With a seemingly profound expression, he remarked, "Indeed, you are truly worthy of being the son of young Master Jing Tian. A tiger father begets no son of a dog. Young Lin Yun, I have genuinely experienced your strength. I, an old man, concede defeat with complete sincerity. I apologize for my earlier words. I hope you will not hold it against me." As he spoke, Qi Yinan bowed deeply before Lin Yun. Witnessing Qi Yinan willingly submit to Lin Yun caused the onlookers to gasp in astonishment. Even Yanran found her perception of Lin Yun significantly altered. She murmured to herself, "Could it be that Lin Yun has been feigning weakness since his arrival in my home? Why did he not reveal his formidable strength that surpasses the capabilities of various families? Why must he initially present himself as a worthless individual living off others?" However, no one paid heed to Yi Anren's mutterings. All eyes were fixated on Lin Yun. At that moment, Lin Yun was equally astonished to see Qi Yinan bowing before him and curiously inquired, "Old man, what do you mean by this? Your change of demeanor is quite abrupt. I have yet to exert my full strength. How can you concede so swiftly? What happened to your previous lofty attitude?" Chuckling, Qi Yinan replied, "Young Lin Yun, you jest. My old bones cannot endure a clash with you. I merely wish to gauge your depth. How could I genuinely intend to confront you? I simply did not anticipate that your strength would far exceed my expectations. Indeed, I have embarrassed myself. I hope you will forgive me, young Lin Yun." After a moment of awkwardness, Qi Yinan continued, "Moreover, I am someone who has greatly benefited from your father's kindness. Since you are the son of young Master Jing Tian, I must repay the unfulfilled gratitude I owe to him through you. As long as you do not disdain my aging self, I shall treat you like young Master Jing Tian from now on, young Master Yun." Faced with Qi Yinan's abrupt change in attitude, Lin Yun shook his head, revealing a hint of disdain as he remarked, "If you claim you have yet to repay my father's kindness, what precisely do you owe him?" After pondering for a moment, Qi Yinan replied nonchalantly, "I can only say that without your father, perhaps there would be no present-day me. The specifics of what your father has done are not easily conveyed in a few words. Rest assured, you will understand in due time." Seeing that Qi Yinan was unwilling to elaborate further, Lin Yun did not press the matter, but stated directly, "In that case, we can discuss it in detail another time. However, I cannot afford to waste any more time here. I must personally visit the Zhou and Li families to confront Zhou, Xinwu, and Li Shanin and settle the account from those years." As he spoke, Lin Yun made the decision to leave the Lin family's reception room immediately. However, just as he stepped forward, Lin Huayuan suddenly pleaded, "Yin'er, could you possibly lend a hand to save your second uncle? After all, he is your blood relative and entirely innocent. The events of the past are entirely my fault regarding your father. Your second uncle is not aware of the specifics of those circumstances. Indeed, Lin Yun, please extend your hand to save my second brother. As for my elder brother's past, my second brother and I were genuinely unaware. Moreover, my elder brother was exceptionally fond of both my second brother and me. I firmly believe that if my elder brother's spirit still lingers, he would not wish for my second brother to endure such torment." Lin Huimin hastily approached, urging them. Observing the earnest pleas from the two, Lin Yun suddenly paused. The resolute heart she had brought to the Lin family began to waver, and, after much deliberation, she finally declared with a calm demeanor, "If you wish for me to intervene and treat Lin Jinghong, it is not impossible. However, the Lin family must agree to one condition. Should you find yourselves unable to fulfill this request, I shall absolutely refrain from offering my assistance. You are well aware that the poison afflicting Lin Jinghong can only be cured by me. It is unlikely that anyone else in Luochuan can remedy it, unless you can identify the perpetrator." Chapter 98. Bury my parents with a dignity befitting the head and matron of the family in the ancestral grave. Yin'er, what do you require of us? As long as you can save your second uncle, we shall comply with your wishes, be it one matter or 10. Lin Huayuan inquired urgently. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yun coldly responded, "It has come to my attention that following the incident involving my parents, you did not inter them in the Lin family ancestral grave, instead hastily burying them in an inconspicuous location. Is this true? Lin Yun was taken aback and quickly explained. Yin'er, I had no other choice. After your parents' incident, the alliances targeting them still had their eyes fixed on our Lin family. At that time, we severed ties with your father, Jing Tian, as he requested, which spared the Lin family from being implicated. Had I publicly buried Jing Tian in the ancestral grave, the alliances would have certainly turned against us. To prevent Jing Tian from losing his life in vain, I reluctantly buried them in a place entirely unrelated to our Lin family. Upon hearing this, Lin Yun's previously settled emotions surged once more. She gazed at the elderly man before her, who shared her bloodline, yet had acted with such cowardice. She felt an urge to confront him, but reason prevailed, reminding her to refrain from such actions. Thus, she could only force herself to quell the flames of anger within. Coldly, she stated, given the circumstances, I shall not pursue your cowardly actions any further. What I require of you now is this. I demand that you reinter my parents with great honor in the Lin family ancestral grave. Furthermore, they must be interred with the highest regard, as the head and matron of the Lin family. What? To reinstate the couple, Jing Tian and his wife, in the ancestral grave, and with the status of the head and matron? Lin Yun gazed at Lin Yun in shock. Observing his reluctant demeanor, Lin Yun's expression shifted abruptly. Glaring at Lin Yun, what is this? Are you unwilling? You must understand that the accomplishments of your Lin family today are entirely reliant on the sacrifices made by my parents. Without their sacrifices, how could the Lin family have attained its current standing? Moreover, all I desire is to have my parents laid to rest in the Lin ancestral grave, allowing them to return to their roots. What could possibly be wrong with that? Observing Lin Yun's furious expression, Lin Yun found himself in a dilemma, nervously stating, Yin'er, you must understand that it is not my unwillingness, but if I were to act as you suggest, the individuals led by the Zhou and Li families from 20 years ago would surely rise against our Lin family once more. At that point, how could our Lin family confront the might of their numerous clans? Wouldn't all that Jing Tian has done be rendered futile? Lin Yun, how can you utter such words? In the end, you are still only concerned about the Lin family. Has anyone ever considered my parents? Lin Yun could no longer restrain herself and stepped forward, seizing Lin Yun's collar. Witnessing this heart-stopping scene, the onlookers grew anxious, fearing that Lin Yun might inadvertently harm Lin Yun. However, unexpectedly, Aaron stepped forward, glaring at Lin Yun and shouting, Lin Yun, cease this immediately. Do you realize what you are doing? He is your grandfather. How can you lay a hand on him? I advise you to stop at once. Otherwise, do not blame me for severing ties with you, regardless of any faults the head of the Lin family may have. You cannot strike him. He is your grandfather. Since time immemorial, how could a grandson reprimand his grandfather? If this were to spread, it would be a source of ridicule. Faced with Yi Anren's anger, Lin Yun was momentarily taken aback and, without a second thought, released Lin Yun's collar. What others did not realize was that Lin Yun had never intended to strike him. Her earlier action had been a moment of desperation. Just as Yi Anren intervened, it provided Lin Yun with an opportunity to retreat gracefully. Once she let go of Lin Yun furrowed her brow and fixed her gaze on Yi Anren. Questioning her bluntly, Yi Anren, who do you think you are? What gives you the right to interfere with me? I am. Yi Anren hesitated momentarily before asserting loudly, I am your fiancé. Do I not have the right to manage your affairs? Upon hearing Yi Anren's unexpected declaration, Lin Yun let out a cold laugh. Ah, Yi Anren, weren't you the one who previously looked down upon me, insisting you would tear up that marriage contract with your own hands? What is this? Now you suddenly claim to be my fiancé. Do you not find this utterly ridiculous? Yet, contrary to the crowd's expectation that Yi Anren would feel embarrassed and struggle to respond, her subsequent action left everyone astounded. Displaying her strong-willed demeanor, she disregarded Lin Yun's prowess, seized Lin Yun's collar, and assertively declared, Lin Yun, listen to me. My previous attitude toward you is my own affair. However, now, I have changed my mind. Based on my observations over these past days, you perfectly meet the requirements to be my fiancé. Congratulations on passing my test. Observing the transformed Yi Anren, Lin Yun suddenly felt a shiver run through him, struggling to adapt. He brusquely pushed Yi Anren away, exclaiming, "Yi Anren, what on earth is wrong with you? Step aside and do not interfere with my business." Taken aback by Lin Yun's abrupt change in demeanor, Yi Anren did not pursue the matter further. Instead, she resolutely stated, "Very well, as long as you refrain from laying a hand on your grandfather and respecting my boundaries, I shall not disrupt you in any legitimate endeavors. You may do as you please, and I shall unconditionally support you." Lin Yun, momentarily bewildered by Yi Anren's unexpected behavior, could not fathom her intentions. Casting another doubtful glance at her, he chose to dismiss the matter, turning instead to the still flustered Lin Huayuan. "Lin Huayuan, I must inform you, although we share a blood connection that runs deep, if you continue to cower in the face of those who have harmed my parents without retaliating, you shall have no one to blame but yourself when I bring ruin upon the Lin family. Trust that I, Lin Yun, possess the capability to do so. Moreover, I shall fulfill every promise I have made." Upon witnessing Lin Yun's earnest demeanor, Lin Huayuan hesitated for a moment before finally nodding. As if having resolved to take a stand, he solemnly declared, "Very well, Yunner, I shall heed your counsel. Tomorrow, I will gather all members of the Lin family to discuss this matter collectively. We will ensure that Jing Tian and his spouse receive a grand funeral that will resonate throughout Luochuan city." However, Lin Huayuan suddenly hesitated once more. "What is it now? Have you another excuse to evade this matter?" Lin Yun glared at him. No, Yunner, I must explain," Lin Huayuan hastily replied. "As you are aware, my health has been poor over the years, and many family matters have been managed by your second uncle. It would be more appropriate for him to convene the family and oversee the arrangements for your parents' proper burial. After all, I have not been involved in family affairs for many years. Yet, your second uncle." Lin Huayuan's voice faltered, choked with emotion, and he ceased speaking. Seeing the sorrow etched on Lin Huayuan's face, Lin Yun understood his thoughts without needing to ask. He then remarked, "Lin Huayuan, your calculations are rather astute. Your words imply that you wish for me to intervene and treat your son." Lin Huang, slightly embarrassed, gazed at Lin Yun and said, "Yunner, regardless of your thoughts about me, I truly do not wish to see your second uncle depart before me. I implore you, please save your second uncle. I would even gladly relinquish the position of the Lin family head to you without complaint. The foundations of the Lin family were built by your parents, and returning it to you would be a rightful restoration. Indeed, Lin Yun, it would be prudent for you to extend your hand and rescue second brother. Should you choose to save him, all matters concerning the Lin family shall henceforth be dictated by your will. You shall have the authority to command as you see fit, and the entire Lin family will unreservedly comply with your directives." Lin Huayman also approached to persuade Lin Yun. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yun ultimately nodded and replied, "Very well, I shall intervene to treat Lin Jinghong, but do not forget your promises. From this point forward, the entire Lin family must heed my commands. It is fortuitous that I wish to confront the Zhou and Li families, as well as the enigmatic organization behind them, and I will certainly require the substantial support of a force as formidable as the Lin family. Absolutely. From now on, any command issued by you will be adhered to by the entire Lin family." Lin Huayuan exclaimed, visibly exhilarated as he gazed at Lin Yun. "Very well." Lin Yun nodded, then spoke calmly. "If that is the case, please lead the way." Upon hearing Lin Yun's agreement to undertake the healing, Lin Huayuan and Lin Huayman eagerly moved ahead, preparing to escort Lin Yun to Lin Jinghong's chamber. The remaining onlookers hastily followed, curious to witness how Lin Yun would tackle a condition that even the esteemed Dr. Sun found insurmountable. Upon entering Lin Jinghong's bedroom, the ailing Lin Jinghong, propped upon his bed, squinted at Lin Yun, who bore an uncanny resemblance to his elder brother. Suddenly overwhelmed with excitement, he struggled to rise, but his weakened state prevented him from doing so. Instead, he managed to utter in a faint voice, "Yunner, are you truly the child of my elder brother?" However, Lin Yun did not reciprocate the emotional response. Instead, he maintained a stoic expression and replied, "Yes, indeed. I am the son of Lin Jingtian." "Splendid. How marvelous. My brother has indeed left behind an heir. Just as Lin Jinghong attempted to rise from his bed, Lin Yun gently pressed him back down and said, "You should remain lying down for now. Allow me to examine you and ascertain whether it is indeed the poisoning, as Dr. Sun suggested." Without waiting for a response, Lin Yun placed his fingers upon Lin Jinghong's pulse. After a careful assessment, he discerned that Lin Jinghong's symptoms closely mirrored those of Yi Tsongyuan's condition from the past, clearly indicative of poisoning. Moreover, the toxin was of an ancient and rather rare nature, stemming from the same source as that which afflicted Yi Tsongyuan. At this moment, Lin Yun speculated that both poisons had been concocted by the same individual. Although this thought crossed his mind, he refrained from delving into the intentions of the perpetrator, prioritizing the need to neutralize the poison within Lin Jinghong's body first. Once the toxin was eradicated, he could ponder these matters at a later time. Without further hesitation, Lin Yun retrieved silver needles from his person, ready to begin the treatment. He summoned his unique internal energy, causing 12 silver needles to levitate above Lin Jinghong, deftly guiding each one to penetrate the corresponding acupuncture points on his body in a methodical manner. Due to the immense physical exertion required to execute this particular acupuncture technique, Lin Yun dared not to exhibit even the slightest negligence, approaching the task with utmost caution. As time elapsed, the pallor of Lin Jinghong's face visibly began to restore, and only when he appeared entirely unremarkable did Lin Yun deftly withdraw the 12 silver needles from various acupoints on Lin Jinghong's body, swiftly returning them to his needle pouch. Witnessing this remarkable display of skill, all present were left in awe of Lin Yun's prowess. Even the seasoned physician, Sun, and Yi Anren, who had previously observed Lin Yun's technique, couldn't help but feel a wave of astonishment once more. However, this time, Lin Yun did not take as long as he had before. The poison was expelled in a mere hour. Not only had the duration of the procedure been significantly reduced, but the accompanying fatigue was also notably absent. Remarkably, his cultivation of a longevity technique had inexplicably advanced to the third tier, granting him spiritual awareness. Even though he was situated within the confines of Lin Jinghong's bedroom, it felt as if he could perceive everything occurring beyond the villa's entrance. Despite the considerable distance of over 100 meters, the ability to transcend such barriers and sense events from afar was unprecedented for him. In an instant, joy surged within Lin Yun, and a hint of pride graced his features as he contemplated that no one would be able to harbor secrets in his presence henceforth. Yet, as Lin Yun stood there in silence, wearing an odd expression accompanied by a faint, foolish smile, the onlookers' assumed dissatisfaction stemmed from successfully ridding Lin Jinghong of the poison. Promptly, Yi Anren approached, gently patting his shoulder, and exclaimed, "Lin Yun, have you lost your wits? Is it necessary for you to be so self-satisfied? You should inform everyone about your uncle's condition." Chapter 100. Arranging the highest specification funeral. With Yi Anren's touch, Lin Yun snapped back from his reverie of elation over his newfound spiritual awareness. Slightly embarrassed, he looked at Yi Anren and earnestly stated, "Lin Jinghong's health is no longer in jeopardy. I have thoroughly eliminated the poison from his body, and he will naturally return to normal upon awakening." After a brief pause, he continued, "However, I am somewhat intrigued that the poison affecting him appears to originate from the same individual responsible for the poison that afflicted Uncle Yi, both of which are long-lost techniques. I wonder what the motives of this poisoner might be, as it seems they are specifically targeting the leaders of various esteemed families." "Oh, is that so?" Lin Huaiyun immediately approached, a look of surprise crossing his face as he contemplated the implications of Lin Yun's words. "Your observations do indeed suggest that there may be some truth to this matter. Recently, I heard that the heads of the Huang and Chun families also suffered from a mysterious poisoning. However, they were not as fortunate, as they succumbed to the toxins on the third day. These families are among the most prominent in Luochuan city. Although Jinghong is not the head of our Lin family, he wields authority akin to that of a patriarch. In recent years, he has managed almost all affairs of the Lin family, while I have seldom concerned myself with family matters. Given the uncanny nature of these events, I firmly believe that there is someone orchestrating all of this from behind the scenes. As for their intentions, It seems they aim to eliminate the backbone of each family, thereby creating chaos within them, allowing for unspeakable acts against those families that have lost their leaders. Lin Huimin expressed her thoughts aloud. After listening to the speculations of Lin Huiyuan and Lin Huimin, Lin Yun pondered for a moment but chose to remain silent, for at least for now, none of this pertained to him. His most pressing concern was to ensure that his parents were laid to rest grandly in the Lin family ancestral grave, allowing them to return to their roots. As for settling accounts with the Zhou and Li families and exposing the hidden organization behind these events, that could wait until he had honored his parents. With this in mind, Lin Yun called out his grandfather's name. Lin Huiyan, I have resolved Jing Hong's poisoning. Now you must fulfill your promise to grant my parents a dignified burial as the heads of the Lin family. Rest assured, Yin'er, even if this provokes discontent among the Zhou and Li families, I will ensure that the funeral for the Jing family is conducted with full honors, so that all of Luochuan City knows that they were good son and daughter-in-law of the Lin family. Lin Huiyuan assured him wholeheartedly, without any reservations. Very well. In that case, I shall give you 2 days to prepare. On the 3rd day, I will personally visit the Lin family ancestral grave to pay my respects to my parents. You had best not disappoint me again, Lin Yun asserted. As for your concerns about the families that have had grievances with my parents uniting against you, you need not worry. Should they dare to approach, I will ensure they do not return, making them kneel before my parents' grave to atone for their sins. Lin Yun cast a confident gaze towards the members of the Lin family. Having witnessed Lin Yun's strength, even seasoned warriors like Qi Yinan dared not speak further, instead looking on with unwavering confidence, contemplating the arrangements for the forthcoming events. Seeing that the Lin family members no longer dared to oppose the burial of his parents in the ancestral grave, Lin Yun turned to young Jiao Jiao beside him and said, Sister Jiao Jiao, let's depart. We shall confront the Zhou and Li families together. However, just as Lin Yun was about to leave, Qi Nan suddenly interjected, Young Master Yun, I advise you not to rush to the Yang Zhou and Li families. For even if you go, you may not be able to meet Zhou, Xinwu, and Li Shanin. I believe that if you intend to inter the young Master Jing Tian and his wife once more in the ancestral grave of the Lin family, it will undoubtedly attract the attention of the Zhou and Li families. At that point, I am convinced that members of both clans will naturally arrive uninvited. Even if Zhou, Xinwu, and Li Shanin do not make an appearance, significant figures from their families will surely come. All you need to do then is wait for them at the Lin family's ancestral grave. By approaching them directly, you would only startle the snake in the grass, achieving nothing of what you desire. Indeed, Yin'er, Elder Qi speaks the truth. Once I disseminate this news in the next couple of days, those individuals will be unable to sit still, coming to create a disturbance at our Lin family. At that point, you can execute a surprise maneuver, detaining all those who arrive, and the ones in a hurry will undoubtedly be Zhou Xinwu and Li Shanin. They will certainly appear at our Lin family, seeking the missing individuals. Lin Huiyuan also approached, offering his counsel. After contemplating their suggestions for a moment, Lin Yun realized that they were indeed reasonable, especially since the others were still unaware of his existence. Nodding in agreement, Lin Yun resumed his steps towards the exit of the Lin family estate, turning back only to declare, in 2 days, I hope to see my parents' graves at the Lin family ancestral site. Otherwise, do not blame me for turning against you. As Lin Yun departed, Yang Jiao Jiao hurriedly followed suit, leaving a group of individuals behind, exchanging bewildered glances. Watching Yang Jiao Jiao trail after her somewhat favored fiancé, Yi Anren suddenly felt an uncomfortable sensation wash over her. Just as she contemplated following them, she found herself hesitating. At that moment, Yi Anren could not bring herself to lower her pride, nor could she find a suitable reason to join them, so she feigned composure and remained behind. Realizing the situation, Lin Huiyuan quickly turned to Lin Huimin beside him, saying, Huimin, your second brother has yet to awaken, so you must notify all members of the Lin family and broadcast this news throughout Luochuan City. Yin'er has expressed his desire to hold a grand funeral for the Jing Tian couple, to be conducted with the utmost honors befitting the head and matriarch of the Lin family. However, Yunner has only given us 2 days. This time frame is evidently pressing. I believe we should act swiftly and prepare accordingly. Understood, father. I shall go at once to inform the entire city and summon all Lin family members to participate. With that, Lin Huimin hurriedly dashed out. Qi Nan and his disciples followed Lin Huayuan to assist in preparing other essential matters. Observing that there was nothing further for them to do, Yi Anren and Dr. Sun took their leave from the Lin family.